Ward's method closely resembled the hunter-killer technique developed in 1962 and detailed by Elton Manzioni. Omitted from Ward's sanitized account, however, was what happened before the arrival of the killer team, when the hunter team snatches and or snuffs the cotter. Ward also neglected to describe the conduct of the crew. "Sometimes we'd go out with a whole pack of mercenaries," recalled Mike Beeman. "They were very good going in, but once we got there and made our target, they would completely pillage the place. It was a complete carnival." 11. In balancing MACV's and the CIA's interests in Phoenix, Colonel Doug Dillard was destined to rain on somebody's parade. In 4 Corps, the man who got soaked was the Regional Public Safety Advisor, Del Spears. Dillard, as the Regional Phoenix Coordinator, had the job of bringing police resources to bear against the VCI. The idea was to prevent region officers in charge like Jim Ward and Bob Wall from using PRU as blocking forces during Phoenix operations, so the PRU would be available to conduct rifle shot operations. "Our concept," Dillard said, "was to put the field police in a location as a blocking force and let the PRUs do the dirty work." In 1968, however, most province chiefs were still feeling the aftershocks of Tet and preferred to use the field police as bodyguards in the province capital. Unless you had an effective regional and popular forces organization at the district level, Dillard explained, the only thing you had was the field police, and hell, he was guarding the province chief's house, not out trying to run operations in support of your activity. Compounding the problem were the public safety advisors themselves, whom Dillard described as principally responsible for getting new jeeps and radios and supplies and funds for the national police. And that was about it. Their proclivity was to support the field police, as opposed to trying to see that force engaged in operations. "As I began to get out in the provinces," Dillard continued, "it seemed the public safety advisor was never there. He was either en route to Saigon or coming back from Saigon. When I talked to the US people in the province, they would say, 'Well, this guy is either drunk or shacked up with his girlfriend.'" Many of them were former policemen or policemen on leave, Dillard grumbled, or they came from some law enforcement activity and were plunged into that environment. "Based on my experience, there was almost a total incompetence." Nor was the problem alleviated when, after Tet, they brought in a group of enlisted men out of the military police. They were going to be advisors to the field police, but many of them were inept, too. "I know from talking to them that they had never been in combat, and their experience was analogous to shore patrol," Dillard said. "They were principally experienced as physical security guards, and many of them had drinking problems. Anyway, we just wrote the field police off. When it came to trying to get their resources on the ground, to put them in helicopters and move them around, we began to find that the province chief had one problem after another. Either the field police weren't available, or the public safety advisors weren't aware of the nature of Phoenix operations, or cleared with the province chief. And the public safety advisor would be running against the grain if he took the province chief's resources or even tried to influence him to free up the field police to run our operations. So the senior Corps advisor, Cole Ben Willie Wilson, came down to 4 Corps, and he called me over and asked, 'What can we do to improve the Phoenix program?' And I complained about the lack of use of field police. I said I wanted to use it as a light infantry strike force, which would give us, if you added in the PRU, about a 4,000-man strike force in the Delta. We know the PRU are damn good," I said, "but we can't get them all killed trying to do everybody's job. What I proposed is that there be some kind of central control set up that would give us the capability to use police in the Delta to support Phoenix operations. I added that with the kind of people there were out advising in the provinces, that ain't ever gonna get done." When confronted by Cole Ben Willie, Doug Dillard recalled, Del Spears said, "I can't fire the province senior advisor. I have to put up with the people he assigns to me. It's not like the military, where an officer can transfer an unsatisfactory subordinate." Said Dillard, "Well, I am a military man, and I have a job to get done. And from that day on, the field police and their public safety advisors were the Phoenix program's scapegoats in the Delta. At their expense, Dillard achieved peace between the CIA and MACV in the Delta. He convinced the CIA that by sharing its information, military resources could be used against the VCI. In exchange for supporting the CIA's attack on the VCI, the military benefited from CIA intelligence on the location of main force enemy units. That translated into higher body counts and brighter careers. I could do what I wanted within the guidelines of the Phoenix program, Doug Dillard said with satisfaction, which to me was the overall coordination of the units that existed in the Delta to destroy the infrastructure. With his regional reaction force ready and raring to go, Dillard mounted regional Phoenix operations on the ward mini cordon and search technique. At the province level, we had almost daily involvement with the CIA's province advisor and SEAL Team PRU advisor, Dillard explained. This was either trying to help them get resources or going over the potential for operations. A good example is the time we got good intelligence on the VC staff on sampans in the Yumin forest. The idea was to work in coordination with the U.S. 9th Infantry Division in Shuangtian Province. It was good timing because they had troops and could expand their artillery fire into Anshuyan, where the Yumin forest was. We decided to use the PRU team from Qianjiang, with their SEAL advisor, and Major Leroy Suddath. As in the Milberg Brewer operation in Quang Tri, the Vietnamese were cut out of the planning. We decided we should lift out without a lot of notice, Dillard said. So the SEAL advisor put his PRU on alert. But we didn't want to spook them, so they were told they were going on an operation in their province. We took the PRU team out of Qianjiang with Leroy in the lead, and with the 9th Division helicopters and artillery support to cover our infiltration and exfiltration. This way we could put the PRU on the canal, capture those people, and get in and out during daylight. We went over to Shuangtian and loaded out of there. I flew out of there in the command and control helicopter. We went up to Qianjiang, and Leroy had the PRU team ready. We loaded up early that morning, flew down, and inserted the team on the canal. Then the chopper went back to Shuangtian. I stayed over there with the radio and talked to Leroy to get a progress report. Leroy went in with the PRU SEAL team. There were 2 Americans, and the rest were Vietnamese. They scarfed up 12 people almost immediately but couldn't find the sampan they were looking for. We think the damn operation got leaked, and they got spooked. As in the Thuong XA operation, despite elaborate planning and security precautions, a large-scale Phoenix operation failed to accomplish its mission. However, by showing that military assets could be used in support of province reconnaissance units and that CIA intelligence could generate a sizable operation, the Yumin Forest operation did prove to MACV that Phoenix was a viable coordinating mechanism. In working with Ted Grayman in the Kendo Advisory Group, Dillard said, we were trying to piece together patterns of the main force guerrilla battalions, which constituted the single greatest danger to a district or even a province. Ted very closely coordinated with us in our Phoenix activities, plotting information where VC attacks had occurred, in what force, when, and so forth. When these facts came together, he would coordinate a B-52 strike in that area. In particular, Dillard was concerned with the movements of the Mua 2 Battalion, which periodically emerged from its sanctuary in Cambodia and conducted operations in Chau Doc, Kien Phong, and Kien Tuong provinces. Annually they'd come down and cut a wide swath through these 3 provinces, then go back into Cambodia, Dillard explained. That's where Ted Grayman and I began to work very closely to try to plot every piece of information that we could get on the Mua 2 Battalion. The job of finding the Mua 2 in Cambodia belonged to the Special Operations Group and its Vietnamese assets, which ran agent nets and reconnaissance missions into Cambodia. But, explained Dillard, quite often there was a lot of clumsy, heavy-handed type of activity, and I don't think we're appreciative of the nuances of being super cautious in collecting and evaluating intelligence before running operations. I think it was in Kien Phong on the border, the sun rose one morning, and they went into position there, and every man on the line had been shot through the back of the head. This was the Vietnamese Special Forces. They were infiltrated constantly by the VC. Dispersed along South Vietnam's borders since 1962, the 5th Special Forces A teams, augmented by the 403d Special Operations Detachment and an unnumbered intelligence group, routinely fed intelligence to MACV and the CIA. The sophistication of the intelligence apparatus, General McChristian writes, allowed for operations against the infrastructure 12. However, by September 1967 it was clear, as Doug Dillard noted, that the Vietnamese Special Forces were too heavily infiltrated to be trusted. So concurrent with the creation of ICEX and the reorganization of SOG, the CIA commissioned Project Gamma. Also known as Detachment B-57, Gamma was charged with the mission of organizing cross-border counterintelligence operations to find out who within the Cambodian government was helping the NVA and VC infiltrate and attack Special Forces A camps, recon teams, and agent nets. While posing as medical and agricultural specialists in a dummy civil affairs unit, Gamma personnel coordinated intelligence from A teams, identifying the key VCI cotters that were mounting penetration operations against them. Detachment B-57 coordinated its activities with SOG and the various Special Forces projects, including Delta, Sigma, Omega, and Blackjack out of Tay Ninh. In defense of its A camps, Special Forces mounted its own attack on the VCI through a combination of agent nets, specialized patrolling, mobile strike forces, and a kill-on-sight rewards program. In this way, SOG and Phoenix were united. As for the heavy-handedness cited by Dillard, on November 27, 1967, 5th Special Forces Captain John McCarthy was sitting beside his principal agent, Inchin Hai Lam, in the front seat of a car parked on a street in Tay Ninh. A suspected double agent, Lam was a member of the Khmer Sarai, a dissident Cambodian political party created by the CIA to overthrow Cambodia's Prince Sihanouk. Without warning, McCarthy turned and put a bullet between Lam's eyes. McCarthy was tried for Lam's murder, and the ensuing scandal raised questions about the legality of terminating with extreme prejudice suspected double agents. The issue would surface again in regard to Phoenix. Regardless of where the VCI were in South Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, or North Vietnam, the idea, said Dillard, was that if we knew their pattern and if we could put the fear of God in them, then we could influence their movements so they could never assemble as a battalion. Our forces could resist any company-sized attacks, and that pretty much cut back their capabilities by preventing them from operating at a battalion-level force. MACV could do a 52 strike pretty easily, Dillard explained. And once MACV began using B-52 strikes as a way of harassing VC guerrilla units, thereafter we had pretty good evidence that the VC were doing just what we wanted them to do. They were not assembling in large battalion-sized forces, and we could route them around. We continued to try to do that from the summer of 1968 on, and we started getting in some pretty good defectors because of that pressure. The overall coordination was working. Indeed, when B-52 strikes were mounted, coordination was essential. For example, the CIA could not run a PRU operation in enemy territory without first consulting MACV, because, as Dillard put it, it's conceivable that the operations people have scheduled a strike in that area. Yet everyone mounted unilateral operations anyway. An element of the 525th Dillard side, their collection and special security unit, was trying to get the VCI to defect. This was in the summer of 1968. They had a lead to a VCI Cotter meeting, and they ran the operation, and there was nothing there. We were all called into General Eckhart's office to find out who the hell had approved this special operation without Ted Grayman knowing it. There's always that problem, Dillard contended, when some outfit perceives that they're going to pull off a coup. Then it backfires. The damn thing was a total embarrassment. Just like the sale of arms to Iran. As long as unilateral operations persisted, Phoenix could never fly. It was kind of hard at times to determine just who was operating in that environment, Dillard remarked. Quite often the main mission of the special branch guy may have been to keep tabs on the ARVN people. In the case of the military security service, if I was able to get to the guy through Fook or through the Army security unit in the Delta, I would try to push an operation or try to find out what they knew that we were not being informed of. But in the whole time I was there, I was convinced that there was a lot of unilateral reporting that did not get into the US system, whether it was Phoenix or something else. It had to do with the different axes people had to grind. Chapter 15. Modus Vivendi. The inclusion of the Vietnamese in Phoenix in the summer of 1968 was not welcomed by meticulous CIA security officers. These professional paranoids, Doug Dillard said with a sigh, did not realize you cannot become so secretive that you can't even run an operation. We were always aware of the need for secrecy, and where we suspected there was a leak we tried to hold everything as close as possible. But sometimes you just couldn't do it. You had to plan and coordinate with the Vietnamese to run operations. 1. On the other hand, from the presidential palace to the most decrepit DIOC, VC agents were everywhere. It was a fact that was factored into every equation. It was the reason why Phoenix began as a unilateral operation, and it was why the program failed, for Phoenix was not a counterintelligence program meant to uncover enemy agents but a positive intelligence program designed to neutralize the people managing the insurgency. The job of counterintelligence was shared by the Special Branch and the Military Security Service, with the Special Branch protecting the government and the MSS protecting the South Vietnamese armed forces, at times at cross purposes. For example, like many of his MSS colleagues, Colonel Nguyen Van Phuc was placed under house arrest and accused of being implicated when Diem and Nhu were assassinated. Afterward Phuc was tainted but was resuscitated by the CIA, which valued him for his contacts, according to Dillard, in the Catholic intelligence network that extended into Cambodia. As a matter of fact, he offered to bring them into the fold because of the sanctuary that main force guerrilla battalions enjoyed in Cambodia. With CIA sponsorship, Phuc was to enjoy a number of prominent positions, not least as Deputy 4 Corps Commander and counterpart to Doug Dillard and Andy Rogers. But Phuc lived on the edge and, like generals Du Cao Tri and Tran Ton Phong, eventually perished in a mysterious plane accident. Colonel Phuc's problems on the Vietnamese side were greater than ours because the province chiefs were appointed by the president, Dillard explained. There were all kinds of rumors about some bought their jobs, and there were other kinds of arrangements, too. There were businesses that flourished and were never bothered by the VC in the provinces, so it was obvious that someone was being paid off. In fairness to the Vietnamese, a point should be made about cultural values. For what Americans define as corruption, the Vietnamese consider perfectly proper behavior. Accepting gifts and returning favors, taking bribes and making payoffs were how, after generations of colonial oppression, Vietnamese officials supplemented measly salaries and supported extended families. The system was a form of prebend, the same right ministers have to a portion of the Sunday offering as a stipend. And rather than fight the system, the CIA compensated for it by paying its Phung Hoang, secret police, and PRU assets exorbitant salaries. Conversely, for the average Vietnamese citizen caught in a war-torn economy, dealing with the Viet Cong was a matter of survival. And while this modus vivendi provided American intelligence officers with a line of communication to the enemy, it also gave them migraine headaches. For example, Dillard said, in Bac Lu there was a great suspicion that the province chief was on the take from the VC tax collector. The PRU team leader in Bac Lu, Doc Sells, had first-hand evidence of that. But the VC tax collector, who lived in Ba Shuyan province, was a wealthy businessman, and the way he stayed wealthy was by paying extortion and ransom. Now Doc knew, based on the way the province chief had acted in the past, that never in the world would they be allowed to coordinate an operation in Ba Shuyan without compromising it. So the Bac Lu PRU ran an operation over into Ba Shuyan and kidnapped this guy. It caused all kinds of grief between the two provinces, and when it surfaced at our level, they had to release him. Then there were threats that, well, next time he won't survive. They put a price on Doc's head. I remember a kid came into the restaurant where Doc was eating and put a cigarette lighter on the table. It was a booby trap that exploded but luckily didn't hurt him. All this means that if the VCI was a criminal conspiracy, then its partners in crime were government officials, particularly province chiefs, police, and security officials. Robert Slater writes, during the period 1964 to 1967, it was fairly common to read of a hand grenade being thrown into a bar. This was normally attributed by the press to terrorism, but police investigations usually showed that the owner had refused to pay taxes to the VC. It is uncommon to read or even hear of this now. Undoubtedly the bar owners have agreed to pay their taxes. Likewise, from 1965 to 1969, Slater knew of no American Oil Company trucks being ambushed. On one occasion a VC roadblock let an American Oil Company truck pass by, then 15 minutes later stopped a South Vietnamese bus, disembarked all the passengers, collected tax money, and then shot 2 ARVN soldiers who were in uniform too. This modus vivendi between the VCI and GVN officials frustrated many Phoenix coordinators who were trying to distinguish one from the other. Some simply threw up their hands, held their breaths, and marked time. Others were spurred to indiscriminate acts of violence. Those who took the hard line, like 3 Corps de Corps John Van, believed that it was not enough for the Vietnamese simply to be pro-Phoenix. According to Van's deputy for plans and programs, who shall hereafter be known as Jack, Van insisted that in order for Phoenix to succeed, the Vietnamese had to fight actively against the VCI. But that was impossible, Jack explained, because the Vietnamese were protected in the day by the GVN, but were left to the VC at night. So the little guy in the village survived day to day knowing when to say yes and when to say no. The wrong answer could cost him his life. 3. Unfortunately for the Vietnamese who preferred to remain neutral, it was the most highly motivated Americans, those who were most avidly anti-communist, who were listened to in Washington and who ipso facto determined policy. As hard as it was to involve province chiefs in the attack on the VCI, the rural population was even harder to incite. Earnest Phoenix coordinators like Doug Dillard tried to get the people in the villages to tell you when the VC were coming, so you could put the PRU on them or a B-52 strike. However, why the Vietnamese would not cooperate is understandable, especially in the case of B-52 strikes, one of which, Dillard recalled, occurred right between Kien Hoa and Din Tuong. There was pretty good evidence that a VC battalion had assembled in that area, Dillard said, and Ted put a strike on it. They went in later to assess the damage, and said it looked like a butcher shop. For that reason, damage assessment was not a popular job in Vietnam and was a task often assigned to PRU units or unpopular American soldiers like Air Force Captain Brian Wilson, who, with the 823d Combat Security Police Squadron, commanded a mobile security unit at Ben Thuy Air Base 4 miles west of Kinh Do. As punishment for fraternizing with enlisted men, Wilson was given the job of damage assessment in areas bombed by B-52s. In the Delta, Wilson told me, the villages were very small, like a mound in a swamp. There were no names for some of them. The people in these villages had been told to go to relocation camps, because this was all a free fire zone, and technically anyone there could be killed. But they wouldn't leave their animals or burial grounds. At the same time, the U.S. Air Force had spotters looking for muzzle flashes, and if that flash came from that dot, they'd wipe out the village. It was that simple. Point 4. It was the epitome of immorality, Wilson suggested. One of the times I counted bodies after an air strike which always ended with 2 napalm bombs which would just fry everything that was left. I counted 62 bodies. In my report I described them as so many women between 15 and 25 and so many children usually in their mother's arms or very close to them and so many old people. When I went to Tan Son Nhut a few days later, I happened to see an after-action report from this village. A guy I knew showed me where to look. The report said 130 VC dead. Another time I was driving up near SA December. It was a coincidence. I didn't even know it was happening. There was an air strike, and I was very near this village where it was happening. I'd never seen a localized airstrike on a village before. I was stunned. The ground shook like an earthquake, and that was scary. But there I was, watching as the last sweep came in and dropped some napalm, sending up balls of fire that finally wiped everything out. And I was standing in my jeep, kind of in shock, and this old man came running out of the village. I was about 150 feet from him, and our eyes met for like 2 seconds. Then he turned and ran away. I remember driving down this little lane, thinking I'd wake up and not be there. I drove for 3 or 4 miles like that. Then I saw this old Vietnamese woman with a yoke on her back, holding a couple of pails of water. Then I saw this water buffalo just kind of meandering through a rice paddy. I remember stopping and thinking, man, I am here. I'm still in Vietnam. I'd been there 3 months. After that I wanted to desert. Why would the inhabitants of a Vietnamese village voluntarily announce to US or GVN authorities the presence of VC guerrillas or political cotters, if doing so meant a bath in 500-pound bombs or a pack of plundering Prue? This question reaches to the heart of Phoenix and the collateral damage it caused. One explanation was offered in a series of articles written in late 1970 and early 1971 for the liberal Catholic newspaper Tin Sang. Published in Saigon by Ngo Cong Duc, a nationalist in the Vietnamese legislature, half of all its issues were confiscated by the police on orders from the Minister of Information, Truong Bu Diem, a long-standing CIA asset. Nearly all issues, however, are preserved in the Yenching Library at Harvard University. Translated by a Vietnamese woman at the University of Massachusetts, this series of articles, titled The Truth About Phoenix, provides rare insights into the Vietnamese perspective on Phoenix. The author of The Truth About Phoenix used the alias Dinh Tuong, but his true identity is known to CIA officer Clyde Bauer, who claims and was a communist sympathizer. Red baiting, of course, requires no substantiation. But it is a fact, as corroborated by Phoenix advisor Richard Ide, that N was a translator for Major Oscar L. Jenkins, the CIA's special branch advisor in the Chungjiang Inner Mekong area, running Phoenix operations in Sa Dec, Vinh Long, and Vinh Binh provinces in 1968 and 1969. Phoenix, writes N, is a series of big continuous operations which, because of the bombing, destroy the countryside and put innocent people to death. In the sky are armed helicopters, but on the ground are the black uniforms, doing what they want where the helicopters and B-52s do not reach. Americans in black uniforms, according to N, are the most terrible 5. Also according to N, the CIA always sent Prue teams in the day before cordon and search operations, to capture people targeted for interrogation. The next day, N notes, the Prue would return in US Navy helicopters with ARVN troops. When they go back to their base at Dong Tam, they bring people's bleeding ears. But, asks N rhetorically, are these the ears of the VC? 6. The purpose of Phoenix, N contends, was to avenge what the VC did during Tet. Which is why Theo did not hesitate to sign Phoenix into law. But, he adds, local officials knew nothing about the program except the decree. The central government didn't explain anything. Furthermore, the CIA and their assistants had a hard time trying to explain to province chiefs about operations to pacify the countryside and destroy the VCI. 7. Indeed, the Vietnamese were confused by contradictory American programs. For example, B-52 strikes and Agent Orange dusting served only to impoverish rural villagers, prompting them to deduce that these operations were directed against them, not the VCI. Making matters worse, province chiefs reported the damage, ostensibly to get compensation for those hurt by the attacks, but kept the money for themselves. Then Revolutionary Development Cotter appeared, promising to offset the damage with economic development. Meanwhile, the U.S. Army was pursuing a scorched earth policy and the Agency for International Development was withdrawing support for RD reconstruction projects, a reversal in policy, and contends, that stemmed from the CIA's belief that reconstruction projects only helped the wives and families of VC who returned from their jungle hideouts when the projects were done. 8 All that led most Vietnamese to agree within that revolutionary development only teaches the American line. The end result of the contradictory programs and double talk was a lack of trust in the GVN, not in the VCI, which rarely failed to make good on promises. Likewise, the Vietnamese interpreted Phoenix, the program designed to provide security to the rural population, as an attempt by the Americans to prolong the war. Like B-52 strikes and Agent Orange, Phoenix only made people's lives more difficult. People wondered, and informs us, how Phoenix could turn things around. 9. In responding to these concerns, and writes, the CIA argued that Phoenix was needed because B-52 strikes and defoliation operations did not destroy the VC lower structure. But in attacking the VCI, the CIA never considered the human concerns of the Vietnamese, declares An. For example, many rice fields were owned by Viet Cong, and as more and more fields were destroyed by Agent Orange, people had no choice but to buy rice from these VC. This included wealthy merchants who were subsequently accused by security forces of collaborating with the enemy and were forced to pay bribes to keep from being arrested. In this way GVN officials extorted from people caught in between them and the Viet Cong. Nor, and adds, did the CIA care that many Vietnamese during Tet, including policemen and soldiers, visited their families in areas controlled by the Viet Cong, thus becoming VCI suspects themselves. Or that Vietnamese civil servants, especially school teachers with families living in VC areas, became informants simply as a way of getting advance notice of Phoenix operations, so they could warn their relatives of pending attacks. In return for protecting their families, these Vietnamese were surveilled and extorted by government security forces. Nor did the CIA take steps to protect people from false accusations. And cites the case of 5 teachers working for a Catholic priest in Vinh Long province. These women refused to attend a VC indoctrination session. When the VC were later captured by PRU, they named these teachers as VC cotters. The teachers were arrested and jailed without trial or evidence. That's why people feared Phoenix, and explains. The biggest fear is being falsely accused from which there is no protection. That's why Phoenix doesn't bring peace or security. That's why it destroys trust in the GVN, not the VCI. 10. Adding to this mistrust was the fact that the CIA rewarded security officials who extorted the people. The CIA, and writes, spends money like water. As a result, MSS and special branch operators preferred to sell information to the CIA rather than give it to their Vietnamese employers. And even though the CIA had no way of corroborating the information, it was used to build cases against VCI suspects. The CIA also passed quantities of cash to the various religious sects. Many priests in the inner Mekong, and reports, have relations with the CIA, so people in the provinces refuse to have contact with them. 11. Many agents from the different police in 4 corps receive money from the CIA, and reports, in the form of merit pay. Money was spent beautifying special branch offices, buying telephones, generators, air conditioners, lamrettas, and Xerox machines for dutiful policemen and pretty secretaries. Big bucks were lavished on local officials, particularly those sitting on Phoenix committees. Conveniences given to committee members, writes An, made it easier for them to explore information from agents, leading to the arrest of suspected VCI. 12. Recall what Warren Milberg said, I had virtually unlimited resources to develop agent operations, to pay for a staff that translated and produced intelligence reports, more money than what the province budget was. 13. But while Milberg saw this as creating economic stability, the incentive to sell information had the side effect of tearing apart Vietnamese society. Perhaps the most disturbing charge made by An is that CIA operators encouraged the illegal activities of Phoenix personnel. He cites as an example the time military security service agents in SA-DEC observed special branch agents taking payoffs from the local VC tax collector. Naturally, the MSS agents sold this information to the CIA, which took no action because payoffs were a vehicle for penetration operations. Wrightson, the CIA works to keep some communist areas intact so they can get information. 14 This, of course, was in direct opposition to the Phoenix mission. As an example of the intelligence potential of the modus vivendi, and notes that unilateral CIA penetration agents into the VCI often posed as pharmacists and were supplied with desperately needed antibiotics, which they would smuggle into Viet Cong jungle hideouts in Cambodia in exchange for information. Phoenix, explains An, was watching and talking to the VC while at the same time working to prevent the NLF from reorganizing the VCI 15. All this leads An to conclude that America was never interested in ending the war. Instead, he thinks the goal was to show success, even if many lives must be lost. For An, Phoenix was not a mechanism to end the war quickly, but a means to extend it indefinitely, with a minimum of American casualties. The nature of Phoenix, he suggests, was to pit the Vietnamese against each other, to undermine their efforts at rapprochement while fueling the conflict with money and lies and psychological operations designed to destabilize the culture. 16. In conclusion, An contends that the Vietnamese neutralists wanted only for the United States to grant South Vietnam the same status it granted Taiwan and Israel. But this was not to be, for in South Vietnam advocating peace with the communists was punishable by death or imprisonment without trial for 2 years under the An Tri laws. And like Phoenix, An Tri was a boondoggle for corrupt GVN officials. Persons arrested as VCI suspects or sympathizers could be held indefinitely and were released only when their families scraped together enough money to bribe the local security committee chairman. That is why, An suggests, the roundup was the worst of all the hardships Phoenix imposed on the Vietnamese people. The practice of extorting ransoms from VCI suspects served CIA interests, however, by elevating security personnel into a privileged class that was utterly dependent on the CIA, in the process, thoroughly destabilizing the society. Through the ICEX screening, interrogation, and detention program, the CIA expanded this Psy-war tactic into the districts, enabling every minor official to get a piece of the action. As Colonel Dillard remarked, I became a major construction tycoon in the Delta as a sideline to my Phoenix business. As well as giving $15,000 to every district chief to build a diocese, he worked with the CIA in building those little jails, as I call them, which really were interrogation centers. Dillard recalled, the agency sent down an elderly gentleman from Maryland who was a contractor. His job in the Delta, one of many, was to get these interrogation centers constructed. Pacific architects and engineers did the work, but this guy was an agency employee. 17. What you needed in a lot of these little derelict-type districts in the Delta where they really didn't have any facilities, said Dillard, was a place to secure and interrogate prisoners. They were for anyone. I remember going into one we'd built in Chow Duke that had several monks inside. They had a steel chain chained to their legs so they wouldn't run off. We pretty much constructed them throughout the Delta. Those that went up quickest were in the districts that were most accessible. But as fast as they went up, the VC knocked them down with satchel charges. That did not disturb the district chiefs, for whom each new construction project meant another lucrative rake-off. Indeed, the Phoenix program offered a wide range of financial opportunities. Phoenix in SA Dec, and writes, was an occasion for many nationalists to get rich illegally. Many innocent people were chased away from their homes to the district hall where they were extorted or confined in the interrogation center behind the town hall. Even water buffalo guardians were taken to the district hall, and their parents had to pay for their release or else they would be sent to Vin Long prison. 18. Wrightson, one visiting U.S. congressman said our province was lucky because we had no prison. But actually this is unfortunate, because innocent people and the police special branch know who is innocent are confined in the town hall. There is no room to lie down there. The people suffocate. They are put in an empty pool without water. 19. As a result of Phoenix placing interrogation centers in the districts, the GVN soon gained the reputation as a prison regime. The catchphrase of its jailers was Kong, Dan Choco, bringing to mind the Salem witch trials. But whereas in Salem the motive for torture was an ingrown libido, the motive for torture in Vietnam was an ingrown ideology. Tran Van Truong, mentioned in Chapter 10, explains, it was part of the regime's ideology that anyone who opposed them must be a communist. They could not accept the fact that there might be people who hated them for the travesty they had made of the country's life, for their intolerance and corruption and cold indifference to the lot of their countrymen. 20. Truong writes from experience. By bribing a high national police official for the information, Truong's wife discovered that her husband was being held in a secret prison. Fearing her husband would be killed there, and nobody would ever know, she persuaded Truong to sign a full confession. About 10 days later, Truong writes, I was bundled into a car and driven to National Police Headquarters. My wife had indeed found someone else to bribe. I found out later it was the butcher himself. His price had been $6,000. 21. Truong's wife paid 2 bribes, one to locate him, and one to have him transferred from the secret jail to the NPIC. Truong adds ruefully, had she known about conditions at the, it isn't likely that my wife would have paid anything to anyone. He describes 6 months of solitary confinement and sensory deprivation in a pitch-dark cement cell with a steel door and no windows. I was like an animal in a cave. I thought of my cell as my coffin. 22. The CIA treated its prisoners at the National Interrogation Center no better. In Decent Interval, former CIA officer Frank Snepp cites the case of Nguyen Van Thai, the Cu Sim Hien Q agent who organized the attack on the U.S. Embassy during Tet. Thai was captured in 1970 and, with American help, the South Vietnamese built him his own prison cell and interrogation room, both totally white, totally bare except for a table, chair, an open hole for a toilet and ubiquitous hidden television cameras and microphones to record his every waking and sleeping moment. His jailers soon discovered one essential psychic-physical flaw in him. Like many Vietnamese, he believed his blood vessels contracted when he was exposed to frigid air. His quarters and interrogation room were thus outfitted with heavy-duty air conditioners and kept thoroughly chilled. 23. In April 1975, Snepp notes, Thai was loaded onto an airplane and thrown out at 10,000 feet over the South China Sea. At that point he had spent over 4 years in solitary confinement, in a snow-white cell, without ever having fully admitted who he was. 24. As perverse as anything done in Salem, Thai was disposed of like a bag of garbage simply because he would not confess. But unlike Truong and Thai, most Vietnamese jailed under Phoenix were anonymous pawns whose only value was the small bribe their families offered for their release. Anyone confined in a PIC or province or district prison was in the belly of the beast. The range and extent of torture are beyond the comprehension of the average middle-class American but are well documented, as is the fact that American advisors rarely intervene to reduce the level of abuse. So the question then becomes, who were these American advisors? Chapter 16. Advisors. By 1968, 500,000 American soldiers were in South Vietnam, supported by sailors on aircraft carriers in the South China Sea, airmen maintaining B-52s on Guam, and Free World forces from Korea, Australia, the Philippines, and Thailand. Many thousand more civilians were advising the GVN on every conceivable facet of its operations, from police and public administration to engineering and agriculture. All were joined with the government and the armed forces of South Vietnam in a war against a well-organized, well-disciplined insurgency supported by North Vietnam and other non-aligned Third World, socialist, and communist nations. With nearly 1,000 NVA and VC soldiers dying each week, and no one keeping count of civilian deaths, the undeclared war in Vietnam had reached epic proportions, but its meaning was shrouded in ambiguities and contradictions. The insurgency was said to be managed along a single chain of command emanating from Hanoi, but the insurgent leadership was elusive, its numbers impossible to gauge. And while the enemy was unified but illusory, the Allied effort was clearly defined but hopelessly discombobulated. Something had to be done, and that something fell to several hundred Phoenix advisors, each serving a one-year tour. This was moving so fast in early 1968, Doug Dillard recalled, that young lieutenants and captains coming through the MACV advisory assignment system began arriving in country, receiving orders, and going right out to the district or province. People didn't even know they were getting a Phoenix assignment at this stage of the game. But the program had one of the highest priorities in MACV for personnel, and as fast as they arrived in country, they were assigned out directly to the province and district. In 4 Corps we tried to intercept them, if I could find out about it in time and coordinate earlier with Saigon. Others we had to pull back from the field. We'd arranged to have them stay in Kendo from 2 to 3 days so we could give them an orientation and tell them what we expected of them as Phoenix coordinators. 1. At this orientation, according to Dillard, we outlined their mission, which was to be aware of the entities operating in their area of responsibility, to establish contact with the personalities, to develop a rapport, and to try to convince them that the only thing we were trying to do in Phoenix was to focus all our resources on the VCI. And to report directly to me any obstacles they were encountering, to see if there was anything we could do about it. I made an effort to establish direct one-to-one relationships with them so they knew that I was their friend and truly meant what I said in trying to help them. And time again it paid off. They would come in demoralized, and I'd find out about it and work it out with the district advisor to let the guy come into Kendo. We'd put him up in our own facility and take him over to the club so he could have a decent meal. Nor did Doug Dillard sit in Kendo and wait for problems to come to him. Fook and I tried very hard to breathe some life into the coordination process, he said. We tried to hit 1 or 2 districts every day. I would get the US people together and really give them the hard sell on making Phoenix work. What are the problems? Do they have resources? How can I help? And while I was doing that, Fook would get the Vietnamese district people together out in the district compound and give them a patriotic lecture. We did that day after day. I remember going to Phong Heap district. Dillard cited as an example. That was a bad district for VC activity, and Colonel Fook and I went down there, and we were walking from the helicopter pad toward the district compound when this kid came out shouting, "He's just no good," and I almost killed him myself. I said, "Calm down, Captain. Let's go have a drink and you tell me what happened." Well, they'd been out on an operation that morning to zap some VCI, and as I recall, one of the VCI was the leader of the communications cadre, and they ran into him on the canal and had a firefight and captured this guy. They were trying to subdue him, but he kept on resisting, violently, so the Vietnamese S2 pulled out his pistol and shot him. My captain almost went out of his mind. He said, "For Christ's sake, you just killed the best source of information for VC activity in the district. Why'd you do that?" And the S2 said, "Well, he obviously wanted to die, the way he was resisting." So, you see, Dillard side, you had a mentality problem? But there was another side of the mentality problem. Down in BAC Lu, Dillard said, one of the district chiefs had a group, and they went out and ran an ambush. The district chief stepped on a landmine and had a leg blown off and bled to death before the medevac chopper got there. So I got a report on this and told Jim Ward, and we got it into the system so the Corps commander could address the problem being if these guys see they're not going to be medevaced when they're seriously wounded, they're not going to go out. To show success to his evaluators in the Saigon Directorate, a Phoenix advisor needed a competent Vietnamese counterpart. But it is wrong to blame the failure of the program solely on the Vietnamese mentality. To do so is to assume that Phoenix advisors understood the purpose of the program and the intelligence process and that all were mature enough to work with interpreters in a foreign culture. Many were not. As Jim Ward noted, very few had the proper training or experience for their work too. Ward did not blame any one individual. The effectiveness of a province or district intelligence and operations coordination center, he said, generally depended on three people: the American advisor and the senior South Vietnamese Army and police official assigned to the center. When all three were good and had a harmonious working relationship, the DIAC functioned effectively. But harmony was the exception, and as in most groups, the strongest personality dominated the others. If it was the Vietnamese Army intelligence officer, then DIAC operations focused on gathering tactical military intelligence. If the Vietnamese policeman was dominant, then the DIAC concentrated on the VCI. But because the ARVNS-2 generally prevailed, the overall impact of Phoenix in the Delta, according to Ward, was spotty. Really effective in some districts, partially successful in half, and ineffective in the rest. Contributing to the misdirection of Phoenix operations away from the VCI toward military targets was the widening gap between province and district intelligence and operations coordination centers. Explained Ward, because most Phoenix Phung Hoang planning took place at province, and because the DIAC was run by the ARVNS-2 advised by U.S. Army officers as part of the MACV District Advisory Team, the CIA Special Branch Advisor was not going to share his intelligence or dossiers with these people. This lack of cooperation reinforced the tendency on the part of military intelligence officers to do what they could, to gather information on impending guerrilla attacks, not the VCI. For this reason, said Colonel George Dexter, who organized Special Forces A teams in Vietnam in the early 1960s and served as the Corps' Assistant Chief of Staff in 4 Corps in 1972, it would seem that Army Intelligence Corps officers were not a good choice for this role since they were basically oriented toward combat intelligence rather than police intelligence. However, U.S. civilians were almost never assigned at district level because the risk of combat was too high. 3. Warren Milberg suggests that the biggest deficiency in the advisory program was the lack of an institutional memory. Phoenix advisors did not know the history of their provinces, how the insurgents operated there. Moreover, nothing was done to improve the situation. Not being able to speak the language of their counterparts, and knowing they were only going to stay in Vietnam for a relatively short period of time, most advisors tended to neglect the political and social aspects of the situation in which they found themselves. Unable to cope with, or accept, the people of the RVN, many advisors became ineffective, and the overall result was the degradation of the Phoenix Phung Hoang program. 4. Colonel Dexter was more forgiving. The lieutenant spent his whole tour in Vietnam as a member of a 5 or 6-man district advisory team in a small town in the middle of nowhere, advising a Vietnamese counterpart and holding down any number of additional duties within the advisory team. Said Dexter, his success depended primarily on the competence of his counterpart and, to a lesser degree, on his own energy and imagination. His major handicap was the inability to speak Vietnamese with any degree of fluency. A difficult language and an inscrutable culture, lack of training and experience, institutional rivalries and personal vendettas, isolation and alienation, all were obstacles the typical Phoenix district advisor had to face. All in all, it was not an enviable job. Colonel Dillard's fatherly concern for his young district advisors, fresh out of college and through the basic course at Fort Holabird, was as exceptional as the harmony he had achieved with the CIA in the Delta. More often than not, Phoenix advisors received little guidance or support from cynical region and province officers. Nor were the first Phoenix advisors even minimally prepared for the intrigues they encountered. The first batch of junior officers sent to Vietnam in February 1968 specifically as Phoenix advisors consisted of 42nd lieutenants trained in the art of air defense artillery, of which there was no need in South Vietnam insofar as the Viet Cong had no aircraft. In addition, most were Reserve Officer Training Corps graduates who had been called upon to meet the unanticipated personnel requirements imposed on the Army Intelligence Corps after the deeply resented troop limit had been imposed on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Such was the case with Henry McWade. A 1965 graduate of East Tennessee State, McWade was commissioned a second lieutenant in 1966 and called to active duty in 1967. In December 1967 he attended Fort Holabird, where, In his words, "We were trained in European methods for the Cold War." 5 In May 1968, McWade and 21 other second lieutenants, a group he referred to as the Last Idealists, were sent to South Vietnam as Phoenix District advisors. Now a realist, McWade told me wearily, they needed 7-year captains. Following a week's orientation at the Combined Intelligence Center, McWade was assigned to Go Vap District in Gia Dinh Province as part of CORD's Advisory Team 44. He resided in a prefab facility with other members of the district team, while the province Phoenix coordinator, Major James K. Dameron, lived in opulent splendor in the CIA's lavish embassy house, a cathedral complete with a helicopter landing pad on the roof and a contingent of PRU bodyguards, a goon squad whom the Vietnamese feared and considered criminals. "He gave us no direction at all," McWade said of Dameron. "The people at the PIAC, located 5 miles away in the old Special Branch headquarters, kept us at arm's length. The few times we drove up there, they gave us no guidance or advice at all. Only money." For McWade, this was a big disappointment. "As a green second lieutenant, I needed that operational guidance. But I didn't get it. And the company man, the Special Branch advisor, just didn't deal with us at all. They had their own advisory system compartmented away from Phoenix. The program had been more autonomous, flexible, and experimental under the agency," McWade continued. "But as Army advisors whom CIA officers consider amateurs filtered in at every level, the program shifted under the CORD's province senior advisors or their deputies. And if the CIA can't control it," McWade explained, "they get rid of it." From his diocese in Go Vap, McWade observed that Major Dameron was an empire builder. The lifestyles were incredible. Dameron contracted with an American construction company to build safe houses, where he entertained and kept women. He had civilian identification that allowed him to go anywhere. He carried a CAR-15 until the Uzi became fashionable. Then he carried that. And Dameron was shrewd. When the province senior advisor or his deputy was around, he talked intelligence jargon. He had files and computers. But when they were gone, McWade winked, the conversation was all construction. Dameron was the best at building buildings. He built great DIOCCs and safe houses. But he couldn't catch any VCI. The Phoenix program had begun in 1967 under the management of CIA province officers, but as junior-grade Army officers like Henry McWade mounted the Phoenix ramparts in 1968, the CIA instructed its officers to retreat to the safety and seclusion of the embassy houses. "And once they found out I was against physical torture," McWade added, "they preferred that I stay away from the province interrogation center altogether. Thereafter, whenever the Go Vap diocese produced a VCI suspect, they removed the prisoner from our sight. They solved the problem by taking it out of sight." Complicating matters, McWade said, was the fact that the Special Branch was playing us against the CIA. In other words, in order to meet Phoenix quotas, the Vietnamese Special Branch would arrest common criminals and present them as VCI, while behind the scenes they were extorting money from genuine VCI in exchange for not arresting them. And the CIA, McWade sighed, was stretched too thin to know. As for oversight from the Phoenix Directorate, McWade said it was negligible. They'd send down a computer printout. We got them sporadically. 50 names per page, 6 inches thick. But we couldn't use them because they lacked the diacritical marks which were necessary for proper identification. And that pretty much left McWade on his own to manage Phoenix operations in Go Vap. Vietnamese assigned to the Go Vap diocese included PRU, a regional and popular forces company, census grievance cotter, national police, and field policemen. McWade's counterpart was the ARVNS-2, a weak person I put too many demands on. The only time he moved was the time a ranger brigade came to Go Vap to conduct cordon and search operations with the police. When Saigon units, which were there to prevent coups, came out to our area, things happened. Then it was a genuine Phoenix operation. Otherwise, said McWade, we ran every conceivable type of operation, From night ambushes in the rural areas north of Govap, to Rambo-style counterintelligence operations in the city, the kind where you personally had to react. McQuaid went on village sweeps with the local Regional and Popular Forces Company, checking hundreds of IDs with the police. Based on tips gotten from informers, he would also surveil and target houses in Govap where VCI suspects lived, contact points where VCI met, and places where Camoliazon cotters crossed the river. He took photographs, submitted reports, and fed the computer in Saigon. We were going out every other day, sometimes every day, he recalled. I worked 18 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week. And yet, he was never really in control. I had no operational control over any units, and I had to rely 100% on my counterpart, he said. So every operation had to be simple, primarily because of language. I was at the mercy of an interpreter with a 500-word vocabulary, McQuaid sighed. It was like being deaf and dumb. And I just assumed every operation was compromised, at a minimum because my interpreter was an undercover military security service agent. And even though he monitored agent nets, no one reported directly to me. It would have been impossible to try, if you can't speak the language. There was no such thing as a secure agent, and we didn't have walk-ins because the people couldn't trust the police. Making matters worse, there were at least a dozen intelligence agencies operating in the area, each with what it assumed were its own unilateral agents in the field. But because the various intelligence agencies refused to share their files with one another, they never realized that each agent, as McQuaid put it, was selling information to everybody. The picture is one of total chaos. Indeed, most of McQuaid's initial operations were conducted without his realizing it by his police counterparts against common criminals or dissidents. He recalled his first day on the job, which coincided with the beginning of the second Tet offensive. The first one in February came through Colon, McQuaid said. This one came through Govap. We were out with the Regional and Popular Forces Company, picking up anyone who looked like an ARVN draft dodger. Meanwhile, the Vietnamese police were shaking them down, although I didn't learn about it till much later. There were other surprises. In an area outside Govap, for example, over 30,000 refugees lived in a sprawling ghetto. McQuaid told me, they were mostly prostitutes working for organized crime, meaning the police. I thought we were investigating the VCI, but actually I was used by my police counterpart to raid the madams who hadn't paid him off. When he figured out what was really going on, McQuaid said, I developed what I called me Wade's rule, 15% for graft, 85% for the program. And this was a complete reversal of what was happening when I arrived. But Henry McQuaid did not become bitter, nor was he unable to cope with Vietnamese culture. Unlike many of his colleagues, he did not interpret Vietnamese customs as insidious schemes designed to deceive him. The Vietnamese had a different vocabulary and different goals. They were not interested in acquiring bodies, he said. They were interested in acquiring money and items on the black market. In other words, their motives were practical, geared toward surviving in the present, while it was generally only their American advisors who were obsessed with eliminating communists from the face of the earth. As a means of bringing Vietnamese and American procedures into closer sync, the Phoenix Directorate in July 1968 issued its first Standard Operating Procedures Manual. SOP 1 stressed the leadership role of the police and the need for paramilitary forces to support the police in the attack on the VCI. It subdivided intelligence and operations coordination centers into 3 areas. The Plans and Operations Center devised plans and organized available forces in operations against guerrilla units and individual VCI. The Situation Center maintained files, handled agent security and operations, produced reports, and set requirements. It had a military order of battle section under the Vietnamese Army Intelligence Officer, the S2, gathering intelligence on and targeting guerrilla units, and a political order of battle section under the Special Branch, targeting VCI. The message section communicated with the district or province chief, who exercised overall responsibility for any particular IOCC. In practice, SOP-1 had little effect. It didn't do any harm, Henry McQuaid observed, but it was issued only to Americans, and the Vietnamese continued to organize the IOCCs according to their own separate goals and missions. The double standard persisted, even after a translation was circulated. Ralph Johnson acknowledges this, noting that the GVN's instructions to its own people by making no reference to the role of U.S. Phoenix advisors in the IOCCs widened the gap between Americans and Vietnamese. At first only the CIA, which controlled the salaries, training, and support of critical elements in Phuong Hoang, was able to exert influence, by parceling out resources and funds. Otherwise, when Phoenix advisors received adequate funds through cords, they, too, were able and willing to use monetary leverage to drive home needed advice and guidance. And Accord's agreement with President Thieu gave Cords the right to call attention to officials who should be replaced. 6. In any event, Phoenix advisors found themselves caught in the middle of intrigues beyond their comprehension. Woefully unprepared, they stood between their Vietnamese army and police counterparts, their CIA and U.S. Army superiors, and the GVN and the sect or opposition political party in their area of operation. Everything was expected of them, but in reality, very little was possible. Shedding light on the problems of Phoenix advisors is Ed Brady, a slender Army officer who served his first tour in Vietnam in 1965 as an advisor to the 22nd Ranger Battalion in Pleiku. After that, Brady volunteered for another tour and was assigned as a regional and popular forces advisor in Da Lat, where he learned about the connection between politics and the black market in Vietnam. Both the VC and the ARVN tried to avoid military operations in Da Lat, Brady told me, adding that as part of the modus vivendi, it was a neutral city where you could have meetings and where financial transactions could take place, legal and illegal. It was a place where the VC could raise and wash and change money. It was sort of what Geneva was like in World War II. There were many businesses in the province, like woodcutting, rubber and tea plantations, and the NGOC MAM industry. All were sources of money for the VC and the GVN. 7. In Da Lat, Brady worked with CIA province officer Peter Scove, who introduced him to Ted Sarong, who at the time was handing over control of the field police to Pappy Greaves. I was learning a lot, Brady said. I learned Vietnamese from the officer I was working with, the words that dealt with money and corruption. Then Sarong asked me if I would be willing to go on loan to his team. They had a new kind of platoon, that they wanted to train in small unit tactics. More like guerrilla warfare than what the police did. And would I be willing to train this platoon because he didn't think that the Australian warrant officers he had there were the right people. Brady agreed and spent the next few months at the Field Police Center, training what turned out to be the first experimental PRU team in Nguyen Duc Province, recruited by the CIA to be the action arm of the province officer. The platoon had 4 squads, 2 composed of Nungs and 2 of Montagnards. They couldn't speak to each other. There were also squad leaders and a platoon commander, all of whom were South Vietnamese Special Forces officers, none of whom could speak Montagnard or Nung or English either. It was really the strangest thing you ever saw, Brady said. And I taught them small unit tactics. As was generally the case, Brady's association with the CIA spelled trouble for his military career. I had a lot of problems with my sector boss over these activities, he told me. He thought I should eat in the sector house with the rest of the team, not with the Aussies and CIA people. I also spent most of my off time with Vietnamese officers in their homes, in bars, doing the things they did. I rented a house on my own, lived off the economy, learned how you buy your jobs, and met a lot of general officers' mistresses who liked to come to Da Lat for the weather. The American colonel I worked for thought this was atrocious, and I got a 0 on my performance report. Having been suborned by the CIA, enticed by the Vietnamese, and excommunicated by the army, Brady, whose family was connected to a powerful U.S. senator and the 3 Corps commander, was reassigned to the Vietnamese Joint General Staff, in their command center. We were a division of the MACV Combat Operations Center. The main purpose of this group was to collect data on Vietnamese operations and feed it to the MACV so it could be reported to Washington. General Cao Van Veen was commander of the Joint Staff, Brady continued, and these guys were his operations staff. They traveled to every major Vietnamese battle to find out what happened. They placed no reliance on any official message, and I went on every one of those trips. I met all the key commanders. Plus which I was moving in Vietnamese social circles. Brady became friends with General Veen's executive officer and with the JGS operations chief, Major General Tran Tran Phong. And for some reason, he added, a number of the ranger officers and people I knew in Dalat had moved into key positions in Thio's administration. They had sort of been in exile when I met them. You didn't get assigned to a ranger outfit because you were in good graces with the administration. But later they showed up in Saigon. And I had a great bond with them. I'd been in combat and brothels with them. But they were now full colonels. And I met many of their bosses, who were generals in powerful positions. When Brady's tour at the JGS ended, the CIA station asked him to capitalize on his well-placed connections and report on what he learned about GVN plans and strategies. Brady agreed, and was assigned to the Phoenix Directorate as a cover for his espionage activities. Somebody called me up one day and said, "We're starting a new organization, and we'd like you to consider joining it." This was ICEX. So I went over there, and spent a couple hours talking to Evan Parker. He said, "We're interested in targeted operations against the civilian part of the Communist Party. The main force war doesn't address the real problem, the shadow government." And I was ready for that psychologically and emotionally. Everything I knew said, that's exactly right. ICEX was to work with the Special Branch, Brady continued, which set up a separate building in the National Police compound to be the Phuong Hoang Central Office. They detailed mostly Special Branch policemen to work there, but there were a few military officers and a few National Police officers to round out the staff. Their office was only 2 months old when I arrived. There were a couple of CIA advisors down there to be the people who worked with them. Joe Sarjano was the senior CIA guy down in the Phuong Hoang Central Office. And me and Bob Inman were down there from the Phoenix Operations Section. The Phoenix assignment put Brady in close contact with Dang Van Min, Duong Then Hu, and Lieutenant Colonel Loin Wen Tan. About his relationship with Tan, Brady said, "Since Colonel Tan was a military officer, we knew people in common, so there was an immediate rapport. Tan was very friendly, very easy to talk to. But he was not, from an American point of view, demanding. We would go out on inspection teams together, to operations centers, and he'd have a discussion with the chief. Meanwhile, his Vietnamese subordinate and I poured through the dossiers, looked at their procedures and what operations they had run recently. And a lot of it was a sham, a facade that they were meeting the letter of the law. So they had 100 dossiers. Big deal. 75 had nothing in them. 15 of the other 25 had a couple of newspaper clippings from the local newspaper about the VC district chief. But they had no real intelligence, no real targeted operations that they were setting up or running. And Tan would never crack down on them or lean on them in some way that was acceptable to us from the West. Now in Vietnamese he would make a few remarks to them, "You really ought to try to do better." And when he got back, he'd file a report that this place was not in very good shape. But he didn't say, "Damn it, I'm going to be back here in 3 weeks and you'd better have something going by then." That's why it's difficult to say if he was effective. Brady, who has deep affection for the Vietnamese, explained why their approach to Phoenix was at odds with the one pressed by Evan Parker. If you really want to get down to cases, no Vietnamese of any significance in the military or in the police didn't know who the truly high-level people were, the district chiefs and the province chiefs. Let me give you an example. Colonel Tan and Mr. Hu and I were eating in a market stall up near the border in 3 Corps. The place was a hotbed of VCI support for NVA units. There was lots of money flowing there, donated by French rubber plantation owners without much coercion. They didn't like the GVN. Anyway, this woman comes in. She's got 3 or 4 kids, the youngest is maybe 2, the oldest about 7. And Tan says to me, "You see this woman? We're there eating soup and drinking Vietnamese coffee. She's there feeding her kids at a nearby table in the market stall." I say, "Yeah." He says, "You know who she is? She's the province chief's wife." I looked around and said, "I don't see the province chief. You're telling me there's an honest province chief, and his wife doesn't own a jeep and go around collecting money all day?" "No, no," he says. "The VC province chief." So, being young and naive, I say, "Well, look at how many young kids she has. She either goes to see him, or he comes to see her. Or she's got a lover." He says, "Right. But they are his kids. They even look like him." So I say, "Well, he must come in to see her, then, or she goes to see him." I'm really excited. I say, "This is something we can really work with." He says, "You don't understand. You don't live the way we live. You don't have any family here. You're going to go home when this operation is over with. You don't think like you're going to live here forever. But I have a home and a family and kids that go to school. I have a wife that has to go to market. And you want me to go kill his wife? You want me to set a trap for him and kill him when he comes in to see his wife? If we do that, what are they going to do to our wives? How many wives were ever killed?" Brady asked rhetorically. "0, unless they happened to drive over a landmine, and then it was a random death. The VC didn't run targeted operations against them either. There were set rules that you played by. If you went out and conducted a military operation and you chased them down fair and square in the jungle and you had a fight, that was okay. If they ambushed you on the way back from a military operation, that was fair. But to conduct these clandestine police operations and really get at the heart of things, that was kind of immoral to them. That was not cricket. And the Vietnamese were very, very leery of upsetting that. Likewise, as Tran Van Truong notes in a Viet Cong memoir, Thio's chief of Psy War hid in his own house a sister-in-law who was the Viet Cong cadre in charge of the Hue People's Uprising Committee. Neither had any particular love for their enemies, but family loyalty they considered sacrosanct. 8. Atrocities happened, Brady said. Those things happened by individual province officers or people who worked for them and the PRUs. It happened in the US units. My lie happened. No matter what anybody says about it didn't happen, it did happen. I've watched people torch Montagnard villages for no real reason except they were frustrated by not being able to catch the VC. And the Montagnards must have known about the VC, which I believe they did. But we didn't have to burn their houses. When asked if Phoenix encouraged atrocities, Brady answered that it depended on whether or not the PRU and the PICs were defined as part of Phoenix. If you want to say that all the intelligence activities that were supposed to be coordinated by Phoenix are a part of Phoenix, then yes, Brady said. But if you want to say, did Phoenix go do these things, then my answer is no. Because Phoenix was too inactive, too incompetent, and too passive. Now, Phoenix should have been doing many more things directly, and if it had, then my belief is that Phoenix would have perpetrated some atrocities, because they would have been in the position these other people were in, where they were frustrated, they were angry, and they would have done some things. Furthermore, Brady added, you can make the case that Phoenix was helping to repress the loyal opposition political parties and prevented a neutral Vietnam from occurring. The Vietnamese said that, because the special branch guy who planned the operation to nullify their political operations was also running Phoenix operations. So it depends on how you want to interpret the data and how you want to say things were connected together. I'd say either of those interpretations are valid. I think the director of Phoenix never planned such things, Brady concluded in defense of Evan Parker and American policy in general. But he also said, yes, people assigned to Phoenix did such things. Chapter 17. Accelerated Pacification. The election of Richard Nixon in November 1968 signaled a shift in U.S. policy in Vietnam. Reflecting the desire of most Americans, in the wake of Tet, for an honorable withdrawal, the policy balanced negotiations with the bombing of North Vietnam. Called the Nixon Doctrine, the policy had as its premise that the United States has a moral obligation to support foreign governments fighting communist insurgents, on the condition that those governments supply their own cannon fodder. Shortly after taking office, Nixon instructed his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, to start negotiating with the North Vietnamese in Paris. On the assumptions that Tet had dealt the VCI a death blow and that the Thieu regime was firmly in control of the country, Nixon began planning for troop reductions. Following in the footsteps of the French, U.S. forces began a gradual retreat to coastal enclaves. An MACV, under General William Westmoreland's replacement, General Creighton Abrams, prepared to fight a sanctuary war based on CIA estimates that 40,000 NVA soldiers hunkered down in Cambodia constituted the major outside threat to the Thieu regime. The bombing of these potential invaders began in February 1969, with the consent of Cambodia's Prince Norodom Sihanouk, whose agents provided the Special Operations Group with information on the location of enemy forces, many of which were located in densely populated areas. Conducted in secret, the illegal raids into Cambodia were revealed in May 1969 and resulted in increased opposition to U.S. government conduct in Southeast Asia. The Nixon Doctrine as applied in Vietnam was called Vietnamization, and the man upon whom the mantle of Vietnamization fell was William Colby, godfather of the Covert Action Program that had set the stage for American intervention 10 years earlier. In November 1968 Colby was appointed Dipcords, replacing Democratic Party loyalist Robert Comer, whom President Johnson had named U.S. ambassador to Turkey. Colby reported to Henry Kissinger, who supported Colby's ambitious pacification program, geared to facilitate Vietnamization. Colby subdivided his pacification plan into three main categories, beginning with military security, which he called the first step in the pacification and development process. In other words, borrowed from Nelson Brickham, shielding the population from the communist main forces, a job which is the task of the Vietnamese regular forces. 1. Often generated by Phoenix intelligence, the resulting air raids, artillery barrages, and search and destroy operations were an integral part of pacification, insofar as they created defectors, prevented guerrillas from assembling in large concentrations, and, by creating refugees, separated the fish from the water. Part 2 of Colby's strategy was territorial security, the 1969 Manifestation of Revolutionary Development, in which the regional and popular forces thereafter called Territorial Security Forces were advised by U.S. Army mobile advisory teams under the auspices of CORDS. In combating VC guerrilla units and the VCI, Territorial Security Forces were assisted by the People's Self-Defense Forces. In a Defense Department report titled A Systems Analysis of the Vietnam War 1965-1972, Thomas Thayer says that as of 1968, the Revolutionary Development Program had significant problems in recruiting and retaining high-quality personnel. The RD cadre desertion rate was over 20%, higher than for any GVN military force, perhaps because they have a 30% better chance of being killed than the military forces. Thayer notes that in response, the RD ministry had directed its cadre to concentrate on building hamlet security and to defer, at least temporarily, the hamlet development projects which formerly constituted 6 of the team's 11 RD tasks too. Under these revised guidelines, providing intelligence to Phoenix replaced nation building as the RD program's top priority. Reflecting this change, the RD cadre program was incorporated within the CORDS Pacification Security Coordination Division in November 1968, at which point MACV officers and USAID employees moved in to manage the program, bringing about, according to Robert Peart and Jim Ward, a decline in performance and morale. In line with Lou Lapham's redirection of the station away from paramilitary operations back toward classic intelligence functions, the CIA's role in RD diminished, although it continued to skim off whatever strategic intelligence was produced. As Peart noted, the station was interested in going after region people, and would get involved at that point in RDC/O operations 3 to a lesser degree. The CIA's PRU program was also affected. The agency made a decision, John Wilbur said, to get their ass out of Vietnam as fast as they could, for all the reasons Kinloch Bull foretold. It was losing control, diluting its cadre, being misdirected. It had become the sponsoring agency for a hodgepodge thing, and Phoenix was going to be the mechanism by which it was going to withdraw its control and sponsorship, and transition it over to the military. And that meant that the PRU were no longer going to be the CIA's exclusive boys, which foretold a real human crisis in the units. For their élan and morale had been carefully nurtured, Wilbur explained. We protected them from the dilution of control, from the province chiefs and battalion commanders. We insulated them from being used for whatever multiple good and bad reasons other people wanted to use them for. We would pay them a little better, we would take care of their dependents, and we would provide them with the best military support there was. That, according to Wilbur, motivated them to go out and do the things they did. But, he added, they had incurred a lot of resentment by the Vietnamese to whom they had previously been untouchable. The leadership levels were marked men among many Vietnamese political forces. And as soon as the Vietnamese got control in the summer of 1968, everybody started messing with them. The PRU began to be used as bagmen. I was hurt in the last attack on Kinh though, Wilbur continued, and when I got back, my replacement had already arrived, and I spent most of the next 6 weeks introducing Chuck to the provinces, to all the hundreds of people he would have to deal with. At that point Wilbur went home, where he remained until May 1968, when the CIA asked him to return to Vietnam to help Bill Redl develop a national PRU unit which was targeted to recover American POWs in South Vietnam. It was the only thing that seemed worth fighting for, Wilbur said, so he accepted the job. He was transferred to a naval security group, assigned to MACV, given an office on the second floor of USAID-2, and went to work for Redl. We were going to set up a unit that would go around the provinces and try to collate whatever extant information there was, and in the event there was something that indicated was there, we would try to put an in-place person, or try to develop somebody to deal with an agent in place, and then gather the intelligence sufficiently to mount some sort of rescue operation. But the rescue program was scuttled, and Wilbur instead got the job of transferring management of the PRU to the Vietnamese. He was introduced to Special Forces Mayor Nguyen Van Lang, the first PRU national commander, and they began traveling around the country together. And it became very apparent when I showed up with a Vietnamese colonel, what was going to happen. It meant the military, and that meant that the leadership elements of the PRU were in jeopardy of maintaining allegiance. They weren't colonels and majors and captains. Wilbur sighed and said forlornly, the fact that there was no national overlay allowed the CIA to maintain autonomy over the PRU program longer than they would have otherwise. But by the summer of 1968 the official word had to go out that the PRU was becoming part of the Phoenix program. We're going to lose control. Get ready for the transition. It was the dissolution of American protection of the units that was mandated in our withdrawal, Wilbur explained, that corrupted the quality of control, which in turn allowed the PRU to be turned into a department store. And I became an agent of that. I was going to try to convince people to give up control of the PRU, after I had spent all this time arguing for its insulation and control and independence. To effect territorial security, Colby intended to get weapons into the hands of the Vietnamese villagers, so they could participate in their own defense and to provide funds to the elected village leaders to carry out local development programs. 5. The mechanism for this was Ralph Johnson's Village Chief program at Vung Tau, about which Professor Hui writes, after 1968, when Theo succeeded to restore security in the countryside, several province and district chiefs used fraud and threats to put their men in the village and hamlet councils. These men were often the children of rich people living in cities. They needed the title of elected representatives of the population to enjoy a temporary exemption from military service, and their parents were ready to pay a high price for their selection as village councillors. Thus, even the fiercely anti-communist groups became bitter and resentful against the 6. That brings us to part 3 of Colby's plan, internal security, otherwise known as Phoenix, the two-track CIA program to destroy the VCI and ensure the political stability of the Thieu regime by insulating him from the backlash of his repressive policies. As it was in the beginning, the pacification purpose of Phoenix was to weaken the link between the people and the VCI, while the political level Phoenix was designed to exploit that link. To implement his plan, Colby forged ahead with a 3-month start-up program dubbed the Accelerated Pacification Campaign. Begun in November 1968, APC was designed to bolster Kissinger's negotiating position in Paris by boosting the GVN presence in the hamlets, and was expected to show its effect by Tet. The goal was to add 1,200 hamlets to the 5,000 already classified under the Hamlet evaluation system as relatively secure. Afterward, APC was to be followed by an annual full-year pacification and development program. To facilitate this process, Colby created the Central Pacification and Development Council as his personal staff and private conduit to Tran Tien Kim, who replaced Tran Van Huang as Prime Minister in August 1969. Said Evan Parker about his patron William Colby, "The interesting thing was his relationship with Kim. They would travel around the countryside in the same plane, each sitting there with his briefcase and a stack of working papers, writing like mad, answering memoranda, writing memoranda, passing memorandum back and forth. There's your coordination on this stuff. One of them or both would use his authority to support what I was asking the Vietnamese to do." To assist him on the council, Colby hired Clayton McManaway as program manager, Tony Alito for his reports, Harry Buzz Johnson for territorial security, and Ev Baumgartner and Frank Scotton for political liaison. With his personal staff in tow, Colby spent 2 days each week canvassing the provinces, bringing pressure to bear on people in the field, and promoting the Accelerated Pacification Campaign. Phoenix advisor John Cook describes the Accelerated Pacification Campaign as an all-out nationwide effort to put as many hamlets under government control as soon as possible. The Viet Cong violently opposed this action, since its primary purpose was to eliminate them and their control. It involved large military operations coupled with psychological operations, resulting in increased emphasis on the pacification program. Insofar as the attack on the VCI strengthened Henry Kissinger's bargaining position, Cook writes, pressure was placed on the intelligence and operations coordinating centers to provide more valid information about the enemy's location. This required more of an effort from all of us, which meant an increase in the number of raids, ambushes and operations. 7. The hour of Phoenix was at hand. With American troops withdrawing and emphasis being shifted from military to political operations, the pressure began to mount on Phoenix advisors, who were expected to eliminate any vestiges of revolutionary activity in South Vietnam. Reasons why they failed to accomplish this goal are offered by Jeffrey Race in his book War Comes to Longan. Blaming over-centralization, Race observes that the district, where the DIOCCs were located, was the lowest operational level of Phoenix, one having no significance in terms of social or living patterns, and staffed by outsiders whose interests bore no necessary connection to the districts. By contrast, the revolutionary organization was the essence of simplicity, and intimately familiar with the local population and terrain. Race traces the lack of security at the village level to the GVN's disdain for the common people and its failure to develop a highly motivated and trained local apparatus. 8. Operational as well as organizational errors also factored into the equation. Forces under the Phoenix program, Race explains, operated in the manner of a conventional war combat organization independently of their environment, and so they did not have the enormous advantage enjoyed by the party apparatus of operating continuously in their home area through a personally responsive network of friends and relatives. This in turn severely handicapped their ability to locate intended targets and to recognize fortuitous ones. The program was also handicapped in developing a sympathetic environment by the use by the Saigon authorities of foreign troops and by the program's intended purpose of maintaining a distributive system perceived as unfavorable to their interests by much of the rural population. 9. Responding to the grievances of the rural population and taking steps to correct social injustices might have enabled the GVN to collect intelligence and contest the VCI in the villages. But acknowledging the nature of the conflict would have undermined the reason for fighting the war in the first place. And rather than do that, Race says, attention was turned to the use of such new devices as starlight scopes, ground surveillance radar, and remote listening devices, as well as the previously employed infrared and radio transmission detection devices. 10. In August 1968, concurrent with Robert Comer imposing, as a management tool, a nationwide quota of 1,800 VCI neutralizations per month, the science fiction aspect of Phoenix was enhanced with the advent of the Viet Cong Infrastructure Information System. VCI's climaxed a process begun in February 1966, when Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara established the Defense Department's Southeast Asia Programs Division. The process was carried forward in Saigon in January 1967, when the Combined Intelligence Staff fed the names of 3,000 VCI into the IBM 1401 computer at the Combined Intelligence Center's Political Order of Battle section. At that point the era of the computerized blacklist began. As the attack against the VCI exploded across South Vietnam in 1968, reports on the results poured into the Phoenix Directorate, inundating its analysts with reams of unreliable information on individual VCI and anti-VCI operations. In DIOCCs the data could be processed manually, but in Saigon it required machines. Hence, with input from the Defense Intelligence Agency, the FBI, and the CIA, all of which had an interest in analyzing the finished product, VCIS became the first of a series of computer programs designed to absolve the war effort of human error and war managers of individual responsibility. The cerebellum of Phoenix, VCIS compiled information gathered from all U.S. and Free World field units on VCI boundaries, locations, structures, strengths, personalities, and activities. The end product, a monthly summary report, was a statistical summary of Phoenix operational results by province, region, and the country as a whole, and showed the levels and methods of neutralizations at each echelon within the VC infrastructure. A monthly activity listing listed each neutralized VCI by name. In July 1970 the Vietnamese were invited to contribute to the program and started key punching at the National Police Interrogation Center. Until then the computerized blacklist was a unilateral American operation. In January 1969 VCIS was renamed the Phung Hoang Management Information System. The FMIS file included summary data on each recorded VCI in the following categories: name and aliases, whether or not he or she was at large, sex, birth date and place of birth, area of operations, party position, source of information, arrest date, how neutralized, term of sentence, where detained, release date, and other biographical and statistical information, including photographs and fingerprints, if available. All confirmed and suspected VCI members were recorded in this manner, enabling Phoenix analysts instantly to access and cross-reference data, then decide who was to be erased. All of this added up to hard times for NLF sympathizers, Theo opponents, and those unfortunate enough to be creditors or rivals of Phoenix agents. As a management tool, FMIS was used by Comer and Colby to measure and compare the performance of Phoenix officers, unless one believes those like Tom McCoy, who claims that Comer was a fraud who went to Vietnam not to do pacification but to prove that it was being done. 11 In that case the numbers game was computerized prestidigitation and Orwellian manipulation of statistics to shape public opinion. According to McCoy's scenario, FMIS was part of a larger hoax begun in January 1967, when Robert Comer introduced the Hamlet evaluation system, 18 factors subject to computer analysis for each of South Vietnam's 15,000 hamlets. These factors included data on VC military activity, GVN security capabilities, the strength of the VCI, revolutionary development activities, etc. The data were assembled by MACV district advisors, with the computer then putting the hamlets into one of three classes: A, secure; B, contested; or C, controlled by the VC. On the verge of Tet in December 1967, nearly half of South Vietnam's hamlets were rated A. 1 year later, more than half were rated A. As Public Safety Chief Frank Walton told me, we would get reports of provinces being 85% pacified and 90% pacified, and then, when it got to the point that they were near 100%, figures had to be revised downward. It was done with computers, and that's where I first heard the term GIGO for garbage in, garbage out. 12. The Hamlet evaluation system also included input on the known strengths of the 319 currently identified, upper-level VCI organizations at COSVN, region, province, and district levels. The HE's guesstimate of VCI strength in January 1969 was 75,500. Statistics on the VCI, definitions of the VCI, attitudes toward the VCI, all were subjective. Yet despite his own admission that we knew there was a VCI, but we could not be said to know very much about it, William Colby said about attacking it. Armed with technology that rendered due process obsolete, he set up standards and procedures by which to weed out the false from the correct information. To ensure that Phoenix operations were mounted on factual information, the general rule was established that 3 separate sources must have reported a suspect before he could be put on the rolls. Thus, the VCI was put into 3 classes of offenders: A, for leaders and party members; B, for holders of other responsible jobs; and C, for rank and file members and followers. And the decision was taken that those in the C category should be ignored, since Phoenix was directed against the VCI command and control structure and not the occasional adherent or supporter. 13. To complement these safety procedures, Phoenix advisors and their Vietnamese counterparts were issued, in July 1968, the Yellow Book, published by the CIA under cover of the Rand Corporation. Officially titled The Modus Operandi of Selected Political Cadre, the Yellow Book described the operational patterns and procedures of VCI cadre and suggested possible actions to exploit them. In November 1968 came SOP 2, telling how to manage a diocese, and in December 1968 appeared the Green Book, Current Breakdown of Executive and Significant VCI cadre. The Bible of Phoenix Advisors, the Green Book listed all VCI job titles, assigned each an A, B, or C rating, and prescribed the duration of detention suitable for each functionary. It told how the VCI routed messages, how they constructed and hid in tunnels, who was likely to know whom in the party organization, and other tips that would allow earnest Phoenix advisors to prioritize their targets, so they could go after the big fish recorded in the Black Book kept in the situation section of each diocese and piece. Other publications made available to Phoenix advisors included a bi-weekly newsletter that enabled advisors to share their favorite interrogation, operational, and briefing techniques, MACV's monthly summary of VCI activities, Combined Document Exploitation Center and Combined Intelligence Center readouts, the FMIS monthly report, and an eagerly awaited Phoenix end-of-year report. Perhaps the most far-reaching innovation of 1968 was the Phoenix Coordinators Orientation Course, which held its first classes at Vung Tau Seminary Camp in November 1968. The PCOC represented a final recognition that, as Doug Dillard remarked, MACV really had to account for it. 14. To state it simply, military careers were now hitched to the Phoenix Star. The advent of the PCOC dovetailed neatly with the fold arrow of the accelerated pacification campaign and the infusion into the Phoenix Directorate of a new generation of staff officers, who brought with them new ideas and were confronted with new concerns, most concerning public relations. On the CIA side, Robert E. Haynes replaced Joe Sargiano as executive director, and Sargiano and 2 State Department officers began writing a plan to put Fung Huang under the control of the National Police. On the military side, Colonel Robert E. Jones replaced William Greenwald as deputy director. In September, Army Security Agency officer Lieutenant Colonel Richard Bradish stepped in as the military liaison to Special Branch. Bradish provided direct assistance to the Fung Huang staff in Special Branch headquarters at the NPIC. He and the sergeant assisting him were the only military personnel who had desks there. We were very busy, Bradish told me, primarily advising the Special Branch in anti-infrastructure operations. 15 Bradish also advised Vietnamese inspectors visiting Fung Huang committees on how to bolster morale and improve record-keeping on VCI neutralizations. Bradish noted that Parker's military deputy, Colonel Jones, did not provide close supervision, a condition that was characteristic of the whole thing. I was compartmented, Bradish said about himself and the other military personnel on the staff. We were outsiders. When I was there, Special Branch was Fung Huang, meaning that the CIA still controlled Phoenix, with the military there as window dressing. Likewise, Bradish observed, the Vietnamese at the Fung Huang office were putting on a show. They were not acting like they were at war, but like it was a normal job. In his judgment, the North Vietnamese were more committed. The Central Fung Huang Permanent Committee as of November 1968 looked like this. Chairman, General Tran Tien Kim. Assistant Chairman, Colonel Li Trong Song. Fung Huang Plan, Lieutenant Colonel Loin Wen Tan. Planning Bureau, Mr. Duong Den Hu. Intelligence Operations, Mr. Ha Van Tien. Action Programs, Mr. Mai Viet Dike. Inspections Bureau, Mr. Nguyen Van Hong. Chiu Hoi Representative, Mr. Le Don Hung. Statistics Bureau, Military Security Service Captain Din Chien Mai. Also arriving at the Phoenix Directorate in September 1968, concurrent with its reorganization into separate branches for plans and training, was Lieutenant Colonel Walter Colin. Put in charge of training, Colin's job was to prepare incoming personnel at seminary camp at Vung Tau, 16, which in 1969 was still the private property of the CIA. Only Air America was authorized to fly in and out. Having worked with the agency at various stages in his career, including his first tour in Vietnam in 1965 with the Special Military Intelligence Advisory Team, Phoenix was a program that Walter Colin was well suited for. Assembled by CIA officer William Tidwell within MACV's Technical Intelligence Branch, SMIAT was a deep cover for sophisticated black operations against the VCI before Phoenix. The premise and charter of SMIAT, said Colin, laid the groundwork conceptually for Phoenix. When Colin arrived on the scene, CIA contract officers like Bob Slater and veteran Phoenix coordinators like Doug Dillard and Henry McWade were teaching classes at Vung Tau. Recalled Dillard, there was a compound and classrooms and different kinds of training facilities out on the grounds. Colonel B was there with his R.D. Cotter training school, although they kept them separate. And of course, I was involved only with American personnel. They had agency people who had been with ICEX as instructors. The U.S. Cotter down there were all agency people, later they began to get some Army personnel in. Phoenix personnel assigned to seminary camp shared their mess hall with PRU advisors. We had two elements, Walter Colin recalled. One was the Phoenix School, the other was PRU. Those were the only two there. The RDC training area was separate. But the people being assigned were neither fish nor fowl. Counterintelligence and intelligence people had no understanding of police or judicial procedures, and former policemen were not the solution either, he added, noting that they and people from other agencies sometimes had no intelligence training at all. What was needed was a new breed of cat, a person who understood collection, analysis, and response units like the National Police Field Force, and how all that jibed with gathering evidence and building a case. So, Colin continued, we made recommendations to Colby to get a new program underway in the States. Then I went back to brief the people at SACSA, CIA, Fort Holabird, and the Continental Army Command at Fort Lee as to what our needs were, not just immediately, but into the foreseeable future as well, always remembering that Phoenix was a coordinative function. As a result, the Military Intelligence Branch of the Army, on instructions from the Acting Chief of Staff for Intelligence, actively began identifying in the United States people to volunteer as Phoenix advisors, on the understanding that they would be able to choose their next assignment after Vietnam. This would eventually develop into what was called the Phoenix Career Program. Phoenix curriculum was soon introduced to the Foreign Service Institute, the Defense Intelligence School, the Army Intelligence School, the Institute for Military Assistance at Fort Bragg, the Civil Affairs School at Fort Gordon, the Army Intelligence School in Okinawa, and Joint U.S. Military Advisory Group in Thailand. Walter Colin then returned to Vung Tau, where he supervised the creation of the 10-day bi-monthly Phoenix Coordinators Orientation course. The staff was originally about a dozen people. Some were former DIAC advisors, and the CIA also supplied a number of guest lecturers. About his experience as a Phoenix facilitator, Henry McWade said, "I gave 2 classes. The first class was how the DIAC should be, as set forth in SOP 1 and SOP 2. In the second class I said, forget the first class, this is how it really is. Then I explained how they had to adjust to the Vietnamese, how they would get money for expenditures but no money for bodies, and how sometimes they would get money for agents." Colin and his deputy, Major Kelly Stewart, also provided advice and support to special branch training courses begun in Bien Hoa in December 1968, then expanded to the other corps. In this capacity Colin traveled with Ed Brady and Loin Wen Tan. By the end of 1969, Corps centers had trained 1,800 students, primarily in how to be case officers. Beginning in February 1969, American advisors to ARV and Ranger battalions, along with police advisors and Free World Military Assistance Forces, were also given Phoenix instruction. In addition to classes at Vung Tau, the CIA gave instruction to Phoenix advisors at the Vietnamese Central Intelligence School. John Cook attended one of the sessions. He writes, "There were 40 of us in the class, half American, half Vietnamese. The first day at the school was devoted to lectures by American experts in the insurgency business. Using a smooth, slick delivery, they reviewed all the popular theories concerning communist-oriented revolutions. Like so many machines programmed to perform at a higher level than necessary, they dealt with platitudes and theories far above our dirty little war. They spoke in impersonal tones about what had to be done and how we should do it, as if we were in the business of selling life insurance, with a bonus going to the man who sold the most policies. Those districts that were performing well with the quota system were praised, the poor performers were admonished. And it all fitted together nicely with all the charts and figures they offered as support of their ideas." Point 17. Like many of his colleagues, Cook resented the pretentious men in high position who gave him unattainable goals, then complained when he did not reach them. In particular, as a result of mounting criticism in the American press, Phoenix advisors were called to task for their failure to capture rather than kill VCI. The problem stemmed from the press's equating Phoenix with the PRU teams it employed. For example, in December 1967 the Minneapolis Tribune described the PRU as specially trained Vietnamese assassins who slip silently by night into sleeping hamlets to carry out their deadly function. The Tribune noted, "This aspect of ICEX has a tradition that goes back far beyond the Vietnam conflict, and its methods are those of hired killers everywhere." The hired killer label was to stick to Phoenix, with hapless DIAC advisors taking the heat for PRU advisors conducting their business with impunity. Writing for the Wall Street Journal on September 5, 1968, reporter Peter Ken described the VCI as the invisible foe, adding that the target is assassinated, sometimes brutally as an object lesson to others. In this way Phoenix developed a reputation as an assassination program. That is why it became imperative that the CIA disassociate itself from the program through public statements building a case for plausible denial. Such was the tack William Colby took at a press conference held for 30 news correspondents on December 28, 1968, in response to mounting public queries about Phoenix. In his opening statement Colby called Phoenix a Vietnamese program in which Americans were involved only as part of military operations. The MACV information officer assisting Colby added that no American units were allocated to Phoenix. Colby stressed that the goal was to capture, not to kill, VCI. Nothing was said about wanted dead or alive posters, the PRU, or the Army's combined reconnaissance and intelligence platoons, which Jeffrey Race calls far more effective than even the PRU at eliminating members of the VCI-18. When asked how advisors prevented people from using Phoenix as a cover for political assassination, Colby cited systematic record-keeping as the fail-safe mechanism, producing charts and graphs to show statistics backing his claims. He did not mention the massacre of KY's people on June 2, 1968, or Tran Van Don's claim that Phoenix helped Truong Dinh Dzu in the 1967 election, or the station's special unit, whose victims' names never appeared on Phoenix rolls. Colby made no reference to the CIA's having built the province interrogation centers and said that advisors were seldom present at interrogations. He then outlined American-conceived legal procedures for detaining suspects. The essence of Colby's dissembling was his definition of Phoenix as an organization rather than a concept. As stated in the previous chapter, when Ed Brady was asked if Phoenix generated atrocities, his answer was that it depended on whether or not the PRU and the PICs were defined as part of Phoenix. The reason for Colby's ignoring these two foundation stones of Phoenix was to conceal CIA involvement in the program, as well as to protect unilateral CIA penetrations, what Nelson Brickham called the most important program in terms of gathering intelligence on the enemy. What Jim Ward called the real sensitive, important operations 19 and, according to Colby, it worked. We were getting more and more accurate reports from inside VCI provincial committees and regional party headquarters from brave Vietnamese holding high ranks in such groups 20. Cords provided an umbrella, said John Van's deputy, Jack. But people, especially the CIA, were always back-channeling through their own agencies to undermine it. Comer insisted that CIA people would run Phoenix through regular channels. But on highly sensitive matters, like tracking high penetrations, it wasn't reported in cords. In a conversation with the author, Jack noted that the informal lines of command are more important than formal lines, that, as he put it, real power gravitates off the organizational charts. The way it gets organized isn't critical, it had to be done some way, and it can adapt. For example, in Hao Gia it was military, while in Gia Dinh it was special branch. It has to be flexible to account for his A and B hamlets as opposed to C and D hamlets. Military or police, depending on the environment. In any event, the CIA advised Special Branch had cognizance over Phoenix. 21 and Phoenix was a concept, not an organization. Lang's sister had married Tucker Gugelman when Gugelman was managing SOG operations in Da Nang in 1964. Chapter 18. Transitions. Saigon has been called a wicked city. It is said that the pungent smell of opium permeated its back alleys, that its casinos never closed, that its brothels occupied entire city blocks, and that a man could sell his soul for $100, then use the money to hire an assassin to kill his lover, his boss, his enemy. Anything was possible in Saigon. And given the massive infusion of American soldiers, dollars, and materiel that began in 1965, criminally minded individuals had the chance to make fortunes. This could be done in all the usual ways, by selling military supplies and equipment on the black market, by taking kickbacks for arranging service and construction contracts, and through extortion, gambling, prostitution, narcotics, and money changing. The dimensions of the black market were limitless and included corrupt officials, spies seeking untraceable funds and contact with the enemy, and mafiosi in league with military officers and businessmen out to make a fast buck. By late 1968, with the psychological defeat brought about by Tet, the crime wave was cresting, and the transition from a quest for military victory to making a profit had begun in earnest. As one CIA officer recalled, when the so-called Vietnamization of the war began, everyone knew that even though the company would still be running cords, it was the beginning of the end. The contract employees began getting laid off, especially those running operations in Laos. The others, mostly ex-army types, knew their turn was coming, so they began trying to make as much money as they could. Air America pilots doubled the amount of opium they carried. The Americans in cords, with the help of the PRU, began shaking down the Vietnamese, arresting them if they didn't pay protection money, even taking bribes to free suspects they'd already arrested. Everyone went crazy for a buck. Here you have a very corrupt environment, a culture that tolerates corruption, Ed Brady observed, and now you're going to run covert operations. 1. Considering that the special branch which had cognizance over Phoenix was responsible for investigating corruption, it was inevitable that some Phoenix coordinators would abuse the system. Much of that abuse occurred in Saigon under the nose of John O'Keefe, the CIA officer in charge of the Capital Military District. Described by Nelson Brickham as a very capable officer too and a raconteur who spoke excellent Parisian French, O'Keefe was a veteran case officer with years of experience in Europe. In Vietnam he had served as the officer in charge of Chau Doc Province and Hue before being transferred to Saigon in September 1968. Headquartered on the second floor of the three-story building behind City Hall on Nguyen Hue Boulevard, O'Keefe on paper reported to Hatcher James, the senior USAID advisor to Saigon Mayor Du Kinh Ngo, whose deputy really ran things. Tall, with sandy hair and a fondness for drinking scotch with the CIA's notorious finance officer, alias General Monopoly, at the Cosmos, O'Keefe supervised Special Branch and Phoenix operations in Saigon beginning in September 1968. Also arriving in Saigon in September 1968 was Captain Shelby Roberts. In 1965 Roberts had been a warrant officer flying photo reconnaissance missions for MACV's Target Research and Analysis Division, locating targets for B-52 strikes. Another creation of Bill Tidwell's, TRAC was used by General McChristian as the nucleus for the Combined Intelligence Center. In 1966 Roberts was commissioned an officer and, after completing the military advisor training program at Fort Bragg, returned to Vietnam and was assigned as Phoenix coordinator to Saigon's high-rent neighborhood, Precinct 1. Snuggled on the east side of Saigon, far from the squalor of Colon and Tan Son and Hut's sprawling shanty towns, Precinct 1 had been the private domain of the French colonialists. By 1969 many of those rambling villas were occupied by Americans, including John O'Keefe, Hatcher James, and William Colby, who lived on Tri Lean Hong Tap Thursday Street. Abutting Precinct 1 on the east was Gia Dinh Province, fiefdom of Major James K. Dameron, whom Roberts described in an interview with the author as the agency's man in Gia Dinh and a warlord who went overboard and built a tremendous building. But he played from a position of power, Roberts said. He demanded total loyalty from his people, and the Vietnamese respected that and were terribly loyal to him. Majors James Dameron and Danny Pierce, who served as deputy coordinator of the Capital Phuong Hoan Committee, were business partners. 3. Roberts described Danny Pierce as an operator who abused the system. An officer in the Mormon Church, Pierce was linked to the black market supply and service industry through a secret ring knock identification system. Pierce was allegedly fired for possession of a stolen Jeep traced to the SOG motor pool located at 10 Hoang Hoa Tam Street, where the Army Counterintelligence Corps had originally set up shop in Vietnam in 1962. In early 1969 Captain Roberts replaced Major Danny Pierce as the Capital Phuong Hoan Committee Deputy Coordinator. Thereafter once a month Roberts visited the Gia Dinh Province Embassy House to exchange information with Warlord Dameron, until Dameron himself was reassigned by William Colby in early 1969 to an administrative post in the 4 Corps Phoenix program. Unlike his freewheeling predecessor, who had fallen under the influence of the CIA, Shelby Roberts was not a member of the Phoenix Directorate. In an effort to achieve greater control over the program, MACV had Roberts report to John O'Keefe on operational matters, while reporting administratively to the chief of MACV's Saigon Capital Advisory Group. As a result, Roberts was not as closely involved in CIA operations in Saigon as Pierce had been. But he was collocated with O'Keefe, and he did have insights into the CIA side of Phoenix operations in Saigon. My office was behind City Hall, on the floor below O'Keefe's office, Roberts recalled. We had about 20 Vietnamese employees, 8 in the translation section, the rest doing clerical work. The officer representing the Phoenix Directorate in Saigon was Lieutenant Colonel William Singleton, whom Roberts described as working on the operations side, in covert activities. He had safe houses and a plantation house with a small staff. A tall man from Tennessee, Singleton was particularly interested in colon. The special branch officer running Phoenix operations in Saigon was Captain Pham Quat Ten, a former ARVN intelligence and Psy-War officer featured in a January 12, 1968, Life magazine article. According to Roberts, Phoenix in the Capital Military District was entirely a CIA operation run out of Special Branch headquarters. We fed nothing to the Phoenix Directorate, Roberts said. The reports all went back to the Combined Intelligence Center, or I would give a briefing to O'Keefe, and he'd go to the embassy, to the 6th floor where analysts in the station's special unit sifted through names and chose candidates for penetration. Anti-infrastructure operations in Saigon were difficult at best. The city had 10 precincts, with those outside downtown Saigon resembling the suburbs in Go Vap district, as described by Henry McWade. Security in outlying precincts was maintained not by the Metropolitan Police but by the paramilitary order police patrolling in armored cars, American infantry brigades, and ranger battalions. There was a strict curfew, and in the aftermath of Tet new interrogation centers were built in all of Saigon's precincts. In Precinct 1 a large interrogation center was built by Pacific architects and engineers directly behind the U.S. Embassy. In other precincts interrogation centers were constructed under existing roofs. In either case Roberts tended to avoid them. I was reluctant to get involved because the special branch tried to use me during interrogations. They'd say, if you think we're bad, he'll cook you and eat you. So I didn't care to participate. Each precinct had wards called Phung, which were further subdivided into Kung, a group of families, usually 10, which the special branch monitored through family books maintained by the Metropolitan Police. The finished product of the family census program, family books contained biographical information and a photograph of every family member. One of the Kung families was responsible for keeping track of visitors to the other families, and on the basis of these family books, the special branch compiled blacklists of suspected VCI members. In discussing the tactics of the special branch, Shelby Roberts said, they ran all their operations at night. They'd turn the floodlights on, tear down entire neighborhoods, and arrest entire families. They were mainly interested in shakedowns. The send your daughter to my office type harassment. And making money on the side. Everyone, Roberts added, was in the black market. There were other intrigues. We chased Camoliason people, Roberts explained, and if we caught them, the police would get reward money and money for their captured weapons. This led to the same weapons being turned in over and over again. Over $500,000 were paid for, but there were less than $250,000 at the armory. Meanwhile, the special branch hid information from us so it wouldn't go up to O'Keefe and the CIA. It was common knowledge that if you gave good information to Phoenix, you wouldn't get the reward money. And that, according to Roberts, was the death of the program. Despite its heavy-handed methods, the special branch was considered a white-collar job, Roberts explained, whereas the Saigon Metropolitan Police were looked down upon. So out of spite the Metropolitan Police turned from law enforcement to graft. Precinct chiefs sold licenses for every conceivable enterprise, from market stalls to restaurants and hotels, and managed prostitution, gambling, and narcotics rackets. The police were paid off by the crooks and the Viet Cong alike. As a result, according to Roberts, they got no respect. They were so corrupt they tried to corrupt the Phoenix coordinators. Making matters worse, Roberts said, was the fact that when information on suspected VCI members was forthcoming, Phoenix coordinators reflecting the CIA's desire to have total control over sources that might generate strategic intelligence were told to ignore it. This prohibition and the frustration it caused, plus the fact that the police tried to bribe the precinct coordinators, resulted in more than 20 Phoenix advisors passing through Saigon's 10 precincts in 1969. Most lasted only a few weeks, although those who were suborned by the CIA held their jobs for years. For example, Captain Keith Lang, who replaced Roberts in Precinct 1, was pulling off national-level operations for 2.5 years. On the other hand, Roberts put Captain Daniel Moynihan in Precinct 2, so I could watch him, because he had trouble with finance. Indeed, money was the answer to, and cause of, all problems in Saigon. Insofar as aid withdrew its public safety advisors from Saigon after Tet, Roberts said, "We, the Phoenix coordinators, were the only Americans in the precincts. Some guys were so busy they slept in their offices." And because the CIA was no longer dispersing funds through aid, Phoenix coordinators by default became the conduit of monetary aid to the National Police and the Special Branch. "So the police chiefs really liked us a lot," Roberts added. Phoenix coordinators also became the conduit for aid funds ostensibly destined for community development, refugee, and health programs. In reality, the money bought information and influence. Roberts recalled one housing project in an area of Colon that had been leveled during Tet. The cost was $150,000. Roberts got the money from CIA Finance Officer General Monopoly at the Embassy Annex. Short, pot-bellied, and in his 60s, General Monopoly sat in the same seat every night at the Cosmos. He was there at 3 o'clock every day drinking scotches with Dameron, Singleton, and O'Keefe. As the pursuit of money began to rival the pursuit of intelligence, a new twist was added to the game, as the competition for intelligence sources was called. Especially in Precinct 5, Roberts said, "We'd get U.S. deserters working with the VCI through the black market. They were dealing arms and supplies from the PX. We knew of 5 deserters in Colon. Each one was operating with several IDs. The MPs and SID ran a number of operations to get one guy in particular. He would sneak past guards, masquerading as an enlisted man. And he was actually detained several times. But because he had phony ID, he was always released. There may be another reason why this traitor was never caught. It has to do with the CIA's practice of nurturing deviant communities as a source of assassins." John Barry quotes one such contractor in his book Those Gallant Men on Trial in Vietnam. "Well, I walk behind the screen and I don't see this guy's face, but he give me 5,000 piasters and a picture and an address, and I go kill the dude and then go get my other 5,0004. With Vietnamization, Phoenix came under closer scrutiny. The repercussions were evident everywhere. Toward the end of 1968, Henry McWade recalled, "Major Dameron got into a power play for Intelligence Resources 5 and Dameron's bosses reached the conclusion that he was all smoke and mirrors. Dameron was losing control," McWade explained. "So he put the blame on us, the DIOC advisors, to gain time and space for himself. We were sacrificed." A few days later McWade and a group of scapegoats were transferred out of Gia Dinh to other provinces. McWade landed in Hau Gia in 3 Corps as deputy to the province Phoenix coordinator, Captain Daniel L. Smith. Back in Gia Dinh, Dameron and his loyalists were hunkering down. But Colby was intent on cleaning house, and Dameron was transferred out of Gia Dinh. Doug Dillard recalled the scandal precipitated by Dameron's infamous excesses. "I'll never forget Colby's admonition to us on one of his visits down in the Delta. Up in 3 Corps there was an agency guy who had built a magnificent building with a helicopter landing pad on the roof. And Colby said, 'There ain't gonna be any more monuments built in Vietnam. I'm glad to see you guys have a conservative program for just getting the job done.'" 6. Ironically, the new Gia Dinh province officer in charge proved more troublesome for Colby than Dameron. For whereas Dameron was guilty of mere greed, the new province officer was prey to a far more dangerous master, his conscience. A veteran CIA paramilitary officer, Ralph McGehee had already spent 15 years fighting the Holy War in a number of Asian countries when he arrived in Vietnam in October 1968. His biggest success had been in Thailand, where he had developed survey teams for rooting out the communist infrastructure. McGehee's survey teams consisted of police, military, and security officials who entered Thai border towns to interrogate anyone over 10 years old about communist efforts to organize secret political cells. However, in a cruel twist of fate which engendered his crisis of faith and his fall from grace, McGehee naively relayed information uncovered by his survey teams indicating that the communist insurgency had overwhelming popular support. Although accurate in their assessment of the situation, his reports defied policy and were summarily dismissed by his bosses in Washington. Feeling rejected, McGehee arrived in Saigon teetering on the brink of heresy. What he saw of Phoenix pushed him over the edge. As the CIA's Guyana Dinh province officer in charge, McGehee reported to the CIA's 3-Corps ROIC. As the Guyana Dinh province Phoenix coordinator, he reported to the Corps province senior advisor. In his book Deadly Deceits, he writes that the primary Corps program was the Phoenix operation and that CIA money was the catalyst. But McGehee's problem with Phoenix had nothing to do with the attack on the infrastructure. In an interview for this book, he said the PRU program was admirable. McGehee's gripe was that the agency was not allowed to report the truth. Writes McGehee, the assignment to Guyana Dinh gave me the opportunity to see how the agency's intelligence program worked, or more accurately how it did not work at that level. 1 or 2 sentence intelligence reports poured in, were translated, and were filed or thrown away. A typical report, one of hundreds like it received each week, said, 2 armed VC were seen moving south of the village of, this morning. A massive agency/Corps/Phoenix file system processed this daily flow of nonsense. Collation and analysis never applied. I wondered how this intelligence effort could possibly give our leaders and generals anything even approaching an accurate picture of what was going on. Point 9. Our policy, McGehee deduced, was based on intelligence reports of the numbers of communists in Vietnam that had nothing to do with reality. Either they were the result of unbelievable incompetence or they were deliberate lies created to dupe the American people. 10. McGehee settled on the second explanation, a belief he shares with Sam Adams, the controversial CIA analyst who quit the agency in 1973 in protest over what he claimed was the sloppy and often dishonest way U.S. intelligence conducted research on the struggle in Indochina. 11. A member of George Carver's SAVA staff, Adams wrote the CIA's handbook on the VCI and for 5 years taught a class on the VCI to CIA case officers bound for Vietnam. After quitting the agency, Adams claimed that the CIA had falsified statistics, and in 1982 in a CBS documentary called The Uncounted Enemy, a Vietnam deception, he accused General William Westmoreland of a deliberate cover-up. Humiliated, Westmoreland filed his famous $120 million libel suit against CBS. The origins of the Vietnam deception date back to January 11, 1967, when SAVA Director Carver wrote a memo, introduced as evidence at the Westmoreland trial, indicating that the number of confirmed Viet Cong, put at over 250,000 by MACV, was far too low and should be raised, perhaps doubled. Despite indications presented by General McChristian substantiating the CIA estimate, MACV rejected it and instead, by excluding Viet Cong self-defense forces from its order of battle, contrived a lower number. CIA analysts persisted in arguing for an estimate approaching 500,000, and a stalemate ensued until August 30, 1967, when Director of Central Intelligence Richard Helms, describing the issue as charged with political and public relations overtones, 12 arranged for Carver to lead a delegation of senior intelligence officers to Saigon to negotiate an agreement on the exact size of NVA and VC forces. 2 days after arriving in Saigon and meeting with McChristian's replacement, General Davidson, Carver notified Helms that MACV was stonewalling and that circumstantial indicators point to inescapable conclusion that Westmoreland has given instructions tantamount to direct order that strength total will not exceed 300,000 ceiling. Rationale seems to be that higher figure would not be sufficiently optimistic and would generate unacceptable level of criticism from the press. 13. Although the CIA knew that the estimated 120,000 VC self-defense forces were the integral element of the insurgency, Carver, after being shown evidence that I hadn't heard before, cut a deal on September 13. He sent a cable to Helms saying, "Circle now squared, we have agreed set of figures." Westmoreland endorsed 14 in November. National Security Advisor Walt Rostow showed President Johnson a chart indicating that enemy strength had dropped from 285,000 in late 1966 to 242,000 in late 1967. President Johnson got the success he wanted to show, and Vietnam got Tet. Sam Adams's claim that the agency had misinformed policymakers of the strength of the enemy was backed at the CBS libel trial by Carver's deputy, George W. Allen, who claimed that Westmoreland was ultimately responsible for this prostitution and that the CIA, by going along with it, had sacrificed its integrity on the altar of public relations and political expediency. Allen added that the end result of the deception was that Washington was left essentially with an inadequate understanding of what we were up against in Vietnam. According to Allen, the self-defense forces were not old women and children but hardened guerrillas who were responsible for 40% of all U.S. combat casualties in Vietnam. As a result of Adams's claims, a congressional inquiry was conducted in 1975. The investigating committee, chaired by Otis Pike, concluded that juggling of numbers created false perceptions of the enemy U.S. forces faced, and prevented measurement of changes over time. Second, pressure from policy-making officials to produce positive intelligence indicators reinforced erroneous assessments of Allied progress and enemy capabilities. 15. Sam Adams has said that the reason did not work was that its needs, although recognized in theory, were never fulfilled in practice. The divorce between hope and reality became so wide that the program degenerated into a game of statistics, in which numbers were paramount, and the object of the exercise, the crippling of the Communist Party, was never even approached. 16. Likewise, Ralph McGehee found the CIA squaring statistical facts with ideological preconceptions in Vietnam, just as it had in Thailand. The station's intelligence briefings on the situation in South Vietnam confirmed all my fears, he writes. The briefers talked only about the numbers of armed Viet Cong, the slowly increasing North Vietnamese Regular Army, and the occasional member of the communist infrastructure. They made no mention of the mass-based Farmers' Liberation Association, or the Communist Youth Organization, all of which in some areas certainly included entire populations. 17. The reason for this deception, McGehee contends, was that U.S. policymakers had to sell the idea that the war in the South was being fought by a small minority of communists opposed to the majority-supported democratic government of Nguyen Van Thieu. The situation, however, was the opposite. The U.S. was supporting Thieu's tiny oligarchy against a population largely organized, committed, and dedicated to a communist victory. 18. McGehee blames the American defeat in Vietnam on policy being decided from the top in advance, then intelligence being selected or created to support it afterwards. In particular, he singles out William Colby as the principal apostle of the big lie. A veteran of the Far East Division, McGehee at one point served as Colby's acolyte at Langley headquarters and bases his accusations on first-hand observations of Colby in action, of watching Colby deliver briefings which were a complete hoax contrived to deceive Congress. 19 writes McGehee of Colby, I have watched him when I knew he was lying, and not the least flicker of emotion ever crosses his face. But what made Colby even more dangerous, in McGehee's opinion, was his manipulation of language. Colby emphasized the importance of selecting just the right words and charts to convey the desired impression to Congress. He regarded word usage as an art form, and he was a master at it. 20. Years later they met again in Gia Dinh province, at which point McGehee describes Colby as a harried, self-important, distracted bureaucrat who began calling for statistics. How many VC killed this month? How many captured? How many firefights? Each unit chief answered. Colby checked the replies against the figures in his books, and questioned each chief about discrepancies or outstanding figures. All this was a waste of time, McGehee contends. Here the US was trying to fight an enemy it only slightly acknowledged. Why? What had happened to all the idealism, all the rules of getting and reporting intelligence? Why did the agency blind itself while pretending to look for intelligence? Why did we insist on killing people instead of talking to them? How long would this insanity go on? 21. In his defense, Colby said to me, "We were getting all the statistics, and if you could get them on the computer, you could play them back and forth a little better, and see things you couldn't see otherwise. It was really quite interesting. I never really believed the numbers as absolute, but they helped you think about the problems. We would use it for control of how local people were doing," he explained, how if one province reported they had captured a lot of category CS, but no As, and another province said it captured 15 category As, first you'd check if there were any truth to the second story, and if it is true, you know the second province is doing better than the first one. You don't believe the numbers offhand, you use them as a basis for questions. 22. Numbers as a basis for questions were a management tool, but they were also a way of manipulating facts. And William Colby is a scion of the gray area in between. In his autobiography, Honorable Men, Colby explains how his father converted to Catholicism, and how Colby himself, when he entered Princeton, was excluded from the in crowd as a result. An articulate man trained as a lawyer and spy, but with only one foot in the door, Colby embraced the art of the possible and cultivated his gray man mentality to achieve success in the CIA bureaucracy, as well as to dissolve the lines between right and wrong, enabling him to give Phoenix a clean bill of health. "I have no qualms about accepting responsibility for it," he writes. 23. So it was in Vietnam, that just as criticism of Phoenix was building within the program, the press began turning its attention toward the subject. The calamity called Tet had subsided, the elections were over, and the Paris peace talks were about to start. The communist shadow government was emerging into the light of day, and U.S. efforts to deal with it became the pressing concern. Glimpses of Phoenix began appearing in print. On June 29, 1968, in his Letter from Saigon column in The New Yorker, Robert Chapelain identified the program by its Vietnamese name, Phung Hoang, calling it the all-seeing bird. Chapelain rehashes the thrust of the program, citing statistics and quoting Robert Comer as saying some 5,000 arrests have been made of alleged members of the command structure. According to Chapelain, the program's major weakness was a tendency on the part of the Vietnamese to build up a massive dossier on a suspect until he gets wind of what is happening and disappears. Chapelain notes that district and village chiefs are sometimes loath to furnish or act on intelligence on the grounds that the war may soon be over. Indeed, the possibility of a negotiated settlement raised the specter of those in the VCI the people Phoenix was arresting and killing gaining legal status. And that scenario sent chills running up and down every war manager's spine. But the transition from supporter to critic of American conduct of the war did not come easily to reporters used to acting as cheerleaders. Reasons for withdrawing support had yet to be uncovered. However, sensing momentum in that direction, the information managers began to search for scapegoats. And who better to blame than the Vietnamese themselves? GVN shortcomings, which were previously swept under the carpet, were suddenly being aired. Suddenly the Vietnamese were corrupt and incompetent, and that, not any fault on the part of the Americans, explained why the insurgency was growing. Moreover, war crimes in 1968 still went unreported. The VC were faceless, an abstract statistic whose scope was negotiated by the CIA and MACV. Wall Street Journal reporter Peter Kahn, in a September 1968 article on Phoenix, called the VCI the invisible foe. For Kahn, they were an insidious underground enemy who could only be eliminated at night in their homes. Kahn employed similar imagery in March 1969 in an article titled The Hidden War, elite Phoenix forces hunt Viet Cong chiefs in isolated villages. Here Phoenix is characterized as a systematic, sophisticated application of force. The PRU and their U.S. advisors are elite, while far from having any popular support, the VCI members are outcasts in isolated villages, far removed from cities and civilization. On January 6, 1969, the New York Times reporter Drummond Ayers gave Phoenix a favorable review, saying that more than 15,000 of the 80,000 VC political agents thought to be in South Vietnam are said to have been captured or killed. He also expresses the belief that the general course of the war now appears to favor the government and predicts that Phoenix would achieve much greater success as the center's files grow. Despite the good reviews, the surfacing of Phoenix in the press sent the publicity-shy CIA running for cover. Under National Security Council Directive 10-halves, the CIA is authorized to undertake secret political and paramilitary operations. As Ralph Johnson writes, CIA was empowered to develop and test programs through its covered assets. If these programs were successful, and if approved, and if they supported U.S. policy objectives, then they would be turned over to appropriate overt U.S. agencies. And so, in December 1968, the newly arrived CIA station chief informed Dipcord's William Colby that the agency had fulfilled its function, was now functional, and CIA proposed to withdraw all its management and overall responsibility. 24. Making this pivotal decision was Ted Shackley. A veteran CIA officer with experience in Germany and in Miami running operations against Cuba, Shackley had just completed a 2-year tour as station chief in Vientiane, Laos, where he had acquired a detailed understanding of the situation in South Vietnam, primarily through meetings in third countries with John Hart and Lou Lapham, at which regional issues were discussed, strategy was coordinated, and briefings of deep cover agents were held. The big item, according to Lapham, was the NVA coming down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. 25. Tall, thin, and pale, Shackley, in an interview conducted in his Arlington office, concurred. It was the same war in the Laotian Panhandle, he said, although Laos, in addition, had the basic political problem of coalition. 26. No stranger to the types of programs the CIA was running in South Vietnam, Shackley reviewed them all upon arriving in Saigon in November. It became clear to me then, he told me, that the pacification programs had come of age, that the agency contribution was no longer required. So my original proposal was to see about getting others to manage these programs, to free up CIA resources to improve the quality of the intelligence product, to penetrate the Viet Cong, and the NVA supporting them, and to concentrate more against the North and the VC and the NVA in Cambodia. So negotiations were undertaken, Shackley continued, and an agreement was reached to phase out the CIA. Pacification programs were to go to the GVN, and CORDS was to provide the transition. We took a mission approach. Each program was approached specifically, including Phoenix, and a certain level of top management was provided for coordination. Static census grievance was taken apart, some functions went to revolutionary development, some to the Hamlet evaluation system, and some were dropped. By 1969, static census grievance was out of business. RD and territorial security were merged, and Phil Potter and Rod Landreth saw that the GVN took over the PRU program. And Phoenix, too, was discarded. On December 14, 1968, MACV notified Dipcord's William Colby of its intention to assume responsibility for intelligence matters as they pertain to the VC infrastructure. 27. By June 1969, the transfer of Phoenix from CIA to MACV J2 was complete. In early December, Evan Parker recalled, I became the author of memos back and forth from Colby to Shackley putting myself out of business. Parker, however, was not pleased with the reorganization, his main objection being that the military staff officers were not ready to take over. 28. This was a difficult assignment for the military, Shackley concurred, because there had to be liaison with the special branch. You had to have a manager to coordinate intelligence problems. For instance, leads came out of the PICs and had to be coordinated with the highest levels of CIA. To facilitate the process, Colby incorporated the Phoenix program as a division within CORDS, but with a senior CIA staff officer as director, functioning as the American counterpart to the Secretary General of the Central Fung Huang Permanent Office. In this way the CIA could, when necessary, direct Phoenix advisors and exercise jurisdiction over prisoners and penetration agents spun out of the program. Chairmanship of Phoenix committees at region and province became the responsibility, respectively, of the Corps of Cords and the province senior advisor. CIA region and province officers became deputy chairman and ostensibly supported their new military managers with CIA intelligence. 29. The idea, according to Shackley, was that Evan Parker, and 3 or 4 others, would slowly peel back people as the military marched in. Thereafter the role of the Phoenix director was to meet once or twice a week with the to iron out problems. Was there a province chief not willing to cooperate with the PIC? Was he funneling people to the military security service, rather than to the special branch? Maybe there was overcrowding in a PIC that province or region couldn't resolve. What to do? Well, the Phoenix director would go to the Secretary General and cite specific cases. There might be a knowledgeable source in a PIC who needed to be brought to Saigon. Were the line managers looking at the dossiers? Yes or no? Despite the fact that the Phoenix director, a senior CIA staff officer, had cognizance over the PIC program, Phoenix, insisted Shackley, had nothing to do with intelligence operations. It was completely separate from special branch trying to penetrate the Viet Cong. Any guy who could be used as a penetration agent was spun out of Phoenix. That was the job in 1969 of Special Unit Analysts under the management of CIA officer George Wise. In this way, Phoenix evolved into a massive screening operation, with its parent organization, the Special Branch, having, in the words of Ralph Johnson, the intelligence coordination mission of keying important VCI political leaders and activists so as not to clog up the system with volumes of low-level VCI cadre or front members. 30. And so, in June 1969, the CIA receded into the dark corners of CORDS. Evan Parker, having brought the Phoenix program to fruition, was appointed Deputy Chief of the CIA's Special Operations Division and was replaced as Phoenix Director by veteran CIA officer John Mason. Described by Shackley as a highly decorated World War II Army colonel who served with the agency mostly in Europe, Mason was a personal friend of General Creighton Abrams. He followed Abrams's tanks through Europe with an infantry battalion, said Jim Ward, who, as the CIA's Vietnam desk officer in 1969, asked Mason to take the job. At first he refused, but eventually Mason succumbed to Ward's supplications to his eternal regret. Mason caught all the Phoenix flack. Ward sighed. The last time I spoke with him, the only thing he said to me was "you bastard." Drugs were also smuggled on CIA/SOG black flights, which were exempt from customs checks. Likewise, SOG personnel carried military assistance advisor get-out-of-jail-free cards, exempting them from search and seizure by their adversaries in the Military Police and Criminal Investigation Division. Chapter 19. SIOPS. The fabric of South Vietnamese society, always loosely knit, began to unravel in 1969. As prospects for a clear-cut military victory for either side slipped away, psychological operations became the weapon of choice in what was an increasingly political war. Both sides played the Psy-war game. Its only rule: post your own score. The insurgents scored the first points in June 1969, when they formed the Provisional Revolutionary Government to represent them in South Vietnam and at the negotiating table in Paris. The PRG was immediately recognized by 13 Communist bloc and 10 non-aligned nations, mostly Arab. Support was expressed as well by Scandinavian, African, and Latin American countries. 1 month later, COSVN issued Resolution 9 directing its officers to prepare political cadre to ensure a capability to govern in anticipation of a coalition government in South Vietnam. 1 Liberation committees were made subordinate to the PRG and were renamed Revolutionary Committees. At the village and hamlet level the insurgency was reinvigorated. Back at CIA headquarters in Washington, it was recognized that there were sufficient communist forces to keep the war going, and progress depended on the morale and determination of the communists too. Morale, however, is intangible, so CIA propagandists cited irrefutable statistical evidence as proof that the VCI was losing, not gaining, as was the reality. 3. Support in the villages. In April 1969 his reports indicated that more than 3/4 of all Vietnamese were living in secure villages. The purported success was attributed to VCI manpower shortages caused by aerial and artillery bombardment, defoliation campaigns, forced relocations, and mass arrests. The VCI was said to be collecting less tax money as a result of Phoenix and, out of desperation, to be using as cotter children who were too young to be issued IDs. But the bulk of manpower shortages, the Phoenix 1969 end-of-year report claimed, were caused by deserters who rallied to the GVN. In Vinh Long and Sa Dec provinces, it said, manpower shortages at district, village, and hamlet levels ranged from 45 to 100% during 1969. Unable to cope with the GVN accelerated pacification campaign, VCI members by late November 1969 had fled to areas of sparse population and even Cambodia, where they could exert little influence over the population. 4. From the language of the Phoenix report, one could easily think that the few VCI members who had not defected were hiding in Cambodia. But the author of The Truth About Phoenix, whose area of operations included Sa Dec and Vinh Long provinces, claims that most Chiu Hoi simply regurgitated the American line in order to win amnesty, make a quick visit to their families, enjoy a few home-cooked meals, then return to the fray, fat and rested. Legitimate Chiu Hois, and writes, were pariahs who were not accepted back in their villages, while other Chiu Hois were trained by the VC to infiltrate the program and become spies. 5. In any event, from 1967 onwards, all rallied VCI members were included in Phoenix neutralization statistics, and by 1969 more than 100,000 defectors had been processed through 51 Chiu Hoi centers. The Chiu Hoi program was managed from 1966 until March 1969 by Ogden Williams, then turned over to Eugene P. Babel, a career CIA officer who had served with Ralph Johnson in the Flying Tigers. Evan Parker stated that Chiu Hoi offered more satisfaction than Phoenix, and Chiu Hoi, said Jim Ward, was a great program. Well done. Ward explained that most Chiu Hoi advisors were from the U.S. Information Service, although some were State Department or military officers. But they wouldn't have more than one American advisor in a province, and, Ward added, it was usually the Vietnamese operating at district level 6. Upon arriving at the Chiu Hoi Center, the defector was interviewed and, if he had information on the VCI, was sent to the PIC. If he had tactical information, he was sent to military interrogators. Next came political indoctrination, lasting from 40 to 60 days, depending on the individual. They had a formal course, said Ward. They were shown movies and given lectures on democracy. Upon graduation each was given an ID card, a meal, some money, and a chance to repent. Political indoctrination was handled by defectors who said they had been well treated by the Americans and had decided it was better to live for a free Vietnam than to die for the totalitarian North Vietnamese. Chiu Hoi had lots of guys who had been with the enemy before, Ward continued, who knew how to talk to these people and would persuade them to join the territorial forces or the PRU. Others joined armed propaganda teams, which went back into VC territory to contact Viet Cong families and recruit more Viet Cong defectors. The great thing about the Chiu Hoi program, Ward noted, is that we didn't have to put people in jails or process them through the judicial system, which was already overcrowded. You could talk to the Chiu Hois when you brought them in, talk to them about what the government was doing for the people. They'd say, but it's a crooked government. You'd say, wait a minute. The government's providing seeds for rice. This enables us to grow 3 to 4 times as much rice in the delta as in the past. Now that's good. The guides say, I didn't know that. All they'd hear from the communists were the contradictions they'd devise, if they didn't already exist. But now he was getting the picture from our side. And a lot of them would flip-flop because of it. Now some guys would come in, chiu hoi, spend time with their families, then go back out in the field again. That happened, but not to the extent that you might think. I'd say less than 10%. Despite his praise for the chiu hoi program, Jim Ward said that Americans should have been targeted only against the North Vietnamese and left the South Vietnamese forces to handle the insurgency, even though such a strategy would have precluded Phoenix. However, having made the mistake of military intervention, Americans looked for psychological ploys, other than an appeal to nationalism, to win people over to the GVN. High on the list were bounty programs. The Phoenix 1969 end-of-year report cites as an example Quien Phong Province, where the Phuong Hoang Committee printed and had distributed a wanted poster featuring photographs of 8 members of the CAO Land City Sapper Unit. While a RD caterman was tacking up a poster, he saw one of the members passing by, the report says. He called the police, who arrested the suspect. 2 other members were later arrested. 3 were induced to rally, claiming they were rendered ineffective having their names and faces known. 7. In Phong Dinh Province, the Vietnam Information Service broadcast the names of VCI through loudspeakers mounted on sampans while traveling through the canals of Phuong Heep District. While the team was conducting the operation, a village-level VCI cotter walked into the Phuong Thuan Diocese, saying he had to rally, because Phuong Hoang must know about him if the members of the District Revolutionary Committee were known to Phuong Hoang, as broadcast by Viz8. No one wanted to find his name on a Phoenix blacklist. It meant the PRU would creep into his hooch some night, or black helicopters would swoop down on his village. And because fear of Phoenix was an effective means of creating informers and defectors, an intensive publicity campaign called the Popular Information Program began in October 1969. Under the banner of protecting the people from terrorism, US and GVN Psy-War teams crisscrossed the countryside, using Phoenix-supplied radios, leaflets, posters, TV shows, movies, banners, and loudspeakers mounted on trucks and sampans to spread the word. Using the Eye of God technique, taped broadcasts were pitched at specific VCI members. A typical broadcast would say, "We know you, Nguyen Van Nguyen, we know where you live. We know you are a communist traitor, a lackey of Hanoi, who illegally collects taxes in Vinh Ton Hamlet. Soon the soldiers and police are coming for you. Rally now, Nguyen Van Nguyen, rally now while there is still time." 9. So important were SIOPs that the Phoenix Directorate produced a 30-minute movie explaining how Phoenix helps protect the people from terrorism. A copy of the film was sent to each province for use on local TV stations and in movie theaters. Writes Phoenix coordinator John Cook, "The concept was simple, in practice it was suicidal. He explains, because the VC found the lightly armed SIOPs teams easy targets. Cook therefore used the SIOPs team as bait to flush out the VC, whom he then ambushed with his Phoenix task force. In this way SIOPs were transposed into combat operations, turning psychological defeat into military victory, with a body count to boot." In addition to the Phoenix movie, hundreds of thousands of copies of an illustrated booklet describing the Phuong Hoang program in cartoon format were also distributed throughout Vietnam, with the goal of placing 10 to 15 in each hamlet. Culture drama teams used the booklet as a scenario for skits. 11. On January 22, 1970, 38,000 of these leaflets were dropped over 3 villages in Go Vap district. Addressed to specific VCI members, they read, "Since you have joined the NLF, what have you done for your family or your village and hamlet? Or have you just broken up the happiness of many families and destroyed houses and land? Some people among you have been awakened recently, they have deserted the communist ranks and were received by the GVN and the people with open arms and family affection. You should be ready for the end if you remain in the communist ranks. You will be dealing with difficulties bigger from day to day and will suffer serious failure when the ARVN expands strongly. You had better return to your family where you will be guaranteed safety and help to establish a new life. 12. Siop's leaflets stressed traditional Confucian values of obedience to authority and family and portrayed the communists as a socially disruptive force that could be stopped only by Phoenix. But the fact that the GVN could reach the people only through media like leaflets and loudspeakers indicates how far removed it was from the reality of life in rural villages. As in notes in Truth About Phoenix, while the GVN relied upon cartoon books to sell itself to a largely illiterate people, the VC goes from person to person talking to heirs, proving that technology was no substitute for human contact. Point 13. Consequently, in 1969, the Phoenix Directorate directed Feng Huang Province committees to expand the Hamlet informant program drastically. District chiefs were instructed to conduct classes on GVN programs, progress, potential, and ideology for residents who had VC/VCI relatives or leanings. There was a one-week course with extensions for problem individuals. Daycare and lunch were made available in vacated homes. Chiuhoi was emphasized, counseling was provided, and insofar as the goal was the neutralization of VCI, the populace was encouraged to report the activities of the VCI by dropping a note addressed to the police in local mailboxes. This method was credited with approximately 40% of the information used in Feng Huang operations in Din Tuong Province. 14. Siops in support of Phoenix became such a potent weapon in the attack on the VCI that in August 1970 Saxa described Phoenix as the number one MACV Siops priority. 15. 4 months later John Mason reported, there have been more than 12 million leaflets, posters, banners, and booklets printed and distributed throughout Vietnam in support of the program. 16. Despite the emphasis on Siops, combat operations were still preferred by the military officers managing the Phoenix program in the field. Such operations most often began at the hamlet level when paid informers reported to Vung Tau trained village chiefs, who then mobilized territorial forces under their command, and advised by American military officers, against VCI suspects. Likewise, unilateral American Phoenix operations usually began with informants feeding names to a DIAC, whose advisor then informed the counterintelligence section of the nearest American outfit. An operation was then mounted. In the wee hours of the morning a unit of infantrymen would be deployed around the village to provide security, and a team of commandos would snatch the VCI suspect and bring him or her to the Military Intelligence Interrogation Center. Such was the standard procedure which involved the average American soldier in Phoenix operations. CIA paramilitary officers also continued to mount unilateral Phoenix operations via their PRU advisors. As reported in the December 1986 issue of Soldier of Fortune magazine, Long and PRU advisor Captain Frank Thornton circumvented orders not to accompany his PRU into the field by putting his name on the SEAL Detachment Alpha roster for administrative purposes, and Saigon never knew the difference. A combat enthusiast, Thornton obtained intelligence on the location of VCI members from a PRU agent net comprised of old women, kids, and former ARVN soldiers who'd lost arms and legs fighting the VC. To ensure security, he rarely passed along his intel products other than to SEALs. On October 11, 1969, Thornton's agents reported a district-level VCI meeting in Kenji-Yuok District. Putting 2 SEALs and 4 PRU in a Cobra killer helicopter for backup, Thornton climbed into a light observation hunter chopper, flew to a point near the target area, got out, and alone slipped into the VCI's hooch, grabbed him, and radioed for extraction. The man he snatched, Pham Van Kin, was the commanding officer of 4 VC battalions. The mission garnered Thornton a Vietnamese Cross of Gallantry, awarded by Rung Sat Special Zone PRU Commander Major Nguyen Hyup. Thornton's heroic deed was the exception, however, not the rule. In the Phoenix Murders, Joseph Treaster quotes an Army captain who spent 3 years advising PRU teams, "Unless somebody made a mistake, you're not going to find a guy alone. And if you go in and try to tangle with the whole village, you're in deep. If the guy is important, it's very hard to extract him." 17. This captain recalled only one case when the PRU targeted a specific individual, a VC district official in a province on the Cambodia border. It was the man's wedding day. He was marrying the daughter of a GVN village official, and the Pru burst into the room, yelling for everyone to freeze. But, the captain told Treaster, some VC in the wedding party goes for his gun and our guy opens up. The next 2 or 3 guys through the door open up, too, and the first thing you know, there's a lot of blood on the sand. So that didn't work too well. We didn't lose anybody, but there were 22 people in the wedding party and 20 were killed. A typical district-level Phoenix operation, cited in the 1969 year-end report, began when Deputy Party Secretary Dang was caught in a tunnel. During interrogation, Dang informed on his comrades, who were captured along with incriminating documents. One of them revealed during his interrogation that the district party chairman, Nguyen Van Kia, was a horse cart driver. Pru teams were stationed at the main traffic intersection in Kia's area of operations. He was caught the same day without a fight. 4 other Qatar members were snatched in their homes. The next target was Nguyen T. Ba, the message section chief. A description of her route of travel was furnished by the diocese. The Pru posed as VC and set up an ambush along her usual route. On the second evening of the trail watch, Ba was captured. 18. Province-level Phoenix operations, like the following one in Long Con, tended to be more elaborate. In this case, the operation developed when the province chief assigned the job of resources control to the Phoenix coordinator and his Phoenix task force. In response, the Phoenix coordinator mounted 3 concurrent long-term operations lasting 2 months. 19. Part I was the establishment of mobile resource control checkpoints. 3 6-man teams, 2 national and 2 field policemen and 2 Pru were assigned to checkpoints. The national police provided trucks, blacklists came from the special branch. Roadblocks were set up, and while the national police checked IDs and the field police stood guard, the Pru searched and detained suspects, who were carted off to the PIC for interrogation. Part 2 occurred in 3 phases. First, a special airmobile resource control team was formed to interdict VCI commerce. Next, under the command of the Phoenix coordinator and his interpreter, a search element consisting of 2 Pru, 3 special branch and 1 national policeman, was formed. A security element was formed of 2 squads from the U.S. 1st Cavalry. Thirdly, the cavalry provided a command and control chopper, a light observation helicopter, and a Cobra gunship, the traditional hunter-killer team with an added eye in the sky. SARC operations were mounted on the basis of intelligence reports providing targets of opportunity. When a target of opportunity presented itself, the SARC force would galvanize into action, swoop down from the sky, cordon off areas, send in search teams, stop vehicles, and capture and kill VCI members. Part 3, Operation Cutoff, was designed to capture suspects who could produce leads to the VCI. To this end, DIOCC sent lists to the PIAC, where priority targets were selected. After 2 months of preparation, 38 hamlets were targeted. Special Branch provided lists of relatives of the suspects. Territorial Forces and the U.S. 199th Infantry Brigade provided security forces to cordon off each hamlet. Operations began at 4 a.m. with national and field police and Pru searching hooches while a Cywar team broadcast names and instructions over loudspeakers. People were gathered together at a Special Branch processing station, where IDs were checked against blacklists. RD Qatar drama teams entertained the innocent while various agencies interrogated suspects, who were then sent to the province interrogation center. By the end of the Long Con Phoenix campaign, 168 VCI sympathizers had been caught and confined. Although suppliers and supporters were Category C, not genuine VCI, they did inform on their authentic A and B grade comrades. Over the next 3 months, VCI neutralizations in Long Con soared to their highest levels ever. There was a corresponding rise in Hoi Shan's. 20. A typical Saigon operation began in March 1969, when a People's Intelligence Organization agent submitted a report on Nguyen Nye to the 1st Precinct Special Police. Suspecting Nye of being VCI, the Phoenix coordinator assigned a 6-man surveillance team to watch him. The 6 special policemen worked in 2-man teams, one on foot, one on a bike. In this way they learned where Nye lived and worked and where his contact points were. The special branch set up agents in business in a soup shop 1 block away from Nye's house and established a bicycle repair shop near his favorite cafe. 2 agents continued to follow him. 3 houses Nye frequented were also placed under surveillance. 3 weeks later Nye was arrested along with several comrades in the safe houses who had leaflets produced by the Saigon Women's Revolutionary Association. During interrogation Nye informed on his bosses in the party. His testimony led to more arrests, including several cadres in the district party committee. One member was enticed to work for the police and went back to the party committee as a penetration agent. He stayed there 3 months in his former position, secretly channeling information to the special branch, which led to more arrests. As the 1969 Phoenix end-of-year report notes, before allowing their penetration agent to be freed, special police personnel took photos of the agent enjoying himself in the company of other special police agents and required him to sign a sworn statement that he was in fact working for the GVN. These documents would find their way back to the VC if the agent did not cooperate with the police in the future. A surveillance team was assigned to watch the agent's activities as an added precautionary measure. 21. So successful was Phoenix in 1969 that the Directorate boasted in its end-of-year report that the first generation of COSV military proselytizers has been reduced to 7 personnel. In supporting its claims of success at every level, the report quotes a high-ranking VCI who described COSV Resolution 9 as a desperate VC plan, written in an attempt to save an otherwise hopeless political and military situation. He said that the Fung Huang program has been given top priority for destruction by the VC. 22. One could deduce from this that the GVN stood on the verge of a great victory. But the view from the field was not so rosy. As Phoenix advisor Wayne Cooper said to Joseph Treaster, a typical DIOC would have an impossible clutter, with wheat and chaff filed together. The alphabetical files we insisted they keep would not be cross-referenced by alias, family location, or any other useful designation. The dossiers so vital to Province Security Committee prosecution would contain poor sketchy information, perhaps enough for an operation but not enough for prosecution. Other files, most wanted lists, potential guide files, mug shots, and so on were maintained so poorly as to be useless, or never kept at all. There would be no intelligence collection plan, and agents received little direction. 23. Ralph Johnson agrees with Cooper's dismal assessment of special branch capabilities. DIOC files on VCI personalities did not reflect much progress toward Fung Huang intelligence objectives, he writes. He also contradicts Colby's statement that we were getting more and more accurate reports from inside VCI provincial committees and regional party headquarters from brave Vietnamese holding high ranks in such groups. 24. Says Johnson, the special branch rarely if ever managed to recruit agents who had access to high-level VCI planning. He adds that the GVN arrested suspected agents and attempted to destroy VCI organizations instead of surveilling or recruiting agents in place for long-term exploitation. The result was that most VCI captured were low-level in the province or below, and most intelligence was generated and exploited from counter-guerrilla operations, casual walk-in informants, captured VCI, VCI caught in resource control operations, captured documents, cordon and search operations, and especially Chiu Hoi defectors from VCI 25. With the transition of Phoenix to Cords, a new and improved means of judging, evaluating, and proving success was needed. Hence, Big Mac, an instructive type document that directs the territorial intelligence system to quantitatively and qualitatively evaluate the VCI and lower-level military units. 26. Big Mac reported on the number of identified and unidentified VCI members, their influence in the area, and their identity by position for inclusion in the Green Book. Compiled monthly by U.S. military advisors without Vietnamese input, Big Mac reflected the military's emphasis on operations against enemy military units, the type that resulted in big body counts. It was a reporting requirement that could choke a mule, recalled Colonel Doug Dillard, to the point of designing data entry sheets to feed the computer in Saigon. I met with Ted Grayman, and we coordinated with other staff members, and we came to the conclusion that if we implemented Big Mac, we would stop pursuing the war and start reporting on it. But the Saigon bureaucracy prevailed, and Dillard's side we began implementing portions of Big Mac. 27 By the end of 1969 Big Mac reports were pouring into Saigon from South Vietnam's 250 districts. A comparison with the statistics from 1968 shows the number of captured VCI decreased, while the number of VCI killed more than doubled. 28. 1968. 1969. Captured 11,288. 8,515. Killed 2,229. 4,832. Railed 2,259. 6,187. Total 15,776. 19,534. Within this total, 4,007 VCI security agents were cited as having been neutralized, 3 COSM-level VCI, 64 regional VCI, 226 from provinces, 881 from districts, 235 from cities, 2,081 from villages, and 511 from hamlets. An estimated 74,000 VCI were still at large, but overall, neutralizations were up, and the Directorate boasted that 60% were A and B priority targets. Meanwhile, the VCI in 1969 had murdered 6,000 GVN officials and, ordinary citizens, had kidnapped 6,000 people, and had wounded 15,000 more. 29. Statistical evidence of success so pleased the Washington Brain Trust that additional computer systems were quickly introduced. In March 1969 the National Police Evaluation System went online, recording police assignment data for analysis and countermeasures. In 1970 Big Mac's bilingual replacement, the Big Mac Special Collection Program, shifted the burden of reporting and accountability to the RVN Territorial Intelligence System. In January 1970 the VCI Neutralization Information System was inaugurated to record all anti-VCI operations. The National Police Criminal Information System was implemented in April 1970 to track VCI who were held beyond statutory limitations. Designed to interface with the Chiu Hoi tracking system, which aided province security committees in the post-apprehension monitoring of released VCI, ANPSIS was also compatible with the VCI Neutralization and Identification Information System, which stored in its classified files a history of the VCI member from the time of his identification to his neutralization. 30. Complementing these tracking systems was the National ID Registration Program system. Within 24 hours of arrest, detainees were booked. A report was then sent to the proper province Intelligence and Operations Coordination Center, and a fingerprint card sent to the National Identity Records Center in Saigon, where a data sheet was plugged into the computer. In the field, nearly 2,000 policemen worked in 2 shifts, 7 days a week, sending 20,000 documents from the provinces to Saigon every day. By November 1970 more than 7 million laminated fingerprint cards had been classified, searched, and placed in the fingerprint bank for instant access. Climaxing the computer process in January 1971 was the National Police Infrastructure Analysis Subsystem 2, which was used to plan countermeasures against the 73,731 confirmed and suspected VCI still at large. NPS2 functioned until March 1973, when, with the assistance of technicians from the Computer Science Corporation, it was transferred to the Vietnamese along with FMS and the National Police Identification Follow-up Subsystem. Yet another tracking system, NPFUS provided a means of determining the action taken on wanted person notices and statistics on the disposition of wanted person cases. There was even a National Police Directory table subsystem on national police units and correction centers. However, the reliance on computer systems was a poor substitute for a judicial system based on due process. As Public Safety Officer L. M. Rosen wrote on November 27, 1970, the NPSIS will not of itself improve the administration of justice or the processing of detainees. 31 Further reforms remain to be made. See Addendum 1 in Appendix. Chapter 20. Reforms. Caught between its stated goal of building democratic institutions and its operational goal of ensuring internal security, the South Vietnamese government, in order to improve its public image vis-a-vis the Provisional Revolutionary Government, began instituting in 1969 a series of cosmetic reforms designed to square its security needs with the civil rights of its citizens. In essence, it was an attempt to resolve the problem posed by Nelson Brickham back in 1967, when he asked, "What do you do with identified VCI?" The reform process got off to a feeble start on March 24, 1969, with Ministry of Interior Circular 757, Classification and Rehabilitation Guidelines for Proper Processing of VCI. Signed by Interior Minister Tran Tien Kim, it was created by William Colby specifically to enable province security committees to ensure faster prosecution and sentencing of VCI suspects. However, as Ralph Johnson notes, there was a general recognition that the circular was neither understood nor properly applied throughout the country. 1. Circular 757 reiterated who was a Class A, B, or C communist offender, how long each could be detained, and who decided. It directed the coordination of all local national police services, with the Phuong Hoang Committee and the Correction Center involved. As for the status of VCI held in detention centers, 757 reasoned circularly that the method of classification and the detention period for these communist offenders shall be carried out like that for those who are captured under the Phuong Hoang Plan too. In addition, Circular 757 directed the National Police to establish Psy-War groups to carry out the rehabilitation of offenders. Psy-War groups were to teach communist offenders how to recognize and abide by constitutional government. Circular 757 also ordered GVN's Directorate of Corrections to form 5 mobile corrections groups and to include in them corrections cadre qualified in culture and propaganda indoctrination. Cadres came from the Ministries of Information and Chiu Hoi and the CIA-advised Directorate of Political Warfare, which had cognizance over the military security service. 1 mobile group was assigned to each corps, and the 5th handled Con Son, Chi Hoa, Thursday Duke, and Tan Heap prisons. Mobile correction groups supported Psy-War groups in the rehabilitation of communist offenders and provided cover for CIA talent scouts who recruited convicts into the PRU and armed propaganda teams, and as prison informers. To oversee Psy-War and intelligence operations inside correctional facilities, in September 1969 the CIA created the GVN Central Security Committee, chaired by General Kim and including Director of Corrections Colonel Nguyen Psu San, the Director General of the National Police, and the prison wardens. More important, the Central Security Committee reviewed cases of communist offenders considered for conditional or early release from the 5 national correction centers, recommending further detention if the offender was deemed dangerous, as was universally the case. The Vietnamese National Assembly tried unsuccessfully to abolish the Central Security Committee in December 1970. Province security committees were reorganized to include a province prosecutor as legal advisor, although the deputy chief for security, the CIA asset on the province chief staff, secretly managed the affairs of the committee. Pressure for more meaningful reforms was brought, however, when the lower house of the National Assembly interpellated the Ministers of Justice, Defense, and the Interior on June 20, 1969, concerning alleged abuses by officials in the Vinh Binh Province Phoenix program. This action came after a delegation composed of the Interior, RD, and Anti-Corruption Committee chairman returned from Vinh Binh Province with reports of illegal arrests, torture, corruption, and abuses of authority. The interpellation resulted from a petition signed by 86 deputies asking for an explanation of the no longer secret Phoenix program. Justice Minister L. Van Thursday outlined the stated goals of the program, noting that the province security committees had the power to sentence VCI members for up to 2 years without accusing or convicting them of any specific crime. His explanation that the practical difficulties of amassing solid evidence made it necessary to arrest everyone suspected of complicity for further interrogation and investigation was not well received. A cross-section of legislators bitterly cited examples of abuses in their own provinces. Tin Sang publisher and Anti-Corruption Committee Chairman Ngo Kong Duke charged the Vinh Bin police chief with knowingly arresting innocent people for the purpose of extortion. A Buddhist legislator from Thu Thien province alleged that suspects were often detained for 6 to 8 months before their cases were heard and that suspects were frequently tortured to extract confessions. She said the people hated the government for starting the Phoenix program. Other deputies were incensed that American troops forcefully and illegally detained suspects during military operations. Deputy Ho Ngoc Nhuan, a Saigon Catholic, charged that village chiefs were not consulted before VCI suspects were arrested during military operations, contrary to what Thursday and Keem claimed. Keem responded by promising further reforms. He said the Joint General Staff had already moved to prevent further detentions by American forces, with the exception of the VCI caught flagranti delicto. His conciliatory tone assuaged the deputies, and an improved circular was issued. As a remedy for what Ralph Johnson calls various deficiencies in the judicial system, Colby and Keem, in August 1969, issued Circular 2212, Improvements of the Methods of Resolving the Status of Offenders 3. As a result of Circular 2212, a political security office was formed to provide policy guidance for the 3 GVN agencies: the Central Phung Hoan Committee, the National Police, and the Directorate of Corrections that were involved in processing communist offenders. Plans were made to send more prosecutors to the provinces to assist in the proper legal handling of such cases and to ensure the proper functioning of province security committees. However, in a nation with fewer lawyers than warlords, establishing due process was like tilting at windmills. As a way of reducing prison overcrowding and ending the revolving door syndrome, Circular 2212 provided for the mandatory sentencing and transfer of Class A and B VCI from the mainland to Kon Son Prison. Province security committees were given 30 days to open an offender dossier on each VCI detainee, scrutinize the evidence therein, and pass judgment. To speed the process, a short-form offender dossier highlighted the incriminating evidence which the security committee needed for a quick conviction. To reduce backlog, Circular 2212 required security committees to meet at least once a month and to submit transcripts to the Political Security Office for review before passing judgment. Such was the judicial system in South Vietnam. In response to the charges leveled by the lower house deputies in June, Annex 2 of Colby's 1970 Pacification and Development Plan, Protection of the People from Terrorism, called for notification to village chiefs of planned Phoenix operations in their villages. However, notifying village chiefs was tantamount to notifying the VCI, and again, the operational goal of security was at odds with the stated goal of notification, which in practice rarely occurred. So a few more Phoenix reforms were crafted, including an improved quota system stipulating that VCI be identified before they were neutralized, rather than revealed after being captured or killed. Under this proposal, suspected VCI were to be counted as captured only after being convicted and sentenced, rather than upon apprehension. The other significant and related reform of 1969 was Decree 044, dated March 12, 1969, placing the PRU under the jurisdiction of the Director General of the National Police. Cancelling out this decree was a long-standing law, never rescinded, that prohibited PRU from serving in the Vietnamese army or government in any capacity. Operational control in each province remained with the province chief in conjunction with the PRU province commander, and even though, as of September 1969, Americans were prohibited from venturing out on PRU operations, they did. Americans continued to advise and assist in the planning of operations. Prior to June 1968, when President Thieu embraced Phoenix, the PRU operated only at province level under the direction of the CIA. After June 1968, the national PRU commander, Major Nguyen Van Lang, occupied himself primarily by selling PRU ships to the highest bidders at the province and region levels. The CIA staff officers who managed the PRU program at the national level along with Lang's brother-in-law Tucker Guggleman were Phil Potter and Rod Landreth. Harvard graduate Phil Potts Potter was an old Vietnam hand who in the early 1950s had been case officer to Emperor Bao Dai and had hired some of the CIA's first assets in the Shurud. During the battle for Saigon, Potter had served as acting chief of station, as liaison to Ngo Dinh Nhu and Dr. Tran Kim Tu Yen, and as control of the station's 10 or 12 intelligence officers running agents in the field. During his stint as acting chief of station, while Saigon was in turmoil and the piastre was nearly worthless, Potter had purchased property, safe houses and such for the CIA at 10 to 15% of its real value. His efforts in this respect laid the groundwork for a generation of spooks to come. Potter also served as station chief in Tanzania and Greece and as consul general in Norway and Hong Kong. But his heart was in Vietnam, where he formed close friendships with Ralph Johnson and Tucker Guggleman. During his years in Saigon, Potter developed personal and professional relationships with the most influential Vietnamese, including the CIO chief, General Nguyen Cac Binh, and President Thieu. First and foremost, though, Potter was an intelligence officer actively engaged in recruiting and running agents in the field. 5. The other PRU manager, Rodney Landreth, described by a colleague, Harry Buzz Johnson, as the kind of guy you'd like to have as an uncle, arrived in Saigon in 1967 and served as a deputy to Ted Shackley. Station Chief Shackley, described by Buzz Johnson as a cold pale fish, 6 relied on likable Rod Landreth to represent him at diplomatic functions and on the interagency committees formed to investigate GVN corruption and drug dealing. While Potter was case officer to CIO Chief Ben, Landreth was case officer to General Dang Van Quang, Thieu's national security chief. Potter and Guggleman are credited with having organized the special branch, while Ralph Johnson and Landreth worked more closely with the CIO. All 4 were intimately involved in formulating CIA policy regarding Phoenix, the Special Police, and the PRU. Opinions vary on the impact Potter, Johnson, Guggleman, and Landreth had on the course of events in South Vietnam. To some people they were the consummate insiders, to others they were tired old men who were totally out of touch with the war in the villages and who, like clones of the colonialists they had displaced, gathered every evening at the Cercle Sportif to drink by the pool and bask in the adoration of beautiful Vietnamese women. Likewise, the inner circle of Landreth, Johnson, Guggleman, and Potter had little patience with the ambitious technocrats Langley sent out to Saigon to play at being station chief, or with their corrupt GVN lackeys. In private they ridiculed Ted Shackley, calling him Tran Van Shackley for his reliance on Senator Tran Van Don. Tom Polgar, who replaced Shackley in 1972, fared even worse and was described as rigid and a bureaucrat who was not well versed in intelligence field work. 7. For his part, Tom Polgar called Landreth and Potter fine officers who were past their prime. Ed Brady concurred, these people had their jobs. But they weren't trying to achieve anything. They had no objectives. 9. Brady gave an example of how the Washington bureaucrats shamed old Vietnam hand Potter into submission. Potter lived with a Vietnamese woman whom he wanted to marry, Brady recalled. He was near retirement, but the agency, citing operational security, said, "No. If you marry her, you're through. But it's okay if you live with her." It was the height of hypocrisy. Perhaps the old Vietnam hands do symbolize the proprietary, but essentially moribund, American policy in Vietnam after 1969. Those who had understanding were subordinated to the ideologues and functionaries. Living in splendid sand castles, they alternately cursed and ignored the rising tide of corruption and deception that was engulfing South Vietnam. For example, Landreth's main job was chairing the interagency committee charged with investigating the black market, an inquiry he deflected away from the CIA. Likewise, the Interagency Narcotics Committee chaired by Landreth focused entirely on the North Vietnamese, studiously avoiding General Dang Van Quang, who Stanley Carnot notes was accorded the rice and opium franchise in his region while commander in the Delta. Writes Carnot, among those allegedly involved in the trade were Prime Minister Nguyen Caoky and his successor, General Tran Tien Kim, said to have funneled the proceeds from the business into their political machines. 10. Although Rod Landreth was the agency's liaison to General Quang, who on behalf of President Thieu set PRU policy, the day-to-day business of the PRU was handled by CIA officers Ben Mandic and William Buckley, both of whom are deceased, as are Potter, Landreth, Gugelman, and Johnson. Of those who were involved in PRU matters, only Ralph Johnson has left behind statements for the record. The impact of the GVN on the PRU was negative, Johnson writes, because of the failure of PRU commanders to work closely with the PIOCCs. The PRU commanders, supported by the province chiefs, excused this failure by citing poor security in the PIOCCs, as a result of which the PRU were failing to report intelligence to the coordinating centers. Furthermore, says Johnson, when the ARVN and the RF/PF absorbed the tactics of the PRU during 1968 to 1969, then the PRU probably should have been disbanded and their members integrated into one of the nation-building programs which constituted the major portion of the pacification program. Or, the PRU should have been returned to their native villages as part of the refugee program, to bolster the People's Self-Defense Forces. 11. Veteran CIA paramilitary officer Rudy Enders disagreed when we met and insisted that the PRU operated effectively at least until the ceasefire, when they were put under control of the Special Branch. 12 In any case, the March 1969 decree putting the PRU under the National Police facilitated plausible denial. It enabled William Colby to swear on a stack of Bibles that the CIA was not operationally involved. The GVN became accountable as the CIA maneuvered to scapegoat its oblivious client. But the GVN could not afford to support the PRU on its own, nor was the CIA willing to abandon the rifle shot approach at the moment it said it had the VCI on the ropes. But resources channeled through the Phoenix program could not compensate for the reduction in CIA support and supervision, so the PRU turned to shakedowns of lucrative targets in the private sector to keep their organization intact. Phoenix and the PRU became captive to criminal enterprises and the subject of increasing controversy. Always inextricably linked, the Phoenix and PRU programs were simultaneously brought under military review in 1969. On October 20, 1969, in a secret memo to Defense Secretary Melvin Laird, Army Secretary Stanley Reza referred to the social and moral costs and the desirability of a selective attack and expressed concern over these programs. 13 Later that day Laird conveyed his concern over lack of progress in the Phoenix/Fung Huang program to General Earl Weaver, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. 14 1 month later Laird, referring to the My Lai massacre and the Green Beret murder case, informed Wheeler of his growing anxiety over the PRU program in view of recent events concerning U.S. military conduct in South Vietnam. 15. In response to Defense Secretary Laird's concerns about the Phoenix program, MACV Commander Abrams assured Washington that statistically the program has made significant progress in recent months. Abrams recounted the reforms cited on the preceding pages but then offered a candid and somewhat ominous appraisal, saying, "It is clear to me and to the commanders in the field that the program does not yet have the degree of sophistication and depth necessary to combat the highly developed and long-experienced VC infrastructure in South Vietnam." Abrams noted that Ambassador Bunker had agreed to talk to President Thieu about Phoenix, especially with respect to improving GVN local official attitudes. Abrams closed by promising a separate report, on the PRU. 16. At this point the Pentagon had three elements interested in Phoenix: the Joint Chiefs were involved through SACSA, the Defense Department was involved through its Office of International Security Assistance, and MACV was involved through CORDS. For its part, SACSA was not in any chain of command but served the Joint Chiefs by bringing together representatives from the State Department, CIA, U.S. Information Agency, Agency for International Development, and the Department of Defense. Broad policies came down to SACSA from the White House through the National Security Council, while specific ideas regarding Psy-war and counterinsurgency came up from MACV or the individual services. SACSA assigned staff members to present recommendations for consideration by the Joint Chiefs. When the chiefs reached a decision on how a policy was to be implemented, the service responsible for implementing that policy was directed to provide manpower, materiel, and money. The Army Intelligence Corps had responsibility for over Phoenix. SACSA itself was divided into three parts: for special operations in South Vietnam, for special operations elsewhere, and for revolutionary development programs in Vietnam, including Phoenix. MACV reported data on Phoenix to SACSA only when solicited. SACSA's Revolutionary Development Component did studies and drafted papers on Phoenix for the Joint Chiefs' signature. From the inception of Phoenix until January 1969, Major General William Dupuy served as SACSA. A former CIA Deputy Division Chief, Dupuy met regularly with State Department officer Phil Habib and CIA Far East Division Chief William Colby to coordinate unconventional warfare policy in South Vietnam. Dupuy was replaced by Major General John Freund, commander of the 199th Infantry Brigade while it supported Cong Tak 4. Freund had little clout with the Joint Chiefs and was fired after 6 months. Replacing him was the former SOG commander Brigadier General Donald Blackburn, under whose management SACSA had little involvement in Phoenix. The Defense Department's Office of International Security Affairs was, by comparison, more deeply involved with setting Phoenix policy. According to its charter, ISA provides supervision in areas of security assistance, military assistance advisory groups and missions, and the negotiating and monitoring of agreements with foreign governments. Insofar as Phoenix was a security assistance program funded by the military through accords which ISA authorized in May 1967, ISA had overall supervision of the program. Called the Pentagon State Department by Robert Comer, ISA coordinated State and Defense Department policy on Vietnam. ISA representatives sat on the State Department's Ad hoc SIOPS Committee, and ISA representatives, along with CIA officers Jack Horgan and Tom Donahue, sat on the State Department's Vietnamization Task Force, which, through the National Security Council, determined how to turn the war, including Phoenix, over to the Vietnamese. Within ISA, policy regarding Vietnamization was coordinated by the Vietnam Task Force. Created in mid-1969, the VNTF was headed by Major General George Blanchard until October 1970, by Major General Fred Carhas till May 1972, and by Brigadier General David Ott till the ceasefire. Each VNTF chief in turn reported to ISA Chief Warren Nutter's deputy for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, Dennis Doolin, and Doolin's assistant, Tom Constant. It was at the VNTF that Phoenix policies were coordinated between Saigon and the concerned parties in Washington. So it came to pass that in November 1969 the VNTF was saddled with the task of bringing into line with USAID budgets and the law, as one VNTF coordinator put it, a program that had been conceived by the CIA without any regard for legalities, and to do it without treading on the CIA's ability to conduct covert operations. It was a ticklish job that required squaring the hard reality of political warfare in Vietnam with the fluctuating political situation in Washington. The major effects were to bring the military into an adulterous relationship with the special branch and to set the State Department on a collision course with international law. The Vietnam Task Force's assistant for concepts and strategies became the staff officer responsible for Phoenix. A Marine lieutenant colonel standing over 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, he was a tough Korean War veteran with a resume that included employment with the CIA and the State Department as well as with the military. From 1964 to 1967 he prepared military officers for civil operations service in Vietnam, and from late 1967 to early 1969 he was a member of CORDS, serving as John Van's deputy for plans and programs in 3 Corps. Jack, as he has been dubbed, preferred to remain anonymous when we met at his home in 1987. Jack was at the center of the Phoenix drama as it was acted out in Saigon and Washington, and according to him, the VNTF was Layard's baby. It was his locus 17. Jack often briefed the defense secretary and prepared hundreds of memos for his signature. He wrote papers for and briefed the ISA director Warren Nutter. He coordinated on a daily basis with members of the National Security Council, the Vietnam Working Group, the Special Studies Group, the Vietnamization Task Group, and Tom Donahue. At Sava. On matters affecting the Joint Chiefs, Jack coordinated with its representative, Colonel Paul Kelly, later Commandant of the Marine Corps. Jack's contact at SACSA was Colonel Ray Singer, and he worked with members of Congress investigating various facets of the Vietnam War. All in all, Jack was the man in the middle. He is an experienced military theorist, and his recollections and assessment of the Phoenix program are especially incisive and well worth noting. Jack adhered to Robert Thompson's theory that in order to succeed, a counterinsurgency requires a coordinated military police intelligence attack against the insurgents' political leadership. But, Jack contended, although the theory is valid, Thompson's extrapolation from Malaya to Vietnam was doomed to fail, for whereas the ethnic Chinese leading the insurgency in Malaya were visibly different from the Malayan people, those in the VCI were indistinguishable from other Vietnamese and impossible to track by foreigner advisors. What's more, said Jack, the Brits were shrewd enough to offer large rewards to informers. But no Vietnamese was going to turn in Uncle Ho for $50. Jack cited this misuse of resources as a major flaw in America's counterinsurgency policy in Vietnam. Comer was trying to solve problems through aid in kind, he explained. Comer would evaluate people on how many piastres they gave away. He did what corporate managers do, he set goals, which were higher than people could achieve. But these were managerial-type solutions, a repeat of World War II, and this was a political war. And the way to win hearts and minds was through security. In order to establish security, Jack said, you don't need to get each individual VCI, you just need to neutralize their organization. For example, the presence of a terrorist unit confers influence, so the idea is to prevent any accommodation. As John Van explained, it's not enough to agree not to fight. That means you can still sell guns and medicine to enemy, like the Filipino group did in Tay Ninh. That is an active accommodation. The people had to have a dual commitment. They had to reject the VC and support the GVN. Many would support GVN, but not betray VC, and that was the problem. Even if the Vietnamese had not identified with the VCI, and even if American resources had been properly used, Thompson's three-pronged attack on the VCI was doomed to fail, explained Jack, because the CIA did not report to courts on highly sensitive matters, like tracking high-level penetrations. Phoenix could have been effective only if the CIA had brought its CIO, PRU, and special branch assets to bear. But when the CIA relinquished control of the program in 1969, it took those assets which were the only effective tools against the VCI with it. In order to protect its political intelligence operations, the CIA never shared its sources with the military officers or public safety advisors assigned to Phoenix unless, of course, those people had been suborned. In this way the CIA kicked out from under Phoenix one of the three legs it stood upon. After June 1969 the agency conducted its own unilateral operations against the VCI, apart from Phoenix, through the PRU in rural areas and through the special branch in the cities. MACV and the Office of Public Safety in Saigon complained to their headquarters in Washington, making reform of the special branch and the PRU the central Phoenix-related issues, but these were areas over which the Defense and State Departments had no influence. After mid-1969 MACV tried desperately to obtain access to special branch intelligence in the DIOCCs. But, as Jack explained, special branch worked at the province level and above, primarily in urban areas, and avoided the rural areas where most DIOCCs were located. Nor did the special branch desire to share sources with its rival, the MSS, forcing the CIA into greater dependency on the PRU for its rural operations. Having been excluded by the CIA, military advisors to Phoenix relied totally on their ARVN counterparts, with a corresponding emphasis on tactical military rather than political operations. There were rare instances when a CIA province officer would send the PRU down to a diocese to assist the Phoenix advisor. Other times the PRU fed washed-out bodies into the PICs. On the other side of the coin, the special branch was usually chasing dissidents, not the VCI. A study by Robert Thompson on behalf of the National Security Council revealed the special branch to be undertrained, understaffed, suffering from bad morale, and racked by corruption. Jack put it this way: whereas the average cop on the street would take 50 piasters as a bribe, when the special branch got involved, the price went up. He added, there was good reason to believe that the VC had penetrated the inner circle of the special branch. This is why Colby requested that 2 FBI agents be sent to Saigon to set up a counterintelligence operation. Knowing that the PRU and special branch were fractured beyond repair but that problems within them would remain hidden under layers of CIA security and that CIA officers would continue to mount their own operations apart from Phoenix, the state and defense departments were compelled to seek other solutions. The question became whether in the absence of intelligence officers soldiers or policemen were better suited to mount anti-infrastructure operations. What you needed, Jack suggested, was to be flexible in order to conform to Hamlet evaluation system ratings. You needed police forces in secure areas, and the military in areas controlled by the enemy. But generally, in guerrilla warfare it's more military than police, and so that's where the emphasis should fall. Nevertheless, Jack explained, this flexible approach, applied to Phoenix after 1969, was slow to develop and basically ineffective. In the beginning of the Phoenix program, he said, the Army and Marines had a surplus of armor and artillery officers, who were assigned to the program but had no knowledge of running intelligence operations. We were sending out the third team against the first team. Then, when they began staffing the DIOCCs and PIOCCs with military intelligence officers, it became clear that their training was inadequate for the job. 6 weeks is not enough time to train a special branch officer. So it became clear that what they needed was experienced police officers, and in 1970 the police through USAID began playing a larger role. But there were defects on this side, too. They should have had seasoned civilians coming into aid, but instead they got all the losers in that one. The civilians coming to aid were running away from bad marriages and bad careers. Many were alcoholics, they'd get a Vietnamese girl and enjoy the cheap living. These people had a good war. But they had little success against the infrastructure. Jack said he believed that military policemen were the answer, and on his advice, on a trial basis, Colonel Albert Escola was appointed the Phoenix Region Coordinator in 4 Corps. Now Corporate Secretary of Bechtel, Escola had received a degree in police administration from Michigan State in 1957 and was known as a protege of General Abrams's. For improving procedures against the VCI, Escola was awarded the Legion of Merit in 1970 and a few years later was promoted to Major General, rewards never bestowed upon Doug Dillard. In any event, Phoenix as an organization proved far less than the sum of its parts. Moreover, by 1969 concerns about its concept had moved from the boardroom into the courtroom, where Phoenix was coming under attack as an assassination program. Suddenly its problems were legal and moral, not organizational and procedural. Jack said, Colby pushed Keem to get Phoenix legitimized so it would have a constitutional basis in Vietnamese law, similar to the FBI or the CIA. Colby tried to make Phoenix legitimate internal security that to be a member of the Communist Party is illegal. This is the nail upon which Phoenix is hung: if you're a communist, you're breaking the law. Then Phoenix goes out and gets these guys. Of course, Phoenix had been going out and getting those guys for 15 years by the time 1970 rolled around. The effect of those 15 years of illicit covert action, on both Vietnamese and Americans, is the next subject. Jack suggested that a point system, 10 points for a Cosmcotter down to 1 point for a messenger boy with a monetary equivalent, would have resulted in a truly qualitative attack. According to Michael McCann, Saigon Public Safety Director from July 1969 until April 1972, his biggest Phoenix problem was that the CIA used the public safety program as a cover for its case officers, bringing all public safety advisors under suspicions. 18 Likewise, said Fred Dick, chief of the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs in Vietnam, everyone had his rock to hide under, but CIA kept using our rocks, listing its officers as narcotics advisors to the embassy. 19. Chapter 21. Decay. After August 1969, writes Professor Hui, power in Saigon belonged to three generals, Nguyen Van Thieu as president, Tran Tien Kim as prime minister, and Cao Van Vien as chief of the joint staff. They kept their positions until the eve of South Vietnam's collapse. 1. As was customary in Vietnam, according to Hui, power was administered by each man's wife. Mrs. Thieu dealt with the businessmen, especially those of Chinese origin, and had her shares in profits obtained from import, export and international trade. Mrs. Kim fixed a price for new appointments for the posts of Chief of Province, Chief of District, and Chief of Police Services at the provincial and district levels. Mrs. Vien's domain was the army, contractors working with the army could pass through her intermediary, and she had her tariff for a quick promotion in the army. 2. With the consolidation of power by these three men came a resurgence of what CIA Summary 0387/69, dated September 12, 1969, called influence by the widely hated Ken Lau group of the Diem era. The CIA memo named as members of the Neo-Ken Lau cabal Foreign Minister Lam, as well as the Ministers of Information, Economy, Finance, and Legislative Liaison. The memo noted that Duong Van Big Min had predicted that renewed Ken Lau influence could lead to a tragic clash between Catholics and Buddhists. And, the memo noted, apprehension is likely to increase over reports that the new information minister has appointed some 20 cadre from the Nan Xa party and Neo-Ken Lau group to key subordinate positions. Indeed, political developments in 1969 mirrored those of 1955, when Ed Lansdale was told that Diem needed to have his own political party. 3. Likewise, to strengthen Thieu's position, the CIA in 1969 financed the creation of the National Social Democratic Front, described by former CIA officer Frank Snepp as a pro-government coalition of political parties. And, just as in Diem's day, Snepp writes, the CIA lavished large sums of money on the Thieu government to be used in cowing and neutralizing its opposition, for the opposition being those nationalist parties, like the Dai Viets, that had relations with the Buddhists. With the Americans chasing the VCI, these domestic groups became primary targets of the special branch and its stepchild, Feng Huang. In particular, Thieu felt threatened by Tran Ngoc Chau, the popular nationalist whose persecution was said to symbolize the fratricidal nature of the Vietnam War. But in fact, Chau's persecution had less to do with regional differences than with rampant corruption, itself fueled by the CIA's bottomless black bag and irrational obsession with internal security at any cost. Chau's problems began in 1969, when he launched an anti-corruption campaign against Thieu, his old classmate from Fort Bragg. The gist of Chau's claim was that Nguyen Cao Thang, a wealthy pharmacist and former Ken Lau from Hue, was using CIA funds to undermine the National Assembly. Chau's crusade was seen as a threat to GVN stability, and as a result, the CIA sent 2 case officers to offer him enough money to start his own political party in exchange for backing off. When Chau declined, Rod Landreth informed General Dang Van Quang that Chau was secretly in contact with his brother, Tran Ngoc Hien, a senior Cu Sim Hien Q officer in North Vietnam. Quang issued an arrest warrant for Chau, charging him with the capital crime of espionage. Hien was arrested, Chau went into hiding, and on orders from Washington, Ambassador Bunker ordered Chau's case officer, John Van, to break off contact. At that point Van, in June 1969, summoned Frank Scotton from Taiwan and arranged for him and Chow to meet in a safe house in Gia Dinh. The conversation, according to Scotton, went like this: I said to Chow, Sergeant Johnson is standing by near the Cambodian border with some of his special forces friends. They're dependable, and they'll help you get out. But it's now or never. 5. Chow was very emotional that night in Gia Dinh, Scotton continued. He said, to run now would be the same as admitting I'm a communist. And I'm not. So I will not run. And so Chow remained in hiding until captured in late 1969. Ironically, while Theo was using Phoenix to repress his domestic opponents, his own cabinet was crawling with communist agents. But in order to perpetuate the myth of GVN stability, the CIA was reluctant to publicize this fact. Consequently, says renegade CIA officer Sam Adams, in May 1969 Station Chief Ted Shackley indicated on a visit to Washington his belief that the Viet Cong had only 200 agents in the South Vietnamese government. He spoke from ignorance. An in-depth research study going on at that time suggested the real number of such agents was more like 30,000. 6. Although 30,000 sounds improbably high, the extent to which the GVN was infiltrated was revealed in a counterintelligence operation mounted by CIA officer Ralph McGehee in 1969. Begun in 1962, Operation Projectile relied on a penetration agent inside what the 1969 Phoenix end-of-year report called a COSM-level intelligence net directed against the Office of the President of South Vietnam and other ministries of the GVN. The leader of the spy ring was Vun Hoc Na, President Theo's friend and chief advisor on Catholic affairs. Na, a Catholic, had resettled in South Vietnam during the 1954 Lansdale-inspired exodus from North Vietnam. The spy ring's highest-ranking member was Nguyen Van Trong, Theo's special assistant for political affairs and director of the Central Intelligence School, a position that placed him at the top of the CIO. McGehee inherited Projectile in 1969, when, after 6 weeks as Gia Dinh province officer in charge, he became the CIA's liaison to the Special Branch in Region V. In this capacity, he explained, I supervised other agency case officers working with specific elements of the Special Police in and around Saigon 7. The principal Vietnamese player in the drive against the Cu Sim Hien Q's strategic intelligence networks was Special Branch Chief Nguyen Mao. Born in Ninh Thuan Province, Mao was graduated from the Dalat Military Academy in 1954. In 1963 Diem appointed him sector commander and province chief of Thu Tien Province and mayor of Hue, in which capacity he put down the Buddhist crisis leading up to the coup. In the reorganization after the coup, Mao was made a Montag Nord Task Force commander with the ARVN 22nd Division, a job he held until 1967, when he was put in charge of Cong Tak 4. The following year he was promoted to lieutenant colonel and made director of the Special Branch of the National Police. Soft-spoken and smart, Mao wanted nothing to do with Phoenix. In a letter to the author, he says his great concern in taking command of the Special Branch was the unjustified arrest, false accusation, and arbitrary detention. Those bad manipulations couldn't be stopped since the province chiefs, police chiefs, and other officials would do anything to make Phoenix score, which assured them job security and higher regard. They knew that Phoenix was under the supervision of an American ambassador, and that President Nguyen Van Thieu always listened to this powerful personage. They kept the Special Branch in the provinces too busy with arrest in village, confession worksheet, and charge procedure at the Provincial Security Committee, while I wanted to direct the Special Branch into professional activities, organizational penetration, gathering information relating to policies and campaign plans, spotting the key leaders for neutralization. But I did not argue with them. I felt so alone I kept my mouth shut. Mao concentrated on smashing the Cu Sim Hien Q's strategic intelligence networks within the GVN. When McGehee gathered enough evidence to convince Shackley to let him roll up Na's net, Mao galvanized his forces, and the Special Branch sprang into action. Mao's small secret police cadre prepared individual files on each person to be arrested, McGehee writes. Late one afternoon he called a task force into his office, then cut them off from outside contact. He briefed each three-man arrest team separately, then passed them copies of the file on their target individual. At midnight the police fanned out through Saigon and pulled in the net. 8. The operation was a smashing success. House searches turned up microfilm of secret documents, document copying cameras, one-time radio encoding and decoding pads, radios, secret ink 9 and other tools of the trade. The special branch also had the good fortune of arresting a visitor of one of the targets, who turned out to be the head of a military intelligence net 10 in the MSS. All in all, 50 people were arrested and 41 spies were tried and convicted. The group included businessmen, military officers, teachers, students, and 2 top-ranking Chiuhoi officials. However, showing that the GVN was so riddled by enemy spies that they were able to operate under the nose of the president, McGehee laments, was not the kind of success that the CIA's top officials wanted to see. That reinforced his suspicion that the CIA was unwilling to admit either the strength of the enemy or the weakness of its ally. To McGehee it was obvious that we were bolstering a hopelessly corrupt government that had neither the support nor respect of the Vietnamese people. 11. Meanwhile, other CIA officers were reaching the same conclusion. When Frank Snepp arrived in Saigon in 1969, he was assigned the task of putting together background profiles on targets for assassination by plowing through documents and conducting interrogations at the National Interrogation Center. I would put together a list and I would turn it over to Mr. Colby's people, Snepp says in the 10,000-Day War. He would feed this list out to the strike teams, and they would go to work. And that is how you become a collaborator in the worst of the terrorist programs, in the most atrocious excesses of the U.S. government. 12. Others became involved in other ways. Consider the case of Bart Osborne, a Phoenix critic who enlisted in the Army in October 1966, was trained at Fort Bragg and Fort Holabird, and was classified an intelligence area specialist. My training was designed to prepare me as an agent handler and consisted of classes designed to teach recruitment and training of agents and management of agent networks, Osborne testified before Congress in 1973. He added that his training included a session concerning the termination of agents through various methods, including assassination. 13. A corporal with no knowledge of Vietnamese language, history, or culture, Osborne arrived in Da Nang in September 1967 and was assigned to the 525th Military Intelligence Group. His area of operations was south of Da Nang, outside a Marine Air Base in Quang Nam Province. Having been assigned to the unilateral branch of the military intelligence team, whose activities were extra-legal, Osborne used an alias and, for plausible denial, was provided with false identification indicating he was a civilian employee with the Corps' refugee program. Osborne slipped into his military uniform when it was necessary for him to see military maps or documents. Osborne's team leader put him in touch with a principal agent who was running 6 subagents in a single cell. The subagents were political specialists, gathering positive intelligence on VC Cotters. Eager to expand his network, Osborne hired as additional agents people whose names he got from the employment files of a local American construction company. He sent his intelligence reports to the 1st Marine Division, the 3D Marine Amphibious Force, the 525th MiG, the American Division, and, unknown to him, the Da Nang Phoenix Coordinator. Osborne's association with Phoenix was cemented when, to his surprise, he was told that the 525 THS Intelligence Contingency Fund was empty and that he would henceforth be unable to pay his agents. At this point Osborne had 2 principal agents, 40 subagents in 5 cells, and operating expenses averaging $500,000 piastres per month, lack of which prompted him to check his list of users for new sources of revenue. Recalled Osborne, I was able to ascertain that the Phoenix program was receiving and utilizing my information. I visited the Phoenix coordinator, a U.S. Army major, and talked to him about the information that was laterally disseminated to him. He told me that any information I gathered would be used in the context of the Phoenix program. In return I was guaranteed financial remuneration for my agents, use of various safe houses for clandestine meetings, and access to Air America transportation. 14. Osborne also obtained drugs, draft deferments for his agents through phony enrollment in the Civilian Irregular Defense Group program, and $15,000 quarterly for bribing the local police. The Phoenix coordinator also offered a bonus of 100,000 piastres for high-ranking VCI members. In this way, regular military personnel across South Vietnam became involved in Phoenix abuses. When asked to explain why Phoenix abuses occurred, Snepp says the program was jerry-built because of the CIA's concern that the VC had penetrated the special branch and military security service. The more fragmentation, the better the security. They didn't want it central so it could be exploited. 15. Unfortunately, writes Snepp, for lack of finite guidance the Phoenix strike teams opted for a scattershot approach, picking up anyone who might be a suspect, and eventually, when the jails were packed to overflowing, they began simply taking the law, such as it was, into their own hands. 16. Explanations for why Phoenix was open to abuse depend on a person's politics. Snepp, who harbors a grudge against the CIA, says his former employer jerry-rigged Phoenix for its own security. Others say Phoenix was handed to the military as a cover for CIA negotiations with the VCI in Tay Ninh and Saigon. From Phoenix director John Mason's perspective, accommodation was the root cause of all Phoenix woes. In an August 19, 1969, New York Times article, Terrence Smith quotes Mason as saying, "Favoritism is a part of it. Sometimes family relationships are involved. We know very well that if one of our units picks up the district chief's brother-in-law, he's going to be released." For Nguyen Mao, Phoenix was subject to bad manipulations by officials seeking job security and high regard. Likewise, South Vietnamese nationalists pointed to corrupt officials as the evil inherent in Phoenix, as was made clear in June 1969, when legislators complained that the police used Phoenix to extort money from wealthy citizens and that VCI agents supplied names of loyal citizens to the police, getting around the Colby fail-safe cross-check system by reporting through several different agencies. In this way, innocent people found their names on the dreaded Phoenix blacklist. Mismanagement by design, ineptitude, accommodation, corruption, and double agents were reasons why Phoenix abuses occurred. However, the actual reporting of abuses fell to Third Force Vietnamese and non-carrier American military personnel. It is to this aspect of the Phoenix story that we now turn. One of the first people to criticize Phoenix publicly was Ed Murphy, a native of Staten Island, New York, who spent 9 months in a Catholic seminary before enlisting in the U.S. Army. Following his tour in Vietnam, Murphy, from June 1969 through January 1970, was stationed in Washington, D.C., doing background investigations and security checks for the 116th Military Intelligence Group. At the time he was one of a growing number of Vietnam veterans, almost exclusively enlisted men, who were publicly demonstrating against the war. In October 1969 Ed Murphy was also one of the few Americans acquainted with Phoenix. Murphy's determination to make Phoenix a political issue in the United States began on October 15, while he was participating in the March Against Death outside the Pentagon. There he encountered colleagues from the 116th MiG. "I was being surveilled," he told me. "I know, because the people doing it told me so." "I've been reading about you," one of the officers said. 17. Having fought for his country in defense of its liberties, Murphy was angry to find that military intelligence was being used against American citizens who were exercising their constitutional rights. To him, this represented the Phoenix mentality in the United States. Just how serious Murphy considered this threat is made clear by his definition of the program. Phoenix, he said, was a bounty hunting program, an attempt to eliminate the opposition. By which I mean the opposition to us, the Americans, getting what we wanted. Which was to control the Vietnamese through our clients, the DMs, the KYS, the THIAs. For Murphy, All other definitions of Phoenix are merely intellectual jargon. Murphy is a man of conscience, a former novitiate at a seminary in Baltimore whose deep-seated patriotism prompted him to enlist, despite his compunctions about the morality of the Vietnam War. After basic training, Murphy was sent to Fort Holabird, where he was trained as a counterintelligence specialist, then to the Defense Language Institute in Texas for Vietnamese language training. From there he was assigned to Fort Lewis. On the plane from Fort Lewis to Cam Ranh Bay, he recalled, "I was given an article to read. It was a study by the American Medical Association on interrogation methods used in the Soviet Union. It showed how to do things without laying a hand on a person, how you could torture a person just by having them stand there." That manual was his introduction to the doctrine of contre-coup. Upon his arrival in Vietnam on May 12, 1968, Murphy was assigned to 4th Division headquarters outside Pleiku City, where his understanding of counterinsurgency warfare rapidly evolved from theory to reality. There were 5 enlisted men in his counterintelligence team, each with a sector, each sector having 10 agents. Murphy's job was to conduct sabotage investigations and to run undercover agents, furnished by the MSS, who acted as day workers on the military base. Murphy also inherited agents 11 miles away in Pleiku City and acted as the 4th Division's liaison to the local Phoenix coordinator, a CIA contract officer named Ron, who was posing as a public safety advisor conducting currency investigations. Once a week Murphy went to the local CIA compound, along with various civilian and military intelligence people in the vicinity, to submit to the Phoenix Committee the names of VCI suspects their agents had fingered. Surrounded by a concrete wall, its gate manned by a Montagnard Provincial Reconnaissance Unit, the embassy house was located in a remote corner of Pleiku. Inside the compound was a barbed wire cow cage for prisoners. The cage, according to Murphy, was too small for prisoners to stand up in. Murphy was not permitted in the pick, which sat on a hill and looked like a U-shaped school. As for the identity of the people his agents surveilled and targeted, Murphy said, "I would never see a North Vietnamese or Viet Cong soldier. This is post-Tet, and those people are all dead. What we're talking about are civilian infrastructure people supporting the NVA and VC. It could be anybody. It could be somebody who works in a movie theater, somebody sweeping up." When asked what kind of information he needed before he could have a suspect arrested, Murphy answered, "None. Whatever you wanted." When asked what sort of criteria he used to classify VCI suspects, Murphy replied, "Nothing. One of my agents says somebody's a spy. If I had reason to believe that he was telling the truth, and if I wanted to bring somebody in for interrogation, I could do it. It was that easy. I had an agreement with the team leader that I could do anything I wanted. I even wore civilian clothes. My cover identity was as a construction worker with Pacific Architects and Engineers." Murphy called his agents hustlers, entrepreneurs making money off intelligence. After noting the difficulty of verifying information submitted by agents at Phoenix committee meetings, the lack of files and things like that, Murphy told how one suspect was raped and tortured simply because she refused to sleep with an agent. "Phoenix," said Ed Murphy, "was far worse than the things attributed to it. It was heinous, but no worse than the bombing. And I don't apologize. But it was a watershed for me. It focused things. I realized it wasn't just a war, but that based on the assumption that nothing is worse than communism, the government of Vietnam, backed by the US, felt justified in suppressing all opposition while extending its control throughout the country. That control," Murphy explained, "served an economic, not an idealistic, purpose. Phil Lapitosa told me about $2 million in materiel and cash being unaccounted for at PANE, that goods being sold on the black market didn't come from the Vietnamese, but from the Americans." In order to get into military intelligence school, Murphy continued, "I and the other candidates had to write an essay on the debate about the Vietnam War. And the thrust of my paper was what we do in Vietnam will come back to us. It was a one-world thesis. Well, I go to Vietnam and I see the bullshit going down. Then I come back to the United States and see the exact same thing going on here. I'm at the 116th MI unit, and as you leave the room, they have 9 slots for pictures, 8 of them filled, Rennie Davis, Abby Hoffman, Ben Spock, Jerry Rubin. And I'm being sent out to spot and identify these people. This is Phoenix. This is Phoenix, he repeated, then added for emphasis, this is Phoenix. In Nam I had composite descriptions, Murphy acknowledged. But then I wasn't in a place where we had technology. It doesn't make any difference. The point is that it was used in Vietnam, it was used in the US, and it still is used in the United States. Thus, Murphy felt justified in taking tactics the military had taught him and using them against his former masters. To me, he explained, Phoenix was a lever to use to stop the war. You use what you got. I got Phoenix. I'm a former intelligence agent, fluent in Vietnamese, involved in Phoenix in the Central Highlands. That means I'm credible. I'm using it. Intent on making Phoenix a domestic political issue to be used to stop the war, Murphy joined 2 other Vietnam veterans Bob Stemme and Mike Ewell in an effort to inform the public. At news conferences held simultaneously in New York, San Francisco, and Rome on April 14, 1970, the 3 veterans issued a joint press release without naming names laying out the facts about Phoenix. And even though the release was not widely reported, it did perpetuate the controversy that had begun in February, when Phoenix was first examined by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. By then Phoenix was nearly 3 years old. How the Senate hearings came to address Phoenix is unusual. It concerns Francis Retemier, a Seton Hall Divinity School dropout who was drafted and attended officer candidate school in late 1968. Along with 40 other air defense artillery officers, Retemier was trained at Fort Holabird for duty as a Phoenix coordinator in Vietnam. He was appalled by the instruction he received from veteran Phoenix advisors. Loath to participate in what he considered a program that targeted civilians for assassination, Retemier approached American Civil Liberties Union lawyer William Zinman in November 1968. On behalf of Retemier, Zinman filed a petition for conscientious objector status in U.S. District Court on February 14, 1969, while the rest of Retemier's class was departing for Vietnam. In the petition Retemier said that he was told that he would supervise and fund 18 mercenaries who would be explicitly directed by him to find, capture, and slash or kill as many VCI as possible within a given area. The VCI were defined as any male or female of any age in a position of authority or influence in the village who were politically loyal or simply in agreement with the VC or their objectives. Retemier was told that he would be required to maintain a kill quota of 50 bodies per month and that for him to locate VCI, resort to the most extreme forms of torture was necessary. As an example of what was expected of him, Retemier was told of one VCI suspect being killed by said mercenaries and thereafter decapitated and dismembered so that the eyes, head, ears, and other parts of the decedent's body were displayed on his front lawn as a warning and an inducement to other VC sympathizers to disclose their identity and turn themselves into the advisor and the mercenaries. Retemier was told that Phoenix sought to accomplish through capture, intimidation, elimination, and assassination what the U.S., up to this time, was unable to accomplish through the use of military power. The Vietnamese were characterized in racist terms, so that the cruelties perpetrated upon them might be more easily rationalized. Retemier was told that if captured, he could be tried for war crimes under precedents established by the Nuremberg trials as well as the Geneva Convention. On the basis of this account of his Phoenix instruction, Retemier was granted conscientious objector status on July 14, 1969. The Army filed an appeal but, for public relations purposes, withdrew it in October, just as the march against death was getting underway. Meanwhile, the ramifications of the case set in motion the series of events that brought Phoenix under congressional scrutiny. Retemier was satisfied with having escaped service in Phoenix and faded into obscurity. Zinman, however, like Murphy, saw Phoenix as a lever to be used to stop the war. He pressed a copy of the petition into the palm of a senator on the Foreign Relations Committee. While the committee prepared to hold hearings on Cords in February 1970, a staff aide to Senator William Fulbright leaked a copy of the petition to reporters Judy Coburn and Jeffrey Cowan. Their investigation resulted in an article titled "Training for Terror, a Deliberate Policy." Printed in the Village Voice in December 1969, the article brought the subject of Phoenix into open debate. The military responded to Coburn and Cowan's article and Rietemeyer's wild allegations on the day they appeared in print. Colonel Marshall Falwell, commandant of Fort Holabird, suggested that some instructors might have told war stories, but he insisted that torture and assassination were not part of the school's curriculum. He did acknowledge that Fort Howard contained a mock Vietnamese village where Phoenix advisors plan and mount an operation for seizure of the village, then rehearsed interrogating VCI suspects whom they identified from blacklists. Because the object of such proactive operations was uncovering the enemy's secret agents, this was called an offensive counterintelligence operation. Falwell's answers fell short of allaying congressional concerns, however, and 1 week later gasoline was poured on the smoldering controversy when George Gregory, an attorney representing one of 7 soldiers charged with murdering a Vietnamese agent, discussed his investigation at the Atlanta Press Club. According to Gregory, Phoenix advisors were flocking to military lawyers in Saigon in the wake of the famous Green Beret murder case, in which 7 American Army officers in the B-57 detachment were nearly put on trial for murdering one of their agents. Apparently, the Phoenix advisors were concerned that they were susceptible to similar charges. Here it is important to note that the killing of enemy spies was a counterintelligence function, while the attack against the VCI was a positive intelligence function aimed at bureaucrats managing the insurgency's terror campaign. However, the termination with extreme prejudice of agents and the assassination of civilian members of the enemy's underground organization did overlap in cases in which penetration agents inside the VCI were found to be doubles, playing both sides of the fence. Dealing with such people was the prerogative of the CIA and its special unit. In any event, the results of the Green Beret murder case were the termination of B-57 and a blow to the morale of Phoenix advisors in the field, although their anxieties were relieved in September 1969, when, at the request of President Richard Nixon and DCI Richard Helms, charges against the soldiers were dropped by Army Secretary Reser. The agent's wife, who worked for the CIA, was awarded death benefits, and the case was closed. A Gallup poll showed 58% of all Americans disapproved of the war. On January 12, 1970, Newsweek ran a story called "The Rise of Phoenix," in which the program was described as a highly secret and unconventional operation that counters VC terror with terror of its own. In response, ESA's Director of East Asian and Pacific Affairs, Dennis Doolin, professed that a counter-terror program of the kind Phoenix was alleged to be would subvert and be counterproductive to the basic purpose of pacification in reorienting the allegiance of all the South Vietnamese people toward support of the government of Vietnam 18, and rather than acknowledge contre-coup as official policy as legitimate conflict management, the war managers mounted a congressional information campaign. Leading the charge up Capitol Hill was Henry Kissinger, who, writes Erwin Knoll, is known to believe the program can play a crucial role in destroying the Viet Cong opposition during the period of American military withdrawal from South Vietnam. Emissaries from Kissinger's White House National Security Staff, Knoll says, have carried encouraging reports on Phoenix to Capitol Hill 19. As the Senate hearings approached, the battle lines were drawn. On one side were senators who on faith accepted Kissinger's explanation that Phoenix was part of an overall strategy to protect the retreating American army, hardly something a patriot could fault. These senators used the hearings to praise Phoenix as it was defined by William Colby and his entourage, which included John Vann, then 4 Corps, Clayton McManaway, Hawthorne Mills, the Nguyen Duc Province Senior Advisor, a District Senior Advisor, a Mobile Advisory Team Advisor, and a member of the Quang Nam Marine Combined Action Platoon. No Phoenix advisors were invited to testify, So presenting the other side of the argument were several senators armed with newspaper and magazine articles written by established reporters sent to Vietnam specifically to investigate Phoenix. Among the journalists were Robert Kaiser of the Washington Post and Peter Kin from the Wall Street Journal. Portions of their articles portrayed Phoenix as a program employing assassination and counter-terror. One article in particular, "The CIA's Hired Killers," by Georgie N. Geyer, raised congressional eyebrows. Calling the PRU the best killers in Vietnam, she compared them to terrorists, with the qualification that our terror was different from their terror in that there was no real political organization, no political ideology behind our terror. Their boys did it for faith, our boys did it for money. 20. Apart from Geyer's failure to recognize the worship of Mammon as religion, her allegation that the CIA hired killers to commit terror cast a dark cloud over the hearings, one that William Colby, despite his initial opposition to the program, was called on to dispel. Colby's testimony earned him the reputation as Phoenix's staunchest defender. Kissinger meanwhile was plotting the Cambodian invasion for the same purpose. Chapter 22. Hearings. On February 17, 1970, the same day the Senate Foreign Relations Committee began hearing testimony on U.S. government pacification policy in South Vietnam, Robert Kaiser reported that some people were calling Phoenix an instrument of mass political murder, sort of Vietnamese murder incorporated, one coming on top of the Green Beret murder case, and reports about the My Lai massacre. Sensational reports like Kaiser's formed a disturbing pattern, one suggesting that terror and political repression were official policies of the U.S. government. The senators wanted to know if that was true. William Colby was willing to put their minds at ease. Colby's strategy was outlined in State Department Telegram 024391, dated February 17, 1970, which says in part, "We believe the line of questioning attempting to establish the Phoenix program as an assassination program successfully blunted by repeated assertions regarding US/GVN policies, coupled with admissions of incidents of abuses." Using this approach, Colby alternately confounded and assuaged his congressional challengers. By saying, "I will not pretend to say that no one has been wrongfully killed there," too, Colby came across as a decent, honest, fallible human being. He did not admit premeditated murder, but the master of the art of the possible did lay a credible foundation for the plausible fictions that followed. Making his job easier were the absence of witnesses who might contradict his claims, the fact that lurid reports of Phoenix abuses were often derived from second-hand sources and were replete with melodramatic language which detracted from their reliability, and the lack of background information available to the senators, a blank slate Colby used to his advantage early in the proceedings by introducing a carefully prepared statement for the record on the Fung Huang program, which defined Phoenix not as a broad symbol of contre-coup, but in the context of the Corps bureaucracy. Phoenix in this manifestation was merely a block in an organizational chart, a box on a shelf with a warning label listing all its dangerous ingredients, not a concept of counter-terror. Colby defined Phoenix as an internal security program designed to protect the people from communist terrorism. And by defining the people apart from the VCI, as the object of VCI terror and as voluntarily participating in the program, he established a moral imperative for Phoenix. Next, he established a legal basis for the program. Phoenix, Colby said, was designed to single out key personnel for primary attention. The key people were guilty of crimes against national security and were subject to judicial proceedings in military courts and to administrative detention under emergency powers similar to those used in Malaya, Kenya, and the Philippines. He cited the preamble to Ministry of Interior Circular 757, which said, "Government policy is to completely eliminate the VCI by capturing as many as possible, while the lenient rehabilitation policy aims at releasing as many as possible." He did not mention that the circular was not understood or properly applied. Nor did he mention the existence of province interrogation centers, or that the CIA asset the Deputy Chief for Security managed the affairs of the Province Security Committee, or that mandatory sentencing was an official policy that meant 2 years in Tan Heap, Chi Hoa, Thursday Duke, or Consun prison. The laws were on the books, did it matter that they were not enforced? Colby then proceeded to abstract fact from form. Citing Directive 044 of March 1969, he described the PRU as part of the National Police. However, in order to protect an ongoing covert action, he neglected to mention, as Colonel Pappy Greaves explained, that the PRU were supposed to voluntarily enter the police, province by province, man by man. But none of them ever did. 3. Meanwhile, in early 1970, National Police Chief Tran Van Hy gave Field Police Chief Nguyen Van Dai oversight of the PRU. To be a force, writes Colonel Dai, I must accept PRU in the support division, which originally consisted of the field and marine police forces. But, Dai adds, he only monitored the PRU, while Major Lang actually commanded them under the supervision of Tucker Gugelman. I did not have any major problems between NPFF and PRU, Dai continues. Only myself and the American PRU advisors had a misunderstanding, and the PRU advisors accused me of having anti-American spirit for. According to Pappy Greaves, the trouble between Dai and Gugelman developed when Dai inspected a company of PRU in I Corps, and found they were short 400 tons of plasticky. They couldn't account for a number of M16s and pistols either, Greaves revealed. I said, Dai, where did they go? He said, Colonel, there's only one place they could go. This again is the problem of the company. Greaves sighed. No accountability out of Saigon. Or in Washington. As reported at the hearings, the CIA funded the PRU in 1969 at a cost of more than $5 million, and, Colby said, plans are in progress for the transition of the PRU to full GVN funding and support. In 1970 the CIA funded the PRU at an increased cost of more than $6 million. Having defined Phoenix as moral, popular, and legal, Colby took questions from the senators, some of whom used the opportunity to promote themselves. Others tried to get at the truth. For example, Tennessee Senator Albert Gore asked Colby to explain the difference between the Viet Cong terror efforts against the political infrastructure of the Saigon government, on the one hand, and the counter-terror program of the against the political infrastructure of their opposition, the NLF-5. Dodging the question, Colby said, there is no longer a counter-terror effort. One had existed a few years earlier, for about 6 months to a year, but, he said, he had stopped it because they did some unfortunate things. After some verbal jesting, Gore asked Colby, what were the goals of the Phoenix program when it was, by your terms, a counter-terror program? 6. Colby, to capture, rally or kill members of the enemy apparatus. 7. Gore, as I understand your answer, the goals are the same. You used identically the same words capture, rally or kill. I do not quite get either a distinction or a difference. 8. Colby, the difference, was that at the time there were these special groups which were not included in the normal government structure. Since that time, this has been more and more integrated into the normal government structure, and correspondingly conducted under the government's rules of behavior. 9. Was it really? In her article The CIA's Hired Killers, Georgie Ann Geyer tells how in the absence of an American or South Vietnamese ideology, it was said in the early days, why not borrow the most workable tenets of the enemies? After all, she quotes Frank Scotton as saying, they stole the atomic bomb secrets and all from us. And so, Geyer writes, Scotton and a few other Americans, started a counter-guerrilla movement in northern Quang Ngai province. Terror and assassination were included in their bag of tricks. At one point, USIS printed 50,000 leaflets showing sinister black eyes. These were left on bodies after assassination, or even our terrorists are playful nailed to doors to make people think they were marked for future efforts. But, Geyer goes on, whereas Scotton's original counter-guerrillas were both assassins in the night and goodwill organizers of the people, the PRUs are almost exclusively assassins in the night. Their emphasis of late, she writes, has been, to murder, kidnap, terrorize, or otherwise forcibly eliminate the civilian leadership of the other side. In one village a VC tax collector will be assassinated in his bed in the night. In another, wanted posters will be put up for a VC leader, offering a reward to try to persuade his friends to turn him in. The PRU may also drop down from helicopters and terrorize whole villages, in the hope that they will be frightened to deal with the VC in the future. Furthermore, the PRUs are excellent torturers. Torture has now come to be so indiscriminately used that the VC warn their men to beware of any released prisoner if he has not been tortured. Sometimes we have to kill one suspect to get another to talk, Geyer quotes a PRU advisor as saying. Another PRU advisor told her that he ate supper with his PRUs on the hearts and livers of their slain enemies. Another one said, "I've been doing this for 22 years all over the world." He cited Egypt when Nasser was coming to power and the Congo when we were trying to get rid of Chambé. Writes Geyer about the PRU advisor, his job, like that of many Americans in South Vietnam, was terror. And she calls American PRU advisors really the leaders. 10 of you that contrasted with Colby's claim that Americans were limited to advice and assistance. As for the instructors who taught Francis Retimier how to manage PRU, Colby said, "He have some rather direct instructions to our people as to their behavior in Vietnam." 11 Colby was referring to an October 15, 1969, memo sent to the Phoenix staff and forwarded for inclusion in the training of Phung Hoang advisors in Vietnam and at Fort Holabird. The memo stated that U.S. personnel are under the same legal and moral constraints with respect to operations under the Phung Hoang program as with respect to military operations against enemy units in the field. The final word on Phoenix policy was contained in MACV Directive 525-36, issued on May 18, 1970. Noting the unlawful status of members of the VCI, MACV Directive 525-36 cites the desirability of obtaining these targeted individuals alive and of using intelligent and lawful methods of interrogation to obtain the truth. It says that Phoenix advisors were specifically unauthorized to engage in assassination and that if they were to come in contact with activities conducted by Vietnamese which do not meet the standards of land warfare, they were OT to participate further but were expected to make their objections of this kind of behavior known to the Vietnamese conducting them and expected to report the circumstances to the next higher U.S. authority. The directive closes by saying that if an individual finds the police-type activities of the Phoenix program repugnant to him, on his application, he can be reassigned from the program without prejudice. In response to the article by Geyer, which focused attention on the PRU and the issue of terror, and in defense of William Colby, his patron, John Van said, "Here is always a tendency to report extremes. But when those exceptions are used by people who are in basic disagreement with the policy in Vietnam as a means of criticizing the effort, they are taken out of context. They in no way reflect anything that is normal." 13. Kentucky Senator Sherman Cooper asked Van, "Is the Phoenix organization a counter-terror organization?" 14. Van replied, "The counter-terrorist organization bore and bears no resemblance at all to Phoenix." 15. Cooper, "Is the U.S. involved in any way in carrying out what can be called a terrorist activity?" 16. Van, "Well, the answer very shortly, sir, is no, we do not." 17. Compare Van's statement with that made by Charlie Yothers, the CIA's chief of operations in I Corps in 1970, "Sure, we got involved in assassinations. That's what PRU were set up for, assassination. I'm sure the word never appeared in any outlines or policy directives, but what else do you call a targeted kill?" 18. According to Tully Akampora, Phoenix was a two-tiered program, with the PRU working against terrorists on the tactical level and the CIO operating above that on strategic affairs. This aspect of Phoenix was addressed by New Jersey Senator Clifford Case when he asked William Colby if Phoenix might be used by ambitious politicians against their political opponents, not the Viet Cong at all. 19. Colby, "It is our impression that this is not being used substantially for internal political purposes. I have heard the President and Prime Minister on many occasions give strong directions that the focus is on the Viet Cong, and that it is not to be used for other purposes. 20. Picking up on this line of questioning, Committee Chairman William Fulbright asked Colby, "Where is Mr. Zhu, the man who ran second in the last election?" When Colby said, "Mr. Zhu is in Chi Hoa Jail in Saigon," Fulbright asked him to reconcile that with your statement of the very objective view of the Prime Minister. Colby replied that Truong Dinh Zhu was not arrested under the Phoenix program. Zhu was arrested under Article 4, which made it a crime to propose the formation of a coalition government with the Communists. 21. Fulbright, but you say they are giving instructions to be so careful not to use the program for political purposes, when Thieu himself has put a man in prison for no other crime that we know of than that he ran second to him in the elections. 22. At that point Senator Case came to Colby's rescue, saying, "I think that just, perhaps, suggests this is a privilege reserved for higher officials." 23. But the point had been made, if Phoenix were to be judged by the behavior, not the stated policies, of Thieu's administration, then it was an instrument of political repression. Moreover, as indicated in a letter from Tran Ngoc Chau to Senator Fulbright, political repression in South Vietnam was carried out with the tacit approval of the U.S. government. In his letter to Fulbright, Chau claimed that his contacts with his brother had been authorized by, among others, William Colby, Ev Baumgartner, Tom Donahue, Stu Methvin, John O'Reilly, Gordon Jorgensen, and John Van, who instructed Chau not to inform Thieu of his contacts with Hein. Chau wrote, "Present political persecution of me is consequence of combined action taken by U.S. officials and CIA and Vietnamese officials in an attempt to sabotage Vietnamese and Communist direct talks for peace settlement." 24. In February 1970 Chau was sentenced to 20 years in jail. In May 1970, writes Professor Hui, the Supreme Court rendered a judgment stating that Chau's arrest and condemnation were unconstitutional. Despite this judgment, Thieu refused to free Chau. 25. What happened to Chau and Zhu proved that stated policy in South Vietnam was ignored in reality. Likewise, attempts to portray Phoenix as legal and moral were transparent public relations gimmicks meant to buy time while Thieu consolidated power before the ceasefire. To ensure Thieu's internal security, CIA officers were willing to betray their assets, and this capacity for treachery and deceit is what really defined American policy in regard to Phoenix, the PRU, and the war in general. What the Senate concluded, however, was only that diametrically opposed views on Phoenix existed. The official line advanced by William Colby portrayed Phoenix as imperfectly executed but legal, moral, and popular. The other view, articulated by Senator Fulbright, was that Phoenix was a program for the assassination of civilian leaders. But that was not proven. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee may have been confused by last week's testimony on Operation Phoenix, observed Tom Buckley. The problem, he explained, is one of definition. 26. Unable to decide which definition was correct, the press tended to characterize Phoenix as an absurdity. In a February 18, 1970, article in the New York Times, James Sturba said that the program appears more notorious for inefficiency, corruption, and bungling than for terror. If someone decided to make a movie about Phoenix, the lead would be more a Gomer Pyle than a John Wayne. Playing on the notion that the Vietnamese, too, were too corrupt and too stupid to be evil, Tom Buckley wrote that the PRU were quicker to take the money, get drunk, and go off on their own extortion and robbery operations than they were to sweep out into the dangerous boondocks. Hardly a description of what Jim Ward called the finest fighting force in Vietnam. But for Buckley and Sturba there was no motive behind the madness. Phoenix was a comedy of errors, dopey disguises, and mistaken identities. There was nothing tragic in their depictions, even the people directing the show were caricatures subject to ridicule. So it was that Phoenix began sinking in a morass of contradictions which seemed to reflect the intensely human, moral ambiguity of the Vietnam War itself. Even the dead-end debate between Colby and Fulbright mocked America's babbling, hilarious schizophrenia. Whom to believe? 20 years later the facts speak for themselves. When Fulbright asked Colby if cash incentives were offered to Vietnamese for neutralizations, Colby said no. 6 months later the Deputy Director of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Frank Clay, sent a memo to Defense Secretary Melvin Laird, noting that General Abrams had recommended an incentive program to foster greater neutralization achievement. One of the more significant Phoenix documents, Clay's memo enumerated the Defense Department's major concerns regarding Phoenix, the National Identity and Registration Program, information support of Phoenix, inadequacy of prison space, surveillance of released VCI, Phuong Hoang leadership, and exchange of intelligence. These 6 concerns, notably, derived from a survey conducted by Robert Comer in June 1970. Upon arriving in Turkey as U.S. ambassador, Comer had been dogged by demonstrators charging him with war crimes. Consequently, he resigned his post even before his nomination was confirmed by the Senate. Seeking vindication, he hired on with Rand, returned to Saigon, and wrote a scathing report called the Phuong Hoang Fiasco. In it Comer says, the military war winds down and the conflict assumes a more politico-subversive character, a much more sophisticated and intensive effort to destroy the VCI becomes well nigh indispensable to a satisfactory outcome. The former champion of quotas rails against fakery, charging that half the kills are falsely listed as VCI just to meet Phuong Hoang goals. He cites instances where we may have as many as 10 or 12 dossiers on the same man, and he complains that each agency still keeps its own files. Special Branch is grossly overstaffed with poor quality results, the field police are a flop as the action arm of Phuong Hoang, and as for the PRU, Comer writes that everywhere their effectiveness is apparently declining greatly. Comer is especially critical of the Vietnamese. In 3 Corps fully half the province chiefs don't really support Phuong Hoang, he writes, and in 2 Corps Lu Lan gives only lip service. Comer names Lieutenant Colonel Thiep as the senior full-time Phuong Hoang officer, then adds contemptuously that Thiep's incompetent boss Colonel Song is apparently being kicked upstairs. As I put it bluntly to Theo and Kim, Comer says, there are 65 generals in Rivnev, how come only a LTC to run Phuong Hoang? Basically, Comer's anger stemmed from Theo's decision to transfer the Central Phuong Hoang Permanent Office from the Prime Minister's office to the National Police Directorate as a separate block. Noting that the Phuong Hoang block is completely separate from the key Special Branch block, Comer argues that the Central Phuong Hoang Permanent Committee had been downgraded. He calls the transfer a case where one of the most crucial of all current GVN priority missions is given to one of the weakest and least effective GVN agencies, the National Police. In a May 3, 1970, telegram to the Secretary of State, Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker explained that Phuong Hoang was being transferred from Prime Minister Kim's office to the National Police to move it toward Vietnamization and improve its overall operations. Noting that the U.S. advisory position on this question had been established through coordination between MACV/CORDS, OSA and Embassy, Bunker concludes by stating his belief that the most important contribution National Police can make to future Vietnam lies in vigorous and proper execution of Phuong Hoang program against Viet Cong infrastructure. Case closed. As compensation for the transfer, Comer proposed getting the best young, hard-driving Major General to be found Phuong or Min of CMD and make him Minister or Vice Minister of Interior to give him status. Other reforms Comer suggests, to increase reward money, to go after the 5 best dossiers, and to concentrate efforts in 8 provinces. Well over half the estimated VCI are concentrated. The provinces were Quang Nam, Quang Tin, and Quang Ngai in I Corps, Vinh Dinh in 2 Corps, and Kien Hoa, Vinh Long, Vinh Bin, and Din Tuong in 4 Corps. Summarizing, Comer writes, for better or worse, CIA produced the only experienced hands who were really good at the game. If I couldn't think of a better solution, I'd transfer operational control over the whole business to OSA. But Bunker, in his May 3, 1970 telegram, had already nixed that idea. Integration into special police would complicate important public information aspects of program, he said, and produce complications to U.S. advisory element. When VCI reduced to manageable level, he said, turning Phoenix over to the special branch could be reviewed. In any event, the VC turn to protracted war re-emphasizes necessity of Phung Hoang effort against infrastructure during coming year, and is of higher priority in Vietnam today than civil law enforcement as contribution to Vietnamization. 3 years into the program, the Phoenix Brain Trust was back on square one, wondering, as Evan Parker had recommended, if it should focus its efforts not on legions of low-level VCI, but on the big fish and, as Parker had also observed, if CIA Special Branch advisors were not already doing the job. Having come full circle, Comer finally realized that the Special Branch and its U.S. advisors seemed to run an almost completely separate operation. Usually when I asked why no fingerprints in dossiers, I was told they were over in the Special Branch office in the PIC. Comer was right. Phoenix was a fiasco, but not just because the CIA had decided to hide behind it for public information purposes. The notion that reporting formats and quotas as management tools could supplant 1,000 years of culture and 40 years of communist political development at the village level was simply a false premise. Yes, Phoenix was a fiasco. It had become unmanageable, and it encouraged the most outrageous abuses, but because it had become of higher priority than civil law enforcement, it was a fiasco with tragic, not comic, consequences. By 1970 an armistice was inevitable, and Phoenix had become the vehicle by which America was going to transfer responsibility for internal security to the Vietnamese. As a result, General Abrams asked that it be made clear to all U.S. and RVN agencies contributing to the Phung Hoang/Phoenix program that the objective of neutralizing the infrastructure is equal in priority to the objectives of tactical operations. As a way of going after strategic VCI targets, the big fish running COSVN, and as a way of protecting Phoenix from penetration by enemy agents, Abrams also asked that consultation be initiated with the Attorney General, to secure a team of 2 or 3 FBI counterespionage experts to be sent to the RVN for the specific purpose of providing recommendations for the neutralization of important national-level members of the 27. Meanwhile, in Washington, General Clay advocated increased attention on the DIOCCs, the cutting edge of Phoenix, because the district and village-level infrastructure remains the key element in the enemy plan to subvert the government, and continues to produce the major threat against GVN efforts to consolidate pacification gains made in the past 18 months. Clay also noted that Phung Hoang leadership is being improved by recognizing and expanding the prominence of the role of the special police in the functioning of the DIOC-28. But in order to mount an attack against the VCI, the U.S. Army needed to gain access to special branch files in the DIOCCs. So in February 1970 a third Standard Operating Procedure Manual was issued with instructions on how to use the ultimate Phoenix management tool, the VCI target folder. As stated in the Phung Hoang Advisor Handbook, preparation of target folders is the foundation from which successful operations can be run and sentencing be assured by Province Security Committees 29. Target folders also served a public information function, by allowing William Colby to say that our first step was to make sure that the intelligence we gathered on the VCI was accurate, and for this we set up standards and procedures by which to weed out the false from the correct information. 30. Target folders were specifically designed to help Phoenix advisors focus on high-level VCI. Divided in two, a target folder contained a biographical data on the left side and operational information on the right, in which the suspect's habits, contacts, schedule, and modus operandi were recorded, along with captured documents and other evidence. The folder was the responsibility of the special branch case handler in the DIOC, although a source on the suspect might be handled by another agency. Each special branch case handler was required to maintain 10 People's Intelligence Organization cells, each consisting of 3 agents in each hamlet in his area of operations. As stated in the Third Standard Operating Procedure Manual, the tracking of a VCI suspect began when an informant reported someone making suspicious utterances or spreading false rumors. As more and more sources informed on a suspect, he or she graduated from blacklist D to C to B, then finally to blacklist A most wanted, at which point the VCI suspect was targeted for neutralization and an operation mounted. The folder was sent to the PIC while the suspect was being interrogated and to the Province Security Committee to assure proper sentencing. In order to help special branch case handlers gather the precise evidence a security committee needed for quick convictions, training programs were started in each corps, where the case handlers were taught how to maintain target folders, 100,000 copies of which the Phoenix Directorate prepared and distributed in August 1970. To assure proper target folder maintenance, the Army also assigned a counterintelligence-trained enlisted man to each diocese. In 1970, 185 of these counterintelligence specialists graduated from the Phoenix Coordinators Orientation Course. They acted as liaison among the PIC, diocese, and piace. In addition, a third officer was added to each piace staff to coordinate with Chihuahua and field police, and in an effort to upgrade the status of Phoenix coordinators vis-a-vis the CIA's special branch advisors, region slots were filled by full colonels, with majors in PIOCCs and captains in DIOCCs. However, cooperation between province Phoenix coordinators and CIA province officers rarely occurred. A survey of each corps in November 1970 produced these results. I Corps reported that certain member agencies in the DIOCCs have a wealth of knowledge and information which had heretofore never been tapped. 2 Corps reported that professional jealousies and even distrust among agencies continue to impair progress. 3 Corps reported that support comes from only 1 or 2 of the agencies represented, while others tend to ignore results. 4 Corps reported that each GVN intelligence agency closely guards its information, thus making dossier construction difficult. 31. The problem, not explicitly stated, was that CIA officers, extracted from Phoenix by Ted Shackley and hidden away in embassy houses, saw only liabilities in sharing their sources with amateurish Phoenix coordinators. Said Ed Brady, they had their relationship with the PIC. Many of them either participated in or observed or were close at hand during the interrogations. So they had first-hand output from it. Very few of them, however, ever went and put that in the piace or in the diocese, which they were required to do by the procedures. What they really did, he complained, was go out and get their own organization, the PRU, and run their own separate operations. It wasn't a special branch operation. It belonged to the province officer. So if he thought he had some intelligence that could be acted upon, the U.S. tendency was to act on it unilaterally. They might invite a few special branch people to go along, but the special branch might not accept the invitation. Then if they caught somebody, they brought him back and turned him over to the special branch. They were so caught up in the mythology themselves, they'd say, "Hey, I'm running a Phoenix operation." 32. Here Ed Brady chose to define Phoenix in its narrow organizational sense, as a division of corps with its own SOP, offices, and employees. But insofar as Phoenix is a symbol for the attack against the VCI and insofar as the PICs and PRU were the foundation stones upon which Nelson Brickham built ICEX, the province officers were in fact running Phoenix operations. What is important to remember is that in order to achieve internal security in South Vietnam, America's war managers had to create and prolong an emergency which justified rule by secret decree and the imposition of a military dictatorship. And in order to gain the support of the American public in this venture, it was necessary for America's information managers to disguise the military dictatorship which supported itself through corruption and political repression as a bastion of Christian and democratic values besieged by demonic communists. In this context, Phoenix is the mask for the terror of the PICs and the PRU, and for the CIA's attempts at the political level to eliminate the opposition to us and to control the Vietnamese through our clients. 33. Phoenix in the conceptual sense is all the programs it coordinated, as well as the public information aspects that concealed its purpose. All other definitions are merely intellectual jargon. The point, Ed Murphy reminded us, is that it was used in Vietnam, it was used in the United States, and it still is used in the United States. I made the biggest impact of the war when I pulled John out of 3 Corps and sent him to 4 Corps because, Colby said to me, that was going to be the major area of the pacification battle. He did a spectacular job. A compulsive liar and adulterer, Van committed statutory rape in 1959. However, his wife lied on his behalf, and after rehearsing for days and going 48 hours without sleep, Van passed a lie detector test and was exonerated. Like many senior American officers in Vietnam, Van had several mistresses in Vietnam. 12. Chapter 23. Dissension. Soon after the Senate hearings concluded in mid-March 1970, the Phoenix controversy was again obscured by a larger event. On April 30, 1970, 10 days after he had proposed withdrawing 150,000 American troops by the end of the year, Richard Nixon announced that U.S. and South Vietnamese forces had invaded Cambodia. A deviation from the Nixon doctrine, the Cambodian invasion was the culmination of 12 years of covert actions against the government of Prince Norodom Sihanouk. The final phase began on March 12, 1970, while Sihanouk was abroad and his Prime Minister, Lon Nol, under instructions from the CIA, ordered all North Vietnamese out of Cambodia within 72 hours. That same day Deputy Prime Minister Sirach Matok cancelled a trade treaty between Cambodia and the Provisional Revolutionary Government. 4 days later the U.S. merchant ship Columbia Eagle, which was ostensibly carrying munitions for U.S. Air Force units in Thailand, was commandeered by 2 CIA officers, who steered it into the port of Sihanoukville. Armed with guns and ammunition from the Columbia Eagle, and backed by the Khmer Kampuchea Krom and the Khmer Sarai, Lon Nol's forces seized control of the government and moved against the Khmer Rouge and the Vietnamese who supported Prince Sihanouk. The CIA had been planning the operation since August 1969, when the murder of Thai Kak Chuen had brought about an end to Detachment B-57. The CIA plan called for the Khmer Sarai to attack Khmer Rouge positions from their base in Thailand, while Lon Nol seized Phnom Penh, using deserters from Sihanouk's palace guard, backed by Khmer Kampuchea Krom forces from South Vietnam. But the plan quickly got off track. Stanley Carnot notes, Cambodia was convulsed by anarchy in late March 1970. Rival Cambodian gangs were hacking each other to pieces, in some instances celebrating their prowess by eating the hearts and livers of their victims. Cambodian vigilantes organized by the police and other officials were murdering local Vietnamese, including women and infants. 1. What Carnot describes is Phoenix feasting on Phnom Penh. Aided by the CIA, the Cambodian secret police fed blacklists of targeted Vietnamese to the Khmer Sarai and Khmer Kampuchea Krom. The Vietnamese woman who translated the Truth About Phoenix article recalled what happened. These were not VC being killed, she said. I remember that. These were mass killings of Vietnamese merchants and Vietnamese people in Cambodia. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember because a friend of mine told me. He was 100% Vietnamese, but he didn't succeed in Vietnam, so when he was young, he became a Cambodian citizen and served in the Cambodian government. There were many Vietnamese people who went to Cambodia to settle. They were leaders of the economy and the government. But the Vietnamese were not loved by the Cambodians like the Chinese in Vietnam, and there was a mass execution of all those Vietnamese. They cut off their heads and threw them in the river. 2. On April 4 the Communists counterattacked, and by late April the forces of Lon Nol were faltering. As planned, Nol asked Washington for help, and soon South Vietnamese planes were flying supplies to Phnom Penh. Hastening to support his besieged client, Nixon encouraged General Abrams to propose intervention by American combat units as well. Abrams broadened the targets to include sanctuaries in the Fishhook border region further north, where he also claimed to have located the legendary communist headquarters, COSVN. 3. The ultimate mission of Phoenix, of course, had always been to neutralize what John Van at the Senate hearings called the brains of the insurgency, and insofar as COSVN was the locus of the VCI, the Cambodian invasion was a massive attack against the VCI. Indeed, the Phoenix Directorate contributed directly to this last desperate attempt to win the war, primarily as a result of the personal relationship John Mason shared with his comrade from World War II General Creighton Abrams. The bond of trust these two men enjoyed enabled them to bridge the bureaucratic abyss that often separates the CIA and the military. As important as the relationship between Mason and Abrams, however, was the relationship between Mason and Lieutenant Colonel Thomas P. McGreevy, who in July 1969 became the Directorate's operations chief, replacing Lieutenant Colonel Al Wadas. An engaging and immensely likable man, McGreevy was a graduate of West Point who in 1964 was sent to the Joint U.S. Military Advisory Group in Bangkok as an advisor to Thai intelligence. In Bangkok, McGreevy met weekly with the MAG commander, General Richard Stilwell, with the CIA station chief, Red Jansen, and with John Mason, who was stationed in Hawaii but made frequent trips to Bangkok. In effect, McGreevy was working as the military's liaison to the CIA in Southeast Asia, establishing coordinated intelligence operations in Cambodia, Laos, and South Vietnam, in which capacity he visited South Vietnam at one-month intervals, was introduced to the senior Special Branch, MSS, and PRU officials, and became intimately aware of their operations. In 1966 McGreevy returned to the United States to become chief of the 108th Military Intelligence Group in Boston, where he supervised operations throughout New England. Then, in 1967, at the request of the acting Chief of Staff for Intelligence, General Chester Johnson, McGreevy returned to Bangkok to facilitate a trilateral agreement among the United States, Thailand, and South Vietnam. As a result of this agreement, Thai intelligence began running joint operations in Cambodia and Laos with the Vietnamese CIO and the CIA. In July 1969, McGreevy was assigned to be the MACV intelligence chief in II Corps. When John Mason learned that McGreevy had arrived in Saigon, Mason immediately arranged for him to be reassigned to the Phoenix Directorate. In turn, McGreevy had a number of his former aides in Thailand transferred to the Directorate, and after a period of orientation in respect to Phoenix operations in the provinces, he and his team began utilizing their contacts in Thailand in preparation for the Cambodian invasion. McGreevy obtained information on COSM through his sources in Thai intelligence and through the handful of penetrations the Directorate had inside COSM. These penetrations existed at several levels, but the most significant penetration was COSM's Deputy Finance Director, who alerted McGreevy when the Finance Director was going on vacation, enabling McGreevy to mount a black propaganda campaign in which he said the Finance Director was running off with embezzled funds. In February 1970, Lieutenant Colonel Cao Minthiap was transferred from his job as chief of the Combined Intelligence Center to become McGreevy's counterpart in the Phung Hoang office. At this point, General Abrams asked John Mason to intensify Phoenix operations in the border provinces in preparation for the invasion. This was done primarily through PRU teams that searched for infiltration routes and supply caches. Meanwhile, McGreevy was reading reports from the Special Operations Group, which, under Colonel Steve Kavanaugh in liaison with CIA officer Joe Moran, was mounting its own operations against COSM. McGreevy also read reports submitted from Special Forces A camps and from the Army Security Agency, which was attempting to locate COSM through its radio transmissions. But the best intelligence on COSM came from Thai units in Cambodia. To obtain this information, McGreevy and Cao Minthiap, in the company of a team of Vietnamese CIO officers, were flown by the CIA to Bangkok, to the military side of the airport, where they met in the security center with Colonel Safan and Colonel Panay from Thai intelligence. Said McGreevy, "In April we provided a picture of what COSM looked like and where the key people were for." On May 11, 1970, Newsweek reported that near the town of Mimot, COSM's reinforced concrete bunkers are believed to spread 15 to 20 feet beneath the jungle's surface and to house some 5,000 men. Upon arriving in Mimot, however, American troops found only a scattering of empty huts, their occupants having fled weeks before in anticipation of the assault. As Carnot quips, the drive against COSM turned out to be quixotic 5. Quixotic, yes, but only in the sense that the VCI was not headquartered in a particular set of underground bunkers in Mamad. The invasion deflected attention from the CIA-engineered coup and bloodbath in Phnom Penh. It enabled Lon Nol to install a pro-American government in Cambodia, and it allowed Union Oil of California to secure concessions for all onshore and much offshore Cambodian oil. The Phoenix Directorate's participation in the Cambodian invasion, if the program is viewed as a bell curve, was certainly its climax. It was not, however, the extent of the Directorate's role in operations against the VCI. Operations Chief Tom McGreevy managed, from his office in Saigon, several actions against high-level VCI in South Vietnam. He cites as an example the time the Pleiku Province Phoenix officer got information of an impending VCI regional meeting near a tea plantation in Tu Quoc. McGreevy asked the Army Security Agency to pinpoint the location of the meeting, and it obliged him by intercepting and tracking VCI radio communications. McGreevy then sent in a SEAL team that captured several high-ranking VCI. In conjunction with the CIA station, the Phoenix Directorate also mounted penetrations of, and ran operations against, high-level VCI through special teams that never appeared on any of its rosters. American soldiers assigned to this highly compartmentalized aspect of Phoenix were enlisted men trained in the United States by the CIA, then sent to Vietnam, where they were briefed by CIA, SOG, and MACV intelligence officers at the Ho Ngoc Tau Special Forces camp on such matters as liaison procedures with the Vietnamese, the role of hunter-killer teams, how to screen detainees, district and province chief responsibilities, where input would come from, and where resources were available. Members of these special teams were given a sterile unit cover, usually as part of an Army Security Agency radio research unit, and were assigned only at corps and division level. While they were out on anti-VCI operations, their daily activity reports were falsified to show that they had been present at high-level briefings. Said McGreevy, "The teams were in place when I got there. The team in Bien Hoa, for example, was assigned for administrative purposes to the 175th Radio Research Unit, which was headquartered on the Bien Hoa military base. The team itself, however, was located in a safe house next to an old train station in Bien Hoa City. The team was composed of 10 enlisted men divided into 5 two-man teams under the Region Phoenix coordinator. The team's top priority was collecting tactical military intelligence in support of the Bien Hoa military base, but it also conducted currency investigations and an attack against the VCI. Regarding this latter function, the special team in Bien Hoa reported to the CIA's special unit at the Embassy Annex. These CIA analysts read Phoenix reports on a daily basis, assessed them for potential intelligence recruitment leads, then decided how a particular VCI could be approached in order to be developed as a penetration agent. Generally, VCI were told they could work for the CIA, or they could appear to have been killed by their own people. The program was basically a system of identification and control within the VCI, so GVN officials could assume positions of power after the impending ceasefire. Special teams like the one in Bien Hoa operated above the Phoenix Province organization, so there were occasional accidents. For example, in one case a VCI was removed from the blacklist and approached as a PIRL. However, the Phoenix team in the district got to him first and killed him. The Phoenix advisor was just doing his job, and doing it well, but it ruined the recruitment, which had taken 3 months to develop. Another case in which the Bien Hoa special team was involved concerned a village chief who was supposedly loyal to the GVN. He was a former Viet Minh, a southern Vietnamese who had not gone north. A strong nationalist, he hated Americans, but he also saw the North Vietnamese trying to control the South, and he hated the North too, and that was his motivation to work with the CIA. But it was a shaky motive, and when a team of NVA agents came and made him feel comfortable with their presence, he became a double agent. The chief was also the Viet Cong tax collector, in which capacity he went around with the VC political officer, who gave him access to Unit Cotter. At that point he was also working for the CIA, and when it gave him a polygraph test, he failed. Then a GVN team got ambushed en route to meet him, so he was terminated with extreme prejudice, which meant along with his entire family, in such a way that it was made to appear that he was taken out by the Viet Cong. The job was done by the Vietnamese Ranger team assigned to Bien Hoa's special team. Other times the Americans did the terminations themselves, making sure to kill everyone so there would be no witnesses and using brass catchers so there would be no incriminating evidence. Other times the special team sent in SEALs. Make no mistake about it, Americans who were involved in Phoenix suffered wounds that were not just physical. Many returned to the United States emotionally wrecked, fearful of being prosecuted for war crimes. Many began to doubt the reasons they were given for fighting the war. Back home in the United States in 1970, many people were reaching the same conclusion, although belatedly because facts about the covert operations that fueled the war were slow to emerge. For example, not until he was released from prison after the war did Tran Ngoc Chau reveal that a systematic campaign of vilification by use of forged documents was carried out during the mid-1950s to justify Diem's refusal to negotiate with Hanoi in preparation for the unheld unifying elections of 1956. According to Chau, the forging was done by US and British intelligence agencies, which helped gather authentic documents that permitted plausible foundations to be laid for the forgeries. These were distributed to various political groups as well as to writers and artists who used the false documents to carry out the propaganda campaign. Point 6. Forged documents used to justify and conceal illegal activities often appear in the form of captured documents similar to the type described by Chau. As two aides to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee reported about the Cambodian invasion, there seems to be captured documents to prove any point or to support, retrospectively, almost any conclusion. 7. When used against an individual, forged documents are called a compromise and discreditation operation. Along with recruitment in place, defection, capture, and killing, the compromise and discreditation operation was a standard procedure employed by Phoenix personnel. Its purpose was to create dissension among the VCI, to make them suspect that one of their own had betrayed them. Compromise and discreditation were accomplished by conducting whisper campaigns and by planting forged documents or incriminating evidence, usually to reflect dishonesty, immorality, or greed. Forged letters are a CIA specialty. Writes former CIA officer Philip Agee. I would say our most successful operation in Ecuador was the framing of Antonio Flores Benitez, a key member of the Communist Revolutionary Movement. By bugging Flores' phone, we found out a lot of what he was doing. His wife was a blabbermouth. He made a secret trip to Havana and we decided to do a job on him when he landed back in Ecuador. With another officer, I worked all one weekend to compose a report from Flores to the Cubans. It was a masterpiece. The report implied that Flores Group had already received funds from Cuba and was now asking for more money in order to launch guerrilla operations in Ecuador. My Quito station chief, Warren Dean, approved the report. In fact, he loved it so much he just had to get into the act. So he dropped the report on the floor and walked on it a while to make it look pocket-worn. Then he folded it and stuffed it into a toothpaste tube from which he had spent 3 hours carefully squeezing out all the toothpaste. He was like a kid with a new toy. So then I took the tube out to the Minister of the Treasury, who gave it to his customs inspector. When Flores came through customs, the inspector pretended to go rummaging through one of his suitcases. What he really did, of course, was slip the toothpaste tube into the bag and then pretend to find it there. When he opened the tube, he of course discovered the report. Flores was arrested and there was a tremendous scandal. This was one of a series of sensational events that we had a hand in during the first 6 months of 1963. By late July of that year, the climate of anti-communist fear was so great that the military seized a pretext and took over the government, jailed all the communists it could find and outlawed the Communist Party. 8. Likewise, according to Donald Fried in Death in Washington, the catalyst for the 1973 coup in Chile was a forged document detailing a leftist plot to start a reign of terror which was discovered by the enemies of President Salvador Allende Gossens. The result was a violent military coup, which the CIA officers sat back and watched from a safe distance. Compromise and discreditation operations are a tried and true method used in America, too. For example, CIA officer Howard Hunt forged State Department documents showing that President John Kennedy ordered the assassination of Ngo Dinh Diem. And the FBI discredited, through the use of forged documents, Martin Luther King, Daniel Ellsberg, and Gene Seberg, among others. When genuine, however, captured documents provide valuable insights into the enemy's plans and strategies. Indeed, said Jack from the Vietnam Task Force, Colby proved Phoenix effectiveness through captured documents. For example, in its 1970 end-of-year report, the Phoenix Directorate quoted captured documents signed by the Deputy Secretary of COSVN as saying that Phoenix and the Accelerated Pacification Campaign were the most dangerous and effective measures used by the GVN against the insurgency. Another captured document, quoted in the report, stated that personnel of the Fung Huang intelligence organization are the most dangerous enemies of the revolution in suburban and rural areas. Judging by information from captured documents, interrogations of captured personnel and Hoi Chan debriefings, the Directorate concluded that Fung Huang is an effective program. 9. Captured documents, when genuine, also serve as something of a double-edged sword, revealing U.S. plans and strategies, including those pertaining to Phoenix, that might otherwise remain secret. Consider, for example, a circular titled "On the Establishment of the Enemy Fung Huang Intelligence Organization in Villages," issued by the Viet Cong Security Service in Region 6 on March 29, 1970, captured on May 15, 1970, and cited as Document 053344-70 by the Combined Document Exploitation Center. It describes how the VCI viewed and planned to combat Phoenix. As stated in the circular, the most wicked maneuvers of Phoenix have been to seek out every means by which to terrorize revolutionary families and force the people to disclose the location of our agents and join the People's Self-Defense Force. They also spread false rumors, and make love with our cadres' wives and daughters. Their main purpose is to jeopardize the prestige of the revolutionary families, create dissension between them and the people, and destroy the people's confidence in the revolution. In addition, they also try to bribe poor and miserable revolutionary families into working for them. Phoenix agents are described as village or hamlet administrative personnel, policemen, and landowners, who set up the People's Intelligence Organization and work with pacification personnel and intelligence agents to organize family cadre, issue ID cards, and classify the people. Phoenix agents were said to have made a list of the cadre to be eliminated when the ceasefire took place. Their prescribed criteria are to kill 5 cadre in each village in order to change the balance between enemy and friendly forces in the village. According to the circular, the primary task of GVN village chiefs is to assign Phoenix Intelligence Organization and security assistants to develop and take charge of the PSDF. Select a number of tyrants in this force to activate invisible armed teams which are composed of 3 to 6 well-trained members each. These teams are to assassinate our key cadre, as in Vinh Long Province. What the circular is describing is the culmination of Ralph Johnson's Contra-coup process, in which counter-terrorists were extracted from People's Self-Defense Forces by Vung Tau-trained village chiefs under the aegis of the Fung Huang program. By 1970, political warfare was also being managed through Phoenix. The 1970 end-of-year report cites an experimental program in which armed propaganda teams of 7 men were placed under the operational control of the DIOCCs. On a day-to-day basis, the DIOC provided targeting information on specific VCI or VCI families to the APT, would then contact them in an effort to induce them to rally. Ralliers were interrogated immediately, thereby achieving a snowball effect in the targeting subsequent neutralization process. Defectors were dubbed Phoenix returnees 10. By 1970, Phoenix was also sponsoring indoctrination courses. In May, Fung Huang agents in Dien Ban district organized the People's Training Course to denounce communist crimes. This training course, its name evoking memories of Diem's denunciation campaign, was attended by 280 local residents. The problem was that Contre-coup had no corresponding ideology. Ralph Johnson could turn the enemy's tactics against him, but not his beliefs. On this point the captured circular reads, as a result of the victories of the revolution, the enemy has been forced to accept serious failures and to de-escalate the war. In the face of the situation, the U.S. imperialists have been forced into withdrawing their troops. This fact has caused great confusion and dissension within the enemy ranks. The people have developed great hatred for the enemy. In addition, there is dissension among the Phoenix intelligence members, pacification personnel, policemen, and espionage agents due to internal conflict. Fanning this dissension was the ability of the VCI to penetrate IOCCs. A captured Viet Cong document, dated July 1, 1970, and issued by the Dien Ban District Security Service, instructs its agents to penetrate all Phuong Hoang Han Quan, to establish blacklists of personnel, and to report on their activities for elimination. Da Nang City and Quang Nam Province were particularly well penetrated. A combined document exploitation center report dated November 23, 1970, cites 3 messages pertaining to Phoenix and the PSDF committee in Da Nang City, and the location and activities of the GVN intelligence service in Da Nang City, a blank release slip from the Dien Ban Diocese copied by an unidentified individual, and an undated note regarding a Phuong Hoang meeting at the Quang Nam Piasi at Hoi An. According to another captured document provided by the Combined Document Exploitation Center on October 21, 1970, a member of the Da Nang Military Interrogation Center escaped after the MSS had discovered he was a double agent. Still another captured document notes that an agent of the Phuong Hoang organization in the 2nd Precinct, Da Nang City, who was the son of the secretary of the VNQDD in Vinh Phuc village, provided detailed information on a Phuong Hoang training course he attended on June 15, 1970, and the assignment of the trainees upon completion of the course, meaning the VCI in Da Nang knew every move Phoenix was making. Nelson Brickham viewed Vietnam as a war that would be won or lost on the basis of intelligence, and he created Phoenix as the vanguard in that battle. Unfortunately, the Phoenix front line unraveled faster than the VCI's. Dissension between the Americans and Vietnamese, and the CIA and the military, doomed the program to failure. And while the insurgents held tight, mistrust of U.S. government policy in Southeast Asia, born during Tet 1968 and brought to a boil by the Cambodian invasion, began to unravel American society. Immediately following the Cambodian invasion, massive anti-war demonstrations erupted across the country. In Ohio, Governor James Rhodes reacted violently, vowing to eradicate the protesters. On May 4, 1970, the Ohio National Guard responded to his exhortations, firing into a crowd of demonstrators at Kent State College, killing 4 people. The spectacle of American soldiers killing American citizens had a chilling effect on many people, many of whom suddenly realized that dissent was as dangerous in the United States as it was in South Vietnam. To many Americans, the underlying tragedy of the Vietnam War, symbolized by Phoenix, was finally felt at home. Nixon himself articulated those murderous impulses when he told his staff, "Don't worry about decisiveness. Having drawn the sword, stick it in hard. Hit 'em in the gut. No defensiveness." 11. Nixon backed his words with actions. He ordered one of his aides, a former Army intelligence specialist and president of the Young Americans for Freedom, Tom Houston, to devise a plan to surveil, compromise, and discredit his domestic critics. The Houston Plan was called Evidence of a Gestapo Mentality by Senator Sam Ervin of North Carolina. 12. What Ervin meant by the Gestapo mentality was Phoenix in its conceptual sense, the use of terror to stifle dissent. Reflecting Nixon's Gestapo mentality, offensive counterintelligence operations were directed against dissenters in America, blacks, leftists, pacifists, the Vietnam veterans against the war, and American Indians. The most famous example may have been mounted by the CIA's Domestic Operations Branch against the Black Liberation Movement, as in Chile, it provoked a violent reaction by security forces and served to justify repression. Colston Westbrook, according to Mae Brussell in a July 1974 article in The Realist, was a CIA Psy-war expert. An advisor to the Korean CIA and Lon Nol in Cambodia, Westbrook from 1966 until 1969 reportedly worked as an advisor to the Vietnamese Police Special Branch. In 1970 Westbrook allegedly returned to the United States and was gotten a job at the University of California at Berkeley. According to Brussell, Westbrook's control officer was William Herrmann, who was connected to the Stanford Research Institute, Rand Corporation, and Hoover Center on Violence. In his capacity as an advisor to Governor Ronald Reagan, Herrmann put together a pacification plan for California at the UCLA Center for Study and Prevention of Violence. As part of this pacification plan, Westbrook, a black man, was assigned the task of forming a black cultural association at the Vacaville Medical Facility. Although ostensibly fostering black pride, Westbrook was in truth conducting an experimental behavior modification program. Westbrook's job, claims Brussell, was to program unstable persons, drawn from California prisons, to assassinate black community leaders. His most successful client was Donald DeFries, chief of the Symbionese Liberation Army. It was Westbrook who designed the SLA's logo, who gave DeFries his African name, and who set Sink and his gang on their Phoenix flight to cremation, care of the Los Angeles SWAT team, the FBI, and U.S. Treasury agents. In 1971 Nixon was to direct his domestic affairs officer, John Ehrlichman, to form a special White House internal security unit called the Plumbers. Chosen to head the Plumbers were certified psychopath Gordon Liddy and false document preparation expert Howard Hunt. In charge of controls was Egil Crow, who once said, "Anyone who opposes us, we'll destroy." As a matter of fact, anyone who doesn't support us, we'll destroy. 13. Just as Theo's domestic political opponents were targets on Phoenix blacklists in Vietnam, so the Plumbers' enemies list included critics of Nixon, people like Gregory Peck, Joe Namath, and Stanley Carnot. And just as illegal methods were used to discredit and compromise neutralists in Vietnam, so, too, the Plumbers turned to crime in their attack against anyone who doesn't support us. Along with Hunt and several other government officials, Crow was to be convicted of breaking into the home of Daniel Ellsberg, psychiatrist. Offensive counterintelligence operations directed against the anti-war movement were mounted by the Plumbers, the CIA through its Operation Chaos, the FBI through its COINTELPROs under William C. Sullivan, whose favorite trick was issuing Kafkaesque secret subpoenas, the National Security Agency, which used satellites to spy on dissenters, and the Defense Intelligence Agency, servicing the Joint Chiefs and working with the Army Chief of Staff for Intelligence, General William Yarborough. Through Operation Shamrock, headquartered at Fort Holabird. Shamrock's main targets were former military intelligence personnel like Ed Murphy and special operations veterans like Elton Manzioni, both of whom, by then, were members of the Vietnam Veterans Against the War. Allegedly as part of Shamrock, the 111th Military Intelligence Group in Memphis kept Martin Luther King, Jr., under 24-hour 8-day surveillance and reportedly watched and took photos while King's assassin moved into position, took aim, fired, and walked away. As a result, some VVAW members contend that the murders of King, and other less notable victims, were the work of a domestic variety Phoenix hit team. Some say it still exists. Be that as it may, it is a fact that during the Vietnam War the government sought to neutralize its domestic opponents, using illegal means, in the name of national security. The fear of surveillance being as effective as surveillance itself, the result was that many Americans refrained from writing letters to their representatives or otherwise participating in the democratic process, knowing that to do so was to risk wiretaps on their phones, FBI agents reading their mail, being blackmailed for past indiscretions, made victims of vicious rumor campaigns, losing their jobs, or worse. Moreover, the suppression of dissent in America was championed by the same people who advocated war in Vietnam. And when it became apparent that America had been defeated in Vietnam, these reactionaries, like the Germans after World War I, vented their bitterness and anger on the disparate groups that formed the anti-war movement. Using Phoenix offensive counterintelligence tactics, the security forces in America splintered the anti-war movement into single-issue groups, which were isolated and suppressed during the backlash of the Reagan era. Today the threat of terrorism alone remains, pounded into the national consciousness, at the bequest of big business, by abiding media. Indeed, without the complicity of the media, the government could not have implemented Phoenix, in either Vietnam or America. A full disclosure of the province interrogation centers and the provincial reconnaissance units would have resulted in its demise. But the relationship between the media and the government is symbiotic, not adversarial. The extent to which this practice existed was revealed in 1975, when William Colby informed a congressional committee that more than 500 CIA officers were operating undercover as corporate executives and that 40 CIA officers were posing as journalists. Case in point, reactionary columnist and TV talk show host William Buckley, Jr., the millionaire creator of the Young Americans for Freedom and cohort of Howard Hunt's in Mexico in the 1950s. When it comes to the CIA and the press, one hand washes the other. In order to have access to informed officials, reporters frequently suppress or distort stories. In return, officials leak stories to reporters to whom they owe favors. At its most incestuous, reporters and government officials are actually related. For example, Delta Pru Commander Charles Lemoyne and his New York Times reporter brother, James. Likewise, if Ed Lansdale had not had Joseph Alsop to print his black propaganda in the United States, there probably would have been no Vietnam War. In a democratic society, the media ought to investigate and report objectively on the government, which is under no obligation to inform the public of its activities and which, when it does, puts a positive spin on the news. As part of the deal, when those activities are conducted in secret, illegally, reporters tend to look away rather than jeopardize profitable relationships. The price of success is compromise of principles. This is invariably the case. The public is always the last to know, and what it does learn are at best half-truths, squeezed into 500-word columns or 30-second TV bites, themselves easily ignored or forgotten. So it was with Phoenix. PIRLs were provided with incentives from the black market, including narcotics that CIA contractors brought in from Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia. Chapter 24. Transgressions. In the introduction to this book, Elton Manzioni described the counter-terror campaign he joined in 1964. He told how, as a U.S. Navy SEAL working in a hunter-killer team, he broke down from the strain of having to kill not just enemy soldiers but their families, supporters, and innocent bystanders as well. In September 1964, Manzion's crisis of faith compelled him to go AWOL in France. His military records show he was never even in South Vietnam. The tragedy of the Vietnam War is that with the arrival of regular American units in 1965, the attack on the elusive and illusory VCI became everyone's job, not just that of elite units. And once the license to kill was granted carte blanche to all American soldiers, a corresponding moral turpitude spread like an infectious disease through their ranks. The effects were evident in fragmentation grenades thrown into officers' tents, crippled Vietnamese orphans selling vials of heroin to addicted GIs, Confederate flags unfurled in honor of Martin Luther King's assassination, companies refusing to go out on patrol, and thousands of deserters fleeing to Canada, France, and Sweden. The problem was one of using means which were antithetical to the desired end, of denying due process in order to create a democracy, of using terror and repression to foster freedom. When put into practice by soldiers taught to think in conventional military and moral terms, contre-coup engendered transgressions on a massive scale. However, for those pressing the attack on the VCI, the bloodbath was constructive, for indiscriminate air raids and artillery barrages obscured the shadow war being fought in urban back alleys and anonymous rural hamlets. The military shield allowed a CIA officer to sit behind a steel door in a room in the U.S. Embassy, insulated from human concern, skimming the Phoenix blacklist, selecting targets for assassination, distilling power from tragedy. As the plaque on Ted Shackley's desk says, little minds are tamed and subdued by misfortune, but great minds rise above it. Others, meanwhile, sought to prevent the negligent cruelties they witnessed. William Greaves, for one, is proud of the fact that his field police were able to protect civilians from marauding Vietnamese Ranger units. And as Doug McCollum recounted, on one occasion they even held their own against a U.S. Army unit. The military and the police, McCollum explained, divided Vietnam into areas of responsibility. In white areas, considered safe, and gray areas, considered up for grabs, the police had jurisdiction, but in red areas, considered war zones, the military could do whatever it wanted. It was in red areas that the military shenanigans I reported took place, McCollum recalled. Point 1. McCollum told how, in 1968, in a joint operation with elements of the U.S. 4th Division, he and his field police platoon entered a red Montagnard village in search of VC. But there were only women and children and old men. That was generally the case, he said. What happened next was no aberration either. A military intelligence captain called in armed personnel carriers and loaded the women and children in them. Everyone was taken out to a field, several miles from the village. The armed personnel carriers formed a semicircle with their backs toward the people. Soldiers manned the machine guns, and the people, knowing what was about to happen, started crying. The frantic field police platoon leader asked McCollum, "What are they doing?" McCollum in turn asked the captain, "Who's doing this?" "Higher headquarters," he was told. "Well then, you'll have to kill my field police and me," McCollum said, deploying his forces in a line in front of Montagnards. "So the military drove away," he told me, shaking his head. "They just left everyone there. And the next morning, when I told the police chief what happened, the only thing he said was, 'Well, now you've got to transport everyone back to the village.' That was what he was upset about." About the massacring of civilians by U.S. infantry troops, Doug McCollum stated, "There wasn't too much of that. It was mostly raising skirts and chopping off fingers." However, as more and more soldiers succumbed to anger and frustration, more and more incidents occurred. The My Lai massacre was first reported in March 1969, one full year after the event. In April 1969, because of congressional queries, the case was given to the Army Inspector General, and in August Army Chief of Staff William Westmoreland turned the case over to the Army's Criminal Investigation Division. In November 1969 Seymour Hersh broke the story, telling how 504 Vietnamese civilians were massacred by members of a U.S. infantry company attached to a special battalion called Task Force Barker. 10 days after Hersh broke the story, Westmoreland ordered General William Pierce to conduct an official inquiry. Evan Parker contended to me that Pierce got the job because he was not a West Point graduate. Point 2 However, Pierce's close ties to the CIA may also have been a factor. In World War II, Pierce had commanded OSS Detachment 101, in which capacity he had been Evan Parker's boss. In the early 1950s he had been the CIA's chief of training and its station chief in Taiwan, and as SACSA in 1966 Pierce had worked with the CIA in formulating pacification policy. Having had several commands in Vietnam, he was well aware of how the war was being conducted. But the most conclusive evidence linking Pierce to the CIA is the report he submitted in March 1970, which was not made available to the public until 1974 and which carefully avoided implicating the CIA. The perfunctory trials that followed the Pierce inquiry amounted to slaps on the wrist for the defendants and fueled rumors of a cover-up. Of the 30 people named in the report, charges were brought against 16, 4 were tried, and 1 was convicted. William Calley's sentence was quickly reduced, and in conservative quarters he was venerated as a hero and scapegoat. Likewise, the men in Calley's platoon were excused as victims of VC terror and good soldiers acting under orders. Of nearly 2,000 Americans surveyed by Time magazine, 65% denied being upset. Yet, if most Americans were willing to accept the massacre as necessary to ensure their security, why the cover-up? Why was the massacre portrayed as an isolated incident? On August 25, 1970, an article appeared in the New York Times hinting that the CIA, through Phoenix, was responsible for My Lai. The storyline was advanced on October 14, when defense attorneys for David Mitchell, a sergeant accused and later cleared of machine gunning scores of Vietnamese in a drainage ditch in My Lai, citing Phoenix as the CIA's systematic program of assassination, named Evan Parker as the CIA officer who signed documents, certain blacklists, of Vietnamese to be assassinated in My Lai. 3 When we spoke, Parker denied the charge. A defense request to subpoena Parker was denied, as was a request to view the My Lai blacklist. Outside the courtroom, CIA lawyer John Greene insisted that the agency was absolutely not involved in My Lai. When asked if the CIA had ever operated in My Lai, Greene replied, "I don't know. But as has been established in this book, the CIA had one of its largest contingents in Quang Ngai province. Especially active were its census grievance cadre, directed by the Son Tin District RD Cadre Intelligence Chief, Ho Ngoc Hui, whose VNQDD cadres were in My Lai on the day prior to the massacre." A Catholic from North Vietnam, Hui reportedly called the massacre a small matter for. To understand why the massacre occurred, it helps to know that in March 1968 cordon and search operations of the type Task Force Barker conducted in My Lai were how RD Cadre intelligence officers contacted their secret agents. The Piers report does not mention that, or that in March 1968 the 41 RD teams operating in Quang Ngai were channeling information on VCI through Hui to the CIA's paramilitary advisor, who shared it with the province Phoenix coordinator. The Phoenix coordinator in Quang Ngai province at the time of the My Lai massacre was Robert B. Ramsdell, a 17-year veteran of the Army SID who subsequently worked for 10 years as a private investigator in Florida. Ramsdell was hired by the CIA in 1967. He was trained in the United States and sent to Vietnam on February 4, 1968, as the Special Branch Advisor in Quang Ngai Province. Ramsdell, who appeared incognito before the Piers panel, told newsmen that he worked for the Agency for International Development. In Cover Up, Seymour Hersh tells how in February 1968 Ramsdell began rounding up residents of Quang Ngai City whose names appeared on Phoenix blacklists. 5 Explained Ramsdell, "After Tet we knew who many of these people were, but we let them continue to function because we were controlling them. They led us to the VC security officer for the district. We wiped them out after Tet and then went ahead and picked up the small fish." 6 The people who were wiped out, Hersh explains, were put to death by the Phoenix Special Police. 7 Ramsdell simply eliminated everyone who was on those lists, said Gerald Stout, an Army intelligence officer who fed Ramsdell names. It was recrimination. 8 Recrimination for Tet, at a minimum. Unfortunately, according to Randolph Lane, the Quang Ngai Province MACV intelligence advisor, Ramsdell's victims were not Viet Cong 9. This fact is corroborated by Jeffrey Stein, a corporal working undercover for the 525th MiG, running agent nets in Quang Nam and southern Thu Tien provinces. According to Stein, the VNQDD was a Vietnamese militarist party that had a world fascist allegiance and wanted to overthrow the Vietnamese government from the right. The people they were naming as communists were left-wing Buddhists, and that information was going to the Phoenix program. We were being used to assassinate their political rivals. 10. Through the Son Tin Diocese, Phoenix coordinator Ramsdell passed census grievance-generated intelligence to Task Force Barker, estimating the 48th Battalion at a strength of 450 men. The Piers report, however, said that 40 VC at most were in My Lai on the day prior to March 16 and that they had left before Task Force Barker arrived on the scene. 11. Ramsdell told the Piers panel, "Very frankly, anyone that was in that area was considered a VCS, because they couldn't survive in that area unless they were sympathizers." 12. On the basis of Ramsdell's information, Task Force Barker's intelligence officer, Captain Ko Tuk, told Lieutenant Colonel Frank Barker that only VC and active VC sympathizers were living. But, Kotuk said, because leaflets were to be dropped, civilians would be out of the hamlets, by 0700 hours 13. Phoenix coordinator Ramsdell then provided Kotuk with a blacklist of VCI suspects in My Lai, along with the ludicrous notion that all sympathizers would be gone from the hamlet by early morning, leaving 450 hardcore VC guerrillas behind. Yet the link between Ramsdell and the poor intelligence for the March 16 operation was never explored by the Peers Panel 14. As in any large-scale Phoenix operation, two of Task Force Barker's companies cordoned off the hamlet while a third one Callies moved in, clearing the way for Kotuk and special branch officers who were brought to the field to identify VC from among the detained inhabitants. 15. As Hirsch notes parenthetically, shortly after the My Lai 4 operation, the number of VCI on the Phoenix blacklist was sharply reduced. 16. In an unsigned, undated memo on Phoenix supplied by Jack, the genesis of the blacklist is described as follows. There had been a reluctance to exploit available sources of information in the hamlet, village, and district. It was, therefore, suggested that effective cordon and search operations must rely on all locally available intelligence in order to deprive the Viet Cong of a sanctuary among the population. It was in this context that carefully prepared blacklists were made available. The blacklists were furnished to assist the Allied operational units in searching for specifically identified people and in screening captives or local personnel held for questioning. The information for the blacklists was prepared by the police special branch in conjunction with intelligence collected from the province interrogation centers. Kotuk was charged by the Peers Panel with concealing evidence and falsifying reports, with having authorized the killing of at least one VC suspect by members of the National Police, and with having committed the offense of maiming by cutting off the finger of a VC suspect. 17. The CIA, via Phoenix, not only perpetrated the My Lai massacre but also concealed the crime. The Peers Panel noted that a census grievance caterman of Sun My Village submitted a written report to the census grievance chief, Quang Gai, on March 18, 1968, indicating that a fierce battle with VC and local guerrillas had resulted in 427 civilian and guerrilla deaths, 27 in My Lai and 400 in the nearby hamlets of Thuan Yen and Ben Dong. 18. The appearance of this report coincided with the release by Robert Thompson of a captured document, which had been mislaid for 19 months, indicating that the Cu Sim Hien Q had assassinated 2,748 civilians in Hue during Tet. The only person named as having received the census grievance report is Lieutenant Colonel William Ginn, who testified in May 1969 that he could not recall who specifically had given it to him. In December 1969 Ginn, when shown a copy of the census grievance report, refused further to testify, and accordingly, it was not possible to ascertain whether the March 18 census grievance report was in fact the one which he recalled having received. 19. With that, the matter of the census grievance report was dropped. The My Lai cover-up was assisted by the Sun Tin District Advisor, Major David Gavin, who lost a report written on April 11 by Tran Ngoc Tan, the Sun Tin District Chief. Tan's report named the 504 people killed at My Lai, and Tan said that he discussed with Gavin, but that Gavin denies this. Shortly thereafter Major Gavin became Lieutenant Colonel Gavin. 20. The 11th Brigade commander dismissed Tan's charges as baseless propaganda. 21. Barker's after-action report listed no civilian deaths. Civilian deaths in South Vietnam from 1965 until 1973 are estimated at 1.5 million, none is reported in U.S. military after-action reports. The Peers Panel cited evidence that at least at the Quang Ngai Province and Sun Tin District levels, and possibly at 2nd ARVN Division, the senior U.S. military advisors aided in suppressing information concerning the massacre. 22. Task Force Barker Commander Lieutenant Colonel Barker was killed in a helicopter crash on June 13, 1968, while traveling back to My Lai as part of an investigation ordered by the Quang Ngai Province Chief, Colonel Kien. Kien is described as a big-time crook and a VNQDD politico who had a family in Hue and was afraid the VC were going to make another Hue out of Quang Ngai. Province Chief Kien and the Deputy Province Senior Advisor, Lieutenant Colonel Gin, both believed that the only way to win the war was to kill all Viet Cong and Viet Cong sympathizers. 23. The last piece in the My Lai puzzle concerned Robert Heberle and J. Roberts, Army reporters assigned to Task Force Barker. After the massacre, Roberts prepared an article for the brigade newspapers which omitted all mention of war crimes he had observed and gave a false and misleading account of the Task Force Barker operation. Roberts was charged by the peers panel with having made no attempt to stop war crimes he witnessed and for failing to report the killings of non-combatants. Heberle was cited by the panel for withholding photographic evidence of war crimes and for failing to report war crimes he had witnessed at My Lai. As Jeff Stein said, the first thing you learn in the army is not competence, you learn corruption. And you learn to get along, go along. 24. Unfortunately, not everyone learns to get along. On September 3, 1988, Robert T. Savaz was apparently shot in the head by his girlfriend, after an argument over a bottle of vodka. The two were homeless, living out of a van they had parked under a bridge in Pittsburgh. T. Savaz was a Vietnam veteran and a participant in the My Lai massacre. T. Savaz's attorney, George Davis, traveled to Da Nang in 1970 to investigate the massacre, and while there was assigned as an aide a Vietnamese colonel who said that the massacre was a Phoenix operation and that the purpose of Phoenix was to terrorize the civilian population into submission. Davis told me, when I told the people in the War Department what I knew and that I would attempt to obtain all records on the program in order to defend my client, they agreed to drop the charges. 25. Indeed, the My Lai massacre was a result of Phoenix, the jerry-built counter-terror program that provided an outlet for the repressed fears and anger of the psyched-up men of Task Force Barker. Under the aegis of neutralizing the infrastructure, old men, women, and children became the enemy. Phoenix made it as easy to shoot a Vietnamese child as it was to shoot a sparrow in a tree. The ammunition was faulty intelligence provided by secret agents harboring grudges in violation of the agreement that census grievance intelligence would not be provided to the police. The trigger was the blacklist. As Ed Murphy said, Phoenix was far worse than the things attributed to it. Indeed, the range of transgressions generated by Phoenix was all-encompassing but was most evident in its post-apprehension aspect. According to Jeff Stein, the CIA would direct the PRU teams to go out and take care of a particular target, either capture or assassination, or kidnapping. Kidnapping was a common thing that they liked to do. They really liked the whole John Wayne bit to go in and capture someone at night. They'd put him in one of these bins, these garbage collection type bins, and the helicopter would pick up the bin and fly him off to a regional interrogation center. I think it's common knowledge what goes on at the interrogation center, Stein writes. It was common knowledge that when someone was picked up, their lives were about at an end, because the Americans most likely felt that, if they were to turn someone like that back into the countryside, it would just be multiplying NLF followers. 26. Bart Osborne is more specific. I never knew in the course of all those operations any detainee to live through his interrogation, Osborne testified before Congress in 1971. They all died. There was never any reasonable establishment of the fact that any one of those individuals was, in fact, cooperating with the VC, but they all died, and the majority were either tortured to death or things like thrown out of helicopters. 27. One of John Hart's original ICEX charges was to develop a means of containing within the GVN's judicial system the explosion of civilian detainees. But as Nelson Brickham explained, no one wanted to get the name of the jailer of Vietnam, and no agency ever accepted responsibility. So another outcome of Phoenix was a prison system filled to overflowing. It was not until April 1970, when 10 Vietnamese students put themselves on display in a room in the Saigon College of Agriculture, that treatment of political prisoners gained the attention of the press. The students had been tried and convicted by a military field court. Some were in shock and being fed intravenously. Some had had bamboo splinters shoved under their fingernails. One was deaf from having had soapy water poured in his ears and his ears pounded. The women students had been raped as well as tortured. The culprits, claims Don Luce in his book Hostages of War, were Saigon's 1st District Police, who used false documents and signatures to prove guilt, and used torture and drugs to extract confessions. The case of the students prompted 2 congressmen to investigate conditions at Con Son Prison in July 1970. Initially, Rod Landreth advised Station Chief Shackley not to allow the congressmen to visit, but Shackley saw denial as a tacit admission of CIA responsibility. So Landreth passed the buck to Buzz Johnson at the Central Pacification and Development Council. Thinking there was nothing to hide, Johnson got the green light from General Keim. He then arranged for Congressmen Augustus Hawkins and William Anderson and their aide Tom Harkins to fly to Con Son accompanied by Public Safety Advisor Frank Walton. Acting as interpreter for the delegation was Don Luce, a former director of the International Volunteer Service who had been living in Vietnam since 1959. Prison reform advocate Luce had gained the trust of many Vietnamese nationalists, one of whom told him where the notorious tiger cages were located at Con Son Prison. Upon arriving at Con Son, Luce and his entourage were greeted by the prison warden, Colonel Nguyen Van Ve. Harkins presented VE with a list of 6 prisoners the congressman wished to visit in Camp 4. While inside this section of the prison, Luce located the door to the tiger cages hidden behind a woodpile at the edge of a vegetable garden. VE and Walton protested this departure from the guided tour, their exclamations prompting a guard inside the tiger cage section to open the door, revealing its contents. The congressman entered and saw stone compartments 5 feet wide, 9 feet long, and 6 feet high. Access to the tiger cages was gained by climbing steps to a catwalk, then looking down between iron grates. From 3 to 5 men were shackled to the floor in each cage. All were beaten, some mutilated. Their legs were withered, and they scuttled like crabs across the floor, begging for food, water, and mercy. Some cried. Others told of having lime buckets, which sat ready above each cage, emptied upon them. VE denied everything. The lime was for whitewashing the walls, he explained, and the prisoners were evil people who deserved punishment because they would not salute the flag. Despite the fact that Congress funded the GVN's Directorate of Corrections, Walton accused the congressman of interfering in Vietnamese affairs. Congressman Hawkins expressed the hope that American POWs were being better treated in Hanoi. The extent of the tiger cage flap was a brief article in the New York Times that was repudiated by U.S. authorities. In Saigon, the secret police cornered Luce's landlady and the U.S. Embassy accused Luce of being a Viet Cong agent. Rod Landreth approached Buzz Johnson with the idea of circulating evidence of Luce's alleged homosexuality, but Johnson nixed the idea. When Luce began writing articles for Tin Sang, all issues were promptly confiscated and his press card was revoked. Finally, Luce was expelled from Vietnam in May 1971, after his apartment had been ransacked by secret policemen searching for his records. Fortunately, Luce had mailed his notes and documents to the United States, and he later compiled them in Hostages of War. Michael Drosnin, in the May 30, 1975, issue of New Times, quotes Phoenix legal advisor Robert Gould as saying, "I don't know for sure, but I guess Colby was covering up for Con Son too." Nothing really was changed after all that publicity. The inmates who were taken out of the tiger cages were simply transferred to something called cow cages, which were even worse. Those were barbed wire cells in another part of the camp. The inmates were shackled inside them for months and left paralyzed. I saw loads of spidery little guys. They couldn't stand and they couldn't walk, but had to move around on little wooden pallets. 28 According to Gould, it was a well-known smirking secret in certain official circles that with all the publicity about the tiger cages, no one ever found out about the cow cages. 29. Added Gould, the responsibility for all this is on the Americans who pushed the program. We finally made some paper reforms, but it didn't make any difference. The province security committees did whatever the hell they wanted, and the pressure our neutralization quotas put on them meant they had to sentence so many people a month regardless. and God, if you ever saw those prisons. 30. In Hostages of War, Don Luce refers to the GVN as a prison regime and calls Phoenix a microcosm of the omnipotent and perverse U.S. influence on Vietnamese society. He blames the program for the deterioration of values that permitted torture, political repression, and assassination. While few Americans are directly involved in the program, Luce writes, Phoenix was created, organized, and funded by the CIA. The district and provincial interrogation centers were constructed with American funds, and provided with American advisors. Quotas were set by Americans. The national system of identifying suspects was devised by Americans and underwritten by the U.S. Informers are paid with U.S. funds. American tax dollars have covered the expansion of the police and paramilitary units who arrest suspects. 31. Thus, Luce writes, the U.S. must share responsibility for the nature of the Saigon government itself. It is a government of limited scope whose very essence is dictated by American policy, not Vietnamese reality. 32. But the CIA absolved itself of responsibility, saying that abuses occurred in the absence of U.S. advisors and that oversight was impossible. However, if the CIA had accepted responsibility, it would have nullified the plausible denial it had so carefully cultivated. Like Phoenix, the prison system was intentionally jerry-built, enabling sadists to fall through the gaping holes in the safety net. Writes Luce, abuses of justice are not accidental but an integral part of the Phoenix program. For example, the widespread use of torture during interrogation can be explained by the admissibility of confession as evidence in court, and by the fact that local officials are under pressure from Saigon to sentence a specific number of high-level VCI officials each month. He adds that Phoenix was named after the all-seeing mythical bird which selectively snatches its prey, but the techniques of this operation are anything but selective. For many Vietnamese, the Phung Hoang program is a constant menace to their lives. 33. In August 1966, the CIA's paramilitary advisor in Quang Ngai, Reed Harrison, unwittingly sent USAID employee Dwight Owen into an ambush outside Tu Nha. The guerrillas who killed young Owen were from the 48th VC Battalion. In June 1988, Quang Ngai Special Branch Chief Kieu participated in a Vatican ceremony which elevated Catholics killed in Vietnam to the status of martyrs. Chapter 25. Da Nang. Jerry Bishop served in the Da Nang City Phoenix program from July 1968 until March 1970. An ROTC and Fort Holabird graduate, he arrived in Vietnam with 30 other lieutenants in August 1967 and was assigned to the Hoang Tuy Diocese near Hue. Shortly thereafter, in July 1968, he was transferred to Da Nang, where he became Major Roger Macken's deputy in the Da Nang City Intelligence and Operations Coordination Center. Like many young men who wound up working for the CIA, Bishop felt constrained by the military and preferred the company of freewheeling agency officers like Rudy Enders, who had married PVT's sister and had formed the Da Nang City PRU as a means of providing his in-laws with draft deferments and steady employment. Working undercover in the CIA motor pool, the Da Nang City PRU specialized in deep penetration operations into the jungle area in the districts outside Da Nang where the ARVN feared to go. Said Bishop, we relied on the PRU and the U.S. Special Forces Mobile Reaction Forces, because the regional and popular forces could not be trusted. Also, it was hard to convince the Vietnamese to run operations, which is why having the PRU was so important. The Da Nang City PRU were the subject of much controversy. They were the only PRU team assigned to a city in all Vietnam and did not have the approbation of Captain Pham Van Liem, the Quang Nam PRU chief, or of Major Nguyen Van Lang, the national PRU commander, who made his living selling PRU ships and resented the fact that PVT had gotten his job for free. In fact, when Bishop arrived in Da Nang in July, his boss, Roger Macken, was embroiled in a dispute with police chief Nguyen Minh Tan over the mere presence of the PRU in Da Nang. And while Enders was home on leave, Liem transferred PVT to Quang Ngai province. When Enders returned to Da Nang, he brought PVT back and assigned him and his PRU to the newly created IOCC as the action arm of Phoenix in Da Nang. Tan was transferred to the newly created Central Phung Hoang Permanent Office in Saigon, and the controversy over the Da Nang City Pru simmered. Meanwhile, Bishop stepped in as Deputy Phoenix Coordinator in Da Nang City, in which capacity he coordinated the various Vietnamese intelligence agencies in Da Nang. The city, incidentally, was strictly off-limits to U.S. troops living in nearby military bases. Apart from Phoenix personnel, only a few military policemen, SID investigators, SOG spooks, and CORDS advisors were permitted within the city proper. Bishop's top priority was collecting data on VCI infiltrators living in the shanty towns on the outskirts of the city. He did this by reading translated special branch reports provided by Dick Ledford, the senior CIA Special Branch advisor headquartered at the Da Nang Interrogation Center with his Vietnamese counterpart, Lieutenant Colonel Tien, and the PIC chief, Major Mao. Ledford used Bishop to interrogate high-level VCI prisoners, whom Bishop would isolate and humiliate in order to make them lose face with the other prisoners, on the theory that breaking a man's spirit was the quickest way to get him to talk. In hard cases, Bishop administered drugs to disorient his prisoners, then offered a return to sanity in exchange for information. Business was brisk. The Da Nang PIC held 500 prisoners, most supplied by the PRU, which did their interrogations there. The PIC, in Bishop's words, was the cornerstone of anti-VCI operations in Da Nang, while Phoenix was just coordination. Phoenix operations in Da Nang, like those described by Shelby Roberts in Saigon, consisted mainly of the National Police cordoning off neighborhoods where VCI activity was suspected, then searching homes and checking IDs. The city was ringed by police checkpoints which Bishop, carrying photographs of VCI suspects, regularly visited in the company of special branch personnel. Bishop also worked closely with the public safety advisor to the Da Nang Field Police, which Bishop described as mobile riot cops riding around in trucks with truncheons and shields, enforcing the 10 p.m. curfew, arresting suspects, putting them in Conex garbage containers and hauling them off to prison. Bishop called Phoenix operations in Da Nang an example of Big Brother police state tactics. As Phoenix coordinator, Bishop also worked with the MSS, an outfit he likened to the Gestapo and said included the kind of people who torture people to death. While the police had Da Nang City as their beat, the MSS operated primarily in the districts outside town. Each of Da Nang's 3 districts had its own IOCC and Phoenix coordinator. The 3rd District IOCC, located across the bay in a rural area, was advised by an Army lieutenant, but neither he nor the other 2 DIOC advisors, one of whom hailed from the Food and Drug Administration, were intelligence officers. They averaged 22 or 23 years old and were unable to speak Vietnamese. Another part of Bishop's job was working with the military police recovering property, mostly jeeps and trucks stolen from the U.S. Army, and he often met with Army and Marine commanders to obtain helicopters for joint operations. At times these operations had nothing to do with the VCI. We had problems with deserters, mostly blacks near the Marine Air Base, hiding out in the shanty town across the bay, Bishop explained. They were trying to make noodles and stay underground, but they were heavily armed and, at times, worked with the VC. So we had cordon and search operations to round them up. After the MPs started taking casualties, though, we used American military units, airborne rangers provided by General Lam, and the Nung Mike Force from Special Forces. Bishop also ran operations against the local Koreans, who had their own safe houses and their own black market dealings. The Koreans were selling weapons to the NVA through intermediaries and were shipping home U.S. Army trucks, which is what finally brought the MPs and police chief Duong Thiep together. But the Koreans were too tough. They all had black belts in karate for the police to handle by themselves. So Bishop used the Da Nang City PRU to raid the safe house where the deals were being done. We confiscated their vehicles, which they did not take lying down. They were so pissed off, Bishop recalled, that they later tossed a grenade in my Jeep. Despite his trouble with the Koreans, Bishop and the other Americans in Da Nang frequented the Korean Social Club, which was located next door to the CIA's embassy house on Gia Long Street. It was a favorite spot for Americans because the Vietnamese had outlawed dance halls. On the other hand, the Vietnamese maintained a number of opium dens in Da Nang. The Vietnamese didn't give a damn about drugs, Bishop explained, so we left them alone. That was public safety's problem. In late 1968 Roger Mackin left Vietnam, and Jerry Bishop assumed command of the Da Nang City IOCC, and in early 1969 Dick Ledford bequeathed the I Corps Phoenix program to Colonel Risner, the Phoenix Region Coordinator. As part of the MACV takeover, Risner was forced to move Phoenix Region headquarters out of the CIA compound into the mayor's office. And shortly thereafter Risner was himself replaced by Colonel Daniel Renizan, a Chinese linguist brought in from Taiwan to assuage the Vietnamese. With Renizan's approval, Bishop built a new IOCC off the Harbor Road 3 blocks from the water. Promoted to captain in early 1969, Bishop became Renizan's deputy and liaison to Lieutenant Colonel Thiep. The CIA's pullout from Phoenix had a big impact on Bishop. Previously, he explained, I would see Ledford for coordination, I would go to the PIC, get the hot information, and bring it into the Da Nang City IOCC, which was important, because the special branch wouldn't share its information with the Vietnamese police or the military. But once Ledford was gone, we had no more access. The new people coming in were lost. Phoenix, said Bishop, became a mechanism to coordinate the Vietnamese, while the CIA began running its own parallel operation. The problem, Bishop explained, is that the CIA sees itself as first. You're supposed to give your agents and your information to them, and then they take over operational control. So everyone tried to keep something for themselves. Bishop, for example, ran his own secret agent, whom he had recruited from the local Chiu Hoi Center. Not only had Bishop lost access to special branch information, but he had also lost his major source of funding, and he had to find a way to involve the Vietnamese more directly in the program. His response was to give PVT money from the Intelligence Contingency Fund, which PVT used to throw a party for the top-ranking Vietnamese officials every 2 or 3 weeks. PVT would hire a band and invite high-ranking officers from the mayor's office, the MSS, the National Police, and Special Branch, and everyone would make small talk and share information. It was an informal way of doing things which, Bishop pointed out, reflected Vietnamese sensibilities. The people in the villages, Bishop pointed out, had no concept of communism. They couldn't understand why we were after the VCI, and they didn't take sides. They'd help the guerrillas at night and the GVN during day. In Bishop's opinion, we were helping the wrong side. The GVN had no real sense of nationality, no real connection to people. They were trained by the French to administer for the Saigon regime. Those who worked with Chiu Hoi and RD understood communism somewhat, but the GVN had no ideology. Just negative values. Over time the parties organized by PVT evolved into formal Fung Huang meetings held in the mayor's office. PVT acted as translator and facilitator, setting the agenda and making sure everyone showed up. The Fung Huang Committee in Da Nang consisted of the mayor and his staff and reps from the MSS, Special Branch, National Police, Census Grievance, RD Cotter, and Chiu Hoi 9 to 10 people in all. They had never gotten together in one spot before, but from then on the Fung Huang Committee was the center of power in Da Nang, even though it was split into opposing camps, one led by Thiep, the other by Mayor Nguyen Du Quoy, Thiep's business rival. Bishop was aligned with Thiep, and in order to strengthen Thiep's hand, he persuaded Colonel Renizan to persuade General Cushman, the American military commander in I Corps, to ante up a helicopter, which Bishop and Thiep then used to visit each of I Corps' S5 PIOCCs on a circuit rider basis. The Special Branch representative on the Fung Huang Committee reported to Mayor Quoy, a former MSS officer who had at one time been DM security chief. As the agency with the closest ties to the civilian population, the Special Branch had the best political intelligence and thus was a threat to the I Corps commander, General Lam. For that reason, when General Kim had become Prime Minister in early 1969, he appointed his confidential agent, Lieutenant Colonel Thiep, police chief in Da Nang, with cognizance over the special branch. Thiep reported to General Lam and was able to post an MSS officer in the region PIC. However, PIC Chief Mao, in fact, a communist double agent, isolated the MSS officer, leaving Feng Huang committee meetings as the only means by which Thiep could keep tabs on the special branch. The CIA's region officer in charge in 1969, Roger McCarthy, and his deputy, Walter Snowden, retreated from site, leaving Renison and Bishop to fend for themselves. But MACV was not providing sufficient funds to maintain either the Da Nang PRU or existing agent nets, and so Bishop began issuing special passes to the Special Forces team in Da Nang in exchange for captured weapons, which he traded to the Air Force for office supplies, which he gave to Thiep for his Feng Huang headquarters. When Bishop learned, through PVT, that the Navy Civic Action Center was in possession of stolen jeeps, he confiscated the jeeps, painted them green and white at the PRU motor pool, forged legal papers, and gave them to Thiep. One of Bishop's confrontations with the local MPs occurred when Marine investigators tried to recover the stolen vehicles but found they now belonged to Thiep and the National Police. Tension between the Da Nang Phoenix contingent and Marine investigators mounted because, according to Bishop, people got corrupted by Phoenix. With the loss of CIA funding, the Phoenix program in Da Nang suffered other setbacks. The Da Nang City PRU were suddenly on their own. PVT, the indispensable link between the Americans and Vietnamese, began to worry, so Bishop was forced to take action. "We heard through PVT what really went on," Bishop said. "But in order to keep PVT as an asset and carry out the attack against the VCI, it was necessary to maintain the PRU in Da Nang. Our PRU were English-speaking and could translate documents and act as interpreters for us," Bishop explained. "We couldn't get along without them." Knowing that the Da Nang Phoenix program was on the verge of collapse, Bishop wrote a letter to Prime Minister Kim, asking that the PRU be retained as draft-exempt employees of the Da Nang City Feng Huang program, working as auto mechanics in the motor pool, paid through the MACV Intelligence Contingency Fund. The letter was not well received by PRU Commander Lang in Saigon. Nor was the 525th MiG thrilled at the prospect of shelling out money for a program that was coming under increasing criticism. "The PRU were hated by everyone," Bishop explained. "They were considered worse than the MSS Gestapo. Colonel Renison did not want to get involved either, but we needed interpreters," Bishop said, and the letter was signed by Thiep, and Thiep arranged for PVT to meet with Colonel Pham Van Cao at the Feng Huang office in Saigon. Cao wrote a letter to the Director General of the National Police, who approved it, as did General Lam after prodding from Renison. And so, on the condition that they be directed only against the VCI, the PRU were allowed to stay in Da Nang. The establishment of the Da Nang PRU as an official arm of the city's Feng Huang program coincided with the transfer of PRU national headquarters to the National Police Interrogation Center in Saigon, and the transfer of PRU logistical support was transferred to Colonel Dai and the National Police. While the PRU had been paid directly by the CIA before, as of 1969, funds were channeled through intermediaries, usually Phoenix, while uniforms and equipment came through the field police. Having profaned the sacred chain of command with his letter to Kim, Bishop soon found himself in hot water. A red-haired guy from Saigon, a young kid, came up to Da Nang and replaced me at the Da Nang City IOCC with a major from the 3rd Marine Amphibious Force, Bishop recalled. "I was kicked upstairs and became Renison's full-time deputy, and the major, responding to General Cushman, who was upset because vehicles kept disappearing, decided to get rid of all renegade vehicles in the PRU motor pool. The last I heard, the steering wheel fell off his Jeep while he was driving around the city." Jerry Bishop left Vietnam in March 1970 and returned to college, badly disillusioned. Colonel Renison was transferred to Saigon as operations chief at the Phoenix Directorate. A new I-Corps Phoenix coordinator settled into the job. In Quang Nam Province, the Phoenix advisor was Lieutenant Bill Cowie, Captain Yoon Chul Mo was the Korean liaison, and the PRU, under Major Lim, were advised by Special Forces Sergeant Patry Loomis. The Da Nang City PRU continued to be advised by PVT. Major Thompson ran the Da Nang City IOCC, and the Da Nang PIC was advised by Vance Vincent. The question this book has tried to answer is, was Phoenix a legal, moral, and popular program that occasionally engendered abuses, or was it an instrument of unspeakable evil, a manifestation of everything wicked and cruel? Consider the case of William J. Taylor. A former Marine Corps investigator and veteran of 3 tours in Vietnam, Taylor now owns his own detective agency, one of the foremost in the country. He served as chief investigator and consultant in the Karen Silkwood, 3 Mile Island, and Greensboro murder cases. He was also involved in the investigations into the My Lai massacre, the Atlanta missing and murdered children case, and the Orlando Letelier assassination. A man who has been shot and stabbed in the course of his work, Taylor is tough as nails, but when we met in the fall of 1986, it was in an attorney's office, in the presence of a witness, for what he had to say lent credence to all the horror stories ever told about Phoenix. Bill Taylor enlisted in the Marines in 1963. He did his first tour in Vietnam in 1966 as a member of a unit guarding a mountaintop radio relay station that monitored enemy and Allied radio traffic in the valley below. When the post was attacked and overrun by an NVA unit, Taylor was nominated for a Silver Star for his gallantry in action. Taylor returned to Vietnam in 1968 as an investigator with the Marine Corps Criminal Investigation Division. His duties involved investigating robberies, arsons, murders, rapes, fraggings, race riots, and other serious crimes committed by American military personnel. Taylor transported dangerous prisoners, acted as a courier for classified messages, and maintained a network of informers in Da Nang. In 1969, Taylor returned to Da Nang as a SID investigator with the 3rd Marine Amphibious Force. He resided at the Paris Hotel and worked, half a mile away, with a team of Marines in the Army's SID headquarters. Taylor's supervisor was Master Sergeant Peter Koloski. Pete liked me. Taylor laughed. He was always mad at me, but he liked me. It was through Koloski that Taylor first heard about Phoenix. Koloski said Phoenix was a great organization and that it would right a lot of wrongs over there, Taylor recalled. He said it was necessary, sometimes, to cut throats, and that it was also important, for psychological reasons, that sometimes it be made to look like the communists had done it. That included terrorist activities in Da Nang and Saigon, which were Phoenix projects. Expressing his own disgust with such a policy, Taylor said, "I was young and didn't understand political realities." That's what Koloski said. Well, now that I'm mature, I understand them less. Taylor's account of Phoenix is set in Da Nang in July 1970. The incident occurred on a Sunday morning. As was his habit, Taylor was rummaging through the garbage cans in the alley behind the White Elephant restaurant near the Da Nang Hotel, loading the back of his Jeep with discarded fruit, vegetables, and bread, which he gave to Vietnamese members of his informer network who were having a hard time making ends meet. Some of these people worked at Camp Horn, others, for the mayor of Da Nang. Most he had known since 1968. While poking around in the trash, Taylor saw a U.S. Army intelligence officer, accompanied by a Korean intelligence officer, pass by in a Jeep. Taylor had been investigating the American for several months, so he quickly dropped what he was doing and followed them. Taylor had opened the case when a number of his Vietnamese sources began complaining to him that an American military officer, in cahoots with the Koreans, was murdering Vietnamese civilians for the CIA. The American officer was regularly seen at the Da Nang interrogation center, assaulting women prisoners and forcing them to perform perverse acts. He had a reputation as a sadist who enjoyed torturing and killing prisoners. A psychopath with no compunctions about killing people or causing them pain, he was the ideal contract killer. That the CIA should recruit such a man was not unusual. Taylor himself had investigated a racial incident in which 4 blacks threw grenades into the Da Nang enlisted men's club while a movie was being shown. One of the blacks told Taylor that a CIA talent scout had offered to get him and his comrades off the hook if they would agree to perform hits for the CIA on a contract basis, not just in Vietnam but in other countries as well. Taylor's principal source was a Vietnamese woman who knew where the American assassin lived. Together they watched the house, and when the man emerged, Taylor recognized him immediately. The man was the Da Nang Phoenix advisor, in which capacity he periodically appeared at the SID compound dressed in the uniform of a U.S. Army intelligence officer. The guy was crazy, Taylor explained. He was my height, slightly taller. He had dark hair and a runner's build. He had 3 or 4 names and eyes you'd never forget, like he was acting at throwing a tantrum. Like Jim in Taxi. He was angry all the time, Taylor continued. When he walked through a crowd of Vietnamese, he just pushed people aside. The first time I saw him, as a matter of fact, was outside Koloski's office. A Vietnamese sentry blocked his way, so he slammed the guy up against the guardhouse. Right then and there I knew that someday we were going to fight. He didn't look or act like a military officer, Taylor added. That's why I started watching him. Over the next few months Taylor compiled a comprehensive dossier on the man, with more than 100 pages of notes and 20 rolls of film, including pictures of the Koreans and American civilians with whom he met. When Koloski discovered what Taylor was doing, he tried to dissuade him. But Taylor persisted. He continued to surveil the Phoenix agent, noting that much of his contact with other Americans occurred at the Naval Claims Investigation Building, a gorgeous mansion that served as a CIA front. Known to Jerry Bishop as the Civic Action Center, it was the place where Vietnamese went to collect indemnities when their relatives were accidentally killed in U.S. military operations or by U.S. military vehicles. Although there were only 6 claims adjusters, the building had dozens of spacious rooms and doubled as a beer hall on Saturday nights. Taylor and his colleagues would party there with the intelligence crowd, local American construction workers, and reporters from the Da Nang Press Club. At these parties Taylor watched while the Phoenix agent met and took instructions from civilians working undercover with the Da Nang Press Club. Sensing he was onto something unusual, Taylor wrote to L. Mendel Rivers, a congressman in South Carolina. A few weeks later, he noted, Koloski hinted that maybe I shouldn't be writing to politicians. Taylor began to feel uncomfortable. Thinking there was an informer in Rivers's office, he began mailing copies of his reports and photographs to a friend in Florida, who concealed the evidence in his house. What the evidence suggested was that Phoenix murders in Da Nang were directed not at the VCI but at private businessmen on the wrong side of contractual disputes. In one case documented by Taylor, Pepsi was trying to move in on Coke, so the Coke distributor used his influence to have his rival's name put on the Phoenix hit list. Taylor's investigation climaxed that Sunday morning outside the White Elephant restaurant. He followed the Phoenix advisor and his Korean accomplice as they drove in smaller and smaller circles around the northwest section of Da Nang. Satisfied they weren't being tailed, the two parked their Jeep, then proceeded on foot down a series of back alleys until they reached an open-air cafe packed with upper-middle-class Vietnamese, including women and children. Taylor arrived on the scene as the 2 assassins pulled hand grenades from a briefcase, hiked up the bamboo skirting around the cafe, rolled the grenades inside, turned, and briskly walked away. Taylor watched in horror as the cafe exploded. I saw nothing but body parts come blasting out. I drove around the burning building and the bodies, hoping to cut them off before they reached their Jeep. But they got to it before I did, and they started to drive away. They passed directly in front of me, Taylor recalled, so I rammed my Jeep into theirs, knocking it off the road. After the initial shock, he continued, they reached for their weapons, but I got to them first. I wanted to blow them away, but instead I used my air-weight Smith & Wesson to disable them. Then I took their weapons and handcuffed them to the roll bar in the back of my Jeep. I drove them back to the SID building and proceeded to drag them into Koloski's office. I got them down on the floor and told Ski they'd killed several people. I said that I'd watched the whole thing and that there were witnesses. In fact, the crowd would have torn them apart if I hadn't brought them back fast. Meanwhile, the American was screaming, so I stepped on him. I'd taken the cuffs off the Korean, who was trying to karate chop everything in sight, so I cuffed him again. Then Ski told me to go back to my office to write up my report. Ski said he'd handle it. He was mad at me. It was soon apparent why Koloski was upset. While I was in my office across the courtyard, in another wing of the SID building, Taylor said, one of the other SID agents came in and asked me if I had a death wish. No, I replied, I have a sense of duty. Well, he said, nothing's gonna get done. By this time reports describing the incident as an act of Viet Cong terrorism were streaming into the office. 14 people had been killed, about 30 had been injured. Then, Taylor said, a second SID agent came in and said, Ski's letting them go. I charged back to the main building and saw the American Phoenix agent walking down the hall, so I started bouncing him off the walls. At this point Koloski started screaming at me to let him go. A Vietnamese guard came running inside, frantic, because there was a lynch mob of Koreans from the Phoenix task force forming outside. One of the SID guys grabbed me, and the Phoenix agent screamed that I was a dead man. Then he took his bloody head and left. I really didn't care. Taylor sighed. Sanctioning of enemy spies is one thing, but mass murder. I told Ski, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get those guys. Shortly thereafter Koloski received a phone call and informed Taylor that for his own safety he was being restricted to his room in the Paris hotel. 2 Marines were posted outside his door and stood guard over him through the night. The following morning Taylor was taken under custody to the 3rd MP Battalion and put in a room in the prisoner of war camp. Now a captive himself, he sat there for 2 days in utter isolation. When the Koreans learned of his whereabouts, and word got out that they were planning an attack, he was choppered to a Marine base on Hill 37 near Dai Loc on Route 14. Taylor stayed there for 2 more days, while arrangements were made for his transfer back to the States. Eventually he was flown back to Da Nang and from there to Cam Ranh, Yokohama, Anchorage, and Seattle. In Seattle he was relieved of his gun and escorted by civilians posing as personal security. One was disguised as a Navy chaplain to Orlando, Florida. When I got to Orlando, where my family was waiting, Taylor recalled, there was still mud on my boots. I had 5 days' growth of beard, and I was filthy. I cleaned up, contacted Marine headquarters, and was told to stand down. Nothing happened for about 45 days, at which time I was ordered to Camp Lejeune, where I was debriefed by a bunch of military intelligence officers. I was told not to tell anyone about what had happened. They said I could go to jail if I did. And so Bill Taylor's account of Phoenix came to an end. Almost. Within a month of his return to the States, his friend's house was broken into and the incriminating evidence stolen. In a predictable postscript, Taylor's service records were altered. Included in the portion concerning his medical history were unflattering psychological profiles derived from sessions he never attended. He never got the Silver Star either. Yet despite his losing battle with the system, Bill Taylor still believes in right and wrong. He is proud of having brought the Phoenix assassins in for justice, for having torn the masks off their faces, and for putting them out of business temporarily in Da Nang. Nor has the Phoenix controversy ended for Taylor. He has seen the fingerprints of the old Phoenix boys at the scene of a number of murders he has investigated, including those of American journalist Linda Frazier and Orlando Letelier. The old Phoenix boys Taylor referred to are a handful of Cuban contract agents the CIA hired after the Bay of Pigs fiasco to assassinate Fidel Castro. Some served in Vietnam in Phoenix, and a few operate as hired killers and drug dealers in Miami and Central America today. Taylor included the CIA case officers who manage these assassins in his definition of the old Phoenix boys. The CIA's unilateral Vietnamese asset PVT was in charge of Peru and Phoenix operations in Da Nang. The PRU and Special Forces MiC forces were trusted because they were under CIA control, with no official Vietnamese involvement. Bishop noted that the American sergeant in charge of FIC administration sold food and clothing on the black market and had to be relieved. The Da Nang City IOCC and the 3 district IOCCs had their own interrogation and detention facilities. Chapter 26. Revisions. By 1971, as the war subsided and the emphasis shifted to police operations, it was finally understood, as General Clay had said in August 1969, that the objective of neutralizations of the infrastructure is equal in priority to the objective of tactical operations. 1. Brighter than ever, the spotlight shone on the Phoenix Directorate, which boasted in its 1970 end-of-year report, the degree of success of the RVN counterinsurgency effort is directly related to the success in accomplishing this neutralization objective. Noting that this concept will receive even more emphasis in 1971 and that the Phuong Hoang program has been given the highest priority in the GVN's pacification effort, the report says, full participation of all agencies will be maintained until VCI strength is greatly reduced, then it will be feasible to transfer complete responsibility for VCI neutralizations to the Special Police too. Despite the optimism, there were problems. The pending ceasefire, aka the stab in the back, meant that just as the coup de grace was about to be delivered to the VCI, Washington politicians were preparing to grant it legal status, a development which would enable its agents, the Directorate warned, to increase their activity in controlled and contested areas and, with their anonymity, be free to proselytize, terrorize, and propagandize in the GVN-controlled rural and urban areas. Citing captured documents that revealed plans for communist subversion after the truce, the Directorate said, it is imperative that the Phuong Hoang or a similar anti-VCI effort be continued, particularly during an in-place ceasefire. Moreover, because the politicians were hastening to withdraw American troops, the Directorate suggested artful and studied consideration, to ensure that the Phuong Hoang program is not adversely affected by the premature withdrawal of advisory personnel. 3. Apart from the ceasefire and the drawdown, what the Directorate feared most was the inability of the Vietnamese to manage the attack on the VCI. The pressure began to mount on December 3, 1970, when the New York Times quoted Robert Thompson as saying that captured documents indicated that hundreds of South Vietnamese policemen were Viet Cong agents, that there were as many as 30,000 communist agents in the GVN, and that Phoenix was not doing the job and was itself infiltrated by communists. Thompson's charge was substantiated when, in 1970, a CIA counterintelligence investigation revealed that Da Nang's PIC chief was a communist double agent who had killed his captured comrades during the Tet offensive in order to maintain his cover. As a result of these problems, it was suggested that further revisions in the Phoenix program be made. One of the first steps was to hire 2 private companies, Southeast Asia Computer Associates and the Computer Science Corporation, to advise the 200-odd Vietnamese technicians who were scheduled to take over the MACV and CORDS computers. The Vietnamese were folded into Big Mac, and the Phuong Hoang Management Information System was joined with the National Police Criminal Information System, which tracked the VCI members from their identification through their capture, legal processing, detention, and release. Personnel changes designed to strengthen National Police Command support of Phoenix began at the top with the promotion of Colonel Hai to Brigadier General in September 1970. 5 months later, 25,000 ARVN officers and enlisted men and 10,000 RD cadre were transferred to the National Police. 3 policemen were sent to each village having at least 500 residents, and in urban areas 2 cops were assigned for each 1,000 people. Field police platoons were sent to the districts, and 2,600 additional special policemen were hired into the force. 4. As a way of addressing what General Clay called the critical shortage of qualified special police case officers, the Directorate focused greater attention on the case officer training courses and seminars at the regional Phuong Hoang schools, emphasizing the use of target folders. Regarding American personnel, Phoenix inspection teams were given the authority to remove unsatisfactory Vietnamese, and more than 200 senior enlisted men scheduled to return to the United States as part of the drawdown were transferred instead to Phoenix as deputy DIOC advisors, mostly in the Delta. Because these men could speak Vietnamese and were counterintelligence experts, Jack called this a windfall. These counterintelligence specialists maintained target folders, reviewed agent reports, PIC reports, and Chiu Hoi debriefings, and liaisoned among PICs, PIOCCs, and Chiu Hoi centers. September 1970 also marked the creation of the Phoenix Career Program and the Military Assistance Security Advisory Course at Fort Bragg, climaxing a process begun in 1950, when the U.S. Army had established its Psy-War Division at Fort Riley. Requirements for MASA training included an outstanding record and Vietnamese language ability and aptitude. Prior service in Vietnam was desirable, and military intelligence officers were given top priority. Field-grade officers were promised entry into the Command and General Staff College. Other ranks were promised, among other things, preference of next assignment, civil schooling upon completion of the tour, an invitation to join the Army's Foreign Area Specialist Program, and, while in Vietnam, 5 vacations and a special 30-day leave, including a round-trip ticket anywhere in the free world. The only bad side to that, said Doug Dillard, is that it didn't work. When I came from the War College to take over as Chief of Military Intelligence Branch, we were getting a lot of complaints from the youngsters saying, "You're not living up to your promise. I wanted to go to Fort Bragg and you're sending me to Fort Lewis." It was part of the turmoil of the drawdown, that all these jobs were not going to exist when these kids started coming out of Vietnam. I immediately did everything I could to change that program and not make any commitment to those youngsters. 5. In July 1970 the Phoenix Coordinator's Orientation Course was renamed the Phuong Hoang Advisory School and moved from seminary camp to the Driftwood Service Club on the Vung Tau Air Base. Classes began in August and were taught by CIA instructors and a team of intelligence officers assigned to Lieutenant Colonel C.J. Fulford. As the National Police assumed greater responsibility for Phoenix, more public safety advisors began to receive Phuong Hoang training and were folded into the program as PIC and Phoenix Task Force advisors. Another development in 1970 was the proliferation of Phoenix task forces. For example, in September 1970 in Quang Tin Province, a Phoenix task force composed of 180 field policemen, 60 PRU, and 30 armed propagandists was organized and used as a private army by the Phoenix Coordinator in Tam Ky. Called Heap Dong, the force was broken down into platoons that operated independently and in combined operations with U.S. or ARVN forces. The Quang Tin Province chief wrote Heap Dong's operational orders, which were co-signed by the local U.S. and ARVN commanders. In one Heap Dong operation, 24 regional force companies, 99 popular force platoons, and the entire 196th and 5th ARVN regiments were committed. Of the operation's 132 objectives, 116 were VCI targets, 99 of which were neutralized. In addition, the territorial forces and People's Self-Defense Forces provided intelligence and reconnaissance units to the force. "In my hamlet," said a resident of Quang Tin Province quoted in Hostages of War, "the Phoenix men come at night and rap on our doors. They are dressed in the black pajamas of the Liberation soldiers and tell people they are with the Liberation Army. But they are really the secret police. If the people welcome them with joy, these policemen kill them or take them away as Viet Cong. But if they are VC soldiers and we say anything good about the Saigon government, we are taken off as rice bearers or soldiers for the front." 6. All in all, 8,191 VCI were killed in 1970, more than any year before or after. 7,745 VCI rallied and 6,405 were jailed, for a total of 22,341 VCI neutralized. All Class A and B. Approximately 40% of all VCI kills were credited to territorial forces. The field police were still underemployed, according to the 1970 end-of-year report, and coordination of the PRU with the DIOCCs was somewhat less than ideal in some areas. The PRU, in some cases justifiably critical of the security in the DIOCCs and PIOCCs, generally did not contribute intelligence regularly to the DIOC but instead reacted to intelligence they had gathered on their own. PRU matters, however, were not within the Directorate's bailiwick but were addressed by the advisory elements at the Saigon Level 7. In a systems analysis view of the Vietnam War, Thomas Thayer reports that the PRU in 1970 were per man, at least 10 times as effective as any other anti-VCI action force. 8. He also writes, the PRU are being incorporated into the special branch and that hopefully they will serve as a nucleus around which an improved police force may be built. 9. However, in March 1972 William Greaves told General Abrams, to date, not a single application has been received from a member of the PRU for enrollment in the National Police. 10. Thayer is far more critical of Phoenix than the revisionist Directorate. According to Thayer, results through April 1971 indicate that Phoenix is still a fragmented effort, lacking central direction, control, and priority. Most neutralizations still involve low-level, relatively unimportant workers gained as a side benefit from military operations. Only 2% of all VCI neutralized were specifically targeted and killed by Phoenix forces, and there have been very few reports of such assassinations from the field. He faults the judicial system for being unable to process the 2,500 or so suspected VCI captured each month, and citing a constant backlog of detainees, he observes, significant numbers of alleged VCI wait 6 months before going to trial. 11. Meanwhile, the issues of incentives and internal security were dominating Phoenix planning. Regarding internal security, General Frank Clay, the Deputy Director of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, blamed the CIA for the critical shortage of qualified special police case officers. 12. Colby, meanwhile, in a December 12, 1970, presentation to Defense Secretary Melvin Laird, complained about the continuing predominance of military leadership in the program. Colby then made 27 recommendations for improving GVN internal security in general and Fung Huang in particular. Chief among his recommendations were that an FBI officer be sent to Saigon and that an incentive program be implemented. The request for FBI assistance was initially made by General Abrams in the summer of 1970 for the specific purpose of providing recommendations for the neutralization of important national-level members of the 13. It fell to Colby to get the ball rolling. He assigned Jack, the Assistant for Concepts and Strategy on the Vietnam Task Force, as action officer on the matter. People in Washington, D.C., wanted Colby's scalp, Jack explained. Things weren't moving, Phoenix being one. What there was tension between the CIA and the Pentagon. And so the FBI was called in. On February 4, 1970, through General Fritz Kramer, Jack met with FBI Internal Security Division Chief William C. Sullivan, who told him that any request for FBI assistance would have to come from the White House as a directive signed by Kissinger. Sullivan said he would call Kissinger on a quiet basis and apprise him of the request. The problem, said Jack, was that senior people were very sensitive about the FBI screwing around in the embassy and that aide Assistant Director Robert Nutter thought that the task being assigned to the FBI was a police function rightly belonging to aide. To clear the way for the FBI, Colby back-channeled instructions to his friend and CIA colleague Byron Engel, the Chief of Public Safety. Engel passed those instructions along to his Vietnam desk officer, John Monopoli. When Jack met with Monopoli on February 8, the latter said that aide had changed its mind and had no objections to the FBI visit. That day Jack drafted a talking paper for General Carhus, which the Vietnam Task Force chief used to brief Defense Secretary Laird the next day. Jack called Sullivan to clear the action, and on February 12 Warren Nutter signed the necessary letter of transmittal, which Laird sent to the White House for approval. On February 23, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover received the directive, signed by National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger. On March 30 Jack received a copy of a White House memo directing the FBI to send 2 people TDY to Vietnam. Hoover approved it and sent Harold Child, the FBI's legal advisor at the Tokyo embassy, to Saigon for 4 or 5 days on a diagnostic basis, to see if an investigation was warranted. It was a perfunctory execution of a White House directive. Jack chuckled. There was not enough time to do a thorough review. Harold Child writes. Early one morning I received a telephone call from FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. Wanted me to go immediately to Saigon to talk with all the people concerned to help him reach a conclusion as to whether there was anything that the FBI could constructively do in South Vietnam. John Mason turned out to be the individual in Saigon who was designated to assist me in my contacts and provide information and background that I required. Until I landed in Saigon, I had no idea whatever as to what the Phoenix program was. In fact, even after the first 2 or 3 days, what they were doing and what they had accomplished were very confusing to me. Upon return to Tokyo, I furnished a detailed report to Mr. Hoover. My recommendations were in summary: 1. No information had been presented to me to demonstrate that operations of the Phoenix program had any direct relation to FBI internal security responsibilities. 2. There was much confusion and inconsistency inherent in the program, which had developed over a considerable period of time, making it impractical for the FBI to come in at this late stage. And 3. I recommended against the FBI becoming involved in insurgency problems or other local problems in Vietnam. 14. John Mason's military deputy, Colonel Chester McCoyd, has a different recollection. According to McCoyd, in an interview with the author, Child was there to obtain information on Vietnamese supporters of American anti-war groups. The FBI wanted current intelligence, but the CIA would not share what it had. Mason presented the CIA's perspective, not the Court's perspective, McCoyd claimed. 15 Citing the separate charters of the CIA and FBI, Mason lectured Child on cognizance, arguing that overseas intelligence is the CIA's job. Phoenix was a creature of the embassy, McCoyd said. The footwork was done by uniforms, but the tone was set by the CIA by Ted Shackley and John Mason. Colby denied any shenanigans. I just wanted FBI ideas on how to improve Phoenix, he said to me. 18 Yet while seeming to advance the process, Colby actually blunted it. On April 30, 1971, Hoover reported to Colby that FBI services were not required in Saigon. Jack terminated the action on May 24. Colby sent a letter killing it, he said. Instead of the FBI's advising the Directorate, the Internal Security Bureau of the National Police was expanded from 40 to 600 personnel. For a view of Phoenix in the field, we turn to a December 1970 report by the 3 Corps d'Arcs, Richard Funkhauser. At the time, according to Funkhauser, the VCI were lying low, concentrating on recruiting new cadres, penetrating the GVN, and bumping off the occasional GVN official. The 3 Corps commander, General Du Cao Tri, had approved a combined U.S.GVN Phung Hoang task force to inspect IOCCs and get the horses galloping in the same direction. General Tri had approved the task force as part of a crash VCI program that Theo kicked off, himself at a special secret meeting at Vung Tau on 31 October 19. Funkhauser reported that PIOCCs were being integrated into police operation centers, that the VCI was stronger in urban than rural areas, and that the leadership of the police traces itself back to the Ministry of Interior, which reportedly makes assignments after the proper payoff is made. He deemed quotas redundant, difficult to attain and in fact not susceptible to accurate measurement, the problem being that neutralization figures were inflated to meet goals. He said that most Vietnamese police officers were too busy to devote time to Phoenix, but that targeting of the VCI had improved with the assignment of senior non-commissioned officers as deputy DIOC advisors in 35 of 3 Corps' 53 districts. Coordination with PICs ranges from good to fair, he reported, but advisors often conducted supplementary interrogations. To be successful, Funkhauser noted, anti-VCI operations required the sensitive and instant use of informers and total secrecy. We stayed on our own side of the fence, said the 3 Corps senior public safety advisor Walt Burmester. And the Vietnamese felt the same way. People didn't come to the police for help, because the only places attacked by the VC were government installations. Burmester added that the National Police merely supplied Phoenix with equipment and that Phoenix itself acted more as a resource center than an action agency. 20. In fact, the attack against the VCI in the early 1970s was carried out primarily by the CIA through the PRU. As reported by Funkhauser, the increase in PRU effectiveness throughout the region has been spectacular, and is due primarily to the strong leadership of the region PRU commander and his U.S. advisor. That PRU advisor was Rudy Enders. In 1965, with only 9 cadres, Rudy Enders had formed 3 Corps' original counter-terror team in Tan Nguyen. In 1970 he returned to Bien Hoa, at Ted Shackley's request, to manage the region's paramilitary forces. Our main job was to keep rockets from raining on Saigon, Enders said to me, although he also managed the attack on the VCI. 21. However, he added, there were simply too many party committee structures. To unscramble this, we centralized in Bien Hoa. We got access to high-level guys in the Chiu Hoi Center, the PIC, or the hospital, anyone we could get our hands on. We'd take him around, watch him for 2 weeks, and try to win him over. Sam Adams was making a case that the commander of VC Military Subsection 22, Tu Tan, had recruited 450 penetrations in Haungia, Enders said, then told how he proved Adams wrong. The process began when Arlong, an officer and a defector from Kasvan, were going past the market one day. Quite by accident, the defector spotted Tu Tan's secretary. She was grabbed and taken to the embassy house, where, during interrogation, it was learned that she was in love with Tu Tan's son and that Tu Tan's family had established legal residence under aliases in Haungia after the Cambodian invasion. However, because Tu Tan had forbidden his son to see his secretary, the woman decided to defect. Blessed with a photographic memory and eager to exact revenge, she supplied the CIA with Tu Tan's identification number, along with the real names and addresses of another 200 VCI in Tu Tan's network. Having managed the Vietnam desk in 1962 and 1963, 3 Corps CIA region officer in charge Donald Gregg understood the importance of the secretary's information. He immediately focused everyone in the region on Tu Tan's network, which was diagrammed on a wall map to show where his deputies and family members lived. Enders and Gregg then dispatched special branch surveillance teams to take pictures of the suspects. Meanwhile, they tried to place a penetration agent inside the apparatus. We tried to recruit a district cadre from Haungia, Enders recalled. Tu Tan's secretary knew he had a girlfriend, so we got her to narrate on a tape cassette a plea for him to work with us. The girlfriend brought the tape to the cemetery where her mother was buried, and they exchanged it there. Next we sent a 3-man PRU team from Haungia to make a pitch, to get the guy to defect. But they came back empty-handed. Then we got wind that the next night the VC had come in for the tape recorder, so we ran a counterintelligence operation on the PRU and found out that the PRU commander was a VC penetration agent. So we changed commanders, Mr. Na became the PRU commander. It was as a result of this failure that Gregg gave up on penetrations. Shackley was interested in penetrations, he recalled, and the vehicle for doing that was the special branch working closely with PIC advisors. Gregg added emphatically, this is not Phoenix. As for the nature of Phoenix operations in 3 Corps, he said, the PIOCCs and DIOCCs had a guy asleep at the desk 22. As Gregg explained it, because 3 Corps had hardcore VC units in heavily mined areas, I decided I couldn't penetrate. So I wound up trying to take apart the remaining elements of the VCI by putting together a chart of it from ralliers, prisoners, etc. I told ARVN I'd take all the POWs they couldn't handle. We'd get battered people and treat them well. In return we'd get information on caches, supply dumps, river crossings, etc. We'd get them to point out the location on the map. Then Felix Rodriguez would take them up in a light observation helicopter to point out the hiding places on the ground. A PRU team would follow with the 1st Air CAV and Johnny Johnson. Felix would locate the bunker by drawing fire, then he'd mark it with smoke. The 1st Air CAV would provide 2 or 3 Hueys for fire support and 2 more with the PRU. Then they'd go in. When bigger operations were mounted, the 1st Air Cavalry provided troops. So we went after Teuton during TED of 1971, Rudy Enders went on. We missed him by a step but found his hiding place and brought 23 people hiding there to the PIC. The PIC chief in Region 3, Colonel Sin, did the interrogations. We brought guys in from Consun to flesh out the reports, and we had guys analyzing reports, marking photographs, putting the pictures together on the wall, and then photographing that. As a result, we learned the names of 96 people in the organization, only 2 of whom had access to ARVN or the police. One was the province chief's valet, the other was in the Haungia police. But instead of 450, like Adams said, it was only 2. In the process of going after this organization, Enders continued, we got all of General Hollingsworth's assets, and together we took photos of the houses where they lived, then took the photos back to the helicopter where we had the 23 people plus the woman from Longan. The 23 people were hooded, and they circled the faces of the VCI. Felix Rodriguez was the guy doing this. Felix also got the choppers from Hollingsworth. Like Greg, Enders claimed this was not a Phoenix operation. Phoenix was just a record-keeping thing, Enders said. No organization is going to share intelligence because you didn't know who was a double. In other words, by 1971 the CIA was carrying the attack against the VCI, while Phoenix was merely keeping score. Phoenix as defined in official reporting also differed from Phoenix in fact. While the Directorate was promoting Phung Hoang as a Vietnamese program, the Commander-in-Chief, Pacific, was saying, the GVN has not been able to secure the cooperation of officials at hamlet, village, and district level that is required for a successful Phung Hoang Phoenix program. 23 Likewise, Pacification Attitude Analysis System results revealed that Phoenix was penetrated by the VCI and that most Vietnamese considered Phoenix a US program, preferred a modus vivendi, and had a grudging admiration for the VCI struggle. 24. I reported to this guy in the station, who I only knew by the name George, Ed Brady said to me. I told him, your flow of information is through guys like Joe Sargano and Dave West. But what does Min Van Dang tell Dave West? I said, they know he's there for you, they tell him what you want to hear. How would you like something in context? Something that wasn't told to an American official. And I had a good record of doing that, so I was reassigned to become special assistant to the director, John Mason. Unfortunately, Brady's reports did not show success and were roundly ignored. As he explained it, I had a view that was different from the official reports. But this put the CIA in the position of having to decide, is he right or not? Sometimes they'd go with me, but more often not. They frequently didn't want to use material I generated. They didn't want to report it to Washington because it made them look bad. For another inside view of Phoenix in 1971, we turned to Colonel Chester McCoy, who in February 1971 replaced Colonel James Newman as deputy to John Mason. A veteran of 4 years and 10 separate assignments in Vietnam, McCoy chronicled the program's major developments in letters to his wife, Dorothy. On February 18 he writes, yesterday afternoon, with 2 other Americans, from the Saigon City Advisory Group, I drove first to 6th Police Precinct Office and then on to the 7th. Our purpose was to inspect the work in progress to eliminate the enemy agents and shadow government apparatus in these critical areas. The net result was an acute sense of distress. This was due directly to the inadequate job the American advisors were doing in both precincts. Here, in a situation where the enemy are hardcore old-timers, We are employing callow young lieutenants to give advice to Vietnamese national policemen who have been on the job for as many as 17 years. Naturally, our people are far over their heads and find that they are rarely listened to by those whom, in theory, they are to give operational assistance. One of the officers, a captain, knows what should be done. He is familiar with his duties and does know a great deal about the precinct population, size, state of the economy, ethnic breakdown, enemy strength, recent VC activity, who their supporters are, the true identity of the VC leaders, etc. His only difficulty is that he hasn't won the confidence of the national police chief yet. In the 7th precinct the situation is so unsatisfactory that it is sickening. There a lazy young punk is absolutely without any influence and, unless there is a dramatic improvement in his efforts, there is little hope there ever will be. This member of the Pepsi generation knows almost nothing of the area for which he is supposedly accountable. In response to questions relating to the enemy, he had no answers. He complained that the chief of the special police would spend no time with him, and that he, our lieutenant, was never approached for advice. Small wonder. What are our advisory personnel like? Well, they range from being as useless as the clod in the 7th precinct to some who have spent years in the counterintelligence corps. Most of these are majors or chief warrant officers. They know their trade and they manage to establish effective relationships with the national police and province S2S early on. Our best people aren't in Saigon because the need is greater out in the remote border areas where the Vietnamese dump their duds. They naturally concentrate their most competent searchers for the VCI here in the nation's capital. After all, they don't want to have the Prime Minister or the President unhappy with the program. In an April 2 letter, McCoy discusses the Thursday Duke Training Center, where 2,000 ARVN officers were to be sent for Phoenix training in preparation for assignment as village police chiefs. The frustrations of working with some of these little bastards are formidable. They absolutely cannot do anything requiring any initiative, or perhaps the term should be will not. The school is for their case officers, yet they rely almost exclusively on the efforts of one of our personnel to draw up the program of instruction, the lesson plans, and the schedules. The course is to commence on the 19th and they've invited the Prime Minister to attend the opening ceremony, yet the building needs repairs and there is little or nothing available in the way of furnishings. There are only 4 of the required 10 instructors and few of the other personnel on hand, and no steps are being taken to correct the situation. By this time, if they were Westerners, they would be in a state of emotional collapse, but the Vietnamese face the situation with perfect equanimity. In fact, Monday the 5th is a holiday and they all are taking the day off. What are they waiting for? Well, American funding for one thing. They know that we will eventually come through with about 7 million piasters and they see no reason to get excited until our money starts to flow. In an April 14 letter, McCoy announces the transfer of power on April 25 from John Mason to the third and final Phoenix director, John Tilton. A graduate of George Washington University, Tilton had served most of his career in Central and South America, where he served as operations officer in 2 countries. He also served as chief of station in 2 other Latin American countries, including Bolivia, where he mounted the successful manhunt and capture of Che Guevara. Colonel Paul Coughlin, chief of operations at the Phoenix Directorate throughout 1971, claimed that a photo taken of Che's spread-eagled corpse, which was leaked to the press and depicted the revolutionary as a crucified Christ figure, was the reason why Tilton was exiled from his area of expertise to Southeast Asia. 25 Tall and thin, gaunt and gangly, Tilton, according to McCoy, was like Mason insofar as they both held Ted Shackley in awe. Tilton served as Phoenix director from May 1971 till August 1973. From August 1972 till August 1973, he also served as deputy chief of station and senior advisor to the special branch in Vietnam. Under Tilton, Phoenix was reunited with its foster parent, the special branch. Tilton considered himself a hands-on manager who worked closely with his region and province officers on operational matters. He inspected DIOCCs, evaluated the military officers posted to the directorate, attended Central Feng Huang Committee meetings, and occasionally visited the Feng Huang office. In return, the Feng Huang chief, Colonel Li Trong Song, was frequently in Tilton's office and house. Song, Tilton noted, was replaced by Colonel Nguyen Van Jo. Tilton defined Phoenix as basically committees and cited this as one of the program's faults because committees are okay in setting broad policy, but a single agency in charge of the program would have been more effective. His other gripes were that Americans were trying to organize a country that wasn't a country, that Phoenix advisors were too dependent on their interpreters, and that most informants were working for both sides. Tilton described Phoenix as a special forces program run out of Fort Bragg, and he tried hard to conceal the role of his parent agency. Prior to an interview with reporter Michael Parks, Tilton told McCoy not to reveal that Tilton was with the CIA. He was very cheery about that, McCoy noted. On May 30, 1971, on orders from President Thieu, Colonel Li Trong Song assumed command of the Feng Huang bloc, and the program began going downhill. Always late, often not appearing at work at all, Song busied himself picking up order blanks for Sears or Montgomery Ward, snatching pens and pencils from people's desks, and asking Colonel McCoy to buy him booze at the PX. A political appointee, Song had the job of preventing Feng Huang personnel from disrupting Thieu's influence in the provinces. Morale problems began to affect the directorate. In a June 2 letter, McCoy writes that more and more Phoenix advisors were requesting early releases, which were being granted as a means of scaling down U.S. involvement. Otherwise, Cords was not filling vacancies. McCoy mentions how one captain assigned to the directorate asked for release after 5 weeks and how most of the others were badly disaffected. McCoy notes that more and more enlisted men were turning to drugs and that more and more NCOs were finding solace in the bottle. Our strength here in the directorate is scheduled to fall steadily while our workload skyrockets, he says, adding that he spent 1/3 of his time responding to flag notes from William Colby, whom he called a monumental figure. In a July 3 letter, McCoy notes that Colby had gone home to testify once again before Congress about Phoenix. Colby was to remain in Washington as executive director-controller of the CIA until his appointment as director in August 1973. Colby's job at Cords was taken over by George Jacobson, and Cords, too, began its descent into oblivion. Our supply and funding officer, McCoy once wrote, theorizes that only the Americans feel strongly about the necessity of rounding up the political cadre of the VC. Indeed, with the ineluctable withdrawal of American advisors, Vietnamese determination steadily deteriorated, and the war effort staggered to its dishonorable conclusion. In December 1970, Hai was reassigned as commander of the 3rd Civ Corps Tactical Zone, and as Comer suggested, Major General Tran Ton Phong became National Police Chief. Few members of the directorate held Mason in high esteem. Walter Colin described him as duplistic in all of his dealings. He would be honey smooth to a man's face, then vitriolic as soon as he left the room. 16 James Hunt said, I was never quite sure if he was being clever or straightforward. 17 Everyone agrees that his loyalty was to Ted Shackley and the CIA station. When I interviewed Tilton in 1986, he was forthcoming and helpful. After I presented him with a magazine article that was critical of Phoenix, Tilton asked not to be quoted. In 1971, George French replaced Bob Dunwoody as CIA liaison to SOG, Bob Wall was back as senior advisor to the Special Branch, and Tully Akampora had returned as advisor to Tran Si-10, chief of the Metropolitan Police and, according to Akampora, to Thieu what Lone had been to Kentucky. 26. Chapter 27. Legalities. In his aptly titled Master's Thesis for American University, Ralph Johnson poses the question, the Phoenix Program, planned assassination or legitimate conflict management? 1. The answer is that Phoenix was both. Insofar as the rifle shot concept was the essence of the attack against the VCI, Phoenix was planned assassination. At the same time, in the sense that the key to the Vietnam War was the political control of people, Phoenix was also conflict management. The question is if, under the aegis of conflict management, everything from ambush and assassination to extortion, massacre, tiger cages, terror, and torture was legitimate and justifiable? Indeed, by 1971 the legality of Phoenix was being questioned not just by anti-war activists but by the House Subcommittee on Foreign Operations and Government Information, cock-aired by William Moorhead and Ogden Reed. As usual, it was a whistleblower who provided Congress with its ammunition. In late 1970 Bart Osborne approached an aide on Congressman Moorhead's staff with a copy of the training manual he had been issued at Fort Holabird. Said the aide, William Phillips, it showed that Phoenix policy was not something manufactured out in field but was sanctioned by the U.S. government. This was the issue, that it is policy. So we requested, through the Army's Congressional Liaison Officer, a copy of the Holabird training manual, and they sent us a sanitized copy. They had renumbered the pages. 2. This stab at disguising policy prompted Congressman Pete McCloskey to visit the Phoenix Directorate in April 1971, in preparation for hearings on Phoenix to be held that summer. His visit was recalled by Phoenix Training Chief James Hunt. Colby was out of town, Jake was in charge, and Mason was there. And just as I was getting up to go to the platform to give my briefing, Mason whispered into my ear, "We gotta talk to them, but the less we say, the better." Well, the first question McCloskey asked was if anyone in the program worked for the CIA. And Mason denied it. He denied any CIA involvement. Jake, too. Hunt recalled that McCloskey, Mason, and Jacobson immediately went into executive session. He did not know what happened there. But it bothered him that Mason blatantly lied. Hunt added parenthetically, Phoenix had been under the CIA, then MACV supposedly took it over. But we didn't really understand it, and that bothered us. There was always a suspicion. My impression was that John Mason worked for Colby through Jake, but he also had a close relationship with the chief of station, a professional relationship, back-channeling messages. Also bothered by the lies, McCloskey returned to Washington and charged that planned assassinations under Phoenix denied due process and that Phoenix violated several treaties and laws. 3. The legal basis for McCloskey's charge was Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions, which prohibits the passing of sentences and the carrying out of executions without previous judgment pronounced by a regularly constituted court, affording all the judicial guarantees which are recognized as indispensable by civilized peoples. It also prohibits mutilation, cruel treatment, and torture. Having agreed to the conventions, the United States government was well aware of the substance of Article 3. The problem was a letter written on December 7, 1970, by Eimer Reimstead, the American ambassador to the International Committee of the Red Cross. In his letter Reimstead says, with respect to South Vietnamese civilians captured by U.S. forces and transferred by them to the authorities of the RVN, the U.S. government recognizes that it has a residual responsibility to work with the GVN to see that all such civilians are treated in accordance with the requirements of Article 3 of the Conventions. To the consternation of the war managers, Reimstead's letter meant that the U.S. government could no longer dismiss the problem of civilian detainees corralled in droves by the Phoenix dragnet as an internal matter of the GVN. Reimstead reasoned that the U.S. government, by funding Phoenix and the GVN Directorate of Corrections, automatically assumed residual responsibility. And the truth of the matter was, without U.S. aid there never would have been a Phung Hoang Block or Directorate of Corrections. In response to Reimstead's letter, which implied that U.S. war managers were war criminals, the Vietnam Task Force began coordinating with State Department and Pentagon lawyers in an attempt to prove that Phoenix did not violate Article 3. At the same time, the CORD's research and analysis staff and the U.S. Embassy in Saigon began a review of Phoenix procedures, and William Colby marched off to face his critics in Washington. However, as was so often the case when Colby and the Phoenix controversy landed in America, a larger event grabbed the headlines. On June 13, 1971, the New York Times began printing lengthy excerpts from the Pentagon Papers, a painstakingly edited stack of documents that, even by name, deflected attention away from the CIA and Phoenix. Consequently, little public attention was paid when the Times, on July 15, 1971, reported, previously classified information read into the record of a House Government Operations Subcommittee today disclosed that 26,843 non-military Viet Cong insurgents and sympathizers were neutralized in 14 months through Operation Phoenix. So it was again, 4 days later, when, in regard to those 26,843 non-military insurgents, Congressman Reed asked William Colby, "Are you certain that we know a member of the VCI from a loyal member of the South Vietnamese citizenry?" For Colby replied no, but assured Congress and the American public that Phoenix did abide by the Geneva Conventions. Read into the hearing transcript on July 19 was a memo titled "The Geneva Convention and the Phoenix Program." Prepared by the Vietnam Task Force, it argued that the Geneva Conventions afforded no protection to civilian detainees because nationals of a co-belligerent state are not protected persons, while the state of which they are nationals has diplomatic representation in the state in whose hands they are. It asserted that Article 3 applies only to sentencing for crimes and does not prohibit a state from interning civilians or subjecting them to emergency detention when such measures are necessary for the security or safety of the state. Skirting the issue of executions carried out without previous judgment pronounced by a regularly constituted court, it asserted that because entry procedures involved no criminal sentence, they were not violative of Article 3. In other words, the United States had the right to intern Vietnamese civilians because they, unlike soldiers, were not protected persons under the Geneva Conventions. Likewise, the GVN could place citizens in emergency detention to ensure its internal security, without violating the Geneva Conventions, as long as those citizens were not sentenced but merely detained. Regarding due process, Congressman Reed asked Colby if civilian detainees had a right to counsel. Colby replied no. Noting that there were often cases of mistaken identity, Reed asked, "How can you possibly put that together with a quota for sentencing?" Responded Colby, "There is additional pressure in the assignment of public prosecutors to the Province Security Committee 5. But, Congressman Pete McCloskey asked Colby, "The administrative detention applies to those against whom there is insufficient evidence to convict, isn't that right?" Colby agreed. So McCloskey inquired, "If Article 3 requires a trial by court, how are we working with the GVN to see that these civilians are receiving the proper attention under the Geneva Convention?" Referring to the various reforms and revisions, Colby answered, "We are trying to put in the standards of due process, and we have achieved a number of them 6. But, McCloskey blurted, "The defendant informed against, or identified, has no right to appear in his own defense, no right to counsel, no right to confront his accusers, no right to see his dossier. Is that correct, 7? "That is correct," Colby said, producing statistics to show that only hardcore communist offenders generally had their sentences extended indefinitely by the Central Security Committee, while many Category CS were released. 8. "That brings me to the real problem with the Phoenix program that I saw while I was there," McCloskey countered. "If the evidence is insufficient to convict a man, and also insufficient to show a reasonable probability that he may be a threat to security, then he may still be sent to the PIC 9. Regarding verification, Ogden Reed asked Colby, "Do you state categorically that Phoenix has never perpetrated the premeditated killing of a civilian in a non-combat situation?" Colby, differentiating between concept and organization, replied, "Phoenix as a program has never done that. Individual members of it may have done it, but as a program it is not designed to do that." 10. Regarding Americans involved in Phoenix, Reed asked Colby, "Do they perform any actual arrests or killings, or do they merely select the individuals who are to be placed on the list who are subject to killing or capturing and subsequent sentencing?" Colby replied, "They certainly do not arrest, because they have no right to arrest. But," he added, American units may capture people in the course of a raid on a district VC headquarters base, and occasionally a police advisor may go out with a police unit to capture somebody. He would not be the man who reached out and grabbed the fellow. 11. Reed said, I have here a list of VC Cotter rounded up, after that area was secured by Operation Pershing in February 1967. It is of some interest that on this list, 33 of the 61 names were women and some persons were as young as 11 and 12. 12. Colby, I think that is an example of exactly the situation that this program is designed to eliminate. 13. He then submitted written responses to questions on every aspect of Phoenix, from PICs to PRU and refugees, explaining why conflict management in wartime required the suspension of habeas corpus and due process. On August 3, 1971, Congressman Reed, referring specifically to Phoenix, offered an amendment to the Foreign Assistance Act which would have barred assistance to any nation or program that employed assassination or torture. In offering the amendment, Reed expressed his feeling that some activities of Phoenix were violative at the time they took place of the Geneva Conventions. Said Reed, at least as shocking as the assassinations, torture, and drumhead incarcerations of civilians under the Phoenix program is the fact that in many cases the intelligence is so bad that innocent people are made victims. In making his case, Reed observed that Colby had replied no when asked, "Are you certain we know a member of the VCI from a loyal member of the South Vietnamese citizenry?" Reed asked rhetorically, "Who knows how many innocent people have been assassinated or tortured in the name of the Phoenix program?" 14. In any event, congressional hearings are not trials, and William Colby was not charged with wrongdoing. But neither was he believed, for whereas the Senate hearings of 1970 had allowed him to define Phoenix in terms that supported his ideological preconceptions, the House allowed people to refute Colby by citing for the record specific instances of abuse. For example, despite Colby's claim that standards of due process were being put in place, Court's official Ted Jacqueny testified that arrest without warrant or reason was a major complaint of the people of Da Nang. "I have personally witnessed poor urban people literally quaking with fear when I questioned them about the activity of the secret police in the past election campaign. One poor fisherman in Da Nang, animated and talkative in complaining about economic conditions, clammed up in near terror when queried about the police, responding that he must think about his family. After many personal interviews in Vietnam on this subject, I came to the conclusion that no single entity, including the feared and hated Viet Cong, is more feared and hated than the South Vietnamese secret police." 15. Jacqueny said, "In every province in Vietnam there is a province interrogation center, a PIC with a reputation for using torture to interrogate people accused of Viet Cong affiliations. These PICs have a CIA counterpart relationship with the aid police advisor. Not in all cases, however. Last year the senior aid police advisor of Da Nang City Advisory Group told me he refused, after one visit, to ever set foot in a PIC again, because war crimes are going on in there." Another friend, himself a Phoenix advisor, was ultimately removed from his position when he refused to compile information on individuals who would, he felt, inevitably be targeted however weak the evidence might be. 16. Referring to Colby's testimony about Americans not being the ones who reached out and grabbed the fellow, Jacqueny said, "I know of Americans that have actually battered down the door, so help me, in going after people." 17. Also contradicting Colby was Michael Ewell, who served in Vietnam in 1968 with the 11th Brigade's 1st Military Intelligence Team. As a first lieutenant, Ewell administered the team and supervised its counterintelligence section. He said, "Ambassador Colby gave the impression that Phoenix targeted specific high-level VCI whose identity had been established by at least 3 unrelated intelligence sources. Colby thus would have us believe that the vast majority of these people were targeted according to the rules that he outlined. But," Ewell added, "it was my experience that the majority of people classified as VC were captured as a result of sweeping tactical operations. In effect, a huge dragnet was cast out in our area of operations, and whatever looked good in the catch, regardless of evidence, was classified as VCI." 18. Yule testified that he was told by a superior officer that the only justification for MI people to be on a patrol was for the hunting down of VCI. From that point on, any body count resulting from an MI patrol were automatically listed as VCI. To my knowledge, said Yule, all those killed by the first MIT on such patrols, were classified as VCI only after their deaths. There was never any evidence to justify such a classification. Not only was there no due process, but fully all the detainees were brutalized and many were literally tortured. He added that all CDs were listed as VCI and that even though Colby denied that Americans actually exercised power of arrest over Vietnamese civilians, in Duc Pho, where the 11th Brigade base camp was located, we could arrest and detain at will any Vietnamese civilian we desired, without so much as a whisper of coordination with ARVN or GVN authorities. 19. As for the accuracy of information from paid sources who could easily have been either provocateurs or opportunists with a score to settle, Yule said, the unverified and in fact unverifiable information, nevertheless was used regularly as input to artillery strikes, harassment and interdiction fire, B-52s and other air strikes, often on populated areas. 20. Bart Osborne agreed, I had no way of establishing the basis of which my agents reported to me suspected VCI. There was no cross-check, there was no investigation, there was no second opinion. There was no verification and there was no discrimination. Osborne added, I never knew of an individual to be detained as a VC suspect who ever lived through an interrogation in a year and a half, and that included quite a number of individuals. 21. They all died? Congressman Reed asked incredulously. They all died, Osborne replied. There was never any reasonable establishment of the fact that any one of those individuals was, in fact, cooperating with the VC, but they all died and the majority were either tortured to death or things like thrown out of helicopters. At the end of the hearings, Representatives McCloskey, John Conyers, Ben Rosenthal, and Bella Abzug stated their belief that the people of these United States have deliberately imposed on the Vietnamese people a system of justice which admittedly denies due process of law. In so doing, we appear to have violated the 1949 Geneva Convention for the Protection of Civilian Peoples. At the same time, we are exerting every effort available to us to solicit the North Vietnamese to provide Geneva Convention protections to our own prisoners of war. Some of us who have visited Vietnam, they added, share a real fear that the Phoenix program is an instrument of terror, that torture is a regularly accepted part of interrogation, and that the top U.S. officials responsible for the program at best have a lack of understanding of its abuses. They concluded that U.S. civilian and military personnel have participated for over 3 years in the deliberate denial of due process of law to thousands of people held in secret interrogation centers built with U.S. dollars, and they suggested that Congress owes a duty to act swiftly and decisively to see that the practices involved are terminated forthwith. 22. Was William Colby really unaware? When Congressman Reed asked if any Phoenix advisors had resigned on the grounds that they could not morally be satisfied that they were identifying the right individuals, Colby said he could not recall any who had resigned for that reason. 23. Yet, considering his close contact with George Jacobson, John Tilton, John Vann, and Wilbur Wilson, is it likely that Colby was unaware of the case of Sid Towell, who on August 1, 1971 requested release from Phoenix for exactly that reason? A graduate of Yale University, Lieutenant Sid Towell in June 1969 was assigned to the 116th MiG in Washington, D.C. As chief of a counterintelligence team, Towell assigned and reviewed cases and conducted offensive counterintelligence operations in the nation's capital. One task was disrupting anti-war demonstrations by building bonfires and inciting people to riot, so the Capitol Police could be called in to bash heads. During this period, Towell was rated by his commander as one of the most dedicated, professionally competent and outstanding junior officers I have had the privilege to serve with anywhere. 24. But Sid Towell did not want to go to Vietnam, and upon receiving orders to head overseas in January 1971, he requested release from active duty, citing in his application his complete abhorrence for the Vietnam War and the continued U.S. presence there. Towell filed for release under Army Regulation 635-100, but his request was denied, and his counterintelligence credentials were withdrawn. Towell was sent to Vietnam in March 1971 as the Phung Hoan coordinator in Vung Lim district in Vinh Long province. During his stint as a Phoenix advisor, Towell spent most of his time sifting through the diocese target folders looking for aliases. 25A Sergeant assigned to the diocese managed funds obtained from the CIA for informers and PRU and acted as liaison with the Vinh Long Pic and Piac. Towell lived in a villa with 5 or 6 other people in the Cords district team. Behind the villa were the PRU quarters. Said Towell, "We turned up the radio when we heard the screams of the people being interrogated. I didn't know what the PRU were doing 90% of the time," he explained. "They were directed by province. To clear operations against the VCI, Towell had to get permission from the province officer in charge, Tom Ahern." Regarding operations, Towell said, "I went after an average of 8 to 10 VCI per week. The special branch people next door would come up with the names, which I would check. Then the PRU went out. They went out every night and always killed 1 or 2 people. But verifying whether or not they were VCI was impossible. They would tell you who they had killed, and it was always a name on the list, but how could I know? We had charts on the wall, and we'd cross off the name, and that was it." In effect, Towell was keeping score until the day the district chief took him for a ride in a helicopter. As they were flying over a village, they spotted an old man and a girl walking hand in hand down the main street. The district chief said to the door gunner, "Kill them." The gunner asked Towell, "Should I?" Towell said no. "That was the beginning of the end," he reported. "Ahern called me on the carpet. He told me the province chief was angry because I had caused the district chief to lose face." There were other reasons why Towell did not enjoy working in Phoenix. According to Towell, Ahern and the province senior advisor, Colonel D. Duncan Joy, initiated a bounty program in the province, in which cash prizes were offered to the Vietnamese as an incentive. Ahern and Joy even arranged a contest between the Phoenix advisors to see who could rack up the biggest body count. Disgusted, the advisors got together and decided not to participate. That was in June 1971. A few days later John Van arrived in his private helicopter. He flew right into the diocese, Towell recalled. He was very critical. He asked where the bodies and weapons were, then sent me into a funeral in progress. He had me open the casket to identify the body. I hated Van, Towell said. He was really into body counts. On another occasion, while Towell was eating his dinner in the Cords villa, the district chief stormed into the room with the PRU team and dumped a dirty bag on the table. 11 bloody ears spilled out. The district chief told Towell to give the ears to Joy as proof of 6 VCI neutralized. It made me sick, Towell said. I couldn't go on with the meal. After the ear thing, Towell explained, I went to Vinh Long and joined up with the air rescue team on one of its missions. I was promoted to captain while I was there and received a message from the district senior advisor saying, "Don't come back." So I went to see a friend in the Judge Advocate General's office in Kindo, and he reported the incident to General Cushman. The general went down in a chopper and handed Joy a letter of reprimand. After that I knew I could never go back, so I had one of my friends in Vung Lim bring my bags up to Kindo. Captain Sid Towell was officially removed as the Vung Lim Phoenix coordinator on July 20, 1971. While awaiting reassignment, he worked at the Combined Document Exploitation Center, reading reports on NVA infiltration along the Ho Chi Minh Trail and giving briefings to senior MACV officers. Then, on August 1, he received orders reassigning him to Kien Phong Province. It was the proverbial one-way ticket to Cambodia. He sighed. The last 2 guys sent out there as Phoenix coordinators were killed by their own PRU. So I went back to see the major running Phoenix administration in Kindo, and he said he would not reassign me. So from there I went to the JAG office, where my friend and I drafted a letter to the Phoenix Directorate in Saigon. In his letter to Tilton, Towell said that war crimes as designated by the Geneva Conventions were not uncommon in Phoenix and that he had expressed my negative feelings on the program to the province Fung Huang coordinator and had given much thought to applying for release under MACV 52536. He then requested immediate release from Phoenix. The next day Major Dameron, with the approval of the 4-Corps Phoenix advisor, Lieutenant Colonel Ephraim E. Waller, reassigned Towell to the Thuyen Ben diocese, the same diocese where the previous 2 666ers had been killed in action. Dameron noted that General Cushman was aware of the move, as was the JAG. Meanwhile, Towell's request for release was in the pipeline. So, taking 2 weeks vacation, he hid at a friend's house in Kendo until August 10, when the new Corps' Chief of Staff, General Frank Smith, approved his release. While William Colby was assuring Congress that no Phoenix advisor had resigned on moral grounds, or through MACV 525-36, and that incentive programs were not policy, John Tilton was organizing, with the National Police Command, a high-value rewards program. In explaining the program to his wife, Colonel McCoy writes, "A very substantial reward is placed on highly placed VC political leaders, as much as $8,000 at the rate on the black market or twice that amount on the official rate of exchange. Our idea is to induce the lower grade VCI to turn their bosses in for the bounty money." Sadly, says McCoy, our original proposal was watered down by the bleeding hearts, who think placing a price on your enemy's head is excessively cruel. This despite Colby's support. A conference of police and Corps personnel, including Tilton, was scheduled for July 23, to select a list of VCI whose names were to be passed down to Phoenix officers in 4 pilot provinces crucial to Theo's election in October. Selected VCI were to be district rank or higher, dangerous, and confirmed with enough evidence to convict. Province chiefs, in their role as Phoenix Committee chairmen, were to select dossiers and coordinate with the PIAC. The list was to be approved by the region's military commander, and as stated in Interior Ministry Directive 1223, the Fung Huang Block of the National Police Command, acting for the Central Fung Huang Committee, will review and make final selection of the VCI to be placed on the rewards list and will be submitted to the Major General Commander of the National Police, Vice Chairman concurrently Secretary General of the Central Fung Huang Committee for final approval. The HVRP, which was to be expanded into all provinces and administered by Phoenix advisors, was tentatively approved on July 31 by Josiah Bennett, director of the Vietnam Working Group, Henry Sizer at the Saigon Embassy's internal unit, the State Department's Vietnam desk officer, Lars Heidel, MACV, and the Joint U.S. Public Affairs Office. However, the conference to select HVRP targets was indefinitely postponed as a result of Decree 1042. Promulgated in secret by General Keim on August 2, 1971, its provisions known only to the Central Security Committee, the decree granted VCI suspects the right to an attorney and the right to appear in person at their trials. As a result, public action on the HVRP was deferred until after the election. On October 3, 1971, Theo was re-elected with nearly 90% of the vote. The next day the New York Times reported that more than 20,000 innocent civilians had been killed under the Phoenix program and that a congressional subcommittee had criticized the Pentagon for not investigating war crimes. A few days later the High Values Reward program was scrapped by Ambassador Bunker, and plans to phase out American involvement in Phoenix were begun in earnest. The process had begun on August 11, 1971, when Gage McAfee, a legal advisor to William Colby, submitted his end-of-tour report. Citing reports that the VCI was actually growing in number, McAfee writes, "There is doubt that the Fung Huang program is achieving its desired goal of eliminating the infrastructure. It can be argued that its resources and energy are actually being diverted to other undesirable activities that are counterproductive in the context of supporting a viable and responsive government which will provide an effective alternative to the insurgent government." He adds that some if not the majority of the war results from the social grievances of the part of the population, separate and distinct from the military aggression of the North, and that no really responsive government should ever need such a program at all. McAfee notes that NTRI lacks a legislative base, there being no specific statute enacted by the National Assembly which empowers the executive in time of war or emergency to administratively detain. He cites the legislature's opposition to province security committees, which, he adds, were generally acknowledged to be extra-constitutional if not unconstitutional. He rejects as irrelevant the argument that no residual responsibility for civilian detainees exists, citing Nuremberg and Vietnam, in which Telford Taylor says that if the GVN did not abide by the Geneva Conventions, then the original captor power must take effective steps to correct the situation, or shall request the return of the prisoners. 26. McAfee emphasizes that province security committees were not regularly constituted courts and that support for them was a departure from the standards of Article 3. From a strictly legal standpoint, he concludes, the Rhymstead letter required that the United States either demand the elimination of security committees or take steps to ensure that no prisoners captured by U.S. forces were sentenced by them. Not only are we now in the difficult position of having supported these committees in the past, he writes, but many Vietnamese now think that security committees are as American as apple pie and baseball. The Phung Hoang program itself has always been associated with the Americans and of course the CIA. If the U.S. decides to recommend the elimination of these committees, it might be useful for the Vietnamese to blame it all on the U.S. So with the Phung Hoang program in general. If it fades into and is totally absorbed by the special police, it might help the Vietnamese to eliminate the bad aftertaste by blaming the entire program on their misguided benefactors. The only alternative, McAfee suggests, was to force the GVN to make necessary improvements. But the U.S. government would not go along with McAfee's recommendations that the Stalinist security committees should die, that trials be made public, or that the kill quota be eliminated as the ultimate misuse of the body count. Instead, it stalled until the problem could be sloughed off on the GVN. The Defense Department denied any residual responsibility whatsoever, and the Saigon embassy minimized the problem, saying that only between 1,500 and 2,500 individuals out of a VCI correction population of about 17,000 are the subject of that responsibility. 27. The final word on U.S. policy regarding civilian detainees was stated on November 12, 1971, in State Department Telegram 220,774, which directed the Saigon Embassy to work with the Directorate of Political Security to guarantee humanitarian treatment of detainees and to ensure that NTRI was implemented in terms of fundamental concepts of due process and to improve conditions of internment. This, despite State Department Attorney Robert Starr's admission that we cannot justify secrecy of procedural reforms in Circular 1042, which failed to provide for judicial review, meaningful appeal, free choice of an attorney, or the right to cross-examine witnesses. Noting that confessions alone were enough to convict a suspected VCI, Starr urged that there should be a requirement of corroborating evidence. He cautioned Bunker that NTRI is subject to attack on grounds it does not simply provide for emergency detention, but involves actual findings of guilt or innocence and sentencing of persons, and he suggested that Bunker work to implement new legislation establishing a clear and detailed basis for program. What Starr envisioned was legislation transferring security committee responsibilities to regularly constituted courts. But that never happened. Until the fall of Saigon, only the CIA-advised Directorate of Political Security could reverse Province Security Committee recommendations to extend detention. In November the GVN did withdraw from security committees the power to recommend and try detention against communist offenders whose sentences had expired, VCI suspects who were released before trial for lack of evidence, and VCI suspects who were referred and had been acquitted. Unless new factors were specified. In December Prime Minister Kim announced a parole and conditional release program to release selected prisoners and also provide a system for post-release surveillance. On December 13, 1971, Robert Starr reported to William H. Sullivan, These reforms are another welcome step in the right direction but fall short of effectively dealing with the underlying problems. 28 The next day the Washington Post printed an article by Peter Osnos headlined "US Plan Fails to Wipe Out VC Cotter." The year 1971 closed without a resolution of Antri or Phoenix. Chapter 28. Technicalities. In early October 1971, Lieutenant Colonel Connie O'Shea arrived at the Phoenix Directorate and was assigned by John Tilton as liaison officer to Colonel Song at the Fung Huang Block office in the National Police Interrogation Center. His job, he told me, was to tell Tilton what Song was thinking. 1. A veteran intelligence officer who had served in Vietnam in 1966 and 1967, O'Shea described the Directorate in late 1971 as Sleepy Hollow. There were ongoing discussions between U.S. and Vietnamese police officials, he recalled, as to how to get the program transferred. Tilton and Coughlin were doing their FREEX report, and coming down from Washington was a proposed list of things we should back away from. They were going to turn the dossiers over to the Vietnamese, and the special branch was apprehensive. They didn't want to turn their files over to anybody. The other big thing was FMIS, but it was not ready to be used yet by the Vietnamese. Co-authored by the CORD's Research and Analysis Division, FREEX, according to Phoenix Operations Chief Paul Coughlin, came from John Tilton, who initially wanted to call it Fung Huang Reprise. 2 It involved 4 months of depth research and included slides and graphs, explained Coughlin, and basically outlined how to transfer Phoenix to the Vietnamese and how to deal with lessening assets. But it also addressed what activities U.S. forces should be involved in, and to what degree, the whole idea of revolutionary development support and CORDS, which was the program's Achilles heel, because everyone was answering to a different master. Detention was not a FREEX issue, Coughlin added, but military justice and the moral aspects of the program were, as were our concerns over Vietnamese loyalty. After all of these things were considered together, we decided not to let the program die on the vine, but just to let the dead areas go. Otherwise, Coughlin noted, our concern in the Directorate was that people in the field got what they needed: jeeps, communications equipment, etc., which we learned about through reports. He added that reports on operations ran up through another channel through Special Branch. As for the relationship between the Special Branch and Phoenix, Coughlin observed that the Directorate was very compartmented, that a reserve officer on staff might have worked for the CIA, and that Chester McCoy's replacement as Deputy Director, Colonel Herb Allen, was not in the know and was selected for that reason. Coughlin asserted that the Green Beret murder trial changed the whole thing and that employees of the Defense Investigative Service started arriving, running agents, and doing background investigations for Phoenix in 1972. A different perspective on FREEX was provided by Coughlin's deputy, Lieutenant Colonel George Hudman, a veteran intelligence officer who was also a friend of John Tilton's. Coughlin was not an intelligence officer, Hudman explained, and, as a result, was not trusted by Tilton. So I briefed FREEX to Jake and General Forrester. Basically, it explained why Phoenix didn't work. People in the agency were looking for a way to back out, and FREEX was it. We took all the data compiled from all Phoenix centers, put it all together, and showed that the program was failing because it was too big and because the military had no understanding of it. They had no understanding of intelligence. They would round up VCI suspects, and they resorted to body counts. But intelligence isn't predicated on body counts. 3. Despite blaming the military for the failure of Phoenix, Hudman explained that Shackley, then Polgar to Tilton, was the real chain of command and that Bob Wall oversaw Phoenix. Indeed, as the U.S. military prepared to leave Vietnam, the CIA needed to find a new way of managing the attack against the VCI without appearing to do so. In other words, the concept of an attack against the VCI was still considered vital. What was sought was a new organization. The process began when General Abrams suggested in October that responsibility for the full anti-VCI mission should be assigned to the National Police Command on a time-phased basis commencing 1972-4 and that Feng Huang committees and centers be deactivated as a way of increasing the emphasis on the anti-VCI responsibilities of district and province chiefs. These recommendations were studied in Washington by a working group composed of Josiah Bennett, John Arthur, George Carver, John Monopoli, General Carhaz, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Saxa. After each agency had considered the proposals, Bennett shot a telegram back to Saigon indicating tentative approval, although, in deference to the CIA, with the special branch collating intelligence and maintaining dossiers on the VCI, and with positive action responsibilities assigned to the PRU, NPFF and other elements as required. A few weeks later Ambassador Bunker sent a telegram to Secretary of State William Rogers saying that Robert Thompson and the GVN had also approved of the plan. The working group then prepared to send a team, headed by the Vietnam Task Force's Action Officer Jack, to Saigon to determine which key people could be reassigned to Phoenix. When the team arrived in Saigon in mid-November, according to Jack, Tilton got the okay from Carver to give me the Phoenix information. Despite its tentative approval of the plan to phase out Phoenix and turn the management of the attack against the VCI over to the National Police Command, the CIA had no such intentions. In fact, in October 1971 orders went out to all province special branch advisors to begin forming Special Intelligence Force units. 8-man teams composed of 4 volunteers each from the Special Police and Field Police, the SIFU were targeted specifically at high-level VCI, as substitutes for the PRU. They were also assigned that the CIA planned to manage the attack on the VCI through the special branch, while keeping Phoenix intact as a way of deflecting attention and accountability. For Fujian Province PIC advisor Rob Simmons, who worked under cover of the CORD's Pacification Security Coordination Division but who never even met the CORD's province senior advisor Phoenix in 1972, was merely a library of files to cross-check information, not the CIA's partner in the attack on the VCI. We would go to Phoenix, Simmons told me, and they'd show us a file, and we'd use the file to build a case. And every report we generated, we sent to the PIC. But Special Branch had its own files. And if at the PIC we got someone who cooperated, we would withhold his file if he was going to be doubled because we knew the PIC was penetrated. 5. Furthermore, according to Simmons, the Fujian province officer in charge concentrated on unilateral operations and political reporting, because he considered Special Branch liaison too exposed to be secure. As William Colby explained it, CORD's people were kept out of the station. And even though Special Branch coordinated through the province senior advisor, the station had a clear chain of command in intelligence matters. 6. Indeed, Phoenix was a valuable resource, and it allowed the CIA to say that it had no officers in the districts. But the CIA was not about to turn over its Special Branch files to the National Police Command or submit its agents to NPC authority. And when those proposals returned to Carver's desk for final approval, there they died. In December 1971, Carver wrote a working paper entitled Future U.S. Role in the Feng Huang Program. Its stated purpose was to ensure that the GVN Feng Huang program continues to receive effective U.S. advisory support during upcoming 18 to 24-month period with an option for continuance if required. Using familiar terms, Carver defines Phoenix as a. The intelligence effort against the higher levels of the VCI who possess information on enemy plans and intentions, b. The intelligence effort directed against the lowest level of the VCI perform an essentially political function of relating the Communist Party mechanism to the population, and c. An action effort to neutralize the targets in end. He also notes that, on November 27, 1971, General Kim changed his mind and said that Feng Huang centers and committees will be retained, that the Central Feng Huang Committee would be upgraded and chaired by Kim himself, that the Phoenix program will be continued indefinitely, and that included, will be a rewards program funded by the GVN. 1 month after Bunker had killed the high-value rewards program, it was born anew as a GVN program, as part of Feng Huang. The main reason for not scrapping Phoenix, Carver writes, was the crucial need to destroy the VCI. However, he suggests that the titles Phoenix and Feng Huang advisor be dropped, and he warns against withdrawing advisors in provinces where the VCI presence was heavy. The minimum staffing level appears to be about 30 positions, which would provide coverage of the program at national, regional, and a few key provincial echelons, Carver writes, adding, plans should be drawn up to have the normal U.S. advisory structure absorb anti-VCI advisory duties beyond the transitional period of the drawdown. He envisioned the complete withdrawal of Phoenix advisors by the end of 1972, but only in a way that would provide the United States with the capability to monitor not only the GVN program but also to develop some semblance of an independent estimative capability. That job would fall, after 1973, to the 500th Military Intelligence Group as well as the CIA. As ever, the CIA got its way. On December 28, 1971, State Department officer Lars Heidel, in response to Carver's paper, wrote that Feng Huang should be handled by the special branch within the National Police Command, that Feng Huang committees should continue in existence, and that province and district chiefs should assume responsibility beginning with the most secure areas where there are few of main forces. Perhaps U.S. military advisors will continue to be needed as long as RVNF retains action responsibilities for Feng Huang, but as action is transferred to the special branch, the advisory role should be taken over by the special branch advisor, the CIA man. This is the reprise John Tilton imagined, the return of the special branch to prominence in anti-VCI operations. By 1972 it was policy, as articulated by Bob Wall, I was really pushing special branch to support Phoenix during the Easter offensive, while the VC were overrunning Hue. Fong had the chief of police in Hue on the phone. I told him what to do, and he relayed the message. Where the special branch contributed, Wall said, was in Hue in April 1972, there was success 7. As soon as the North Vietnamese army attacked, the VCI in Hue were to begin sabotage and terror attacks within the city, direct NVA artillery fire, and guide assault columns. However, reports Robert Condon, the Phoenix coordinator on the scene, before the enemy agents could be activated, about 1,000 of them who had been long identified by the PIAC were arrested. Our intelligence indicated that the NVA commanders were blind in Hue, due to this timely Feng Huang operation. 8. Phoenix, Bob Wall insisted, represented the strategy that could have won the war. But, he lamented, Ted Shackley stuck to the traditional route of only collecting intelligence and gave Phoenix away. Removing the special branch in 1969, Wall contended, kicked the teeth out of the program. The special branch was up to the job, Wall added. Mao had instituted a training program in 1970, but Kim prevented them from getting good quality people because Mao had demonstrated the operational capabilities necessary to pull off a coup. Not that he was close to trying it, but when Theo listed the possibilities, Mao was at the top. He was smart, charismatic, courageous, cold-blooded, politically minded, and he had access to the agency and troops who could pull it off. A Catholic and Central Vietnamese with Kin Lao connections, Mao was good at his job. But he was a consultant to PANE, and he had given the CIA access to the accounting records of the special branch, and he had organized his own political party, the Nationalist Students, all of which combined to make him a liability. So after Theo had won re-election in October 1971, Mao was replaced as chief of the special branch by Brigadier General Win Toi-Tay, Colonel Song was replaced as the chief of Phoenix by Nguyen Van Jo, and General Fong was replaced as the Director General of the National Police by CIO Chief Nguyen Kak Bin, even though, according to Tom Polgar, it was a mistake to have one man in both positions. Polgar added that Rod Landreth and Phil Potter negotiated the transfer of Phoenix and the PRU to the GVN with Generals Ben and Dang Van Quang. 9. Meanwhile, the CIA was distancing itself from the PRU. 3 Corps Advisor Rudy Enders noted that PRU National Commander Major Nguyen Van Lang was fired for selling positions and shaking down his region commanders, and that by the time 1972 rolls around, Ho Chau Tuan had taken over in Saigon 10. Michael Drosnin quotes Ho Chau Tuan as saying, "The main mission of PRU was assassination. I received orders from the Phoenix office, the Vietnamese and Americans there, to assassinate high-level VCI. We worked closely with Saigon with the CIA from the embassy, and in the provinces with the CIA at the consulates, to decide who to kill." Writes Drosnin, Tuan offered to name names of high-level Americans who directly ordered assassination strikes, but then he backed off. "I have enough experience in this profession to be afraid," he explained. "I know the CIA. I might be killed." 11. In 1972 the PRU were advised in I Corps by Patry Loomis, in 2 Corps by Jack Harrell and Bob Gilardo, in 3 Corps by Rudy Enders and Felix Rodriguez, and in 4 Corps by John Morrison and Gary Maddox. Phoenix operations in the field in 1972 varied from region to region. Rudy Enders told me he had the VCI on the run in 3 Corps. And in 4 Corps, where the PRU were most active, success was reported against the VCI. But in I Corps and 2 Corps, where the NVA concentrated its attacks in 1972, the situation was much harder to handle. Quang Tri fell in April, and in early May the NVA captured Quang Ngai City, which it held until September. In Ben Din Province, 40,000 Koreans refused to fight, several thousand unpaid ARVN soldiers threw down their rifles and ran away, and the NVA seized 3 district capitals. With the ARVN and territorial forces in retreat, Theo turned to Phoenix. In May 1972, writes Michael Clare, Theo declared martial law and launched a savage attack on the remaining pockets of neutralism in the big cities. Government forces reportedly cordoned off entire districts in Hue, Da Nang, and Saigon and arrested everyone on the police blacklists. The reputable Far Eastern Economic Review reported on July 8, 1972, that 50,000 people had been arrested throughout Vietnam during the first 2 months of the offensive, and Time magazine reported on July 10 that arrests were continuing at a rate of 14,000 per month. 12. For an eyewitness account of Phoenix operations in 2 Corps in 1972, we turn first to Lieutenant Colonel Connie O'Shea, who in January 1972 was transferred from Saigon to Phoenix headquarters in Nha Trang, as deputy to 2 Corps Phoenix Coordinator Colonel Lou Millett. The problem with the program, according to O'Shea, was that people were being rotated out, but replacements were not being made. And as the intelligence officers went home, the Phoenix guy took over that job, but not the reverse. It was a one-way street, and Phoenix fell to the wayside. Millett was trying to keep Phoenix people doing their Phoenix job, O'Shea continued, and he spent a lot of time going around to the province chiefs, trying to keep them focused on the VCI. But it was hard during the spring offensive. So Millett and Dam went around trying to keep the organization in place, telling the Phoenix coordinators that if they had to do S2 work, not to forget their anti-VCI job. That was number one. Our other job was making ourselves visible with Colonel Dam, so the Vietnamese would not get the sense that we were pulling out. We kept a high profile. We were missing a couple of province guys, and an awful lot of DIOCCs were missing advisors. The district senior advisors were not taking over but were trying to get the Vietnamese to take over. So we spent a lot of time touring and helping the Phung Hoan committees and DIOCCs collect intelligence and prepare operational plans. Thirdly, O'Shea said, Millett was an operator, trying to conduct as many missions as possible himself. Millett's biggest success was turning the Montagnard battalion that had led the attack on Hue during Tet of 1968. 52 years old in 1972, Medal of Honor winner Lou Millett, who in 1961 had helped create the Vietnamese Rangers and later did likewise in Laos, was known as a wild man who participated in ambushes and raids against VCI camps with Connie O'Shea and some of the more aggressive Phoenix coordinators. According to Millett, Phoenix was coordinated at corps level by the CIA, and I had to back channel to get around them. 13. According to O'Shea, the Phoenix program had gotten to the point where the region office was a manager's office. Millett was trying to coordinate provinces and districts, and where we did run operations, it was in a province where the PIC was not doing much. We as senior officers did not theoretically coordinate with the CIA's province officer in charge, that was the job of the major at the PIC. One such major at a PIC in 1972 was Stan Fulcher, the Phoenix coordinator in Ben Din province. Stan had taken over all the programs, O'Shea noted. He was running the whole show. He kept taking on everything, including the PRU, which was true in many cases. The son of an Air Force officer, Stan Fulcher was brought up in various military posts around the world, but he brands as hypocritical the closed society into which he was born. The military sees itself as the conqueror of the world, Fulcher sighed, but the military is socialism in its purest form. People in the military lead a life of privilege in which the state meets each and every one of their needs. 14. Having served in the Special Security Unit at Kendo Air Base in 1968, where he led a unit of 40 riflemen against the VCI, Fulcher fully understood the realities of Vietnam. He told me of the military security service killing a Jesuit priest who advocated land reform, of GVN officials trading with the National Liberation Front while trying to destroy religious sects, and of the tremendous U.S. cartels RMKBRJ, Sealand, Holiday Inns, Pan Am, Bechtel, and Vinyl that prospered from the war. The military has the political power and the means of production, Fulcher explained, and so it enjoys all the benefits of society. Well, it was the same thing in Vietnam, where the U.S. military and a small number of politicians supported the Vietnamese Catholic establishment against the masses. Greedy Americans, Fulcher contended, were the cause of the war. The supply-side economists, these are the emergent groups during Vietnam. During a tour in London from 1968 to 1971, in which he saw British businessmen trading with the North Vietnamese, Fulcher learned there are no permanent allies. During his tour in Phoenix, he became totally disenchanted. When I arrived in Saigon, he recalled, an Air America plane was waiting and took me to Nha Trang. That night I talked with Millett. The next day I got in a chopper and went to Kien Han, the capital city of Ben Din province, where I met the S2, Gary Hacker, who took me to my quarters in a hotel by the ocean. Hacker then took Fulcher to meet the province senior advisor, a young political appointee who lived in a beautiful house on the ocean. When I walked into the room, he was standing there with his arms around two Vietnamese girls. The tops of their aodays were down, and he was cupping their breasts. Next, Fulcher met Larry Jackson, the CIA province officer in Ben Din. Jackson had about 20 contract workers, USIS types who thought they were special forces. They all had Vietnamese girlfriends and important dads. They were all somewhat deranged and did nothing but play volleyball all day. Fulcher described the Corps' advisory team as a sieve. As the Ben Din Province Phoenix coordinator, Stan Fulcher supervised nearly 1,000 U.S. technicians and Vietnamese nationals, including a Special Forces sergeant who ran Ben Din's PRU. The PRU advisor reported both to the CIA and to Fulcher. His Vietnamese wife had been cut open, Fulcher said. He was a dangerous man who went out by himself and killed VC left and right. Fulcher mistrusted the PRU because they did not take orders and because they played him against the CIA. Fulcher's Vietnamese counterpart was MSS Major Nguyen Van Vin. The Vietnamese with the MSS, Fulcher contended, were the worst. They kept track of what the Americans were doing, they had friends in the VCI, and they would deal with Phoenix before the police. The National Police had its own advisor, a former cop from Virginia who ran the field police. The pic was terribly disgusting, and there was an interrogation center behind the Province Operations Center, Fulcher said, right behind the province senior advisor's house. Our barracks were next door. Mr. Vin was paid by Fulcher, who also had an interpreter and 7 other Vietnamese on his Phoenix staff. I could influence each one, he stated, noting that with no replacements coming in, the advisory vacuum was easily filled by an aggressive person such as he. As more and more Americans left, Fulcher explained, more Vietnamese came under my control. They needed consolidation. The structure was so corrupt, with everyone power grabbing, that independent units couldn't do a job. And that meant added jobs for me. For example, Fulcher inherited Ben Din's civic action program, including the 59-man RD teams which had been getting $1 million annually in U.S. aid. Then the well dried up, and funds were cut off, Fulcher explained, which caused much bitterness. Like the Contras or, before them, the Cubans. Everyone was turning against the government. As the province Psy War officer, Fulcher also controlled the Key Enhan TV station, where he spent 1 day a week working with the actors and staff, organizing parades, producing broadcasts and puppet shows, printing leaflets, and distributing radios tuned into the GVN station. According to Fulcher, the embittered Vietnamese Psy War officer absconded with the TV money and sold the radios on the black market. Fulcher also managed the Chiu Hoi program. During the spring offensive, he recalled, we gave them rifles and sent them up to the front lines. I sat on top of a knoll and watched while they threw down their guns and ran away. Territorial security was a job that involved checking villages every 2 weeks for a day or so. The territorial forces, he pointed out, were a motley crew, mostly old men and women and little kids. Fulcher also liaisoned with the Korean White Horse Division, which would steal anything it could get its hands on. According to Fulcher, Americans were involved with the Koreans in drug dealing, and he said that the Koreans were sadistic and corrupt. In explaining the meaning of Phoenix, Stan Fulcher said, you can't understand it by creating a web. There were several lines of communication, which skipped echelons, and I could go to whatever side, military or Phoenix, that I wanted to. Phoenix was more of a political program, like what the Germans had on the Eastern Front, Gestapo/SS, but half-assed. For that reason, Fulcher explained, the regular military didn't like Phoenix, and the province senior advisors hated it, too. Twice a week I'd brief the PSA at the TOC. Each member of the province team would brief through his deputy. The operations officer was the main guy, then the G2, then Phoenix, Peru, and the CIA rep. The province Fung Huan committee met twice a month, at which point the MSS would exercise whatever influence it had with the province chief, who'd say, we need 50 VCI this week. Then the special branch would go out and get old ladies and little kids and take them to the pick. They'd send us on special operations missions into the hamlets, and the village chiefs would take the old and maimed and give them to us as VCI. If you don't give me rice, you're VCI. It was perverted. The ARVN supplied us with cards on everyone they didn't like, Fulcher went on, but we could never find them. On night operations during curfew hours, we'd seal off the exits and go after a specific guy. We'd be running through houses, one guy lifting up a lamp, another guy holding pictures of the suspect and taking fingerprints. But everyone had the same name, so we'd search for weapons, maps, documents. It was just impossible, Fulcher sighed. So after 2 months I started to find ways to let people go to get their names off the list. You see, Ben Din had something like 37 political parties, and no one could say who was VC. By 1972 most district chiefs were NLF, and even though they were appointed by Saigon, most were from the north and were kept off hit lists due to friendships. What finally convinced Fulcher to work against Phoenix was the disappearing of 30,000 civilians in the aftermath of the spring offensive. Rocking back and forth in his chair, his head buried in his hands, sobbing, Fulcher described what happened. 2 NVA regiments hit Ben Din in the north, mainly at Hoi An. We went through a pass in the valley to meet them, but a whole ARVN regiment was destroyed. 400 were killed and 1,600 escaped down Highway 31. I could see the ARVN soldiers running away and the NVA soldiers running after them, shooting them in the back of their heads with pistols so as not to waste ammunition. I could see our helicopters being shot down. We called in close air support and long-range artillery and stopped them at Fumi. There were pitched battles. The NVA attacked on 2 ridges. Then Van was killed up in Kantum, and Healy took over. Healy came in with his Sherman-esque tactics in August. The disappearance of the 30,000 occurred over a 2-month period beginning in June, Fulcher said, mainly through roundups like in the Ukraine. The MSS was putting people in camps around Lanefield outside Key en Han, or in the PIC. Everyone was turning against the GVN, and anyone born in Bendin was considered VC. There were melees by the score from aerial bombardments and artillery. Phoenix coordinated it. Me and Jackson and 4 or 5 of his contractors. The National Police had lists of people. Out of the 30,000, the Special Branch was interested in particular in about 100. The MSS put everyone else in camps, and the Vietnamese Air Force loaded them up, flew away, and came back empty. They dumped whole families into the Gulf of Tonkin. This was not happening elsewhere. How could this happen? You're a shadow, Fulcher explained, his face contorted with anguish. You're a bureaucrat. You only think things, so you don't investigate. After the disappearances, Fulcher complained to a State Department officer. As a result, 2 things happened. First, in addition to his job as Province Phoenix coordinator, Fulcher was made senior advisor in the 3 districts Hoi An, Hoi Nan, and Ben Ki that the NVA had seized. Next, an attempt was made on his life. Jackson was unhappy with the PRU, Fulcher explained. He couldn't pay them anymore, so they moved in with Ben Ki district team. I was scheduled to go up there to pay them, but a West Pointer, Major Pelton, the Phoenix guy from Phuket, went instead. And the PRU shot him in the helicopter right after it landed. Pelton was killed, and the Phuket district senior advisor, Colonel Rose, was wounded. The incident was blamed on the VC, but Mr. Vin and I went to the landing zone and found Swedish K rounds in the chopper. First I went to, then Millet at Nha Trang, then Healy in Pleiku. But nothing ever happened. In explaining how such tensions might occur, Connie O'Shea points to the inclusion of key military leaders as well as civilians in the definition of VCI. Van put pressure on to get these guys, O'Shea explained, but Special Branch would not give their names for security reasons. And as a result, military advisors started going after the Comoliaison links, those VCI that were more military than political. And when you got very strong personalities like Stan Fulcher in there, that situation became explosive. Stan wanted access, and his solution, O'Shea said, was to force it back up to Van or Healy, who would say, I can't force them to open up files. So it was kept at the local level, where it went back and forth between Stan and Jackson. And I had to go down there and try to mediate between them. But we just had to accept that this was not the period of time to be arguing with the CIA, that to run an effective PIAC, we had to have their dossiers. The time to do that was 4 years prior. But Stan was insisting that he was going to get at them. Well, the CIA would give other stuff, revolutionary development or census grievance, but not Special Branch. When asked why he and Millet could not exert influence, O'Shea replied, this is why Phoenix was not as effective as it should have been. In March 1972, Ambassador Bunker sent a telegram to the State Department saying, we question whether the USG should concede failure of an ENTRI system to meet test of Article 3. Because he thought that ENTRI probably did violate the Geneva Conventions, Bunker asked that a decision be put off until completion of a study written by CORD's legal advisor Ray Myers. In the study, entitled ENTRI Observations and Recommendations, Myers suggested, among other things, opening ENTRI hearings to the public. On April 11, John Tilton advised against doing that, saying it would result in the compromise of sources. Under Executive Order 10460, Tilton wrote, the American public is not allowed to attend U.S. administrative security proceedings, nor are transcripts of the proceedings releasable to the public. It is difficult to justify why a nation which is seriously threatened by internal subversion should institute a procedure that is not even allowed in a nation which has no such threat. 15. Tilton's recommendation on this point was accepted. Myers also noted that the great majority of the Vietnamese people are completely ignorant of the purposes, procedures, and results of either Phung Hoang or An Tri. Tilton retorted that that was a subjective statement, and could cause a reader with little background to reach the erroneous conclusion that the programs are pretty much of a failure. Tilton recommended that many be substituted for great majority 16. That suggestion, too, was implemented. On April 12, the Court's Public Safety Directorate added its 2 cents, calling An Tri a relaxation of the RVN's right of self-defense and a gratuity. The embassy recommended that detentions based on a charge of belonging to or supporting the VCI be eliminated on a province-by-province basis over a period of years to eliminate gradually the whole An Tri structure instead of institutionalizing it by transferring jurisdiction over VCI from the province security committees to the courts. 17. However, Tilton advised against the province-by-province phase-out, and his position, again, was accepted. Faced with intractable CIA internal security considerations, the embassy decided to defer reform of An Tri indefinitely. But it did not want to appear to be sanctioning summary executions either, so embassy political officer Stephen Winship emphasized that the mission recognizes this to be a serious problem, particularly when excessive legalism or consideration of public relations are introduced, tempting the police to neutralize by killing instead of arrest and prosecution. 18. It was suggested that the computer system at the National Identity and Records Center be supported and that some provision be made for the review of cases where VCI suspects were released by the province security committees. The idea was to set up a central control that would prevent abuses at the local level and would allow the GVN to market preventive detention as a substitute for killing people. The result was that An Tri was to be reformed into a system not of sentencing but of indefinite detention with periodic review by the Central Security Committee. It was to apply only to communists. This system was to be a temporary measure, which offers possibilities for avoiding possible criticism under the terms of the Geneva Convention. Article 19 of Decree Law 004 of 1966 was amended to preclude charges that the system violates Article 7 of the RVN Constitution, and Bunker put the U.S. seal of approval on An Tri. While the subject of An Tri was being debated in Saigon, 4 Corps Commander Truong In Kin Tho authorized, on April 21, 1972, a special F6 Phung Hoang campaign designed to neutralize the VCI by moving against suspects with only one adverse report on the record. A response to the Easter offensive, the F6 campaign was started in Chau Doc province on the initiative of the province chief, who was concerned with reports that NVA units were being guided and assisted by the VCI. More than 1,000 VCI suspects were quickly rounded up. Flying as it did in the face of An Tri reforms, F6 was the cause of some concern. Mission is aware of potential pitfalls in special Phung Hoang campaign and possibilities of adverse publicity if campaign used for mass roundups of suspects, wrote Ambassador Bunker. 19. 125 Phoenix advisors were left in Vietnam in October 1972, when a tentative agreement was reached calling for the formation of a National Council for Reconciliation and Concord composed of representatives from the GVN, NLF, and Third Force neutralists. On October 24, President Thieu presented 69 amendments to the agreement and, stating that the VCI must be wiped out quickly and mercilessly, ordered a new wave of arrests. On November 25, 1972, 3 weeks after Richard Nixon was re-elected, Thieu signed Decree Law 020, concerning national security and public order. Issued in secret, 020 modified An Tri to the extent, Ambassador Bunker wrote, that these powers are no longer limited to wartime and may be applied following a ceasefire and the end of an officially declared state of war. The evident purpose of the law is to provide for an extension of An Tri procedures in preparation for a ceasefire confrontation with the Communists. 20. Broadening An Tri to include people deemed dangerous to public order, Bunker wrote, means that virtually any person arrested in South Vietnam can now be held on criminal instead of political charges. The public order provision was included in Decree Law 020 precisely because the ceasefire agreement prohibited the incarceration of political prisoners. According to Decree Law 020, communist offenders already in jail under the Entry laws would also have their sentences automatically extended. Likewise, province security committees were directed to extend automatically the detention of categories A and B VCI until the end of the present emergency, which did not end with the ceasefire. As a result of Decree Law 020, thousands of Vietnamese remained incarcerated until April 1975. On December 18, 1972, Newsweek estimated that there were 45,000 official prisoners in Vietnamese prisons and another 100,000 in detention camps. Amnesty International reported at least 200,000 political prisoners, and other observers cited higher estimates. The U.S. Embassy identified on its computer tapes fewer than 10,000 political prisoners and called the criticism unfounded in light of Entry reforms. In Saigon, 3,000 people were arrested in one night. The cost of having an enemy's name placed on a Phoenix hit list, now easier than ever, thanks to Decree 020, was reduced to $6. In December 1972 ceasefire talks collapsed, and Nixon bombed Hanoi. Thieu called for a return to the denunciation of Communists' campaign of 1956 and ordered his security officers to target neutralists in the National Council of Reconciliation and Concord. With Decree Law 020 safely in place, Prime Minister Kim cancelled the F6 campaign and ordered a return to the three-source rule. However, wrote Bunker, there is some evidence that the National Police do not regard the order as terminating the accelerated Phung Hoang Campaign 21. By 1973 South Vietnam had come full circle. Only the names had changed. Empowered by secret decrees written by CIA officers, security forces now arrested dissidents for violating the public order instead of the national security. In March 1972 Prime Minister Kim determined that it is important not to get hung up on the term Phung Hoang. The problem that the Phung Hoang structure was erected to address will still remain, with or without the term. 22 In a report on Phoenix, Phung Hoang effectiveness during August and September 1972, John Tilton crossed out the words Phung Hoang and inserted in their place the term anti-terrorist, explicitly heralding the modern era of low-intensity warfare. In Nha Trang in December 1972, Connie O'Shea transferred the records and equipment in the region Phung Hoang office to the public safety advisor, who didn't want them. Then I turned off the lights, he said, locked the door, walked across the street to the Cords building, and turned in the key. Phong was killed with 5 bodyguards and advisors William Bailey and Luther McClendon in a plane that exploded on the ground on December 1, 1972, in Tai Hoa, the capital of Phu Yen Province. New Times is an English-language version of Novvremya, which is published in Moscow and distributed in various countries. Chapter 29. Phoenix in Flames. After the ceasefire agreements were signed in Paris on January 27, 1973, the armed forces and government of South Vietnam were expected to stand on their own. To meet the challenge, General Kim signed Circular 193, creating political struggle committees in every province, city, district, and village. Political struggle committees were described by Ken Quinn, a State Department officer in Chau Doc Province, in a February 24, 1973, memo, as the principal vehicle for organizing anti-communist demonstrations and for combating the communist plot for a general uprising. Each struggle committee's subcommittee for security and intelligence was given jurisdiction over the existing Phung Hoang Committee. But, observed Quinn, unless more specific instructions are forthcoming, even those village officials who understand why they are part of the committee will not understand what they are supposed to do. To ensure that government officials followed the party line, the GVN through its Quiet Tam campaign put an officer in each village as its special political warfare cadre. A member of Thieu's Dan Chu party, the Cotter put in place agents who organized networks in the hamlets to spy on local GVN officials as well as communists and dissidents. On the American side of the fence, under the terms of the ceasefire agreements, MACV was replaced by a defense attaché office in the U.S. Embassy. The DAO consisted of some 400 civilian Defense Department employees, 50 military officers, and 2,500 contract workers. Colonel Doug Dillard, who in 1973 commanded the 500th Military Intelligence Group and managed all U.S. military intelligence activities in Southeast Asia, recalled the 500th MiG, under Operation Fast Pass, received primary responsibility for intelligence support to the embassy in Saigon during the remainder of the U.S. presence. The other services bowed out, but the Army, via General Alexander Haig, agreed to provide the people. 1. According to Dillard, as part of the in-country structure, there was a province observer in each province as liaison with the MSS and Special Branch, in coordination with Phoenix under the U.S. Embassy. But they didn't work at province, really. They worked as liaison with the South Vietnamese Army, Navy, Air Force, and General Staff, because U.S. Navy and Air Force intelligence had phased down and only the 500th provided support after the drawdown. There were several province observers on the 500th's payroll, Dillard continued, in a civilian capacity. Many of them had served in Vietnam before, as liaison officers or Phoenix coordinators. But, Dillard added, their function was often so tightly controlled by province State Department representatives, who were very jealous of their prerogatives, and didn't want that billet filled, that they contributed very little and the program never got off the ground. Other province observers were doing more than merely training and reporting on South Vietnamese units. According to PRU advisor Jack Harrell, his counterpart, Tran Anh Tho, went to work for province observer David Orr in 1973 as a principal agent organizing stay-behind nets. In From the Ashes, Jeff Stein writes that the prime mission of intelligence agencies is to set up stay-behind operations in the event a truce does actually go into effect. Too, noting that the focus was on political reporting, Stein goes on, American case officers are meeting frequently with their agents now and developing alternative means of communication so that when the officers are removed to such areas as Bangkok or Phnom Penh or even Tokyo or the United States, they can maintain communication with their agents and direct them toward political personnel, the VCI. So that, the operations would be able to continue indefinitely whether there was one American in Vietnam or not. As civilians, province observers were often disguised as employees of private companies, like the Computer Science Corporation, on contract to the Pentagon. In a November 1972 article in the New York Times, Fox Butterfield wrote that as many as 10,000 American civilian advisors and technicians, most of them under DoD contract, will stay on in Vietnam after the ceasefire. Among those staying behind through a loophole in Article 5 of the ceasefire agreements were a number of public safety advisors from Japan, Israel, Taiwan, and Australia, as well as from America. In fact, the last two Army officers at the Phoenix Directorate, Colonel Richard Carey and Lieutenant Colonel Keith Ogden, completed their tours as public safety advisors. Other people, like Ed Brady, hired on with the State Department's Reconstruction and Resettlement Directorate or as part of SAFO, which replaced CORDS and was managed by George Jacobson. Several hundred CIA officers also remained in Vietnam beyond the ceasefire. Among them was George French, who as the officer in charge of propaganda broadcasts into North Vietnam managed the Con Te Island complex near Hue until 1974. Frank Snepp continued to interrogate prisoners at the National Interrogation Center. Robert Thompson returned as an advisor to the National Police, and Ted Sarong returned as an advisor to the Joint General Staff. The Allied strategy was simple. For the first half of 1973, Henry Kissinger relied on massive B-52 raids into Cambodia as a way of turning Hanoi's attention away from South Vietnam. But then Congress cut off funds for further bombing, and Kissinger and Thieu again turned to Phoenix and a renewed round of political repression. On May 15, 1973, State Department officer Frank Wisner sent a memo from Kendo to Washington, subject Phoenix goes underground. After a 2-month respite, the Phoenix program is quietly coming back to life, Wisner notes, adding, Phoenix activities have been generally restrained since the ceasefire, partly because they violate Article 10 of the Paris Agreement, and partly because the working-level forces lack the zeal to pursue their risky business. For a time tried to continue the program under cover of changing the names of the targets from VCI to disturbers of domestic tranquility, Wisner continues. Noting that pretext had been dropped, he writes, Saigon had instructed all province Fung Huang committees to double the number of monthly operations against VCI without the fanfare and publicity that it used to receive. The GVN has assigned it high priority. Further bolstering the attack against the VCI and the Third Force was Prime Ministerial Decree 090 of May 12, 1973, which authorized detention for up to 2 years and enforced residence in their homes, confiscation of their property, and or banishment from prohibited areas of persons deemed dangerous to national security or public order. Province security committees examined cases, which were reviewed by the Central Security Committee in Saigon. The Prime Minister issued the final decision. On May 19, 1973, Decree 093 modified Decree 090 to the extent that the Director of Military Justice was given a seat on the Central Security Committee, which then included the Minister of the Interior, Prosecutor General of the Saigon Court of Appeals, Director General of the National Police, Director of Military Justice, Director of Political Security and his Chief of Statistics and Records, the Chief of the Penitentiary Directorate, and their American counterparts. In June 1973, State Department Officer Dean Brown informed the State Department that the I-Corps Special Branch Liaison Officer had reported that Da Nang Mayor Le Tri Tin had ordered the cessation of all overt Fung Huang activities. No more files and correspondence will be maintained, he added, and most information will be passed by word of mouth. Security suspects will still be pursued, but quietly. Liaison officer was told that this action was taken because of the possibility of ICCS inspection for ceasefire violations. 3. In July 1973, with the cessation of bombing in Cambodia, THIO, in violation of the ceasefire agreements, ordered several large search and destroy operations along the border. The North Vietnamese counterattacked, overrunning ARVN outposts in Quang Duc province on November 6. Declaring that the war had begun anew, THIO requested American military aid. But the very next day Congress passed the War Powers Act, restricting the president's ability to initiate hostilities against foreign countries. Congress began cutting back aid, and the South Vietnamese economy began to fizzle. More and more the Vietnamese turned to corruption and drug dealing to maintain the standard of living they had known under American patronage. According to CIA officer Bruce Lawler, the disease was contagious. A Vietnamese linguist, Bruce Lawler in early 1972 was assigned to the counterintelligence section of the CIA's Da Nang region office. Lawler worked at that job through the Easter Offensive, during which time he developed a friendship with Patry Loomis. In the summer of 1972, when Loomis was made the Region Pru advisor, Lawler replaced him as the Quang Nam province officer in charge. By then the Pru had been renamed Special Reconnaissance Units and, Lawler recalled, had become an adjunct duty of the Special Branch advisor in each province for the CIA funneled Pru salaries in I-Corps through the Special Branch to the Region Pru commander, Major Vin, who then doled it out to the province Pru chiefs. As Rob Simmons had done in Quang Ngai, Lawler and Loomis created in Quang Nam, with Special Branch Captain Lam Min Sun, a special intelligence force unit. Lam recognized that his own people could not run paramilitary operations in rural villages, Lawler explained. So we trained a unit of Special Branch guys, taught them infantry formations, so when the Pru came under the operational control of Special Branch in the province after the ceasefire, Lam could utilize them for paramilitary functions immediately. Prior to the ceasefire, Lawler's easy, striped pants job as Special Branch advisor amounted to coordinating with Captain Lam and getting reports from the Hoi An Province Interrogation Center. He had no dealings with the U.S. military or the province senior advisor and rarely acted on Phoenix information, just PRU and unilateral sources. There was little special branch input, because no one talked to anyone. According to Lawler, as the Easter offensive tailed off, the North Vietnamese concentrated on repairing their infiltration routes in preparation for the next offensive. Then came the ceasefire, at which point each village and hamlet identified itself as either GVN or VC controlled, and, Lawler recalled, all of a sudden there was a lot of business. Because as soon as someone put a VC flag on their roof, they're gone. Not in the sense that they were killed, but we could pick them up and interrogate them. And we basically were flooded. It was also after the ceasefire, according to Lawler, that the country club set took over. Tom Flores replaced Al Seal as I-Corps region officer in charge. Flores brought in his own deputy and chief of operations, and the entire CIA contingent moved into the Da Nang consulate under State Department cover. Lawler described Flores as a very senior officer on his last tour whose objective was to live well, not rock the boat, and take advantage of the amenities that were readily available. That attitude was prevalent. For example, Lawler says, the public safety advisor was one of the guys who used to set up the shakedowns of merchants. He came out of that war wealthier than you or I will ever be. But you can't prove it. Moreover, when Lawler brought the matter to the attention of his bosses, he was told, "Don't bother me," or asked, "What do you want me to do?" Even some province observers were just along for the ride. The special branch liaison in Hue became the Thuy Tien province observer, Lawler recalled. He had been a retired cop, and he liked the good life. But he had no enthusiasm. He thought it was a joke. He wanted to stay over there when his contract was up, so he became the province observer. He liaised. Contributing to the decline in morale after the ceasefire was the fact that the Special Intelligence Force units were disbanded and the PRU were placed under the National Police Command within the Special Branch. This caused many problems, Lawler explained. We started seeing more ghost soldiers, more extortion, more protection money. We couldn't pay them at all, so we lost control. The PRU had the same mission, and they maintained their intelligence agents in field, but because the CIA advisor was no longer a participant, there were less operations and more excuses for not going. Instead, Lawler tried to maintain control by providing gee-whiz gadgets like A-1 Nighthawk helicopters with many guns and spotlights and by being able to get wounded PRU into the hospital in Da Nang. Phoenix coordination, according to Lawler, was dead. There was nothing left. The Vietnamese gave it lip service, but there was no coordination with the special police. When the MSS and special branch got together, they tried to take away rather than share information. And once the special branch had begun paying PRU teams at province level, Major Vin got concerned. Now he has to answer to Saigon. He has to give them a cut. That resulted in Vin cheating somebody out of his cut, and that fractured what had been a unified unit. Vin began putting the squeeze on the Quang Nam PRU chief, Phan Van Lim, who in turn began changing money for the VC. Eventually one of the Quang Nam PRU team, a man named Quyen, came to Lawler and said, "It's getting out of hand." Ever the idealist, Lawler investigated. He walked into the Hoi An Pic and saw a woman who knew about Lim's dirty dealings stretched over a table. She had been raped and murdered. Said Lawler, "All of a sudden Mr. Vin wants me to go on a mission with him, and other PRU guys are telling me, don't go." So it was that the PRU program devolved into a criminal enterprise, like Frankenstein's monster, beyond the control of its creators. With the ceasefire and the end of American subsidization of Phoenix, PVT and the Da Nang Phoenix Committee had moved into the Da Nang police station. Throughout 1973 PVT divided his time doing Phoenix and drug investigations managed by the Air America dispatcher at the Da Nang Air Base for the CIA. As PVT discovered, the major drug dealers were the Vietnamese police officer in charge of narcotics investigation in Da Nang and his American public safety advisor. The last straw for Bruce Lawler occurred just before the end of his tour in November 1973. Having worked in Da Nang's counterintelligence office, Lawler knew that an NVA spy ring still existed in the area and that the special branch had merely sacrificed a number of low-level cadre in 1971 instead of actually flushing out the most important spies. According to Lawler, it was a great deception operation. The high-level people continued to operate. In fact, one of the agents was the girlfriend of Tom Flores's operations chief. When Lawler reported this to Flores, Flores did nothing but accuse Lawler of having gone native. Lawler slipped a copy of his report to the station's security chief in Saigon. The operations officer was sent home, a new operations chief arrived, and Bruce Lawler ran afoul of the Saigon station. Security teams visited his office, confiscated his furniture, and presented him with a ticket back home. After that I became disillusioned, Lawler confessed. He completed his tour and returned to Langley headquarters, where Ted Shackley, then chief of the Far East Division, offered to accept his resignation. Lawler was embittered. "The agency betrayed us," he said. "To go after the VCI, we had to believe it was okay. But we were too young to understand what happens when idealism cracks up against reality. We risked our lives to get information on the VCI, information we were told the president was going to read. Then guys who didn't care gave it to superiors more interested in booze and broads. By the end of 1973 the ceasefire, like pacification, was a thing of the past. The Chiuhoi rate plummeted and, with drastic cuts in U.S. aid, GVN officials who had depended on American aid to maintain their private empires sought their own separate peace with the encroaching communists. ARVN morale deteriorated as paychecks were diverted into commanders' pockets. Unpaid territorial security forces and armed propaganda teams reverted to their pre-Phoenix ways, like the civil guard of old, spending most of their time guarding Chiuhoi centers and the homes and offices of government officials. At the time Ed Brady was working for the Computer Science Corporation, which had contracted with the Directorate of Political Security to study the administrative and judicial aspects of the Entry laws. Said Brady, who was interviewing Viet Cong prisoners at Con Son, "I wrote a lot about how people, if they weren't VC when they were sent to Con Son, were VC when they came out. It was a great training center, the people they recruited were made into somebody." 6. Brady told of one VCI who had been chained to the floor in solitary confinement for refusing to salute the flag. He told Brady, "I'm not South Vietnamese. I'm a VC soldier, and it would be a breach of discipline for me to salute the flag of my enemy. I'll never say yes." Brady pointed out, he knew what he was and what he believed in, and he was an example to the rest of the camp. Punishing him for sticking to his principles, Brady asserted, was good for the morale of all the other prisoners. It was a matter of principle to the VC, but it was just a power struggle, like between a parent and a child, for the South Vietnamese. That's what it was all about. None of the propaganda mattered. The VC had principles. The GVN was corrupt. In 1974, writes Professor Hui, corruption, already established as a principle of government by Theo, Kim, and Veen, now was devouring the social tissue as a growing cancer. 7. Unfortunately, the battle against corruption opened the way for the final communist offensive. The push for genuine reform, as the only way to win the political struggle, came from the Catholics and began after Theo had visited the Vatican and the Pope admonished him for packing the jails with political prisoners. Concerned that a third force coalition of Buddhists and communists would exclude them from any position of power in a post-Theo Vietnam, the Catholics used anti-corruption as a pretext to mobilize public opinion against Theo in July 1974. The movement was led, ironically, by Father Tran Huy Ton, author of the Vietnamese version of personalism, which had brought the NGO regime via the Kin Lao Party to power in 1954. At the same time that opposition was building against Theo, hearings to impeach President Richard Nixon were getting underway in the U.S. Congress. The issues were similar. As a result of the Watergate incident, Congress was concerned that Nixon was using intelligence and security forces to suppress his political opponents. There was also the matter of his having accepted illegal campaign contributions and the bombing of Cambodia and Laos. Likewise, on July 17, 1974, Congressman Otis Pike convened hearings for the purpose of investigating the CIA's role in the Watergate break-in, the disinformation campaign to compromise and discredit Daniel Ellsberg, and other illegal activities the CIA was conducting worldwide. Back in Saigon, the Catholics, armed with documents showing Theo's overseas real estate holdings, mounted massive demonstrations in July. By August the capital was in turmoil. On August 18, 1974, the day Nixon announced his plans to resign, David Shipler wrote an article for the New York Times headlined "Saigon Police Fight Subversion but Also Curb Political Dissent." Said Shipler, "Those caught in the web of arrest, torture and imprisonment include not only communists, but non-communist dissidents, apolitical peasants, and writers who have simply opposed United States policy and called for peace." Shipler called the wave of political repression a silent hidden war that runs its course out of the public view. Phoenix had gone underground, but the bodies it corralled were impossible to hide despite the efforts of Ambassador Graham Martin, who on July 25, 1974, told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that "we found no one in prison who could be regarded as a political prisoner and that charges that there were 200,000 political prisoners were part of a communist propaganda campaign deliberately designed to force the American Congress to limit economic aid." Refuting Martin's assertions was David Shipler, who cited one instance after another of perverse torture of women and men, mostly teachers, students, and union workers in Saigon's 1st Precinct headquarters. Shipler interviewed Trantwan Enom, jailed in 1971 by police who cited his anti-American articles as evidence that he was a communist. Enom wrote about the CIA's involvement in My Lai and the harmful effects of defoliants. Shipler told of another writer held for 3 years after he had written newspaper and magazine articles arguing that Vietnamese culture must be preserved against Americanization. And Shipler wrote about a woman arrested in Saigon, taken to the Kien Chuang Pic 22 miles away, and viciously, sadistically tortured for absolutely no reason whatsoever, other than for the pleasure of the torturers. Wrote Shipler, "Dissidents who are free to speak out say they are mere ornaments, that whenever they begin to accrue political power the police arrest the lesser figures around them, break up their meetings and leave them isolated. The leaders themselves were targeted for assassination." In his follow-up article on August 20, "To Saigon, all dissenters are foes, all foes are Reds," Shipler explained that GVN security forces believed that only communists opposed Theo. He quoted Theo as saying that the 19.5 million South Vietnamese people should be molded into a monolithic bloc, motivated by a single anti-communist ideal. Shipler then told how security forces saw communists to whom they attributed superhuman powers of deviousness and persuasion everywhere. And not only were all dissenters communists, but according to a PRU officer working with the special branch, all dissidents are opportunists. In reality, soaring inflation resulting from a lack of U.S. aid had made mere survival the single ideal uniting the Vietnamese people. Even CIA-supported special branch officers were feeling the pinch, and in order to make ends meet were packing the jails with opportunists who they held for ransom. Shipler described a visit he made to see a group of opportunists held for ransom in the Chi Hoa jail. The movie room where they were being held was 18 by 24 feet, dimly lit by a single bulb, full of mosquitoes, and the stench of urine and feces on the floor was so bad that the prisoners, all of whom were shackled by one leg to an iron bar running the length of the wall, couldn't breathe. Friends and relatives of prisoners, and VCI suspects, were required to report to the special branch, then extorted. Indeed, by 1974 there was no middle ground in Vietnam, just the rising blood pressure of a body politic about to suffer a massive coronary thrombosis. At the same time that the financial supports were being kicked out from under the Theo regime in Saigon, USAID's Office of Public Safety was put on the chopping block. The process had begun in 1969, when public safety advisor Dan Mitrian was captured and killed in Uruguay by guerrillas who claimed he was an undercover CIA officer teaching torture techniques to the secret police. A 1970 movie titled State of Siege, which dramatized the Mitrian episode and showed International Police Academy graduates torturing political prisoners, brought attention to the practices of the IPA. Consequently, according to Doug McCollum, the State Department developed animosity toward public safety people, and many contracts, including McCollum's, were not renewed. 8. Charges that the IPA taught torture and political repression gained credence in August 1974, when columnist Jack Anderson printed excerpts from several student papers written at the Academy. Wrote one student from South Vietnam, based on experience, we are convinced there is just one sure way to save time and suppress stubborn criminal suspects, that is the proper use of threats and force. On October 2, 1974, Senator James Aburizk inserted into the congressional record the words of National Policeman L.E. Vannon. Said L.E., despite the fact that brutal interrogation is strongly criticized by moralists, its importance must not be denied if we want to have order and security in daily life. 9. In 1972, Senior Field Police Advisor William Greaves was scheduled for reassignment to Bangkok. But, he told me, the ambassador wouldn't let me in because the CIA held a grudge. Instead, Greaves was sent to Washington as deputy to Public Safety Chief Byron Engel. Said Greaves, I lost all respect for Byron Engel. He'd been too long in CIA. He was always asking me to have so-and-so bring things back from Hong Kong, and he was rude to congressmen. But the worst thing, according to Greaves, was Engel's attempt to rewrite history. 10. And history was rewritten. The IPA was abolished but, like a phoenix, was reborn in the guise of a new organization called the Law Enforcement Assistance Administration. Despite its ability to regenerate and survive, the CIA was taking its lumps in 1974, too. Richard Helms was accused and later convicted on perjury charges after William Colby admitted that the agency had spent $8 million to destabilize Allende's regime in Chile. Colby himself was under attack, not only for alleged Phoenix-related war crimes but for having censored John Marks's book The Cult of Intelligence and for trying to block publication of Philip Agee's CIA diary. Agee in particular was despised by his CIA colleagues for saying, in an interview with Playboy magazine, that there was a strong possibility that the CIA station in Chile helped supply the assassination lists. Agee asserted that the CIA trains and equips saboteurs and bomb squads and that the CIA had assassinated thousands of people. When the history of the CIA's support of torturers gets written, Agee predicted, it'll be the all-time horror story. 11. Thousands of policemen all over the world, Agee said, are shadowing people for the CIA without knowing it. They think they're working for their own police departments when, in fact, their chief may be a CIA agent who's sending them out on CIA jobs and turning the information over to his CIA control. Some of those people were special branch officers in Vietnam. For example, in August 1974, Colonel Ben Hamilton prepared a report titled Results of Communist Infrastructure Neutralization Efforts Made by Phoenix Committees for Colonel Doug Dillard at 500th MiG Headquarters. The report cited the number of neutralizations from February 15 through May 31, 1974. The source of the information was a friendly foreign intelligence agency, meaning the National Phoenix Committee under Colonel Nguyen Van Jo, who signed the report and sent it to the Directorate of Political Security. Noting that the figures were probably inflated, Hamilton sent the report to the CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the Acting Chief of Staff for Intelligence at the Pentagon. According to the report, I Corps tallied 39% of its yearly quota from February till May. In 2 Corps, Binh Thuan Province racked up 54% of its yearly goal, with 39 convictions, 47 killed, and 29 rallied. In 3 Corps, Phuc Long Province tallied 3 VCI killed and 2 rallied, and in 4 Corps, 169 VCI were killed in Quang Tien Province. In September 1974, William Colby was asked by a panel of citizens why Watergate burglar and CIA officer James McCord's personnel records had been burned by CIA officer Lee Pennington immediately after the break-in, and why the CIA had destroyed tapes of Richard Helms instructing Nixon and John Ehrlichman how to respond to congressional inquiries. They asked Colby to defend CIA financing of the National Student Association, and he responded by citing Point 5 of the National Security Act, which allows the CIA to perform functions and duties related to intelligence affecting the national security, as the National Security Council may from time to time direct. Senator James Aburesk asked Colby, "But you do undertake activities overseas that would be crimes in this country?" Replied Colby, "Of course. Espionage is a crime in this country." 12. Aburesk, "Other than espionage?" Colby, "Of course." Added Colby, "I think, the use of an atomic bomb is justified in the interest of national security, and I think going down from there is quite a realm of things you can do in the reasonable defense of the country." Asked John Marks, "But in peacetime?" On January 6, 1975, the NVA overran Phuc Long Province. A few days later, UPI reporter Robert Kaler reported that the United States was still involved with the ill-famed Phoenix program, that the program had been renamed the Special Police Investigative Service and was being conducted by 14,000 special troops whose operations are monitored on a part-time basis by CIA operatives in Saigon and in provincial capitals throughout the country. According to Kaler, the U.S. also provides data processing facilities for SPIS through a contractor, Computer Science Services Incorporated, which runs intelligence reports through its machines to classify and collate them and then turns the material over to SPIS 13. Writes Kaler, according to sources here, about 100 American personnel are now involved in monitoring the program. They said that overall responsibility for watching it rests with a U.S. Air Force officer on detached duty with the American Embassy in Saigon. When Ambassador Martin read Kaler's article, he immediately sent a telegram to Washington calling Kaler's article journalistic fiction and assured the State Department that, as regarded Phoenix, no element of the U.S. government is involved in any way with any program in Vietnam of any such description. 14. As for the Special Police, the U.S. government has no relationships to this organization whatsoever. According to Martin, there is no U.S. Air Force officer on detached duty, and as for the Computer Science Corporation, it merely contracted with the National Police in logistics and personnel. Said Martin, at the present time, CSC is uninvolved in any counterinsurgency or other operational matters. On March 10, 1975, the NVA overran Ban My Thuot. In desperation, Ted Sarong drew up a plan to abandon the Central Highlands and withdraw all ARVN forces to cities along the coast. The South Vietnamese agreed, opening the floodgates to the NVA. Hue fell on March 25. Chu Lai and Quang Ngai City fell on the same day, amid attacks by the South Vietnamese against CIA officers who abandoned their records and agents. Within hours all that remained in I Corps was Da Nang. 2 Corps was going down just as fast. Kon Tum and Pleiku had fallen 2 weeks earlier, and 13 province capitals were to be gone by April. The 3rd NVA Division was heading toward Kien Han, and 1 million refugees were fleeing toward Nha Trang. In Da Nang the scene was one of fire, murder, looting, and rape. ARVN soldiers had seized the airport control tower, and planes meant to evacuate them were frozen on the ground. CIA helicopters were ferrying Americans out of the city, abandoning their Vietnamese assets. Thousands of panicked people moved to the waterfront, piled onto piers and barges, dived into the water, tried to swim to boats. Hundreds of bodies were later washed up on the shore. The CIA contingent joined the exodus, fleeing their quarters while their Nung guards fired shots at their heels. At Marble Mountain Airstrip the Consul General was beaten into unconsciousness by ARVN soldiers. By March 29 Da Nang was defenseless and being shelled. By the 30th Special Branch and Military Security Service officers were being rounded up and shot by NVA security officers. On March 29, PVT found himself stranded in Da Nang, on the verge of a harrowing experience. The Ranger and Airborne generals left, saying they had to go to a meeting, he recalled. We were told to wait for orders, but they didn't come. After that there was no coordination. 15 growing impatient, PVT and 8 members of his PRU team made their way with police chief and went to police headquarters. But they were all gone. Knowing they had been abandoned, PVT and his comrades decided to stick together and fight their way out. Taking charge, PVT led the group to the waterfront, where, by force of arms, they commandeered a boat and set off down the river into the bay. That night they were picked up by a U.S. Navy vessel crowded with refugees. On April 2 the ship disembarked its human cargo at Cam Bay. PVT and his crew began walking south down Route 1 but were stopped at gunpoint at an ARVN checkpoint. No one was being allowed to leave the city. Luckily, though, PVT was recognized by an ARVN commander, who put them on a truck going to Nha Trang. Several hours later they arrived there only to find that the American embassy had been abandoned the day before. Nha Trang would be bypassed by the NVA on its way to Cam Ranh. With cities in two corps falling like dominoes, PVT led his group to the home of another friend, Colonel Pham, the Con Hoa province chief. After curfew, Colonel Pham loaded his own family along with PVT's PRU team in the back of a truck, drove them to the dock, and put them on a ship bound for Vung Tau. PVT could think of nothing else but getting to Saigon and arranging safe passage for his family out of Vietnam. Upon arriving off the coast of Vung Tau, however, PVT and his companions were informed that all traffic to Saigon, both by river and by road, had been cut. In Washington, the CIA's Far East Division Chief Ted Shackley had ordered the city sealed off from refugees. His heart sinking as fast as Vietnam, PVT sailed off toward Phu Quoc Island. Still holding hopes for a negotiated settlement, the war managers met one last time in Saigon to plan the city's defense. While evacuation plans were drawn up on a contingency basis, the American Brain Trust drew a Maginot Line extending from Tay Ninh to Phan Rang and told its Vietnamese clients to defend it to the death. Behind the scenes, Air Marshal KY pressed for a coup d'état, and General Lone, then a special assistant to General Vien, warned Station Chief Polgar that unless high-risk Vietnamese were evacuated as promised, American hostages would be taken. To avert such a catastrophe, an evacuation team under State Department officer Dean Brown was formed in Washington. Among those chosen to select which Vietnamese were to be saved were Lionel Rosenblatt, Frank Wisner, Ev Baumgartner, Craig Johnstone, Ken Quinn, and Frank Scotton. Bill Johnson, the CIA Saigon-based chief, got the job of setting up CIA stay-behind nets. On April 4, 1975, Congress was debating how much money to give Saigon for its defense, while in Saigon, Valium and Scotch were selling at a premium in the besieged U.S. Embassy. Metropolitan Police Chief Tran Si Tan slapped a 24-hour curfew on the city. Panic began to spread. The war reached Saigon 4 days later when a South Vietnamese Air Force pilot dropped 3 bombs on the presidential palace. Inside, Theo consulted with fortune-tellers. Tran Van Don and General Kim, who had resigned as Prime Minister, nominated General Duong Van Big Min as Theo's replacement. On April 12 Henry Kissinger ordered the evacuation of Phnom Penh, Cambodia. As the American contingent boarded helicopters and flew to safety, Surak Matok cried that he had been betrayed. 5 days later, when Khmer Rouge troops rolled into the city, he was arrested and summarily executed. Meanwhile, 6 NVA regiments were poised north of Can Tho in the Delta, and numerous others were heading south toward Saigon. Knowing the country was doomed, Tucker Gugelman wrote a letter to a friend on April 13, spelling out his plans to rescue his family. Posted from Bangkok, where he managed Associated Consultants Limited, Gugelman's letter told how he planned his extraction from Phu Quoc Island to Trat near Chanthaburi on the southernmost part of the Thai east coast. Gugelman commented on the totally undependable ARVN and its cruel perpetrations on civilian refugees and noted that Theo has killed SVN. He closed the letter with "Say la fucking V." Being stuck on Phu Quoc Island was a frustrating experience for PVT, and as soon as they could, PVT and his Pru comrades boarded a boat heading for Saigon. Immediately 4 Vietnamese Marines armed with M16s commandeered the boat and stole everyone's money and watches. But they didn't know we were police or that we were armed, PVT told me with a glint in his eye. I told my men to wait till dark. When the Marines were eating, I organized an assault. We got control. A few hours later PVT arrived in Saigon. Phan Rang fell on the 16th. On Saturday, the 19th, the CIA began flying selected Vietnamese out on unauthorized black flights. Ostensibly these were high-risk assets from the various security programs who were unable to obtain the necessary exit visas from the Ministry of the Interior. More often they were girlfriends of their CIA case officers. On the 20th the CIA began burning its files. On the 21st, Xi'an LOC fell, and the evacuation rate was accelerated. 1,500 people were flown out that day. Having finally set foot in Saigon, PVT reported to Colonel Hai, who only a few weeks before had taken over command of the PRU and who proposed to PVT that he and his PRU team provide security for the CIA. Having been unable to find a single CIA officer to vouch for him in Saigon, PVT refused. Instead, he began making arrangements to save his family. On the 20th PVT gathered his wife and children together in a house he owned near Tan Son Nhat Airport. He visited his brother at the Colon branch of the Ton Tien Bank and arranged to have his savings transferred to a branch office in Gia Dinh province. Communist political cadre were even then moving everyone out of the city, he said. Theo resigned on the 21st and turned the government over to Vice President Huang. That day PVT piled his family into a jeep and drove them to Tan Son Nhat Airport, where they were given sanctuary by a police colonel, a close friend of KY's whose house was inside the gates. Inside Tan Son Nhat, PVT contacted his old friend from Da Nang, Police Captain Nguyen Minh Tan. After the flap over the Da Nang City PRU, PVT had used his influence to get Tan a job in the Saigon Phoenix office. When Colonel Nguyen Van Jo assumed command of Phoenix after the ceasefire, he reassigned Tan to the immigration office inside Tan Son Nhat. On the 21st Tan told PVT that it was time to go. PVT handed his sister his life savings 500,000 in piasters and asked her to change it in colon. She returned with $200 American. On the 22nd Tan brought PVT into the office of the South Vietnamese Air Force captain in charge of flights to Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines. For $200 American the captain put PVT's name on manifest. At 9 p.m. on the 22nd, while the NVA rolled toward Bien Hoa and Vung Tau, PVT and his family and Nguyen Minh Tan and his family bade adieu to their homeland. On the same day PVT left Saigon, Lionel Rosenblatt and Craig Johnstone arrived, set up shop in the Regent Hotel, and arranged safe passage out of Vietnam for a number of their friends. By the time the two left on the 25th, they had smuggled out anywhere from 300 to 200 high-ranking police and PRU officers. On April 25, while U.S. Marines exchanged rifle fire with South Vietnamese paratroopers, President Huang offered to free the 200,000 political prisoners the U.S. Embassy claimed had never existed. The Communists laughed in his face. On the 27th the road between Tay Ninh and Saigon was cut, rockets began falling in Saigon, and Huang turned the government over to Big Min. That night CIO Chief General Ben bade adieu to Vietnam. By the 28th there was fighting in the streets of Saigon. U.S. helicopter gunships roamed the smoke-filled skies while Saigon Base Chief Bill Johnson paid a final visit to his colleagues in the Special Branch and CIO. He suggested that they get out of town fast. According to Frank Snepp, 400 Special Branch and 400 CIO officers were left behind, along with files identifying defectors, collaborators, prisoners, anyone who had helped us or seemed likely to. 16 Snepp says the CIA abandoned countless counter-terrorist agents, perhaps numbering as high as 30,000 specially trained to operate with the Phoenix program. 17 On William Colby's orders, U.S. helicopters began flying Americans to ships offshore on the 28th, the following day the NVA hit Tan Son and Hut. With the army in full retreat and no policemen left to enforce the curfew, rioting and looting broke out in Saigon. Panic spread through the American community while the one man with the most to lose, Tucker Gugelman, decided to go down with the ship. Perhaps he was having a drink on the veranda of the Continental Hotel when Saigon, like the Phoenix in flames, gave up its ghost. Phoenix advisors began participating in drug investigations between August and October 1971. Tom Thayer wrote that reports from field advisors indicate that the joint US/GVN program to dry up South Vietnam's drug traffic may have added to Phung Hoang's chronic problems. Phoenix assets are being used to ferret out drug dealers, he said, adding, their attention has in many provinces been turned partially away from anti-VCI efforts. While both problems are essentially police matters, they apparently cannot be handled concurrently. The number of province advisors who mentioned this in their July reports underscores the lack of depth of the Phung Hoang organization. 5. See Chapter 1, The Kin Lao Party. The Kin Lao Enam 6 translates as the Personal Labor Party. Epilogue. In the opinion of Stan Fulcher, Phoenix was a creation of the Old Boy Network, a group of guys at highest level Colby and that crowd who thought they were Lawrence of Arabia 1. Indeed, the Phoenix program in South Vietnam was set up by Americans on American assumptions, in support of American policies. Unfortunately, America's allies in South Vietnam were people whose prosperity depended on American patronage and who therefore implemented a policy they knew could not be applied to their culture. In the process, the definition of the Viet Cong infrastructure was misinterpreted to mean any Vietnamese citizen, and Phoenix was broadened from a rifle-shot attack against the organizational hierarchy into a shotgun method of population control. It happened, Fulcher said ruefully, because any policy can find supporting intelligence, meaning the Phoenix Directorate used computers to skew the statistical evaluation of the VCI. Dead Vietnamese became VCI, and they lucked out the other 5% of the time, getting real VCI in ambushes. As Fulcher explained it, the Vietnamese lied to us, we lied to the Directorate, and the Directorate made it into documented fact. It was a war that became distorted through our ability to create fiction. But really, there were only economic reasons for our supporting the fascists in Vietnam, just like we did in Iran. Professor Hui agrees, asserting that America betrayed the ideals of freedom and democracy in Vietnam. Furthermore, writes Hui, American politicians have not yet changed their policy. What happened later in Iran was a repetition of what happened in South Vietnam. Almost the same people applied the same policy with the same principles and the same spirit. It is amazing that some people are still wondering why the same result occurred. 2. It's the problem of supporting personalities rather than democratic institutions, Fulcher explained, noting that in Vietnam the issue was not the Viet Cong versus the Army of South Vietnam, but land reform and government corruption. The Vietnamese were victims of our corruption, Fulcher said emphatically. We smothered them with money. It's the same thing you see in Central America today. You can't take a Salvadoran colonel in a patron army without the corruption he brings along. With consolidation we could have had control, Fulcher concluded, and Phoenix was the culmination of the attempt to solidify control. But the warlords and corrupt politicians we supported in Vietnam refused to sacrifice even a tiny share of their empires for the greater good of Vietnam, and thus were incapable of countering what was a homogeneous, nationalist-inspired insurgency. In any event, defeat in Vietnam did not repress the impulses that powered America to Third World intervention in the first place, it simply drove them elsewhere. Nowhere is this more evident than in El Salvador, where Lieutenant Colonel Stan Fulcher served from 1974 till 1977 as an intelligence advisor with the U.S. military group. In El Salvador, Fulcher saw the same old boys who had run the war in South Vietnam. Only in El Salvador, because of the vast reduction in the CIA's paramilitary forces instigated by the Carter administration, these officials effected their policies through proxies from allied countries. For example, Fulcher watched while Israeli agents taught El Salvador's major landowners how to organize criminals into vigilante death squads, which, using intelligence from Salvador's military and security forces, murdered labor leaders and other opponents of the oligarchy. Likewise, Fulcher watched while Taiwanese military officers taught Kuomintang political warfare techniques at El Salvador's Command and General Staff College, Phoenix-related subjects such as population control through psychological warfare, the development and control of agents provocateurs, the development of political cadres within the officer corps, and the placement of military officers in the civilian security forces. He also saw political prisoners put in insane asylums facilities he described as being like Hogarth's paintings. While other Americans smuggled weapons and funds to the death squads, Fulcher, who was outraged by what he saw, organized at his home a study group of young military officers who supported land reform, nationalization of the banks, and civilian control of the military. In 1979 these same reformist officers staged a successful but short-lived coup, as a result of which the Salvadoran National Security Agency, which had been formed by the CIA in 1962, was disbanded and reorganized as the National Intelligence Agency. This reorganization did not put an end to the death squads. Instead, the landowners and fascist military officers moved to Miami and Guatemala, where they formed a political front called ARENA, to which they channeled funds for the purpose of eliminating the reformers. Chosen to head ARENA was Major Roberto Dogwison, a former member of ANSESL who transferred its files to General Staff Headquarters, where they were used to compile blacklists. Operating out of Guatemala, Dogwison's death squads murdered Archbishop Oscar Romero and El Salvador's Attorney General in early 1980. In December of that year 6 members of El Salvador's Executive Council were kidnapped, tortured, and killed by a death squad, and the death squads began a rampage which included the murders in January 1981 of José Rodolfo Vieira, the head of the land distribution program, along with Vieira's American advisors, Michael Hammer and Mark Perlman. At this time, according to Salvadoran Army officer Ricardo Castro, 3 death squad supervision passed to Department 5, the Civil Affairs branch of the Salvadoran General Staff. Department 5 suddenly started coordinating everything, said Castro, a West Point graduate with a master's degree in engineering. Formed in the mid-1970s by the CIA, Department 5, Castro explained, became the political intelligence apparatus within the General Staff. Although it was designed as an investigative, not an operating, agency, Department 5 had a large paramilitary force of people dressed in civilian clothes, and because it targeted civilians, they can knock someone off all by themselves, or capture them. When military as opposed to political targets were involved, Department 2, the intelligence branch of the General Staff, would send information gathered from its informant nets to Department 3, which then dispatched a death squad of its own. Whether the people to be killed were guerrillas or civilians, Castro explained, the rich people, the leading citizens of the community, traditionally have a great deal of input. Whatever bothers them, if they've got someone who just came into their ranch or their farm and they consider them a bad influence, they just send a messenger to the commander. In March 1981 Castro himself began leading death squad operations. Using a modus operandi perfected in Vietnam, orders were always verbal and the soldiers in the death squads shucked their uniforms and dressed as left-wing guerrillas. Basically, said Castro, you come in after patrolling or whatever, and then you're told that at a certain hour you will have to go get up the troops and go do something. They already know what the mission is. They happen just about every night, or they used to. Normally, Castro added, you eliminate everyone. We usually go in with an informant who is part of the patrol and who has turned these people in. When you turn somebody in, Castro noted, part of your obligation is to show us where they are and identify them. We would go in and knock on people's houses. They'd come out of their houses and we'd always tell them we were the left and we're here because you don't want to cooperate with us or whatever. And then they were eliminated, always with machetes. In late 1981, with the government of El Salvador back in the hands of the fascist military, the death squads were moved under the Salvadoran security forces, which generally operated in urban areas and pretended to be or used the services of right-wing vigilantes. Castro told of death squads within the Treasury Police killing teachers and of death squads within the National Guard killing mayors and nuns, all with the approval of the General Staff. Castro also worked as translator to a series of CIA advisors at General Staff headquarters. One course he translated was on interrogation. It was taught by a CIA officer who suggested electric shock and presented architectural plans for a pick-like prison to be built at the cavalry regiment headquarters. It was going to become a secret jail, recalled Castro, who was enlisted by Department 5 to begin engineering work. According to Castro, the CIA interrogation instructor also advised the General Staff on mounting death squad operations in foreign countries, especially Honduras, and was complicit in these operations insofar as he provided El Salvador's Secret Service with files and photos of Salvadorans in the United States. As in Vietnam, the proliferation of political assassinations in El Salvador had a ripple effect, which ended in the massacring of innocent civilians. Castro told how in November 1981 a number of civilians were killed following a sweep by the U.S. trained Atlas-Sattel Battalion. Said Castro, here were 24 women and children captured, and they were assassinated right smack in front of me just one by one, in cold blood. Counter-terror style, the mutilated corpses were left behind as a warning to leftist guerrillas. In December 1981 Castro met Major Pineda of Department 5, who was operating in Morazan province. They had 2 towns of about 300 people each, Castro recalled, and they were interrogating them to see what they knew. Since I had translated in the class and knew something about interrogations, he said they might want me to help. The major told me that after the interrogation, they were going to kill them all. Said Castro, I later found out, they did go in and kill them after all. In August 1982 Castro traveled to Washington on behalf of a group of young Salvadoran officers concerned about corruption and demoralization within the army rank and file. Castro told a CIA officer in Washington about the death squads. The CIA officer said, "We know all that. Nothing was done." This hands-off policy reflected a maturation in the thinking of the CIA. In the aftermath of Vietnam, the CIA set up a special section to study terrorism and Third World instability. The terrorism account was given to DIOC creator Bob Wall by ICEX's first director, Evan Parker, who was then deputy director of the CIA's Paramilitary Special Operations Division. In analyzing the problem of terrorism, Wall brought in foreign intelligence experts, who determined that the CIA could not reasonably expect to penetrate terrorist groups like the VCI or the Palestine Liberation Organization, which were homogeneous. As a result of this determination, the CIA then separated its anti-terrorist activities from its counterinsurgency activities, which it renamed low-intensity warfare. By 1980, paramilitary expert Rudy Enders was chief of the Special Operations Division, and Enders in turn passed the terrorism account to former senior PRU advisor William Buckley, who created a military-staffed anti-terrorism unit in 1981 under the Pentagon's Joint Special Operations Command. Meanwhile, El Salvador had emerged as the perfect place to test the CIA's new theory of low-intensity warfare. In March 1983, Vice President George Bush's National Security Advisor, former 3-Corps Region Officer in Charge Donald Gregg, wrote to President Ronald Reagan's National Security Advisor, Robert McFarlane, saying, Rudy Enders went to El Salvador in 1981 to do a survey and develop plans for effective anti-guerrilla operations. He came back and endorsed the attached plan. 5. The Pink Plan, written by former PRU advisor Felix Rodriguez, was to launch mobile airstrikes with minimum U.S. participation at leftist rebels. Rodriguez said the plan would be ideal for the pacification effort in El Salvador and Guatemala. 6. Shortly after proposing the Pink Plan, Gregg introduced Rodriguez to George Bush and Oliver North. Rodriguez was sent to El Salvador, where, As an advisor to Department 5, he organized a high-bird, low-bird pink team, leading the missions himself and using the same techniques he had developed while serving as Greg's deputy in charge of the PRU in Vietnam. As in Vietnam, civilian security services joined with Department 5 and Department 2 to provide Department 3 with information on the location of guerrillas, whose hideouts were bombed by U.S. warplanes, then ravaged in Phoenix-style cordon and search operations in which PRU-type teams hunted enemy cotters in their homes. Rodriguez played the role of coordinator. At the time Colonel Adolfo Blandon commanded Departments 2 and 5. According to reporter Dennis Volkman, Blandon was advised by a Cuban American from the consular section of the American Embassy, who met regularly with U.S. military advisors to Departments 2 and 5 in San Salvador. 7. General Paul Gorman, who commanded U.S. forces in Central America in the mid-1980s, defined this new type of counterinsurgency operation as a form of warfare repugnant to Americans, a conflict which involves innocents, in which non-combatant casualties may be an explicit objective. Gorman could have been alluding to Operation Phoenix, launched by the Salvadoran Army in January 1986. As reported in the Boston Globe, Operation Phoenix began with the military dropping waves of 750-pound bombs over Guazapa volcano, a defiant symbol of persistence by a few thousand rebels against government forces that outnumber them 10-1 and are backed by the purse and arsenal of the U.S-9. Next came planes with leaflets and bullhorns offering the rebels rewards for their rifles and safe passage to refugee camps. Meanwhile, 3,500 troops swept the volcano in a tightening circle, burning crops, destroying hideouts, interrogating civilian detainees, and hunting enemy cotters. The Salvadoran officer in charge of Operation Phoenix said, "We have 3 goals. Get rid of the idea that Guazapa belongs to the terrorists, to reactivate idle land, and to convince the massa we are different from the reality they've been told. And," he added, "by removing the massa from Guazapa, officials hope to disrupt the rebels' vital network of rural support." In a public broadcasting system documentary titled Enough Crying of Tears, Operation Phoenix was described as wiping out entire villages. In the wake of Vietnam, the CIA not only defined anti-terrorism apart from counterinsurgency but also separated counterterrorism from anti-terrorism, which is the broad spectrum and includes psy-war campaigns against countries the United States brands as terrorist. The best example is Nicaragua, where the CIA mined harbors and inserted insurgents, called Contras, who systematically tortured and massacred civilians and assassinated government officials. When in 1983 tales of Contra atrocities began reaching congressional ears, CIA Director William Casey sent CIA officer John Kirkpatrick to Contra headquarters in Honduras to clean up their act. In October 1983 former Green Beret Kirkpatrick returned to Washington, where he copied a U.S. Special Forces manual issued at Fort Bragg in 1968. He then returned to Tegucigalpa, Honduras, where the manual was printed in Spanish. It was titled Tehuacán, Psychological Operations in Guerrilla Warfare. Kirkpatrick was an older man who dressed entirely in black in order to inspire a cult of death among the fighting men, writes James Dickey in With the Contras. Kirkpatrick thought he knew quite a bit about his end of a paramilitary operation, the psychology of it. He knew about those special circumstances when an assassination might be unavoidable, even appropriate. He knew from studying the methods of the communists everywhere, and from his own experience in Vietnam and from what he learned from the Phoenix program there, how you could make even an accidental killing work in your favor. But he also knew what My Lai could do, and the way one massacre could destroy your credibility. 10. Dickey describes Tehuacán as a little book with a cover in the blue and white of the Nicaraguan flag. The graphic motif was rows of heads with large holes through them. Targets. It looked as if they were targets for snipers. But the idea was to target their minds. 11. Indeed, Tehuacán was based entirely on Frank Scotton's motivational indoctrination principles. The goal was to organize the Contras into armed propaganda teams that would persuade the people to stage a general uprising. As stated in Tehuacán, This was to be done through psychological operations, by reaching beyond the territorial limits of conventional warfare, to penetrate the political entity itself, the political animal that Aristotle defined. For once his mind has been reached, the political animal has been defeated, without necessarily receiving bullets. Central to the CIA's doctrine of psychological operations is the compulsion of people with arms, the notion of implicit terror, that the people are internally aware that the weapons can be used against them. There are also times, Teichmann adds, when explicit terror is required to compel the people to change their minds. Using a modus operandi perfected by the Viet Cong, Teichmann instructs its armed propaganda teams to gather the villagers together, cut all communication with the outside world, then desecrate symbols of the government while being courteous to the people so as to get the names of government informants and officials, who are then brought before a people's tribunal. Lastly, the team's political cadre gives a prepared speech explaining that force is necessary to give the people power over the government and that the ensuing execution is being done to protect the people and is an act of democracy. Teichmann specifically calls for neutralizing judges, police officials, and state security officials. It also says that professional criminals should be hired to carry out specific, selective jobs. What Teichmann represents, of course, is Ralph Johnson's doctrine of contre-coup having come full circle, emerging from the Phoenix program in Vietnam as the Phoenix concept of explicit terrorism disguised as anti-terrorism. It is instructive to hear how people responded to Teichmann. Contra defector Edgar Chamorro, who leaked the manual to the American press in 1984, used language lifted from Robert Comer when he said Teichmann author John Kirkpatrick didn't want us to use a shotgun approach, he wanted us to select our targets 12. Senator Sam Nunn of Georgia said the word neutralize could be interpreted by reasonable people to mean assassination 13. It does not mean assassination, William Colby said on the October 28, 1984, David Brinkley show, it means take the person out of action 14. Ronald Reagan agreed and said that neutralize meant remove from office. When asked how that could be done without violence, Reagan said, you just say to the fellow that's sitting there in the office, you're not in the office anymore 15. Dwayne Claridge, the CIA officer in charge of operations against Nicaragua at the time Teichmann was printed, acknowledged that civilians and Sandinista officials in the provinces, as well as heads of cooperatives, nurses, doctors and judges, had been killed by the Contras. But, he added, these events don't constitute assassinations because as far as we are concerned assassinations are only those of heads of state 16. Eden Pastoro was not a head of state, he was the head of the southern branch of the Contras until May 31, 1984, when an attempt was made on his life at La Penca, Costa Rica, where he was preparing to announce his withdrawal from the Contra force. When asked whom he blamed for the attempt on his life, Pastoro responded, we now believe the order came from Oliver North. When asked whom he held ultimately responsible, Pastoro replied, I could get killed for saying this, but it would have to be Vice President George Bush 17. Is Pastoro's accusation totally outrageous? Perhaps not when one considers that in May 1984, in El Salvador, Felix Rodriguez was facilitating the Contra resupply effort for Oliver North. Or that the person initially chosen by North to resupply the Contras was former SOG commander John Singh Laub, who in doing so worked with Soldier of Fortune publisher Robert Brown, creator in 1974 of Phoenix Associates. Or that one mercenary group operating in Nicaragua actually called itself the Phoenix Battalion. There is another disturbing connection in the La Penca bombing. On the night before the bomb went off, Oliver North's liaison to the Contras, Rob Owen, was meeting in San Jose, Costa Rica, with the CIA station chief, Joe Fernandez. Rob Owen is the brother of Dwight Owen, who was killed in an ambush by the same Viet Cong outfit that was supplied by the villagers of My Lai. Consider also that Tom Polgar, former Saigon station chief, was chief investigator for the Senate Select Committee probing the Iran-Contra affair. In the February 1986 issue of Legal Times, Donald Gregg is quoted as saying that Polgar wanted to assure me that would not be a repeat of the Pike and Church investigations. When George Bush was Director of Central Intelligence in 1976, Gregg was his representative before the congressional committees that were investigating the CIA's role in criminal activities, including the attempted assassinations of foreign leaders. At the time, Gregg presented the committees with an ultimatum: back off or face martial law. Polgar, it seems, likewise derailed another round of executive legislative brinkmanship. In 1985, Tom Polgar was a consultant on George Bush's Task Force on Combating Terrorism, along with Oliver North and John Poindexter. What these old Phoenix boys all have in common is that they profit from anti-terrorism by selling weapons and supplies to repressive governments and insurgent groups like the Contras. Their legacy is a trail of ashes across the Third World. And where can Phoenix be found today? Wherever governments of the left or the right use military and security forces to enforce their ideologies under the aegis of anti-terrorism. Look for Phoenix wherever police checkpoints ring major cities, wherever paramilitary police units patrol in armored cars, and wherever military forces are conducting counterinsurgent operations. Look for Phoenix wherever emergency decrees are used to suspend due process, wherever dissidents are interned indefinitely in detention camps, and wherever dissidents are rounded up and deported. Look for Phoenix wherever security forces use informants to identify dissidents, wherever security forces keep files and computerized blacklists on dissidents, wherever security forces conduct secret investigations and surveillance on dissidents, wherever security forces, or thugs in their hire, harass and murder dissidents, and wherever such activities go unreported by the press. But most of all, look for Phoenix in the imaginations of ideologues obsessed with security, who seek to impose their way of thinking on everyone else. Under Colonel Nicholas Carranza, who, according to the Center for National Security Studies, was recruited by the CIA in the late 1970s at a cost of $90,000 a year. 4. In 1983, Bush journeyed to El Salvador and arranged to have the most prominent death squad leaders sent to diplomatic posts abroad. By 1987, 9 of 11 were back.